headquarters remains hidden, the other branches on the future map can be changed.
As long as the headquarters remains, that's enough. Make a deal. Hong Chang readily agreed. Hand over the item, and I'll take action immediately.
Tianqing had no choice but to hand over the map. After finishing off Hong Chang, he rushed into the lightning cage. The lightning power of the thunder cage actually made way for Hong Chang. After Hong Chang entered, he unleashed his full power, his attacks relentless and impenetrable. The brown bear was already injured. Faced with Hong Chang's powerful attacks, they simply couldn't hold on. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. The brown bear on the ground has perished. How is this possible? Tianqing and Elder Su Er frowned. Especially Sky Blue. Even if his strength has decreased due to the poisonous miasma, it shouldn't be that much worse. Hong Chang just casually dealt with the earth brown bear. You should know that he was quite helpless when facing the brown bear before. It's all because of the power of lightning. But why didn't the earth bear react when Hong Chang made his move? It's resolved, hand over the items. Hong Chang stood before Tianqing. Tianqing's face twitched. Hong Chang solved it way too easily. How? Is there any other opinion? A murderous aura emanated from Hong Chang. Tianqing is no match for him now. If Tianqing dares to resist, he can easily crush him to death. Tianqing threw the magical artifact to Hong Chang with a grim expression. And a map. Hong Chang reached out his hand. The magical artifact is what he wants. The map is what Su Chen wanted. Both are indispensable. Seeing Hong Chang's firm stance, Tianqing could only slowly take out the map. As a high-ranking member of Tianmen, he must have a map with him at all times. After taking out the map, Tianqing casually waved his hand, and the map began to burn. Hong Chang was furious. But only a third of the map was burned. What's the rush? The part 1 burned was merely the foundation of my heavenly gate. Didn't we already reach an agreement? After he finished speaking, the map fell into Hong Chang's hands. Hong Chang glanced at it. No one knows where the foundation of his heavenly gate lies, so no one knows whether the map is real or fake. He looked towards where Su Chen was. Su Chen remained silent, indicating his agreement. Alright, everything's fine here, you can leave if you're free. Hong Chang's words left Tianqing completely bewildered. What did he mean by being able to leave? Why can't he leave? Is Hong Chang planning something else? 1183, Chapter 1183 Su Mang. Su Chen stood up and walked with a deep gaze to Tianqing and Elder Su II. Tianqing and the other two didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. After all, he was only a second-tier cultivator. Even if they are seriously injured, they are not someone that a second-tier player can bully. Elder Su Er's expression changed slightly as he looked at the newly appeared second-tier youth. Why does this young man look so familiar? Su Mang. Long time no see, do you still remember me? Su Chen asked in a cold voice. Su Mang's expression suddenly changed drastically. You are. He was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Su Chen. What are you doing here? The son of the Su family back then. God of war in the north. How could he not recognize him? Su Chen was later ambushed, and it was he who was the mastermind behind it. It seems I still have a deep impression on you. A murderous aura flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Today, Su Mang must make him pay the price. What, are you trying to kill me? Just a defeated general. Even if I'm injured, do you think you'll be a match for him? A mocking expression appeared on Su Mang's face. What is Su Chen anyway, just the son of a lowly scoundrel? Your mother, that bitch, is dead, didn't you know? You followed us all here, are you looking to die? You little bastard, you wouldn't be thinking of attacking me, would you? You're just a mere second-tier cultivator. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
Even with his serious injuries, Su Meng's strength is no less than that of a fourth-tier expert. Where did Su Chen get the guts? Su Chen didn't waste any words. Lightning power appeared in his hands. A bolt of lightning struck in front of Su Meng. The lightning bolt startled Su Meng, who quickly retreated. This scene. Tiancheng and Su Meng's expressions changed drastically. The power of lightning originated from you. Tiancheng's face darkened. They were really badly hurt by this lightning power. If it weren't for the power of lightning, why would he have bothered to beg Hongchang for forgiveness? How could he possibly have given away even his own magical treasure? You are Zhou Jingzhu's son? I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already shown yourself. Tiancheng is about to make a move. Hongchang smiled from a short distance away. Second brother Tiancheng, I advise you not to make a move. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you make a move against him, you're probably not going to escape this fate today. Hongchang knew Su Chen's strength. Given Tiancheng's current condition, he is absolutely no match for Su Chen. In the end, only death awaited Tiancheng. Tiancheng glanced at Hongchang. You're planning to help him? Tiancheng asked with a solemn expression. If Hongchang doesn't help Su Chen, then it's easy for him to deal with Su Chen. But if Hongchang wants to help Su Chen, he might not be able to help. No. I can't help you with that, I'm just giving you advice after all, we've known each other for a long time. Hongchang's words had a hidden meaning. But Tiancheng only heard the key words. As long as Hongchang doesn't help, everything is fine. It's alright, neither of you will escape today, so why say so much? Su Chen is now looking at Su Meng. Su Meng was the mastermind behind his mother being forced to leave home. My mother's death was absolutely related to the death of my husband. Arrogant brat, even if you possess the power of lightning, I'd like to see just how far you can grow in such a short time. Su Meng intends to fight Su Chen. In his view, Su Chen's possession of lightning power was merely due to some kind of fortuitous opportunity. Having the power of lightning does not mean you can rival him. A close-up test will reveal their true strength at a glance. 1184, Chapter 1184. Tiancheng is severely injured. Thunder Fist. Su Chen's fist was like a whirlwind, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with immense lightning force. Given Su Meng's current condition, it's impossible for him to emerge unscathed. Tiancheng also noticed that something was not quite right. With a second-tier strength, he could knock Su Meng back with a single punch. This kid seems to be something else. Let's attack together. After Tiancheng realized something was wrong, he rushed over as well. And what are you beast or horse? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. I originally planned to deal with Su Meng first, and then deal with Tiancheng. Since this guy is so eager to die, he certainly won't hold back. 5 Thunder Fist, 3rd Thunder Pattern. Earth-shattering. Tiancheng instinctively sensed something was wrong. Why is the power of lightning so much stronger than before? This attack has reached the 6th rank or higher. Tiancheng tried to hide, but it was too late. The earth was covered with a dense web of lightning. Even the ground seemed to resist the lightning. Amidst the violent tremors, lightning bolts surged towards the azure sky like thick, towering trees. Faced with such terrifying power of lightning, Tiancheng could only resist it with his own strength. But now he has not only suffered huge losses, but his strength has also dropped to the peak of the 6th rank. It seems unlikely that they can withstand such a powerful lightning attack. Fortunately, he was quite strong, and such powerful lightning didn't kill him. But it also seriously injured him. Puff! Tiancheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing also became extremely disordered. He looked at Su Chen with a very ugly expression. I was careless. Su Chen was actually playing dumb to fool others, hiding his true strength. How old is this kid? He already possesses such formidable strength. How is that possible? Su Meng's expression changed drastically. He had already discovered that Su Chen was hiding his strength. With Tianqing around, he wasn't too worried. But how could he not be shocked by such a sudden turn of events? After all, judging from the previous logic, Su Chen's strength was at most around a third-level spirit master. Now we can not only suppress him even when he is seriously injured. He could even injure Tianqing with a single punch. Even within the Su family, probably only 2 people possess such strength. Why is Su Chen growing up so fast? Moreover, during that period, Su Chen's memories were sealed for several years. Despite losing those few years, Su Chen has still managed to grow to this extent. Why is it impossible? Did you think that because of the Su family's machinations and suppression, Su Chen, would never be able to rise again? Su Chen sneered. He has risen to prominence in the Su family without anyone noticing. It's now extremely difficult for the Su family to deal with him. He is destined to fight the Su family. He will make the Su family regret everything they did in the past. He's just the son of a lowly person, why does he have to spout such nonsense? So what if you're very strong now? Scrap is always just scrap. Su Meng said fiercely. He is the second elder of the Su family. He didn't believe Su Chen would dare to kill him. Even if Su Chen is very strong now, if he really makes a move against him, Su Chen will face the pursuit and killing of the entire Su family. I have to admit you're very strong. Keeping you little bastard, was a mistake. But do you dare touch me? Perhaps with your current strength, you can escape the Su family's pursuit. But you still have friends, and other people you care about. Can they escape the Su family's pursuit? Mentioning this, Su Chen's face turned icy cold. That's the Su family for you. How shameless and despicable. Su Chen sneered. You shouldn't threaten me with those kinds of words. 1185, Chapter 1185 The Su Family's Secret Technique. You old dog Su Meng, today I'll use your blood to pay tribute to my mother. Su Chen's killing attempt was unexpectedly leaked. Since Su Meng is going to pose a threat to his friends and family, then he certainly couldn't leave this scourge in the world. Su Chen unleashed his full power. With Su Meng's current strength, it's naturally impossible for him to withstand it. But Su Meng still had a strange smile on her lips. Since I dared to say those things, of course I dared to do those things. Killing me is easy for you, but escaping isn't impossible either. Suddenly, Su Meng's body began to swell rapidly. It was as if it was about to self-destruct. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. This is the Su family's deadly method. It's also a way to save your life. Once it's used, it means the other party has no regard for future achievements. This secret method will result in lifelong lower limb paralysis. It seems that old man Su Meng has made up his mind. It seems he himself is well aware that without using a secret technique, he cannot escape Su Chen's clutches. 5 Thunder Fist. The second lightning pattern. Boom! Su Chen immediately enveloped the scene with the power of lightning. Although he knew the chances were slim. But no matter what, having hope is better than having no hope at all. Just keep being afraid, keep trembling. No matter what methods you use now, they won't work on me. As a member of the Su family, you should understand the special nature of this secret technique. Su Meng's facial features began to contort. Su Chen's face darkened. If Su Meng escapes, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Even with lifelong lower limb paralysis, Su Meng's power within the Su family is unparalleled. Su Meng can mobilize 40% of the Su family's military strength. Given the Su family's power, they may no longer pose a threat to him. Threatening those around him is enough. Master Tianqing, I'll take my leave now. Good luck, ha ha ha. Su Meng burst into laughter. In fact, none of the Su family members would want to use the Su family's secret techniques. But he knew that if he didn't use it now, he would only face certain death. Knowing the outcome already, he felt no anger. On the contrary, they were very excited. Because he saw how anxious Su Chen looked. As long as Su Chen gets anxious, it means his threat has worked. He just hadn't expected it, except for that bitch Zhou Jingzhu. There were actually other people who deserved Su Chen's concern and worry. Doesn't Su Chen, that little bastard, only have Zhou Jingzhu as family? Zhou Jingzhu is already dead, what does Su Chen have left? You old man Su Mang. Su Chen's countless attacks slammed into Su Mang's swollen body. But it's like hitting cotton wool, completely useless. Even the extremely penetrating power of lightning had no effect at this moment. Are we just supposed to let this old bastard get away? Once the secret technique is successfully executed, one can disappear 1,000 miles away. That speed is so fast that even a god couldn't catch up. As the story neared its end, Su Chen used almost every method imaginable. They even threw several poison pills at him. This is the terrifying aspect of the Su family's secret techniques. The greater the side effects, the greater the benefits. Looking at the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, Su Chen could only place his hopes on it. Go! Su Chen shouted in a low voice. The bloodthirsty sword flew out and pierced Su Mang's body. Su Mang's expression changed slightly. I feel like my blood and energy are draining away rapidly. But the secret technique was never interrupted. About 10 seconds later, Su Mang disappeared from the spot again using a secret technique. 1186, Chapter 1186. The culprit is the Su family. Su Chen also withdrew the bloodthirsty sword in that instant. In the end, that guy still managed to escape. However, Su Mang must be having a hard time too. After all, the secret technique not only caused severe aftereffects, but also had its essence and blood drained by the bloodthirsty sword. I'm afraid that if he returns to his family, he'll have lost even 1/10 of his strength. They might even end up paralyzed for life. However, sending that old man back would likely mean facing off against the Su family head-on, given their methods. Su Chen's gaze fell upon Tian Cheng. And you? He has a secret way to escape, do you? Su Chen looked at Tian Cheng and asked coldly. Tian Cheng's face turned ashen. Su Chen's words were very intimidating. Now, not only Su Chen, but also Hong Chang. He was no match for either of them. Escape? Unfortunately, he didn't possess the Su family's secret techniques, let alone face the two of them. With his current spiritual power, he might even have some difficulty facing Su Chen. You intend to become enemies with Tianmen? Tianmen is not some insignificant force like the Su family. You'd better think this through. Do you know how your mother died? Even if you betray Tianmen and die, if you repent, Tianmen can forgive you. Tian Qing tried to persuade Su Chen. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura surged. If we don't mention his mother, perhaps he would let Tian Qing die a quicker death. Since Tian Qing also knew about his mother's death, he considered them all accomplices. Master Hongchang. Do me a favor. Anyone from Tianmen shall die. Leave this azure blue to me. He must kill the people of Tianmen. The people of Tianmen who knew about his mother not only killed him, but also made him suffer endless torment. No problem, I will do my best to assist Master Su Chen in fulfilling his request. Hong Chang waved his hand. The entire Spirit Alliance mobilized. Not a single member of the Tianmen organization will escape. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Do you intend to become an enemy of the entire Heavenly Gate, just like your mother did? You are very strong, even stronger than your mother. That Heavenly Gate is not something you can mess with. I advise you to know when to quit while you're ahead, and you'll still have a chance to live in the future. Tian Qing shouted loudly. Actually, all that nonsense was just a way to survive. Despite all that talk, Su Chen still took action. The hatred for killing one's mother is irreconcilable. How could he possibly back down because of a mere threat? So be it, the Su family. Tianmen is fine too. In short, he was unafraid of threats. Even if it means certain death, he will avenge his mother. I'll give you a chance, tell me who killed my mother, and I might let you die a little easier. Tianqing fought desperately to defend against Su Chen's attack. Sharp eyes. While he still has some spiritual power, he must break through the barrier and escape. Once Su Chen has exhausted him, he will have nowhere to escape. What's the point of saying it? Do you think you can be a match for that person? He is the law enforcement elder of my heavenly gate, and also one of the 8 counselors. His strength is second only to the Grand Elder and the Sect Master. Knowing his identity will only hasten your death. Tianqing sneered. But Su Chen's attacks were impenetrable. Since you won't say it outright, then forget it. Knowing this is enough. Enforcement elders, 8 counselors. Knowing this, the Tianmen leadership investigated and screened each case one by one, and eventually they were able to find the person. Su Chen. Do you really want to make a blood feud with my heavenly gate? Tianqing is getting anxious. Su Chen's strength is no weaker than his current level. If this continues, he will be unable to resist at all. Let's talk this out. After all, your mother's death has nothing to do with me. Perhaps I can resolve the feud between you and Tianmen. In the end, the real culprit is the Su family. If you're willing to back down, my heavenly gate will wipe out the Su family for you. 1187, Chapter 1187. The dying man dies from talking too much. Su Chen sneered. You're not even afraid of your heavenly gate, so why would you be afraid of a mere Su family? Su Chen's cold laugh had already revealed his intentions. After all, what he said was true. If they were afraid of the Su family, they wouldn't have forced Su Meng to use a secret technique to escape just now. You really intend to do it, but it absolutely won't happen. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Tianqing is furious. We've said everything we could. Su Chen is completely unyielding. Su Chen stopped wasting words and drew his bloodthirsty sword. The moment Tianqing saw the bloodthirsty sword, his expression changed drastically. He felt a strong threat when Su Chen used the bloodthirsty sword to try to kill Su Meng. He was also wondering if Su Chen would use the bloodthirsty sword against him. Given his current condition, he might not be able to withstand it. Su Chen. You forced me to do this. Tianqing's face hardened. It burned out its last bit of spiritual power. This is clearly a fight to the death with Su Chen. But with his already dwindling spiritual power, he could still instantly kill those of lower strength. But Su Chen's strength has exceeded his expectations. Even if all spiritual power is burned, it can only hold out for a short time. The fierce battle lasted for a full 5 minutes. Hongchang has already arranged for men to kill all members of Tianmen. Everyone watched the two fight. They were all amazed. This young man named Su Chen was actually able to suppress Tianqing, a super strong expert. Huang Xiong swallowed hard. He had imagined that Su Chen must be very strong. I never expected it to be this strong. 5 minutes later, Tianqing was covered in blood, with not a single part of his body intact. He looked at Su Chen as his breath faded. What will it take for you to let me go? Tianqing compromised. He knew he was no match for Su Chen. His ability to reach the 7th rank was the result of countless days and nights of hard work. He would certainly not be willing to die here now. Let you go? My mother must have begged you to spare me in her back then. Su Chen's heart isn't that soft. What's more, it's the hatred of killing one's mother. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let's get going. 5 Thunder Fist. The third lightning pattern. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Strange phenomena are occurring around us. The lightning power in Su Chen's hand became incredibly violent. Tianqing's face had lost all color. Earth-shattering. The two softly spoken words became incredibly heavy. All the power of lightning gathered together. This strike was enough to kill Tian Cheng. But Su Chen still managed to control his strength. After all, killing Tian Cheng so easily was too lenient on him. Su Chen, how dare you actually attack me? Tianmen will never let you get away with this. Su Chen merely sneered at Tian Cheng's words. Snort. A dying man dies from talking too much. No sooner had he finished speaking than lightning struck Tian Cheng. The person was completely enveloped in lightning, and could only see a flash of lightning. After the lightning flashed, silence returned to the scene. All that was left around was a gentle, rustling breeze. All eyes turned to Su Chen. They never expected that this seemingly unremarkable young man would possess such formidable strength. Ha ha ha. As expected of Master Su, if I were to face Master Su, the outcome would probably be difficult to predict. Hong Chang wasn't exaggerating. Putting aside other techniques, Su Chen might be a bit inferior to him. But that lightning fist that just struck the ground was incredibly powerful. It has reached the 7th level. He probably wouldn't dare to withstand such an attack. Looking at Tian Cheng lying on the ground, a sharp look appeared on Su Chen's face. 1188, Chapter 1188 Brown Bear Fur. I told you. You shouldn't threaten me. Perhaps I can still give you a quick death. Su Chen said coldly. Brother Huang, please help me take him away and take me to the Demon Sea. Su Chen looked at Huang Xiong. In front of so many people, Huang Xiong was addressed as Big Brother by Su Chen, instantly becoming the center of attention. After all, Su Chen's strength is undeniable, and being called Big Brother by Su Chen is certainly enough to save face. No problem. Huang Xiong agreed and quickly walked up to Tian Cheng. Anyone present would probably not dare to do such a thing. Besides the Spirit Alliance. After all, the Spirit Alliance is not afraid of the Heavenly Gate. Besides the Spirit Alliance. No other family dared to offend Tianmen, so naturally they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If discovered, they will likely face annihilation. Of course, Huang Xiong is also fearless. Because he was all alone. He dared not offend Tianmen. But being alone and helpless, he also had no weaknesses. Tianmen wants to capture him, but it won't be easy. Master Hong Chang, I think it's alright if I only want the pelt of this brown bear? Hong Chang hesitated for 2 seconds. To be honest, the fur of the brown bear is extremely protective. Its most impressive feature is that it is impervious to water and fire, and contains the power of the earth. It's absolutely the essence of the entire brown bear. Su Chen actually wanted this fur, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. However, after hesitating for 2 seconds, he agreed. Alright, Master Su, since you've asked, of course I'll agree. From now on, Master Su will be a friend of my Spirit Alliance. It's just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. Hong Chang readily agreed. Given Su Chen's strength, he certainly wouldn't deserve such treatment from the Spirit Masters Alliance. But with Su Chen's talent, he is already enough to look down on the whole world. This gifted young man, barring any unforeseen circumstances during his growth, will surely be able to break through that barrier in the future. The Alliance of Spirit Masters should be on good terms with them. Just as everyone was harvesting the carcass of the brown bear, Gu Zhengwen walked out from not far away. Master Su. Gu Zhengwen looked at Su Chen with an embarrassed expression. There were 2 more boxes behind them. These materials were presented by the Gu family. I apologize for any offense I may have caused Master Su in the past. Su Chen looked at Gu Zhengwen at this moment, but didn't care at all. He never took Gu Zhengwen seriously from the beginning, let alone now. Hey, is a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken? Huang Xiong looked at Gu Zhengwen with a mocking expression. Didn't you say you were going to kill him? Why are you here apologizing? Looks like your Gu family isn't any good after all. Huang Xiong's words were like needles pricking me. Gu Zhengwen's face turned ashen, he wished he could slap Huang Xiong to death. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? He had just gone through a lot of internal struggle about how to get Su Chen's forgiveness. He dared to come over and apologize, but before Su Chen could even open his mouth, that old bastard Huang Xiong started putting poison on him. He. Gu Zhenwen gave an awkward laugh. I didn't know Master Su was so powerful before, it was all a misunderstanding. Su Chen glanced at him sideways. So the Gu family are also bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong? If I'm not strong, will they kill me? A murderous aura flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Gu Zhenwen was so frightened he almost wet his pants. Master Su! Keep it! An elderly man from the Gu family rushed over. He is a powerful expert at the early stage of the 6th rank. He looked at Su Chen with a trembling expression, but a smile on his face. Gu Zhenwen is a junior member of my Gu family. He is naturally ignorant and has offended you, Master Su, with his words. 1189, Chapter 1189, Handing over all valuables. On his behalf, I apologize to Master Su. The 6th level expert from the Gu family quickly clasped his hands in greeting. This kid dares to kill even the Su family and the people of Tianmen. What do the rest of the Gu family and everyone else present amount to? So now, Gu Jia has no choice but to apologize. If you want to apologize, show some remorse. Huang Xiong continued speaking. This feeling is indescribably amazing. He wasn't afraid of the Gu family on ordinary days. Although he couldn't do anything about the Gu family. But the Gu family also couldn't catch him. Now is the perfect time to mock the Gu family, and he certainly can't let this opportunity slip by. Besides, this can be considered as him indirectly venting his anger for Su Chen. Yes. Of course. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Gu Zhenwen. Offer your magical artifact to Master Su, and also hand over everything else you have on you. Gu Zhenwen's face twitched. This is an absolute ripoff. But what other choice did he have? You can only obey orders. Firstly, they couldn't disobey the old man's orders. Secondly, they dared not displease Su Chen. Master Su, please accept this and forgive my previous foolish behavior. Gu Zhenwen bowed and handed over everything he had previously possessed. There is also a luminous pearl among them. This is good stuff. Su Chen waved his hand and accepted everything. Get out. The two quickly nodded and stepped back to leave. Ha. When did those guys from the Gu family become such cowards? Huang Xiong laughed loudly. The Gu family heard these words clearly. But the Gu family dared not turn around and say anything. After all, Huang Xiong is now relying on his master's power. With Su Chen around, who dares to lay a hand on Huang Xiong? Brother Huang, please accept this. I think it's perfect for you. Su Chen threw the magical gauntlets that Gu Zhenwen had offered to Huang Xiong. Both Huang Xiong and Gu Zhenwen fight with their fists, and possessing a pair of good boxing gloves greatly enhances their strength. This is a perfect way to thank everyone for taking care of me along the way. What? No, I can't accept something so valuable. Huang Xiong quickly refused. The Gu family is, after all, a large and wealthy family. Even though Gu Zhenwen is only at the 5th level, the things he uses are definitely not ordinary. They are definitely much better than him, a homeless man. If we can accept it, why can't we? If Brother Huang has nowhere to go, come back to the Demon Sea with me. Huang Xiong frowned, somewhat hesitant. He was naturally accustomed to freedom. Let him settle down in one place, he might feel uncomfortable. I need to think about this some more, so please don't blame me. Huang Xiong gave 2 bitter laughs. Su Chen smiled too. It's okay, I understand. If you figured it out, you can come find me anytime. Huang Xiong nodded in agreement. I do need to go to the Demon Sea first, and then we'll meet up again. After leaving Gulf Island, I'm going to Longdu. Take good care of yourself, brother. Especially that heavenly gate. You killed Tianqing, the people of Tianmen will probably not let you go. Su Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Will Tianmen not let him go?
Would he really let Tianmen go? A large group of people left the Bay Island. Back at the seaside, the members of the four major families left one after another. Hongchang of the Spirit Alliance talked with Su Chen for a while. I still want to persuade Su Chen to join the Spirit Master Alliance. In this way, Tianmen would not dare to attack him. But Su Chen still refused. He doesn't want to rely on anyone for revenge. Unless he himself lacks the ability to take revenge. But the hatred in his heart will drive him to strive for a height that surpasses even the heavenly gate. We'll trample the entire heavenly gate under our feet. Well, in that case, I won't insist. 1190, Chapter 1190 The Su Family's Decision. However, if you need assistance in the future, our Spirit Master Alliance will provide some help. Hongchang made a promise. He knew that if it weren't for Su Chen's help, his Spirit Alliance might have been outmaneuvered by the Heavenly Gate. This can be considered a favor he owes Su Chen. Even the Spirit Master Alliance, led by Tianmen, couldn't fully support Su Chen in his fight. But it's still possible to get it done with a little help. Su Chen nodded. In that case, I'll thank Master Hongchang in advance. Perhaps I'll need his help in the future. Su Chen accepted the favor with a smile. As one of the most powerful forces, how could he possibly refuse such a huge favor? After the members of the Spirit Alliance left, only Su Chen and Huang Xiong remained. The two of them went out to sea together, and Huang Xiong kept asking Su Chen about his relationship with the Su family along the way. But Su Chen didn't say much about it. His affair with the Su family is so complicated that it would take 3 days and 3 nights to explain. Huang Xiong could also see the anger in Su Chen's heart. They must have a deep-seated hatred for the Su family. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have been so decisive in attacking Su Mang of the Su family when they were in the forest. At this moment, Su Mang used a secret technique to teleport thousands of miles away. They've returned to the Su family. He was covered in blood and was seriously injured. All the key figures in the family gathered together. Rebellious son. That utterly wicked and rebellious son. We must kill him to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, he will be the biggest hidden danger to my Su family. Su Mang steadied his breathing, sealed his blood vessels, and roared angrily. Su Tianyuan was also present. He had already heard about the second elder's fight with Su Chen. As a father, he was equally shocked. He never expected that Su Chen, as a member of his Su family, would have grown to this extent. At just over 20 years old, he already possessed strength comparable to a peak 6th-tier cultivator. Such strength would place them among the top in the entire Su family. He even wondered what would have happened if he had been properly nurtured back then. If the elders hadn't joined forces to drive Su Chen's mother, Zhou Jingzhu, out of the house back then. Su Chen's current achievements belong to the Su family. Master, you must give the order regarding this matter as soon as possible. There's no time to lose. Su Mang glared fiercely at Su Tianyuan. The second brother is right. This child is too talented. If he is allowed to grow up, the Su family will never have peace. The Grand Elder has spoken. He was second only to Su Tianyuan in the entire Su family. The Su family has a peak 8th tier expert. I thought it was the early stage of the 8th rank. And this peak 8th tier cultivator was none other than Su Chen's father, Su Tianyuan. At the early stage of the 8th rank, one becomes the Grand Elder in the Elder's seat. Next is the 4th Elder, who has reached the 7th level of strength. Then there's the 2nd Elder, a 6th level advanced cultivator. It can be said that the Su family's power is quite formidable, which is why they have stood firm in Dragon City for 100 years. You're not still thinking about your father-son relationship, are you? Didn't you see how decisive and ruthless he was? He will absolutely not let the Su family off the hook, and he will absolutely not show any mercy to you, his father. The 2nd Elder spoke harshly. He was the one facing Su Chen, so of course he knew how decisive Su Chen was in his actions. It was a long-suppressed anger. That's why Su Chen used all his trump cards when he used the secret technique, intending to take his life. Tianyuan, there's no need to hesitate. If you hesitate any longer,
his rise will lead to the destruction of the Su family. The only way is to kill him now. I think the Tianmen faction will also take action against him. 1191, Chapter 1191 The Su Family Army. Now we must join forces with Tianmen and nip him in the bud before he can pose a threat to either of us. Su Tianyuan frowned. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Because of the opinions of the elders, he had already forced the mother and son out of the Su family. This caused the mother and son to live a life of hardship and displacement. Do you still want him to kill his own son? Tianyuan, what are you still hesitating for? The Grand Elder pressed on relentlessly. Enough! Su Tianyuan roared. Now you know you're in a hurry? With his extraordinary talent, his current achievements could easily belong to the Su family. With his talent and his current rate of growth, our Su family might have become the third largest super organization in the world. And you have not only not regretted your decision at all. On the contrary, they want to exterminate them all. Su Tianyuan spoke his mind in anger. The first elder and the second elder were instantly speechless. Although they were very anxious, Su Tianyuan was absolutely right. If they had taken a longer-term view back then, with Su Chen's talent, he might have really become the third super organization. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly. Tianyuan. Nothing you say now will help. Now, we can only try to eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible. The operation of a family business is similar to investing. There are risks and rewards, gains and losses. Calculation errors are inevitable. Su Tianyuan found this somewhat amusing. How could they say such high-sounding words? Tianyuan, since you refuse, we will have no choice but to decide by a vote at the Elders' Council. Su Tianyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Council of Elders? He has 5 votes. The Elders' Council has 5 votes. If the elders unanimously approve, then we must obey the elders. If one of the elders sides with him, then they must listen to him. But he knew that the elders' thoughts and opinions were unified on the matter of Su Chen and his mother. No one will side with him. I didn't before, and I don't now. It will be even less likely in the future. Because Su Chen revealed his absolutely powerful talent. Elder, you decide this matter yourself, I will no longer be involved. Su Tianyuan waved and left. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the second elder's injuries. For him, provoking Su Chen and suffering such serious injuries was entirely his own fault. But the elders have a rule. Those whose strength is below the 4th rank will be kicked out of the Elders' Council. Given the second elder's current situation, being kicked out of the Elders' Council is inevitable. At that time, the selection of elders will be his opportunity. Nowadays, the elders' seats in the Su family are almost all filled by the eldest elders people. Su Tianyuan is ostensibly the head of the family. But 5 years ago, after he protected Su Chen and his mother once, he was gradually sidelined. The Presbyterian Church is showing a one-sided trend. Watching Su Tianyuan leave, the first elder and the second elder exchanged a glance. Su family army, listen to my command. Head to the Demon Sea, capture that rebellious son Su Chen, and bring him to justice, dead or alive. The Su family army is also the Su family's elite force. The entire team consists of experts around the 3rd tier. A total of 50 people are required. But there are a total of 10 branches. No team has 10 people. It's somewhat similar to the Pan family's secret team. But the Pan family's secret team is far inferior to the Su family army. Because among the 10 people, there is also a 5th level group leader, and each group has its own unique formation. Even a 6th tier expert is no match for them. 1192, Chapter 1192 The Weapon Refiner. It can be said to be the Su family's true ace team. Su Tianyuan overheard the Grand Elder's arrangements from the doorway. Send out the Su family army. It seems this elder really wants to kill Su Chen. After Su Chen and his companion arrived in Zhengzhou, they parted ways. Su Chen returns to the Demon Sea, Huang Xiong goes to the Dragon Capital. Brother Su, I'll come looking for you again then, so you'll have to introduce me to Emperor Su. After Huang Xiong finished speaking, he jumped onto the boat. Su Chen wanted to say something more, but Huang Xiong had already entered the cabin. He had previously told Huang Xiong that he was the heavenly Emperor Su. But Huang Xiong simply didn't believe it. He also said that Emperor Su was definitely not as strong as him, nor as young. Su Chen was utterly speechless and could only manage a wry smile. The Hai family's plane is still waiting for Su Chen at the dock. For the 2 days he was away, Hai Shashan stayed nearby the whole time. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Hai Shashan hurriedly came to greet him. Big brother, I almost came looking for you, are you alright? Hai Shashan looked at Su Chen with some concern. When they dropped Su Chen off at sea, they turned around and saw a helicopter explode. Clearly, the island is fraught with countless dangers. So he's been on tenterhooks these past 2 days because he hasn't seen Su Chen. But he didn't go to the island easily. After all, if even Su Chen, with his strength, is in danger, then for him to go up there would be nothing short of suicide. What, you don't believe me? Su Chen smiled. No way, brother, your strength is unparalleled. If something had happened to you, how could so many people have survived on the island? Hai Shashan laughed out loud twice. Bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, the two boarded the plane. It was already dark when we returned to the Demon Sea. Jinsong told Su Chen that there were obvious unusual movements on the island. Clearly, there are other ferocious beasts. Su Chen also opened his phone and observed it for a long time. Unfortunately, there was no sign of anything happening, so we had to give up in the end. Having obtained nearly 7th-tier dragon blood, the harvest is definitely not small. And it also has the fur of a brown bear. He planned to use these furs to forge several pieces of armor. The Su family must know his identity and strength now. If I'm not mistaken, they will definitely come to deal with him. He wasn't worried at all if it was just about dealing with him. The Su family and the scoundrels of Tianmen have already gotten used to it. He wasn't worried about himself, but about his mother, Wang Wenlan. Even though Wang Wenlan is not his biological mother. But just like what Tianqing said before he died, if you can't deal with him, then deal with his family and friends. He was, of course, very worried that these two groups would turn against his friends. The day after the brown bear pelts were cut, he helped Jinsong find the best weapon refiner in the entire Demon Sea. Refiners are extremely rare in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even fewer than alchemists. Because the demand for weapons is not as high as that for alchemists. But this does not mean that weapon refiners have a low status. In some respects, weapon refiners are even more prestigious than alchemists. Some weapon refiners who have attained spiritual power can forge extremely powerful spiritual weapons. For a powerful person, a magical artifact can change too many things. For example, the difference in their level of understanding. For example, the difference in strength. In the entire Demon Sea, there is only one weapon refiner who has entered the spirit realm. He is said to be a down-on-his-luck weapon refiner who moved from Dragon City to the Demon Sea. People with eccentric tempers only accept orders when they're in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, just kick the person out. The key issue is that the other party has no way to deal with it, because there is a third-tier expert by the side of that weapon refiner. Su Chen carried his belongings and entered the house according to the address given by Jinsong. There are also 2 metal lions at the entrance. Su Chen looked at the 2 lions with some surprise. 1193, Chapter 1193 The Strange Old Man. These 2 iron lions actually contain traces of spiritual power. Moreover, spiritual energy circulates throughout the entire body. The iron lion's eyes became lifelike, as if they could move. After taking a second look, Su Chen smiled. I see. It seems this weapon refining master has some skills. He walked over with Hai Shashan. There was no one blocking the entrance. Big brother, I have a feeling that someone is watching us from the shadows. Hai Shashan looked around. But there wasn't a single person in sight. Of course, aren't the two iron lions obvious enough? Hai Xiaoshan looked at the iron lion, puzzled. Isn't this made of iron? It's just an inanimate object. Su Chen wasn't joking. A visit to Master Li, the weapon refiner. Su Chen stepped through the door and bowed with clasped hands. There was no response from inside for a long time. Brother, why don't I go in and take a look? Maybe the person is inside. As Hai Xiaoshan was about to rush in, Su Chen grabbed him. If no one comes out, we won't go in, we'll stay here. Hai Xiaoshan was confused. But since Su Chen had already said that, he didn't move forward. The two of them stood at the door for about half an hour. Hai Xiaoshan really couldn't understand it. In the entire Demon Sea today, who was worthy of such respect from Su Chen? Anyone else would have already rushed out to greet them. Young man, that old guy inside does have some skill. I'm just not popular, so I don't get any business. You've been standing here for so long, you should go back. No, it's so hot, it's really uncomfortable. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared at the door. She kindly reminded Su Chen. Hai Xiaoshan got furious when he heard that. Oh, so someone's home. You made my older brother wait for so long, do you even know who my older brother is? Hai Xiaoshan shouted loudly. He looked like he was about to make a move if we didn't come out soon. Shut up! Su Chen shouted coldly. Turn around and look at the old woman. Thank you so much, ma'am, we'll wait a little longer, it's alright. After saying that, he continued to stand still. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Chen, the old woman could only sigh and leave. Don't be so impulsive, acting like a scoundrel. Seeing that Hai Xiaoshan was about to burst out laughing, Su Chen said seriously. Hai Xiaoshan had no choice but to settle down. Although I don't understand why Su Chen has to wait so humbly. But Su Chen is the eldest brother, so he can only do what he's told. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, an old man staggered out of the house. His face remained expressionless and he was completely calm. He yawned and waved to Su Chen and the other person. Let's go, let's go. I'm not in the mood today, you're disturbing my nap. He was yawning even as he was talking. You. Hai Xiaoshan's temper flared up instantly. This old man made them wait for so long and didn't even say anything. Once they're out, you should chase them away. When has the Hai family ever suffered such humiliation in this Demon Sea? Master Li, I've come to ask you for a favor. After saying that, Su Chen took out a brown bear pelt. When Master Li saw this, his eyes lit up. What? He walked down quickly. Clearly, the brown bear fur had caught his attention. The pelt of a 5th-tier earth brown bear? He looked at Su Chen and asked softly. Su Chen nodded. Master Li has a discerning eye. I'd like to use this to have Master Li make a few suits of armor, is that possible? Upon hearing this, Master Li immediately put down the fur and shook his head. No way, this old man has no such intention. This stuff is definitely a good thing. But it's too mentally taxing, I don't have the energy for that. 1194, Chapter 1194 Unfulfillable Conditions. After saying that, Master Li turned around and prepared to leave. What do you mean by that, Master Li? If it's about the price, you can name your price. I can afford to pay tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Master Li was surprised by Su Chen's offer. Hundreds of billions? Don't even mention the Demon Sea. Even the 4 major families of Longdu probably wouldn't have such a grand gesture. For Su Chen, money was simply something that could get others to talk to him. It's just a bunch of numbers. He has many ways to make money. If you're willing, hundreds of billions of dollars are no problem at all. Money? Heh, young man, talking about money is vulgar. Master Li sneered. Clearly, they didn't care about the money. Some things can be bought with money, but there are too many things that money can't solve. It's no use talking to guys like you. It's so sunny here, let's not stand here anymore, let's go back. The old man started walking again. Those last two sentences have a hidden meaning. Master Li, please tell me what you need, and I, Su Chen, will certainly satisfy you. Master Li stopped in his tracks. Satisfy? How dare you boast? What I need, not to mention you, even the Su family of Longdu might not be able to satisfy me. I know you must be the heavenly Emperor Su. You also know that Wanyao Company belongs to you. But even so, it's impossible to meet my conditions. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. What exactly does this old man need? Knowing his identity, how could he say such a thing? Speak freely. If I cannot fulfill your request, I will not disturb you, master. Su Chen still refused to give up. After all, there are very few good weapon refining masters. The Master Li in front of us is an absolute master of weapon crafting, priceless. In the entire Dragon City, there are probably not many people who are stronger than the master in front of us. In the entire Demon Sea, it's estimated that there's no second person like him. Ha ha ha. Stubborn. However, I like it. Since that's the case, I'll state my conditions. If you can meet them, I'll agree. After saying that, Master Li ran back into the house. Su Chen and his companion walked to the table and chairs and sat down. In short, it was Master Li who finally spoke. Whether it will work out depends on the conditions proposed by Master Li. You are the owner of Wanyao Company, so you should know about elixirs. Then take a look at this. Master Li opened the box in his hand. There was a note inside. Su Chen opened it with a puzzled look. The note contained a list of medicinal herbs. This is a pill for spiritual cultivation. Su Chen frowned. So that's what Master Li wanted. Yes, I don't have many conditions, just one. If you can refine the pill shown above, I will refine this brown bear pelt for you for free. And I guarantee it's absolutely the best quality I've ever possessed. Su Chen smiled. Are there any other requirements? Su Chen asked. Master Li shook his head. So, have you given up yet? Su Chen didn't say anything first, but stood up. It's just a spirit elixir, what's so difficult about that? I don't have the medicinal herbs. Since Master Li wants this pill, he should have the herbs himself, right? Master Li was greatly surprised. Su Chen spoke of it so casually. Kid, I know you have some reputation, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to make Wanyao Company so successful. But sometimes you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This is a spirit entering pill, even dragons wouldn't be able to refine more than 3 people. This is also the dilemma he's facing. That's why he thought Su Chen couldn't possibly meet the requirements. 1195, Chapter 1195 Blood Coagulation Pill. Those 3 from Longdu. 2 of them harbored a grudge against him. The other person's requirements were too high, so they simply refused to let him refine it. It was precisely because of this, along with some external factors, that he moved to the Demon Sea. Firstly, to seek opportunities. Secondly, it also keeps me away from those people in Longdu. The fact that Dragon City is deserted does not mean that Demon Sea is deserted. If you have the materials, refining it isn't difficult. Su Chen said with absolute certainty. Master Li frowned deeply. Su Chen has quite a reputation in the Demon Sea. But he didn't know whether he should believe it or not. What, Master Li, do you still have any concerns? Master Li shook his head. Alright, since that's the case, I'll trust you this once. Anyway, you're the owner of Wanyao Company, so I'm not afraid you'll run away. I have the medicinal herbs. Give me the brown bear pelt, and I'll give you the ingredients for the elixir. Su Chen took out the fur without any hesitation. They clearly believe in Master Li completely. Seeing this, Master Li did not hesitate and brought out all the ingredients for the elixir. This is enough for 2 meals. The refining process can only be successful twice. If we fail more than twice, we probably won't be able to collect the materials anywhere in the world. Su Chen nodded. Each pill imbued with spiritual energy is extremely valuable. The materials are extremely rare and expensive. Some of the medicinal herbs were so unfamiliar that I'd never even heard of them, let alone know how to prepare them. Take, for example, the blood of a true dragon. I only know about dragons, but has anyone actually seen one? Therefore, any pills made from true dragon blood are completely fictitious. Alright, I will certainly live up to Master Li's expectations. Su Chen was full of confidence. For him, 2 times is enough. As his strength increased, his spiritual power also increased slightly. His alchemy skills have naturally improved compared to before. The pills that infuse spiritual energy are difficult to obtain, but they are not out of reach for him. I just glanced at the medicinal herbs. If he puts all his effort into refining them, the success rate is definitely 70%. 2 doses of medicinal herbs are enough for him to succeed once. You might even succeed on your first try. Get out of here, I want to study this fur properly. After saying that, Master Li left with the brown bear pelt, clearly delighted with it. Su Chen's face twitched. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Even if he hadn't agreed to refine the pills, Master Li would probably have at least refined his fur. This old man is just playing hard to get, he wants to provoke me. I've spent my whole life playing with birds, and today I got pecked in the eye by an eagle. However, Master Li is at least in his 60s or 70s. He was outsmarted by this old fogey, so his defeat was not unjust. Brother, what exactly is this pill? Judging from that old guy's appearance, is this pill very difficult to refine? Su Chen nodded. He's right, there aren't many people who can refine dragons. Because this pill is called the blood clotting pill. It can preserve the body of the deceased, preventing it from decaying for 10,000 years. It might even be able to nourish the vital energy, and one day it might even revitalize the body. Su Chen's words almost made Hai Xiaoshan's jaw drop. The condition of preserving a physical body from decay for 10,000 years is not surprising enough. But the last 2 conditions are just too outrageous. Of course, if that happens, it's absolutely 1 in 10,000. It must be done under extremely demanding conditions. There's probably no place like that in the whole world, so the latter 2 conditions are difficult to meet. Hai Xiaoshan is still savoring the memory. He knew that even if it was difficult to accomplish, it would probably be something that many people would pursue. After all, having hope is better than having no hope. 1196, Chapter 1196 Spirit Level Storage Bottle. The elixir of spiritual essence cannot be obtained simply by wishing for success. To obtain a spiritual elixir, one needs not only powerful alchemy skills. An extremely quiet environment is also required. An area is rich in spiritual energy. It just so happens that Pan Xianqing's alchemy furnace was moved to the Lu family's place. The Lu family herb garden is a truly unique place. Using many top-grade medicinal herbs, the spiritual energy is inexhaustible. It is of great help in refining this elixir. He sent Hai Xiaoshan back to the Hai family home and notified the covert team to protect his family and friends. We are also keeping a close eye on the situation in Jinsong. If anyone from the Su family or Tianmen appears, send someone to notify him immediately. He must hurry up and refine the blood coagulation pill. Master Li, the blacksmith, clearly needed to see the blood coagulation pill before he would forge the brown bear pelt into armor. With armor, the safety of my family is also guaranteed. Upon arriving at the Lu family, Su Chen gave instructions to the entire Lu family. Go on high alert. A number of spirits guard the surrounding area. With the help of Su Chen's breakthrough pill, Lu Xuanhu has also reached the land immortal realm. Su Chen then gave them spirit-breaking pills. Both Lu Xuanhu and Lu Weishan are of mediocre talent. Relying on his own talent, he will find it difficult to reach the spirit level in this lifetime. Therefore, they no longer care about the fundamental issues. Being able to help them reach the spirit level through elixirs would be an immense blessing for them. As soon as Su Chen entered the Lu family's villa, Lu Xuanhu announced that the entire Lu family would revolve around the medicine garden. Everyone must move 50 meters away from the herb garden, no one is allowed to approach. Otherwise, no matter the reason, killed on the spot. With this order in place, naturally no one dared to approach even a fraction of a step closer. At the same time, Suchen was also protected inside. It was completely packed inside and out. Suchen took out the medicinal herbs from Master Li the blacksmith and began to nourish them with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This will allow for better smelting. At the same time, the success rate will increase significantly after the medicinal herbs absorb enough spiritual energy. It took him 2 days just to warm and nourish it. The extremely precious medicinal herbs at No 13 Middle School have now been nurtured to a vibrant state. Some even sway their branches and leaves on their own. It's like a living organism. These are all medicinal herbs that can be imbued with spiritual energy. Because of prolonged storage, it has lost most of its spiritual essence. Otherwise, for such a high-grade medicinal material, it already possesses a certain degree of wisdom. In addition, Suchen's method of nurturing was very gentle, and the medicinal herbs enjoyed it very much, so they had no intention of running away. Of course, even if they wanted to escape, it would be too late. Under Suchen's watchful eye, who could escape? The warming process is complete. Suchen prepared to refine the medicinal herbs, first purifying them one by one. Unlike other 8th and 9th tier pills, this one can be purified and condensed in one go. This spirit-enhancing elixir is far superior to ordinary elixirs. It must be purified step by step, and the elixir condensed step by step. While ensuring the medicinal properties are neutralized, it is also necessary to maintain the strongest medicinal effect of each ingredient. It took him a whole day just to refine the first medicinal herb. Of course, this was during his testing of the water temperature. After mastering the heat control, the second and third methods took another day. The speed increased rapidly afterward. The 4th through 7th rounds were completed in just 1 day. The last 7th through 12th rounds took 2 days. It's hard at the beginning, and it's hard at the end. It took him 4 days just to refine it. Rest and recuperate for 2 days. Before the core had even solidified, a week had already passed. Suchen placed the refined medicinal liquid into a special glass bottle. This glass bottle was given to him by Master Li, the master blacksmith. They say he has already reached the level of spiritual entry. 1197, Chapter 1197 Crisis has arrived. A true spiritual artifact storage bottle. This bottle alone can withstand a full-force attack from a spirit-level expert. Impervious to water and fire, unchanging in all laws. Don't underestimate this small storage bottle. Very few people are capable of forging such skills. Because it's already quite remarkable that ordinary storage bottles can reach the 8th or 9th level of quality. Reaching the level of spiritual attainment is extremely rare. It's like the existence of a spirit-level martial artist and a spirit-level alchemist. Storage bottles can't compare to offensive magical artifacts. But everything can survive. The things stored inside will remain unchanged for 10,000 years. The stored pills can also be guaranteed to be 100% intact. An 8th order storage bottle cannot do this. After storing the medicinal liquid in a storage bottle, he prepared for the next step of condensing the pill. The extraction process alone took a week. Condensing the elixir will definitely require even more mental and physical effort. Moreover, condensing the elixir is more difficult than refining it. Refining rarely fails, and the failure rate is not very high. However, the failure rate of condensing the elixir will increase exponentially. Because the medicinal effects of some herbs can interact with each other. To successfully condense a pill, it takes more than just the alchemist's skill and level of expertise. At the same time, luck also played a large part. The right timing, the right location, and the right people all matter. Therefore, extraction is only the first step, and only the beginning. Condensing the elixir is the most difficult part. Without thorough preparation, blindly attempting to condense the elixir will only end in failure. Su Chen planned to rest for 2 days and wait until he was in peak condition before starting again. But when he walked out of the herb garden, Lu Xuanhu was kneeling on the ground, his face extremely pale. "Mr. Su, you're finally out." Su Chen has been quietly staying in the herb garden for the past 2 days, completely unaware of what's happening outside. Seeing Lu Xuanhu's appearance, he immediately frowned. "What happened?" Su Chen asked in a cold voice. Lu Xuanhu then reported the events of the past 2 days truthfully. 2 days ago, an unknown powerful figure appeared and forcibly tried to break into the Lu family. They said they were going to take Su Chen away. Dozens of powerful individuals arrived at once. They are all at the spirit level. Fan Batian, Zhou Huang, Hai Shaoshan, Zhao Di and others also met the enemy. But the opponent was too strong, they were no match for them at all. Fortunately, there was a large formation left behind by Su Chen. With the help of the covert team, they barely managed to hold on for the last 2 days. In order not to disturb Su Chen's seclusion, everyone refrained from disturbing him in the slightest. But they also know very well. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before they break in. So they were all praying that Su Chen would finish his seclusion soon. With Su Chen around, those people definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Su Chen frowned. The secret team and Zhao Di's group are no match for them. Clearly, it's either the power of Tianmen or the Su family. It seems those people finally made their move. Where are they? Lu Xuanhu pointed outside. The covert team and Mr. Zhou are holding them off outside. Su Chen looked outside the Lu family compound and indeed sensed the atmosphere of battle. And the military was also issuing warnings. Sure, Xiao Wang is outside too. He is the head of the Demon Sea City and also on Su Chen's side. At this point, there's no way to back down. His presence did indeed greatly hinder the actions of the Su family army. Otherwise, if all the Su family army members who came this time were to take action, the Lu family probably won't last even half a quarter of an hour. It was precisely because the army was here that the Su family army did not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, it would be an open provocation against the country. That would undoubtedly be suicidal. Even with Sher Xiao Wang around, these people alone certainly couldn't hold out for long. For example, right now, Zhao Di, the strongest fighter on the scene, is already seriously injured. Their strength at the mid-stage of the third tier was utterly insignificant in the face of the Su family army. 1198, Chapter 1198. Whose law is this? The only option is to unite with others and fight back. Even Zhao Di was no match for him, let alone Zhou Huang and his group. It's over. The Su family's patience has its limits. Sure, Xiao Wang, you blindly help your rebellious son Chong Suchen, and in the end your fate will only be worse than his. This time, the Su family army is led by the 7th elder. The 7th elder is considered the lowest-ranking member of the Su family. Peak of the 4th tier. But on the scene, he was indeed the strongest. Sure, Xiao Wang was extremely shocked when he met the 7th elder of the Su family. Why did the Su family of Longdu get involved? Elder Su, this is the Demon Sea, why are you acting like this? If something serious happens in my Demon Sea, I, Sure Xiao Wang, will naturally be unable to explain myself. Can't we wait until he leaves the Demon Sea to discuss anything? Could you please give me some face? The 7th elder of the Su family snorted coldly. Snort! Who do you think you are, to give you face? Besides, I've already given you the face you deserved. Otherwise, do you think a mere third-tier expert, along with people like you, could withstand the Su family army? Sure, Xiao Wan's expression changed drastically. Su family army. It seems his guess was wrong yesterday. From the very beginning, he had a premonition that the people sent by the Su family were not simple. It might be the Su family's ace team. How exactly did Su Chen offend the Su family? The fact that the Su family has dispatched their army suggests that they are serious this time. Get out of here right now, or everyone here will be in trouble. Total annihilation. The seventh elder issued a final announcement. Su's army is also ready to launch a killing operation at any time. As long as Elder Su gives the order. Everyone present was killed. What arrogance! Inside the house, Su Chen slowly walked out. Su Yue. Didn't that old bastard Su Mang tell you my background? You dare to come looking for me with just this few men? Su Chen sneered. Dozens of Su family soldiers. If these people join forces, even a fifth-tier expert probably wouldn't be able to withstand them. Even with Su Yue included, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw against a fifth-tier opponent. Do you think these people alone can deal with him? Isn't this just wishful thinking? Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Su Yue smiled. What I'm afraid of is that Su Chen won't show up. What do you think? It's been a long wait for you. Su Yue clapped his hands. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared in the woods some distance from the Lu family's residence. Now that you've shown up, don't even think about leaving alive today. Come back to the Su family with me and face justice. Su Yue roared. Dozens of murderous auras soared into the sky. The rest of the people were already trembling with fear. After all, this aura, when condensed, can even pose a threat to a sixth-tier cultivator. The strongest among them were only at the third or fourth rank, and they couldn't withstand such immense pressure at all. Su Chen remained completely calm. Submit to the law? Submit to what law? Is it the law of the king, or the law of your Su family? If this is the law of your Su family, then I will overturn it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Let's make our move before I warm up. But life and death are irrelevant, even if your entire Su family army is wiped out today. Su Chen did indeed have this plan. The Su family army is far too important to the Su family. If we can wipe out the Su family army at this time, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the Su family. It will also make it easier for him to deal with the Su family in the future. It's easier said than done. The Su family army's strength is comparable to that of experts at the 6th rank or above. And this is even before everyone has arrived. It is said that the Su family army has a total of exactly 100 people. With 100 people gathered, they could pose a threat to an 8th-tier powerhouse. The one leading the group was the Su family's eldest elder. 1199, Chapter 1199 Pay with your life. The Su family's eldest elder already possessed the strength of an 8th-level expert. In addition to the Su family army as a whole, they should be able to handle even a 9th-tier opponent. If it weren't for this trump card, why would the Su family be able to become the head of the 4 major families? Their power is second only to the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance. It's because the Su family possesses a trump card that no other power has. Ha ha ha. The 7th elder suddenly burst into laughter. You're being far too arrogant, kid. As a member of the Su family. Don't you know the strength of the Su family army? They think they can be arrogant with the Su family army just because they can seriously injure the 2nd elder. Upon hearing this, everyone present stared at Su Chen in astonishment. They all knew that Su Chen's surname was Su and that he was self-made. I've never heard of Su Chen having any connection with the Su family of Longdu. Now, the 7th elder of the Su family is actually saying that Su Chen is related to the Su family. But since Su Chen is a member of the Su family, why would the Su family send out the Su family army? It looks like they might even kill Su Chen. You must know that Su Chen's talent is unparalleled in the entire Great Xia dynasty. The Su family has such a gifted prodigy, shouldn't they be keeping him as a pet? The Su family? Is the Su family a suitable match? The Su family elders are all bad. We failed to kill that old bastard Su Mang last time. You'll pay for this with your life today. Su Chen took a step forward. The surrounding area was covered with traces of lightning. He knew how powerful the Su family army was, so he had to strike first. The first mover can seize the initiative. With his current strength, if he attacks with all his might, the Su family army, caught off guard, will not be able to dodge completely. The lightning that struck the area instantly caused everyone around to retreat. Anyone who came into contact with that lightning would at least be paralyzed. Su Yue suddenly saw Su Chen standing in front of him. His expression changed drastically in an instant. That kid's speed is just too fast. Surround and wipe him out. Su Yue quickly stepped back. At first, I heard Su Mang say that Su Chen's strength was already comparable to the peak of the 6th rank. He was still somewhat skeptical at the time. I think Su Mang was just making excuses for his failure. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Even though he was at the peak of the 4th rank, he still couldn't quite see through Su Chen at this moment. He could barely hold his own against a 5th-tier expert. After all, as a member of the Su family, how could they not have any trump cards up their sleeve? But Su Chen's burst of power left him feeling powerless. You're only realizing it now? Too late. Su Chen grabbed Su Yue by the neck. They managed to bring Su Yue back. What do you want to do? With his trachea being pinched, Su Yue managed to speak with some difficulty. I am the 7th elder of the Su family. How dare you, you unfilial son, kill me? If you kill me, you will be committing a heinous crime. Su Yue remained the same arrogant and condescending person even until his death. Su Chen would never forget the scene when her mother was kicked out of the Su family by the elders. I will never forget the humiliation Su Yue, as the last elder, inflicted on his mother. What treasonous talk! It's utterly insignificant compared to his current hatred. And when did he ever say he was a member of the Su family? Now, he is the enemy of the Su family. An enemy for all eternity. You haven't forgotten how you beat and kicked my mother back then, have you? Now it's time for you to pay the price. A bloodthirsty sword appeared in Su Chen's other hand. Without any hesitation, he plunged the bloodthirsty sword into Su Yue's body. You are the weakest in the Elders' Council. Starting with you, I will dismantle the Su family Elders' Council step by step. Then destroy the entire Su family. No one can escape. 1200, Chapter 1200 Shi Xiao Wan's Dilemma. Su Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he didn't hesitate at all. No, don't kill. The bloodthirsty sword inside his abdomen mercilessly drained his life force. He had absolutely no chance to resist. Su Chen wouldn't let him die so easily. He would let the bloodthirsty sword drain his life essence, causing him to be completely exhausted and die. They crippled Su Yue and threw him on the ground, only death awaited him. And you? Should we all come at once, or one at a time? Su Chen looked at the Su family army. Now that the strongest member, Su Yue, has been crippled, the Su family army poses no threat to him. But he also had no intention of letting the Su family army go. Because the Su family army is a unified whole. Letting him go back will only pose a threat to him in the future. So even if the Su family army is afraid and stops going forward, he will not let these people leave safely. All spirits and above, heed my command. Leave no one alive. After Su Chen gave the order, Zhao Di and the others rushed forward. But how could they possibly be a match for the Su family army? They could only barely manage to join forces and hold off a portion of the Su family army. In the end, it was still Su Chen himself who controlled the battle. Zhao Di managed to kill one person even after giving it his all. The rest were all killed by Su Chen. When it was all over, the scene was soaked in blood. Everyone felt fear as they looked into Su Chen's bloodshot eyes. They had rarely seen Su Chen harbor such murderous intent. After all, Su Chen had always appeared very calm in their eyes. Especially Zhao Di. Su Chen has always been a very cold person. Why did my emotions change so drastically this time? Shi Xiao Wang frowned. What should ye do now? After all, so many members of the Su family fell in the Demon Sea. If the Su family comes looking for trouble, he won't be able to explain himself. He can't afford to offend Su Chen. He also couldn't afford to offend the Su family. As the mayor, should he hold Su Chen accountable, or should he conceal the truth of the matter? He was caught in a dilemma. Su Chen could also see the pain in Shi Xiaowang's heart. Mayor, you don't need to be in a difficult position. Just be frank with the Su family. If there are any problems, let them come to me. I remember your kindness in helping me defend against them. After hearing Su Chen's words, Shi Xiaowang smiled helplessly. Compared to Zhao Di and Zhou Huang, he doesn't entirely belong to Su Chen's camp. He was simply making the decision that he was supposed to make on the spot, as the mayor. He had tried to stop Su Chen from killing the Su family members earlier. But will Su Chen listen to his advice? So even if he tried to dissuade him, it was no use. But now that Su Chen had said that, he felt relieved. Su Chen simply wouldn't make things difficult for him when the Su family questioned him. In this way, he will have a way to deal with the Su family when they come to question him. Have someone clean up the scene. The rest of you, bring my family to the Lu family's house. From this day forward, wherever I am, that place will be the core. Everyone must participate in protecting my family and friends. Su Chen also knew that this matter was of great importance. He and the Su family are likely destined to clash soon. He originally planned to wait a while longer. After all, the Su family is large and powerful. It's absolutely not the right time to take action. But because they let Su Meng escape back then. This has led to the exposure of his current strength and whereabouts. So much so that we had to start the war ahead of schedule. This is also a problem that's giving him a headache. If it were someone else, perhaps he wouldn't be so anxious. But that's the Su family after all. Given his current condition, it is still difficult for him to cope. Self-preservation is of course no problem. If he wants to run away, no one in the Su family can find him. Chapter 1201 Tier 6 Defensive Armor. But he still has friends and family around him. This left him with nowhere to escape. Facing the Su family in this situation would undoubtedly expose all their weaknesses. But he had no other choice. What he needs to do now is to empower his family and friends to protect themselves. At the same time, we should help the reliable people around us improve their abilities as soon as possible. At least they can barely hold off the Su family's attack. Unlike this time, when facing the Su family army, we can only fight to the death. Meanwhile, the refining of the blood coagulation pill seems to be of utmost urgency. The next day, he took the refined medicinal liquid to Master Li, the blacksmith. He is studying brown bear fur and is forging it. He wasn't too shocked to see the medicinal liquid that Su Chen had refined. Extraction is simple. Condensation is difficult. If even refining Su Chen's essence can go wrong, then there's no point in trying to condense it. Su Chen's successful extraction is only 1/3 of the way to success. Successful refining depends on the final condensation of the elixir. Your brown bear fur is absolutely exquisite. And it's a ground brown bear, the epitome of brown bears. Possesses the power of the earth. Extremely strong defense. If nothing unexpected happens, I might be able to forge a top-grade level 6 defensive armor. The wearer can withstand even a full-force attack from a 6th-tier expert. Master Li, the blacksmith, exclaimed excitedly. That's because we want to maximize the effect of the fur. That's why he spent so long researching it. Otherwise, he would have already forged a level 5 armor at will. But is that what he wants? Or is that his peak level? If you don't make a move, then you don't. Once he makes a move, he will give it his all. Su Chen was also startled. Its defenses were indeed very strong when we were dealing with the giant brown bear. With the earth brown bear's formidable strength, its defense has reached the peak of the 6th tier. I never expected that Master Li could make this fur exert its full power. Such forging ability. Just who is this Master Li, the blacksmith? There are very few people who are as confident as a dragon. Moreover, each of them is a renowned forging master in the Great Xia dynasty. He had never heard of Master Li the forging master. Kid, I can guarantee that these 3 pieces of armor of yours will reach the peak level. But my elixir didn't disappoint me. Master Li, the blacksmith, gave a wry smile. He had placed all his hopes on Su Chen. If Su Chen can really refine the blood coagulation pill, even if he had to use all his knowledge, he would not let down the brown bear pelt that Su Chen had given him. But what if Su Chen fails? Then he would destroy the fur himself. Su Chen patted his chest. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. But you must have a huge effect using the blood clotting pill. To be honest, I also need the blood clotting pill, so neither of us can afford to fail. When he saw the formula for the blood clotting pill, his hands were actually trembling. Because he knew his chance had come. That's why he was so careful when refining medicinal herbs. He's willing to give anything if he can succeed. It can be said that his desire for the blood clotting pill was no less than that of Master Li the blacksmith. Ha ha ha. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. When your elixir is complete, bring me the blood clotting pill in exchange for your level 6 armor. After Master Li finished speaking, he fell silent again as he forged the metal. Su Chen left the Li family after putting down a bottle of blood-nourishing pills. Forging requires a large amount of vital energy in blood. The blood-nourishing pill can better replenish Master Li's essence in blood. 1202, Chapter 1202 Confinement. Back at the Lu family's medicinal garden, Su Chen resumed his research on elixirs. As for the Su family, the Su family already knew when Su Jejun and Su Yue were killed. Because the Su family possesses a life-saving spirit tablet. Every member of the Su family army and the Elders Council, and every descendant of the Su family, possesses a life spirit tablet. Any member of the Su family who possesses a life spirit tablet will have their tablet shattered upon their death. They were unaware of the simultaneous deaths of the 40 members of the Su family army they had dispatched. But what about the Su family at this time? Exceptionally quiet. They witnessed the scene of 40 spirit tablets being shattered. Even Su You's has been shattered. The Grand Elder's expression was grave. He never expected that the 40 men sent by the Su family army would all die. This is absolutely a heavy blow to the entire Su family. Of the 100 members of the Su family army, only 60 remain today. This will definitely diminish the deterrent power of the Su family army. Su Meng's face was deathly pale. After several days of recuperation, his condition has gradually stabilized. He has now been removed from his position as elder. But he still wanted revenge. If it weren't for Su Chen, would he have ended up in this state? Master. The Su family must eliminate this child with all its might. Things have come to this point, we're in a situation where we have to fight to the death. What are you still hesitating about? Only you or the Grand Elder can decisively deal with him. Su Meng shouted sternly. Su Tianyuan turned his head to look at Su Meng. How? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Su Meng. Don't forget your current status. Su Meng was rendered speechless by Su Tianyuan's words. Su Tianyuan only just told him this. He is no longer the second elder of the Su family. In this Su family, they no longer had any say. Although the approach was somewhat drastic. But that's the harsh reality. His current strength is barely enough to maintain the spirit level. Don't even mention that he'll be able to hold on to his position on the elder's seat. The Grand Elder and I need to discuss this matter further. The Su family has suffered heavy losses, all because you lied about the truth. As the head of the family, I order you to meditate in the forbidden area for 1 month.
Su Meng panicked. Su Tianyuan did it on purpose.
They were deliberately trying to get him away. He knew that Su Tianyuan was still somewhat soft-hearted.
After all, Su Chen is Su Tianyuan's biological son. But he's different.
He had to kill Su Chen to vent his hatred.
Master, don't be confused.
Su Meng tried to persuade him again.
Guards, take him away.
If you do not comply, you will be expelled from the Su family.
Su Tianyuan's actions were also extremely excessive.
Previously, Su Meng held a high position and great power as the second elder.
The right to speak is also extremely important.
So in the past, besides the first elder, he would also listen to the second elder's suggestions to some extent. But now that the second elder has fallen to this state, Su Meng, who no longer holds the title of elder, poses no threat to him. Therefore, he can deal with Su Meng as he pleases.
Master, what do you mean by this? Could it be that second elder Su Meng is wrong? Since we just dealt with the Su family army, he might already be injured. Continuing to take action now is the wisest choice.
The Grand Elder relayed what Su Meng had wanted to say.
Su Chen shook his head. Sometimes, it's not necessary to blindly make enemies.
I think it's necessary for us to talk to Su Chen, and I, as his father, should be the one to do it.
Su Tianyuan finished speaking with a frown.
In fact, he knew exactly what tone and attitude Su Chen would use.
But we have to give it a try.
He didn't want things to escalate to the point where the father and son turned against each other with swords.
1203, Chapter 1203 Dan Lei.
Nonsense!
The elder shouted sternly. Do you think we have anything to talk about with that unfilial son? There is absolutely no possibility of peace talks between our Su family and that rebellious son. If you won't do it, then I will.
The Grand Elder immediately issued a harsh statement.
Right. There is absolutely no possibility of peace talks.
The other elders also echoed the sentiment.
Seeing this scene, Su Tianyuan could only sigh. He alone cannot shake the entire council of elders. Su Chen has now incurred a deep grudge with the Su family, so there is indeed no possibility of reconciliation.
Regardless of whether it's because of what happened with Zhou Jingzhu back then.
Or is it now that Su Chen has killed the seventh elder and seriously injured the second elder? The two sides have clearly reached a point of no return. If you feel it's necessary, then continue. Su Tianyuan could not withstand the pressure from the many elders. After all, the elders will ultimately win the vote, so why should he waste his breath talking to them here? After Su Tianyuan left, the Grand Elder began making arrangements. Send someone to contact Tianmen.
Now, apart from him personally taking action, perhaps only Tianmen can crush Su Chen.
Tianmen was the culprit who killed Zhou Jingzhu. Su Chen has now grown to the level he is today. It poses a huge threat not only to the Su family. Tianmen is probably under pressure too.
Therefore, contacting Tianmen and asking them to take action would be the best course of action.
Firstly, Tianmen has many powerful experts. Secondly, we must amplify the hatred between Tianmen and Su Chen to an extreme degree.
Ideally, we should make Tianmen develop an irreconcilable hatred towards Su Chen.
In reality, Su Chen's relationship with Tianmen is now one of irreconcilable conflict. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough.
It will only be a matter of time before the heavenly gate is destroyed. At this moment, Su Chen had reached the crucial moment of condensing his core. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal liquids have been condensed and formed. The extraordinary phenomena triggered by the spirit entering pill are comparable to those of a spirit-level expert breaking through to the next level.
The heavens and earth changed color.
Thunderclouds rolled across the 9 heavens. But this does not mean that the elixir has been successfully condensed.
The elixir imbued with spirit possesses spiritual power.
Each one possesses the ability to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, pills that have been imbued with spirit can even be upgraded over time. because it inherently possesses the ability to absorb spiritual energy. Just like the strongest human beings. Once you've absorbed enough spiritual energy, you'll have the opportunity to break through. The same applies to elixirs that enhance spiritual energy. Su Chen looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky above his head, and his expression changed slightly. This is a tribulation of lightning triggered by the spirit entering pill. I just don't know how many layers of lightning tribulation it will be. Su Chen wasn't worried about the lightning tribulation at all. With him around, surviving the tribulation is a piece of cake. But he did not intend to use himself as an elixir to survive the tribulation. Tribulation lightning has both benefits and drawbacks for elixirs. The downside is that the power of the lightning will destroy the pill completely, ultimately causing the pill to fail. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. If one can successfully condense the pill after surviving the tribulation of lightning, the pill will become a top-grade product after absorbing the lightning. Its quality is absolutely incomparable to any pill that hasn't survived the tribulation of lightning. Although the pill has taken initial shape, its success depends on the level that the absorbed lightning can bring it to. Faced with the tribulation lightning, the pill suddenly flew up. It kept swaying left and right in the air. He seems quite excited. Before even reaching the final step, the blood coagulation pill had already acquired a trace of sentience. It seems that the spiritual energy it absorbed in this herb garden has already allowed it to become spiritually integrated ahead of schedule. No wonder the medicinal herbs in the herb garden have been sluggish these past few days. She no longer looks as radiant as before. It's because the blood-clotting pill absorbed too much of my spiritual energy. 1204, Chapter 1204 Blood Coagulation Pill completed. Su Chen glanced at the first lightning tribulation but wasn't worried. No matter what kind of spiritual pill it is, it will not have too many problems when facing the first lightning tribulation. But you have to be careful when the second lightning tribulation begins. The colorful lightning struck the pill with tremendous power. It's completely comparable to a full-force attack from a first-tier expert. A wisp of yellow light also appeared on the blood coagulation pill to resist. Although it was difficult, we managed to get through it. There were 3 Dan tribulations in total. Each attack is stronger than the last. It's not just about testing the quality of the elixirs. It also tests the alchemist's skills. If alchemists are simply alchemists. Faced with such a tribulation of lightning, even they themselves would likely be in great danger. But if it is both alchemy and martial arts that lead to spiritual enlightenment, then there won't be any major accidents when resisting lightning. This is why Su Chen wasn't worried at all. Now, let alone the triple tribulation of lightning, he is no match for him. Even a 6-fold lightning tribulation is no problem at all. The second tribulation of lightning begins. Su Chen also emitted a burst of lightning power. The lightning in the sky seemed to be drawn by something. The conflict has actually shifted from the pills to Su Chen. The pills also flew behind Su Chen in a hurry, looking quite comical. The second bolt of lightning struck down. Su Chen simply raised his hand slightly to block. But he did not defend against all of them. He released some lightning attack pills from his own body. In this way, the elixir can be preserved from destruction. It also allows the elixir to better absorb some of the lightning energy. After the second lightning tribulation ended, a layer of blue halo appeared on the surface of the blood coagulation pill. And there are also very faint lines. Su Chen was overjoyed. This is a rare and precious elixir pattern. Although it is very superficial, it also shows that the blood-clotting pill is of extraordinary quality. Unexpectedly, this blood coagulation pill could actually remove the pill's markings. If Master Li the Forger knew, he would be overjoyed. Moreover, the tribulation of lightning is not over yet. Perhaps the blood coagulation pill's patterns will deepen after absorbing the third tribulation of lightning. Su Chen stood before the blood coagulation pill, awaiting the arrival of the third tribulation lightning. Soon, the lightning tribulation surrounding the Lu family manor became incredibly violent. Su Chen knew this was the full force of the lightning tribulation. This attack has probably reached the level of a peak third-tier expert. If this were a spirit alchemist, the refining of the blood coagulation pill would probably end in failure. But with Su Chen's strength, such a thing is naturally impossible. Faced with the overwhelming force of the third tribulation lightning, Su Chen simply smiled faintly. He stretched out a hand, without even releasing any spiritual energy. Because he was wearing level 3 defensive armor. It was obtained from the Miao people before. Therefore, he didn't need to release his spiritual power at all when facing this heavenly lightning. All the lightning struck him. Aside from the portion that leaked out and was absorbed by the elixir, he absorbed the rest. After the third lightning tribulation passed, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The blood-clotting pill emitted a brilliant light. It flew towards Su Chen's head. The dazzling light almost blinded Su Chen. The light faded. He then saw the final form of the blood coagulation pill. Beneath its blood-red exterior, there are intricate white patterns. Moreover, it contains immense vitality and spiritual energy. With so many medicinal herbs, only one was successfully obtained. That's the allure of the spirit-entering elixir. This also shows how precious the elixir of enlightenment is. Fortunately, he still had some medicinal herbs. We'll start refining it once he breaks through to the next level of alchemy. Both the success rate and quality should be improved. Perhaps he really can refine an unparalleled elixir. 1205, Chapter 1205 A Gift for You. After putting the blood-clotting pill into a bottle, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. It will not have been in vain that we spent nearly a month refining it. The blood-clotting pill is now successfully completed. I wonder how things are going with Master Li the blacksmith. Su Chen left the herb garden, where Lu Xuanhu and the others were waiting at the entrance. Alright, let's get back to normal life and protect the herb garden. Su Chen gave a brief explanation and then left. After seeing Su Chen off, Lu Xuanhu entered the medicine garden with Lu Weishan. When Su Chen usually visits them, they are the ones who personally guard the herb garden. When they returned to the herb garden, their faces twitched. What happened? Looking at the withered and lifeless medicinal herbs in the herb garden, Lu Xuanhu suddenly felt a little panicked. But considering that it was Su Chen's own fault, we can't blame him. Su Chen must have known about this when he left. Since no further details were given, there shouldn't be any major problems. And that is indeed the case. These medicinal herbs are in a state of low spiritual energy because their spiritual energy has been absorbed. I had no choice but to stop absorbing spiritual energy and return to my normal state. I will recover soon. Upon returning to the Tianhao Villa district, Su Chen first went to see Wang Wenlan. By sheer coincidence, they ran into Xiao Ningning and Xingyuan. During her month-long seclusion, Xiao Ningning and Xingyuan frequently came to keep Wang Wenlan company. This was also arranged by Su Chen, who was afraid they would encounter danger. Only the Lu family manor and Tianhao Villa area are relatively safe. The whole family was very happy to see Su Chen. Xiao Ningning even personally shaved Su Chen's beard, showing their close relationship. Do you know what's going on with the Chen family right now? I heard that Chen Zixuan encountered an opportunity after arriving in Zhengzhou, and she's doing very well. They're using those 2 pill formulas. It seems they're also planning to rebuild Zhengyao Company. Su Chen wasn't too surprised by Xiao Ningning's words. Chen Zixuan is indeed quite shrewd when it comes to starting a business. And he's smart enough. Of course, this is also Chen Zixuan's weakness. Being overly confident caused Chen Zixuan to miss out on too many opportunities. Otherwise, following the Chen family's previous pace, although there is a great risk involved. But at the same time, there are also too many opportunities. Moreover, Chen Zixuan even had a master in Zhengzhou. They're said to be from one of the 4 great families. It seems that Zhengzhou is a blessed land for the Chen family. Su Chen was taken aback. Chen Zixuan's talent is only average. Would any of the 4 major families be willing to take her as a disciple? Something's not right. Chen Zixuan was probably used. He barely reached the martial arts supreme level at the age of 20-something. Such talent is far too common in Longdu, it's not surprising at all. It would be a miracle if the four major families even considered them. There must be something strange about this. But Su Chen didn't take it too seriously. What happens to Chen Zixuan is none of his business, as long as the people around him are safe. Alright, all done. Xiao Ningning finished with a final swipe. Su Chen's handsome face returned. He still looks so handsome. Xiao Ningning teased. Su Chen gave a wry smile. Thank you. You've worked hard these past few days. Come with me somewhere later, I'll give you a gift. Su Chen's words piqued Xiao Ningning's curiosity. Su Chen gave her a gift? For the first time ever, she heard it all at once. He usually gives her either pills or money. She still only sees me when I give her gifts. Really, what is it? Xiao Ningning couldn't help but ask curiously. You'll find out when we get there. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Xiao Ningning will definitely love this gift. After exchanging a few words with his mother, he took Xiao Ningning out. 1206, Chapter 1206 Master Gu. Xiao Ningning was naturally overjoyed to be able to go out with Su Chen. Normally, Su Chen is basically unwilling to take her out alone. Could it be that Su Chen is starting to change his mind? The two arrived at Master Li's house. I heard an explosion as soon as I entered the door. Startled, Xiao Ningning quickly hid behind Su Chen. What kind of hellish place did you bring me to? Xiao Ningning asked somewhat flusteredly. If it weren't for her absolute trust in Su Chen, she would have run away. Inside the house, there was not only the sound of an explosion, but also the maniacal laughter of an old man. And there was the sound of gusts of wind blowing by. The scene looked extremely strange. The gift I'm giving you is right here. You wait here. After Su Chen finished speaking, he strode inside. Master Li, the forger, is probably still working on brown bear pelts. And there should be some progress. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make that kind of laugh. Come on, come on. You brat, come and take a look. The armor you requested has just been completed. It is absolutely the strongest defensive armor I have ever forged in my life. The old man said with great pride. Su Chen looked at the 3 sets of armor in front of him, his expression changing slightly. It actually contains a trace of special energy. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. This is the energy that moves heaven and earth. How about that, can you feel it now? This is a specially assembled mixing device. Not only can this concentrator be used to mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy to form an even stronger defense. Furthermore, the armor can be transformed using the modifier. If it's worn by a woman, it can absolutely be used as underwear. The mixing device can make the armor skin-colored, and it can also adhere to the skin, making the armor invisible. The old man's explanation surprised Su Chen. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? At first, he was wondering if Xiao Ningning and her mother would accept the armor. After all, women love beauty. They might refuse to wear armor that detracts from the aesthetics. Unexpectedly, Old Li actually solved this problem for him. However, you can't take this with you now. Don't forget our agreement. Old Li chuckled. Su Chen understood this perfectly. He immediately took out the bottle containing the blood clotting pill. When Old Li saw the blood clotting pill, his expression changed drastically. You succeeded? Old Li pointed at Su Chen. He still thought Su Chen was in the refining stage. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually succeeded in refining it. Boy, who exactly are you? Your martial arts level is so high, and you can even enter the realm of spiritual alchemy. Master Li, the forging master, frowned. Su Chen has the name Su Tiandi. In terms of martial arts prowess, he is now number 1 in the Demon Sea. Even in Zhengzhou, Su Chen has a place. Such skill, and such great achievements in alchemy. Who is it? Su Chen smiled faintly. Let's keep it a secret. After all, old man, you've also hidden your identity. Master Li's expression suddenly changed. How did you know that, kid? His identity is absolutely unknown to anyone else in this Demon Sea. How did Su Chen find out? Is it that hard to guess? At first, it was just a suspicion. But you possess the strength to forge level 6 armor. You probably couldn't find more than a handful in the entire Dragon City. I know the names of all the most famous ones. Why have I never seen you before? As he finished speaking, Master Li's expression grew increasingly grim. I've heard that the Gu family has a master who is eccentric and has a terrible temper. 1207, Chapter 1207 Help me with something. He has never liked seeing people, which has also made Gu Jiao weary of him. So he's not well liked in the Gu family either, and it's said that he'll be kicked out of the Gu family sooner or later. In the end, Master Li's expression calmed down. I think that the unpopular Gu family blacksmith master must be you. Master Li, the blacksmith, fell silent. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and no one knew what he was thinking. I think the Gu family is ungrateful. Your talent, Master Li, must have been overlooked in some way. Master Li, the blacksmith, simply shook his head upon hearing this. What right do they have to bury my talent? I just do what I want to do, and I don't care if I don't want to do it. Master Li, the blacksmith, said arrogantly. Su Chen's face darkened. That old guy is really stubborn. He had heard about it as early as 7 years ago. The Gu family has 2 master weapon refiners. A man whose reputation is unparalleled in Longdu. One of them is completely unknown and rarely makes a move. However, both are equally skilled in forging. They just have different personalities, so they receive different treatment. I never expected that this Master Li, the forging master, was actually that little-known master. Alright kid, now that you know about my affairs, shouldn't you tell me about yours? Since you know about the 4 major families of Longdu, and your surname is Su. I heard there was a conflict with the Su family not long ago. Your relationship with the Su family isn't simple either. The 2 tested each other. Su Chen smiled simply. Old man, don't you know everything? My name is Su Chen. How many people in the Su family are named Su Chen? Su Chen had no intention of hiding it. Being frank with Master Li could even improve the relationship between them. If Master Li the forger can do things for him, he won't have to worry about the supply of magical artifacts in the future. Ha ha ha. Master Li, the blacksmith, burst into laughter twice. To have earned the title of War God of the North at such a young age. But he was a young genius who was expelled from the Su family Elders Council. Kid, it seems our fates are somewhat intertwined. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Their fates were quite similar? That certainly seems to be the case on the surface. But if we really compare them, what does Master Li's insult amount to? Old Li, since we share the same fate, why don't you help me? Sooner or later, I will storm into the dragon capital. I'll help you vent your anger then. Su Chen probed. If Master Li the forger could join his side, it will definitely be a great help to his current situation. Forget it. I have no interest in this kind of thing. Humiliation or hatred, I don't care about any of that as long as I have the blood-clotting pill. Su Chen looked puzzled. What exactly happened to Master Li, the master blacksmith? It's definitely true that she was abandoned by the Gu family. But why were they abandoned, and why did they not care? Alright, since that's the case, I won't force you. But you are welcome to come to me anytime you wish, I will welcome you with open arms. After saying that, Su Chen handed the bottle containing the blood coagulation pill to Master Li the blacksmith. Holding the blood clotting pill, Master Li, the blacksmith, smiled with satisfaction. Alright, take your things and get out of here, get out of here. Master Li, the forger, was already quite impatient. The moment the words were spoken, the person vanished without a trace. Su Chen was left standing alone inside the forging chamber. Su Chen smiled helplessly and accepted the 3 pieces of defensive armor. Master Li the blacksmith must have something important to do. It's probably related to the blood-clotting pill. 1208, Chapter 1208 Close-fitting armor. Su Chen took the things and went out the door. Xiao Ningning was still sitting outside waiting. Upon seeing Su Chen, he rushed over, looking somewhat flustered. Su Chen, where is this place? A crazy old man just ran out. Xiao Ningning was clearly frightened by Master Li's tattered clothes from earlier. That old guy has a rather eccentric personality. Coupled with the joy of obtaining the blood-clotting pill, he would inevitably be regarded as a madman. It's nothing, just a crazy old man. As he spoke, Su Chen handed the armor in his hand to Xiao Ningning. What's this? Xiao Ningning took the heavy armor, somewhat puzzled. This isn't the gift you're going to give me, is it? Xiao Ningning looked at the heavy armor with some disdain. It was covered with brown fur. Wouldn't wearing that make you look like a hairy savage? What kind of gift is this? Su Chen is such a straight man, giving her such a gift. This is a great product, you'll know once you put it on. Xiao Ningning quickly shook her head. Forget it, I can't accept this gift, it's more than the hairs on those monkeys in the mountains. I think you should give it to Qing Wan instead. Xiao Ningning was extremely reluctant. She was a graceful and stunningly beautiful woman. Making her wear this is just making her look foolish. Don't worry, she has one too, this one is especially for you, go and try it on. Xiao Ningning was speechless. What tricks is Su Chen up to? Does Su Chen only like this one? Otherwise, why would I have never had any other feelings for her after spending so much time together? It can't really be that extreme, can it? Xiao Ningning looked at the fur armor with disdain. She would feel extremely uncomfortable wearing this. I can't not wear it, Tu really can't do it. Su Chen shook his head. No, if you don't wear it, you shouldn't go to work at the company after all, this is for your personal safety. Xiao Ningning was immediately helpless. For her personal safety? Could Su Chen be trying to make her wear this thing to hide her beauty and prevent others from developing any interest or goodwill towards her? This method of protection is quite unconventional. Okay. Seeing that Su Chen was so insistent, she didn't know what else to say. In the end, he could only take the armor and find a secluded place to put it on. The armor was extremely heavy. During the hottest days of summer, wearing such heavy armor would be unbearable for anyone. But it was Su Chen's request, and she had no choice but to agree. But as soon as the armor was on, a cool and refreshing feeling came over me. Xiao Ningning felt quite comfortable. It just looks really ugly. But the next second, her armor disappeared, as if it had merged with her skin. When she touched it, it was gone, which greatly surprised Xiao Ningning. She quickly put on her outer clothes and came out. It disappeared, it vanished after I put it on. Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seems that Master Li was absolutely right. This is simply a masterpiece. Or do you think I'd let you wander around in a fur coat? This is a suit of armor that can withstand attacks from powerful individuals. This armor will protect you when I'm not around. And this armor was made by that crazy old man from earlier. It can keep you warm in winter and cool in summer, and it also has the function of being hidden by the skin. It won't affect your usual outfit at all. 1209, Chapter 1209. Are you doing this for Chen Zixuan? In a moment, Xiao Ningning finally understood Su Chen's intention. So it turns out this was all to protect her. It seems she's quite important to Su Chen. Xiao Ningning walked to Su Chen's side, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Chen looked at her, not knowing what she was going to do. Xiao Ningning tiptoed and lightly pecked his cheek with her pink lips. Thank you, I really like it. Su Chen looked completely blank. But he still smiled. If you give it to me, what will happen to your aunt? Your aunt is more suited to this kind of thing than I am. Xiao Ningning asked with some concern. She was naturally very happy that Su Chen gave her a gift. But if this means Wang Wenlan will lose her job, she would rather not have it. Because she knew Wang Wenlan's place in Su Chen's heart. She didn't want to put Su Chen in a difficult position. Don't worry, there are 3 sets of armor in total. I've already prepared them for my mother. There may be danger around you in the coming period. That's why I prepared these armors to protect the most important people in my life, so that those enemies can't threaten me. Su Chen was simply stating a fact in his mind. These words made Xiao Ningning blush. You mean I'm the most important person in your heart? Xiao Ningning asked a question, and Su Chen realized that what he had just said seemed a little ambiguous. What I mean is, you also have to manage the company. Given the current state of the company, we really can't function without you. Su Chen's explanation disappointed Xiao Ningning. What would happen if a straight man said something nice? Okay, but thank you anyway. Xiao Ningning happily left Master Li's house with Su Chen. Why don't we walk instead of taking the car? Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen. I finally have a chance to be alone with Su Chen. She didn't want to come and go in a hurry. Su Chen thought about it and realized that he hadn't taken a walk in a long time. So he agreed to Xiao Ningning's request. It just so happens that Master Li's house is not far from the Wanyao Company's office building. The two walked side by side down the street. The two strolled along, and Xiao Ningning felt a surge of excitement. Su Chen gave her a gift and accompanied her for a walk. Doesn't this mean that her relationship with Su Chen is getting closer and closer? By the way, in a while, could you arrange for someone to go to Zhongzhou to investigate the market? After the Hai family took over the Pan family, they have now established a firm foothold, and they will need to open a branch in Zhongzhou as well. Xiao Ningning stopped and looked at Su Chen. Are you going to open a branch office in Zhongzhou? Is it because of Chen Zixuan? Xiao Ningning's words also made Su Chen stop in his tracks. Because of her? Su Chen sneered inwardly. What right did that woman have to make him do such a thing? What do you think, is she qualified? Su Chen didn't explain much. He developed Zhongzhou because the current situation was urgent. The Su family is now pressing closer and closer, and danger is getting ever more imminent. There are many powerful figures in Zhongzhou, and he needs their help. Otherwise, relying solely on the Su family on his own would still be insufficient. Xiao Ningning didn't ask too many questions. She also knew that Su Chen had no feelings for Chen Zixuan. Otherwise, Su Chen would have remained indifferent to the repeated misfortunes of the Chen family. She still had some questions about Su Chen going to Zhongzhou. Chen Zixuan had just arrived in Zhongzhou when Su Chen was about to go there. It's hard not to overthink things. The two walked side by side, and Xiao Ningning saw an old street. He dragged Su Chen inside. 1210, Chapter 1210 Miao Silver Comb. I've wanted to come to this old street for a while, but I've never had the chance. Walk with me for a while. Su Chen did not refuse. After the two went inside, Xiao Ningning looked around. This old street sells mostly ordinary people's items. But there are also some antiques. This stuff is pretty good. Su Chen suddenly looked at a silver comb. Xiao Ningning noticed it too. It really looks good, and it's solid silver. Are you going to buy it and give it to me as a gift? Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen with a teasing smile. You'll have to buy this yourself. It's Miao silver, and it has some collectible value. After Su Chen finished speaking, the shop owner gave him a thumbs up. This gentleman has a good eye. This is indeed Miao silver. It's just a little pricey. Xiao Ningning was speechless. What kind of straight man is Su Chen? It's just a comb. Even if it were made of gold, Su Chen could easily buy it with his wealth. They actually made her buy it herself. Judging from these two, they must be either high-ranking officials or noblemen. I'll charge you 50,000. The shop owner said with a grin. Upon hearing the price, Su Chen grabbed Xiao Ningning and prepared to leave. Isn't this boss heartless? He just praised his good eye, and now he's trying to scam him? He has a lot of money, but he's not a sucker.
I estimate I could sell 10 of them for 50,000 yuan. Wait a minute, sir, I'll give you a discount, 30,000 is fine. Su Chen continued walking without stopping. 10,000 is alright, isn't it? Su Chen didn't even turn his head. You. The boss was somewhat helpless. 6,000, the final price. Xiao Ningning was speechless. This boss is so heartless. They're trying to sell a silver comb worth several thousand for 50,000. If Su Chen doesn't know its value, wouldn't she be ripped off? Okay, deal. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Go pay the money. Su Chen gave Xiao Ningning a look. Xiao Ningning looked stunned. Su Chen really intended for her to pay for it herself. After haggling over the price for so long, I still couldn't bring myself to pay her. Okay. Xiao Ningning had no choice but to pay for it herself. Even after buying the silver comb, Xiao Ningning wasn't that happy. If Su Chen bought it for her, she would definitely be very happy. But she bought it with her own money, so of course she didn't feel that much happiness. The two walked to the end of the old street. The entire old street stretches for 2 kilometers and has several branching points. As they walked, a burst of shouts and curses erupted from the street. Fuck you, hurry up and get to work. In front of a warehouse, a middle-aged boss was seen chasing and hitting a teenager with a wooden stick. The boy used his hand to shield himself. The gaze fell upon him and was instantly severed in two. Xiao Ningning covered her mouth. This blow would be too much for an ordinary person to withstand, let alone a child. He doesn't work hard all day, but he's always eager to eat. Get the goods moving, you bastard. Don't eat today if you don't finish moving all this stuff. The boss spoke harshly, showing no mercy whatsoever. He then continued to strike with his eyes. The boy was already lying on the ground. But there was no fear in his eyes. Another blow landed on his back. Every strike was delivered with all its might. Get up, you bastard. The boss still wouldn't stop, so he hit him again. The stick was aimed at the boy's head. If that stick comes down, it'll probably cause a bloody head wound. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive this boss to such a ruthless act? Just as the wooden stick was about to fall on the boy's head, a thug stopped it. Grass. Mind your own business. 1211, Chapter 1211. I know Emperor Su. The middle-aged boss looked at Su Chen and said angrily. To use such a heavy hand on such a child is a bit too much. Su Chen said coldly. The middle-aged boss was naturally very unhappy. He disciplines his employees, and no one dares to interfere. What the hell is it to you? They're my employees, I can discipline them however I want. If you're not happy, then fucking pay him the money and get the hell out of here with him. So I don't have to raise a good for nothing. It was clear that the middle-aged boss was extremely angry. I don't know what this boy did to offend him. No matter what you've done, you can't punish a teenager this way unless you've harmed someone. Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you all too. It wouldn't be good if that little beauty got hurt. The middle-aged boss also saw Xiao Ningning, and a hint of lust appeared in his eyes. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What, you really want to stick your neck out? Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. I'm the boss here, so you'd better not cause trouble. The boss softened his tone a bit. He was in a fit of anger just now. Upon closer inspection, the two people in front of us were dressed in rather unusual attire. There should be some money involved. Although he wasn't afraid, it was best to avoid provoking people with some wealth if possible. What, I thought you were in charge of the entire Demon Sea. Su Chen sneered. I'm the one who calls the shots, my older brother knows Emperor Su. The middle-aged boss's face hardened. He could give him some face, but this person in front of him knows so little about water. On his turf, he can't blindly give him face. Oh? Su Chen sneered. Why don't we call your older brother over? I want to see how he knows Emperor Su. Su Chen grabbed the wooden stick and crushed it with his bare hands. The middle-aged boss was startled. This guy is incredibly strong. Could he be a martial artist? The middle-aged boss took two steps back. So what if you're a martial artist? Don't you dare leave, I'll kill you in a minute. As he spoke, the middle-aged boss took out his phone and made a call. Su Chen and Xiao Ningning quickly helped the young man up. Brother and sister. You should leave now. He really does have connections with Emperor Su, then you really won't be able to leave. The young man quickly spoke up to remind him. Xiao Ningning patted the young man's head and smiled gently. It's alright, this brother can handle it. Xiao Ningning said confidently to the young man. Su Tiandi, that's who you really shouldn't save me. The young man said with concern. It's alright, let him call for help, I'll wait. Su Chen stood still. If this middle-aged boss had just quit, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Since the other party claims to know him, he'd like to see who this person really is. In a short while, all the adults inside the warehouse rushed out. They were all carrying weapons. Boss, shall we go? A burly man walked straight over. A dozen burly men glared menacingly at Su Chen. The middle-aged man shook his head. Wait a minute, Brother Tian will be here soon, let him deal with this guy himself. Middle-aged people are smart too. Because he knew that the young man in front of him might be a martial artist. If they were truly martial artists, his men would be no match for them. Let's wait until the people he called arrive before we make a move. The person he summoned was a very strong martial artist. How could this little brat possibly be a match for him? Half an hour has passed in a flash. 12:12, chapter 12:12. Do you know who he is? Su Chen was getting a little impatient. It's been so long and they still haven't come. Just as Su Chen was feeling bored, a few people walked over from a distance. The middle-aged boss strode forward. Brother Tian. Thank you for coming all this way. That guy is a martial artist too. If you don't come over, I really can't help you. The middle-aged boss then handed over a red envelope. The man smiled after accepting the red envelope. Of course. Tell me who's the blind fool. The man looked to be around 30 years old. He definitely exudes the aura of a martial artist. Roughly the strength of a martial arts supreme master. He had a toothpick dangling from his mouth, looking every bit the hoodlum. That's him. Kid, you're fucking dead. The middle-aged boss turned around and looked at Su Chen, pointing at him. Do you know who he is? He's one of White Owl's subordinates, someone who works for Emperor Su. You're not leaving here alive today, you son of a bitch. The middle-aged boss started yelling. After all, the person he summoned was a martial arts supreme master. In this demon sea, they are all powerful figures who can roam freely. Su Chen stood still, unmoved. Will the white-faced owl accept it? Why hasn't he seen it before? But when the man named Tiangu saw Su Chen, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Suddenly my legs started trembling. After seeing Su Chen's face clearly, all color drained from her face. Get out of my way. Brother Tian pushed aside the middle-aged boss and quickly went over. The middle-aged boss smiled. In his opinion, that guy was doomed. If Brother Tian makes a move, we're definitely doomed. Who told this guy to mess with him? Now it's too late to regret it. When Tiangu walked up to Su Chen, his body trembled slightly under Su Chen's gaze. Suddenly, Brother Tian knelt down on the ground with a plop. Mr. Su. Your subordinate greets Mr. Su. I didn't know it was you, Mr. Su. Brother Tian's body trembled uncontrollably. It was an overwhelming fear. Are you saying that if it weren't for me, everyone else would be at your mercy to bully you? Su Chen said coldly. Brother Tian quickly shook his head. No. I really didn't mean to. I just came to take a look. Please punish me, Mr. Su.
Su Chen looked into his pocket. Brother Tian immediately understood. Meanwhile, the middle-aged boss in the distance was filled with question marks. Why did Brother Tian, whom he summoned, kneel down before Su Chen? What on earth is going on? Brother Tian, you must have mistaken me for someone else. He's just being nosy. Brother Tian strode over. He took the red envelope out of his pocket. It was torn to shreds with both hands. Fuck your mother. Are you trying to get me killed? Brother Tian walked up to him and grabbed him by the neck. He punched him in the stomach. Puff. He coughed up blood. I was wrong. The middle-aged boss had already realized that something was wrong. Why did the people he called attack him? This only proves that the person's identity is not simple. Do you know who he is? You're fucking blind. Brother Tian was furious. He thought it was some great job. I almost got killed. He is Emperor Su, Mr. Su. You fucking want to die, fine, but don't drag me down with you. Brother Tian spoke very softly, so softly that only the middle-aged boss could hear him. When he heard this, his face had turned completely pale. The person he just provoked was none other than Emperor Su. What on earth happened? Emperor Su was a godlike figure in this demon sea, and just now he was standing right in front of him? And he even offended me. 12:13, chapter 12:13. He's thick-skinned. No, that's impossible. He's so young. The middle-aged boss couldn't believe it. Su Chen looked so young. Isn't Emperor Su Tian very strong? Given Su Chen's age, how could he possibly be the heavenly Emperor Su? Who the hell told you that strong people have to be old? Do you even know how terrifying he is? You almost killed me. Brother Tian felt a murderous intent rising within him. He had witnessed Su Chen's terrifying power firsthand. A single thought could crush him. Now, of all times, he's offended Su Chen. He was genuinely afraid that Su Chen might suddenly kill him with a single thought. Then he would really be wronged. Tu was wrong. I really didn't know he was Emperor Su. Spare me, spare my life. The middle-aged boss was terrified. If he had known that the young man was Emperor Su, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing even if he had 100 lives. Spare you? That depends on what Mr. Su thinks. Brother Tian turned around and looked at Su Chen. Just give Su Chen a command. He could crush this middle-aged boss in an instant. Upon hearing Tian Ji's words, the middle-aged boss immediately knelt down and came to Su's side. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I was really wrong, please forgive me. I have elderly parents to care for and young children to raise, please, Mr. Su, let me go. The middle-aged boss was already in tears. The fear within me was overwhelming. Su Chen gave him a look of disgust. Some people just won't learn their lesson until they're faced with a fatal mistake. Would it do any good to beg me? When you were trying to kill this young man, did you ever think about his family waiting for him to come home? Su Chen stared at him coldly. This kind of person is a typical bully who preys on the weak. The little boy was easy to bully, so he went all out against him. He was not to be trifled with, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. No, Mr. Su. He's not as simple as he seems on the surface. He's thick-skinned and tough, so even hitting him with an iron rod wouldn't work, which is why I use so much force. You won't believe me, just look. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so ruthless with such a young child. He's been with me for 3 years. If you don't believe me, sir, you can ask the people around you. His physical condition is beyond that of ordinary people. This little bit of fighting is just a tickle. The middle-aged boss hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Su Chen also felt that something was not right. There is absolutely no problem with the spot where the little boy was hit. It's just like an ordinary person hitting a martial artist. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen suddenly sensed a layer of spiritual energy enveloping the little boy. Big brother, the boss is telling the truth. Why don't we let him go? I still have to go to work. The little boy looked at Suchen somewhat timidly. He had no idea who Suchen was. But he could sense that Suchen was definitely very powerful. Otherwise, everyone in Weiming, who lives nearby, is afraid of his boss. To make his boss kneel on the ground, he must be incredibly powerful. This little boy is truly extraordinary. He wouldn't even notice a regular martial artist. But this little boy actually has the strength of a peak grandmaster. Just one step away from becoming the supreme martial arts master. She looks only 15 or 16 years old. To have such strength at such a young age. This little boy's talent. Suchen's expression changed drastically. He became the god of war in the north at the age of 17. At that time, he was only at the peak of the martial arts supreme. "Young man, how old are you?" Suchen asked in a cold voice. "I'm almost 15. After the little boy finished answering, Suchen's expression changed slightly. At the age of 15, he had just stepped into the realm of martial arts supreme. 1214, Chapter 1214 Kindness is often taken advantage of. "I'm asking you, do you have a master?" Suchen looked at the little boy with a serious expression. The little boy nodded. Upon receiving this reply, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. If the little boy hadn't had a master, he would have reached his current level of strength. That kind of talent is absolutely unique. Even he can't compare. But the little boy had a master, whose talent was equally outstanding, but at least he didn't feel any difference. It can only be said that the little boy's talent is no less than his. "But my master is dead, he was my grandfather. He died 2 years ago." The little boy looked somewhat sad. Suchen touched his hair. "It's alright, come with me from now on. What do you plan to do with him? Do it your way." The little boy looked at Suchen with a blank expression. He subconsciously looked at his boss, who had treated him the same way for the past 3 years. They either beat or scold him all day long. In short, he didn't give them a friendly look at all. He wanted to beat the boss up several times. With his abilities, he is fully capable of doing it. But his grandfather taught him from a young age. Learning martial arts is not for fighting, but for protecting others. He also told him to study martial arts diligently so that he could help more people in the future. Xiao Jiang. Even if you don't care about the monk, you should at least care about the Buddha. Ive provided you with food and clothing for 3 years. Please, just let me go. Rest assured. You go with Mr. Su, and I'll pay you double your remaining salary. No, I'll pay you 5 times the amount. The middle-aged boss quickly added. Now his fate is completely in Xiao Jiang's hands. Even if he usually disliked Xiao Jiang, he now had to treat him with utmost respect. Xiao Jiang frowned, unsure of what to choose. Make your choice with confidence, this big brother will definitely stand up for you. Xiao Ningning stood beside Xiao Jiang, comforting him. Xiao Jiang hesitated for a few seconds, his expression turning serious. Forget it. Although he treated me badly, I'm still alive thanks to him. But, big brother, why did you ask me to come with you? Xiao Jiang voiced the question that had been on his mind. Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, the middle-aged boss felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. He might even double-cross others. But standing before him was Emperor Su Tian. The heavenly Emperor Su, who made the entire demon sea tremble. Even Shi Shao Wang and the white-faced owl would have to kneel down to greet Emperor Su. He couldn't withstand even a single thought of such a powerful being. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Don't worry, I will definitely distribute it to you according to the highest standards. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. And this will always be your home. If you're willing to come back in the future, I'll make you a manager right away. No, I'll give you my boss position. Xiao Jiang had absolutely no interest in what the middle-aged boss was saying. He'd wanted to leave this place for a long time. But he was only 15 years old, and he would not be able to support himself no matter where he went. Even though his grandfather taught him many skills. But his age doesn't allow him to do many things. Alright, since he's chosen to let you go, then get lost. If I find out about this again, there will only be one outcome for you. Suchin said coldly. The middle-aged boss nodded hurriedly, then scrambled away. He dared not linger here for even half a minute longer. What if Suchin changes his mind? After the middle-aged boss left, it was Tianji's turn to worry. He had already cursed his middle-aged boss 1,000 times in his heart. 12:15, Chapter 12:15 My idol Su Tiandi. Please punish me, Mr. Su, this was indeed my fault. Brother Tian knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a fist salute. His attitude in admitting his mistake was very sincere. Suchin glanced at him. This is a one-time exception, there will be no next time. Otherwise, even if the white owl stood right in front of me, it wouldn't make a difference. Brother Tian nodded repeatedly. To be forgiven is the greatest blessing. Also, you'd better be careful about things like taking money to do things. I'm not saying you can't, but you'd better figure out what it is. After saying that, Suchin pulled Xiao Jiang away from the scene. Brother Tian and his group hurriedly saw them off. After leaving the old street, Suchin took Xiao Jiang to the Tianhe Villa district. Xiao Ningning then returned to the company. Back at the villa, Suchin first gave Xiao Jiang a physical examination. Aside from being somewhat anemic, this child has exceptionally strong physical abilities. Although he can't compare to his former self, it's understandable. After all, he was once the god of war in the north. They faced countless life-or-death challenges. Although Xiao Jiang suffered a lot of beatings, it was nothing compared to the life-or-death experience he had in the Northern Territory. Suchin asked Hai Xiaoshan to arrange for someone to prepare 2 doses of medicine for Xiao Jiang, to slowly decoct and nourish his body. What kind of person was your grandfather, and what skills did you learn from him? After checking, Suchin sat down next to Xiao Jiang and asked softly. I don't know why. Seeing Xiao Jiang is like seeing myself back then. The helplessness of being kicked out of the Su family back then. And the heartache of a mother being bullied and unable to seek revenge. Now, Xiao Jiang's grandfather has passed away. He has a lot of skills but can't support himself. Grandpa is very strong. By the standards of the adult world, he should be about the same as, or even the same as, that Su Tiandi. Oh? Suchin was stunned. You also know about Emperor Su? Suchin asked in return. Xiao Jiang nodded quickly. Of course, the one I admire most is Emperor Su. When I grow up, I want to be like Emperor Su. One man sweeps across the entire Demon Sea. Xiao Jiang's eyes shone as he spoke. It was as if they had found the motivation to live. When he was examining Xiao Jiang, he discovered countless wounds, large and small, all over Xiao Jiang's body. It's obvious that they were all beaten up by that middle-aged boss over the years. Or perhaps the scars from being bullied outside. Suchin was a little puzzled since Xiao Jiang was quite strong. Why did Xiao Jiang's grandfather forbid him from fighting back? Do you know Emperor Su? Xiao Jiang shook his head. I've never met him, but I've heard his story. From Jiangcheng, to Yaozhou, and then to the Demon Sea. We crushed them all the way. So I feel he must be just as amazing as my grandfather. My grandfather was also a spirit-level expert, very powerful. Looking at Xiao Jiang's innocent expression, Suchin smiled. If Grandpa is so powerful, why did that boss dare to bully you? Xiao Jiang suddenly fell silent. About 5 or 6 seconds. My grandfather told me not to fight with others. Learning martial arts is not for the purpose of being violent and aggressive. Learning martial arts can be for improving physical health, or it can be for protecting your family. I will not retaliate against attacks that do not pose a threat to my life. Xiao Jiang's explanation left Suchin somewhat helpless. They were hit with wooden sticks as thick as an adult's arm. How can you say there was no danger? Although such an attack poses no threat to a martial artist. However, if you always give in, the other party will only take advantage of you. Just like that middle-aged boss. 12:16, Chapter 12:16 Becoming a Disciple. If Xiao Jiang had fought back from the beginning, he would have demonstrated extraordinary strength. Do you think that guy still dares to bully Xiao Jiang? So the saying, a kind person is bullied, and a good horse is ridden, is true. Xiao Jiang's idea was correct, he just used the wrong person. Kind people should be given a chance. For those who go too far, the only solution is to retaliate in kind. Alright, then let me ask you this, if I were to take you as my disciple, would you be willing? This is Su Chen's real purpose in bringing Xiao Jiang back. Xiao Jiang's talent did indeed catch his attention. After all, Xiao Jiang has already achieved a level of strength close to that of a martial arts supreme at such a young age. It can be said that this is a rare and precious thing in the world. With such exceptional talent, if one could stay by his side, their future achievements would be limitless. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Jiang frowned. But, big brother, you look very young. Are you as strong as that Emperor Su? Xiao Jiang asked, bewildered. This problem stumped Su Chen. Is he stronger than Emperor Su Tian? Su Tiandi is himself, there's simply no comparison. But he didn't want to explain too much, he just smiled faintly. It should be about right, you'll see later. Xiao Jiang's eyes lit up slightly. Really, if it's true, then I'm willing to become your disciple. I'll do anything you ask from now on. Su Chen nodded. Xiao Jiang turned around and knelt heavily on the ground in front of Su Chen. Disciple greets master. Grandpa said that you have to perform the apprenticeship ceremony when you become an apprentice. Su Chen quickly helped Xiao Jiang up. We don't need so many rules anymore. In this Tianhe villa, you are free. Now let me see what skills your grandfather taught you. After Xiao Jiang stood up, he rolled up his sleeves. Grandpa said he has 3 extraordinary skills. He never expected to pass away due to illness, so he still had a set of martial arts techniques left to pass on to me. I only learned the other 2 sets. Suddenly, golden light emanated from Xiao Jiang's body. Golden light rose up like steam. Xiao Jiang, who was inside the golden light, had actually improved his strength. He has completely reached the pinnacle of martial arts. What kind of martial art is this? Does it have any side effects? Xiao Jiang shook his head. Grandpa said this martial art is only useful for those below the spirit realm, so this is the first thing I learned. Grandpa said it's called the vital energy of one's destiny. There are no side effects, because the burning itself is the product of one's own spiritual energy. It only consumes some of one's own spiritual energy. A martial art that can elevate your skill level by 1 grade. Su Chen suddenly became quite interested in the old man. You should know that this kind of martial art is not something that ordinary people can possess. After all, there are no side effects. Even for the 4 great families of Longdu, finding a martial art of this caliber would be difficult. What kind of person was Xiao Jiang's grandfather? How could someone with such martial arts skills die from illness? This kind of martial arts skill could be used to find a master traditional Chinese medicine doctor to treat illnesses. Even hiring a spirit alchemist would be more than enough. What about the other cultivation technique? Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although it only works for those below the spirit level, it is indeed the best technique for Xiao Jiang at the moment. And there's another set, the Thunder Fist technique. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Jiang unleashed a powerful aura. His hands were covered in lightning. Su Chen suddenly stood up. 5 Thunder Fist. Su Chen was utterly shocked. Xiao Jiang was stunned. Master, how did you know it was called 5 Thunder Fist? 1217, Chapter 1217 Jiang Family's Unique Skills. I have never shown this set of boxing techniques before. Because my grandfather specifically instructed me on this before he passed away. Never use the 5 Thunder Fist. Because if someone discovers the trickery of this boxing style, he himself will be in danger. If he hadn't already become Su Chen's disciple, he wouldn't have used the 5 Thunder Fist. Su Chen didn't explain, and an even more astonishing power of lightning erupted from his body. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jiang's lightning power dissipated, and his gaze became vacant.
Master, why do you know this too? Xiao Jiang was very surprised. Su Chen was equally surprised. Xiao Jiang, let me ask you something. Where did your grandfather get this 5 Thunder Fist technique? Su Chen frowned. This is definitely not just a coincidence. He obtained the 5 Thunder Fist by chance along the way from the map given to him by his mother. At that time, he simply thought he was lucky. But nowadays, I still see people using the 5 Thunder Fist. He then realized that if it wasn't a coincidence, then all of this was his mother's arrangement. It's our family's secret technique. Grandpa said he only taught 2 people in his entire life. Xiao Jiang is still completely bewildered. His grandfather's dying words made him clearly understand the importance of the 5 Thunder Fist. So when he saw Su Chen use the 5 Thunder Fist, it was as if his grandfather had come back to life. He is still very weak. The power of the 5 Thunder Fist is naturally very small. But when Master used the 5 Thunder Fist just now, it was incredibly powerful. It's as if it wasn't Su Chen using the 5 Thunder Fist, but his grandfather. 2 people? Do you know who the other one is? Su Chen quickly pressed for an answer. Xiao Jiang shook his head. I don't know who it is, I only know it's a woman. I was young at the time, so my memory of it isn't very vivid. That woman is very, very beautiful. She came to ask Grandpa for help. They knelt at the door for 7 days and 7 nights, and it rained for several days in a row. Later, Grandpa couldn't bear it, so after he had the woman produce something, he taught her the 5 Thunder Fist. She just didn't learn it back then, so she took part of it. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. He was 80 to 90% certain that the woman Xiao Jiang was talking about was his mother. Why didn't he learn the 5 Thunder Fist after his mother asked for it? If I learn it, maybe I can last another 2 years. Once he recovers, his mother will not die. He knew even more clearly that his mother was searching for the 5 Thunder Fist for his sake. Under heaven and earth, the power of lightning is the strongest. Fire element is second best. So his mother did it so that he could become stronger. Master, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jiang was puzzled when he saw Su Chen's reddened eyes. Su Chen was awakened and smiled. Fine. How many thunder patterns have you learned in your 5 Thunder Fist? Xiao Jiang held up one finger. I've only learned the first lightning rune, this technique is too difficult. He could certainly understand once he learned the first lightning pattern. After all, it took him far too much effort to learn the second lightning pattern. Even now, with his third lightning rune, he has only just reached the threshold. As for the second lightning pattern, the most basic requirement is to reach the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Therefore, it is already quite remarkable that Xiao Jiang was able to master the first lightning pattern at the peak of martial arts mastery. Take an example from around us. Hai Xiaoshan is also learning the 5 Thunder Fist. That kid has already reached the spirit level. But I've already mastered 1/3 of the first lightning pattern. This shows just how difficult the 5 Thunder Fist is. You don't need to focus on studying the second lightning pattern right now. 1218, Chapter 1218. The 5 Thunder Fist originated from the Zheng family. What you need to do is consolidate your own strength and reach the realm of a terrestrial immortal as soon as possible. That way, you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort when learning the second lightning pattern. Xiao Jiang nodded. Master, what you said is exactly the same as what my grandfather Lin Zhong said before. My grandfather also said that I can only learn the second lightning rune after I reach the land immortal realm. Xiao Jiang's statement further confirms his research. By the way, Xiao Jiang, where are you and your grandfather from? What is your ancestral home? Given that he possessed a legendary martial art like the 5 Thunder Fist, he didn't believe the Xiao Jiang family could be an unknown clan. My grandfather and I are both from Zhengzhou, and our ancestral home is also Zhengzhou. Grandpa said that our Jiang family used to be very powerful, but it seems that it was because of the 5 Thunder Fist that we gradually declined.
Su Chen wasn't surprised that the Five Thunder Fist had declined. Because the standards for practicing the Five Thunder Fist are too high, and that's secondary. Understanding is the most important thing. People with exceptional talent are few and far between. Even he struggled to comprehend the second lightning rune. The third lightning pattern is even further away. The fourth challenge will probably be even more difficult. Faced with such a unique skill, if no one in the Jiang family can keep up with it, their decline is only a matter of time. The body's spiritual aura is also very strong. But the limitations are too great. It only works on those below the spirit level. Land-based immortals are also very powerful. But once you leave the demon sea, there are many, many powerful beings who can crush even the immortals on land. Didn't your grandfather tell you about the third set of Kung Fu? Su Chen was very curious at this moment. What will be the third set of techniques for a family that possesses the unique skill of Five Thunder Fist? Xiao Zhang's grandfather would rather teach Xiao Zhang the Five Thunder Fist than teach him the third set of Kung Fu. There are only two possibilities. First, Xiao Zhang's inability to meet the learning standards indicates that the level of the technique is too high. It's far superior to the Five Thunder Fist. Secondly, the third set of techniques has drawbacks, which is why Xiao Zhang wasn't taught it. But whatever the reason, he would like to see it for himself if given the chance. Alright, Xiao Zhang, you've reached a bottleneck in both sets of techniques. Focus on resting and recuperating, and I'll teach you new techniques later. Now that he's taken this apprentice in, he certainly won't be stingy. Perhaps his skills are not as powerful as the Five Thunder Fist. It would be more suitable for Xiao Zhang right now. Otherwise, relying solely on the Five Thunder Fist technique might leave one struggling to cope with an enemy. Thank you, Master. Xiao Zhang laughed happily. He never imagined that he would meet a relative again one day. Although Su Chen can only be considered a master. But at least it gave him one more person in this world he could rely on. After settling Xiao Zhang's life, Su Chen took the defensive armor and went to find his mother, Wang Wenlan. His mother, Wang Wenlan, reacted exactly the same way Xiao Ningning did when she saw the fur armor. Even more resistant than Xiao Ningning. It seems that the desire to look beautiful knows no age. Even though Wang Wenlan is old, she would feel extremely embarrassed to wear such an ugly fur coat. Later, Su Chen had no choice but to call Xiao Ningning over. Xiao Ningning was the only one who had transmigrated, and only she could have the power to touch his mother. He also asked Xiao Ningning to bring Qingluan along. Since we're going to give it to Qingluan anyway, it'll save us the trouble of dealing with it all at once. After Xiao Ningning's repeated explanations, Wang Wenlan finally agreed to give it a try. 1219, Chapter 1219. A solemn expression. After putting it on, I realized that what Xiao Ningning said was true, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The commotion continued until dark, and Su Chen only returned to his room after the family had eaten dinner. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed slightly as he entered the room. A blood-red smiling face appeared in front of the window. There was a line of text beneath the smiling face. Su Chen looked around but found no trace of them. What kind of person could leave this thing in his room without anyone noticing? Tianhe Villa district is now heavily fortified. It's so difficult to let even a fly in, let alone a living person. To be able to do something like this under his nose, the other party would have to be stronger than him. Could it be a 7th or even 8th tier expert? Su Chen frowned. He put his coat back on after taking it off, then turned and went out. I just happened to run into Xiao Ningning. What's wrong with you? Xiao Ningning also noticed that Su Chen's expression was a little off. Don't ask so many questions. You all stay home. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Also, don't tell my mom, I'm going out for a bit. Su Chen started walking away, but stopped halfway there. Remember what I said? If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, I'll have to trouble you to take care of things at the company, and also please look after my mother for me. Su Chen's tone was solemn. This made Xiao Ningning feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Su Chen had never done this before. Even the most difficult problems can be easily solved by Su Chen. Why does Su Chen have such a solemn expression right now? Su Chen. Xiao Ningning murmured softly. You must come back safe and sound. She had originally intended to have a heart-to-heart talk with Su Chen, at least to deepen their relationship. But I never expected that this would happen as soon as I turned around. She pushed open Su Chen's door, went inside, and looked around. At first, they were chatting and laughing in Su Chen's mother's room. Did this happen after we went back to our room? Su Chen had already erased that smiling face before leaving. Therefore, Xiao Ningning naturally couldn't see any trace of him when she entered. After leaving Tianhe Villa, Su Chen walked to the distant mountain peak. The other person left a smiley face and also left a seat for themselves. The meaning is clear, she wants to see him. Wearing a hoodie and a hat, Su Chen climbed to the top of the mountain step by step. On the mountaintop, the north wind howled. Although the weather wasn't cold, you could still feel a chill. What kind of skill is it to hide your head and show your tail? Since you have the ability to go in, why are you afraid to come out? Su Chen said calmly. The surroundings remained completely silent. Several seconds later, a very light footstep sounded behind him. Su Chen turned his back and glanced sideways at what was behind him. Heh, it was actually you. A chilling aura swept over us, as cold as frost. It was colder than a frosty winter night. I know you harbor resentment, but now is not the time to bring it up. His voice was deep and powerful. I already know about your mother's matter. Shut up. Boom. Su Chen's figure moved so fast that he was reduced to a streak of light. With a single punch, the mountain peak lost 3 meters in height. You are not worthy to mention my mother. Su Chen's killing intent surged to the heavens. That punch was earth-shattering. That punch was enough to kill everything. Yet, such a domineering and devastating punch could not even shake the person in front of him. Eh? The other party sighed. I just want to have a proper talk with you. We haven't seen each other for years. No matter what, I am your father. 1220, Chapter 1220 Orphan from Childhood. Father. Ha ha ha. Su Chen burst out laughing. Boom. The release of spiritual power is limitless. If a 6th-tier expert were standing in front of him, he would probably have been instantly killed. But Su Chen's attacks were completely useless against Su Tianyuan, who was at the 9th level. I grew up without a father, so how could I have a father? What, you coward, you still don't dare to make a move. Su Chen drew his bloodthirsty sword. He had absolutely no feelings for this so-called father. That's because he's not strong enough. If he had the strength, he would definitely kill Su Tianyuan here without hesitation. His mother was kicked out of the Su family back then. He was brutally murdered by the Su family. Su Tianyuan watched with his own eyes, but remained unmoved. Later, my mother was hunted down by Tianmen and the Su family. Did Su Tianyuan try to stop it? With Su Tianyuan's strength, he's a 9th-tier super powerhouse. In this world, if he wants to protect his mother, if he wants to keep them alive, how can the Su family elders resist? Ultimately, everything comes down to prioritizing the family's interests. Therefore, Su Tianyuan is not worthy of being his father at all. He never acknowledged this so-called father. Su Tianyuan fell silent. He knew Su Chen was burning with anger. And it was a furious rage. But as the head of the Su family, he had no choice. Sometimes there are things he can't choose. If he had a choice, none of this would have happened. Su Chen exhausted most of his spiritual power, yet Su Tianyuan remained completely unharmed. He had no choice but to stop. With Su Tianyuan's strength, he really can't shake him in the slightest. Your talent is the best I've ever seen. Given time, you'll definitely surpass me. That's because you want to kill me, and I won't fight back. Su Tianyuan said earnestly. But it's not time for that yet. I came here just to talk to you. The Elders' Council will go all out against you. The Grand Elder also contacted Tianmen. Su Chen remained completely unmoved upon hearing Su Tianyuan's words. Haven't the Su family, Tianmen, and he already become mortal enemies? Even if the Su family and Tianmen don't attack him, he won't let them get away with it. Come on then, I, Su Chen, will give birth to my own mother and die before heaven and earth. If they can take my life, I can at least get a piece of flesh. What's the point of telling me all this? Su Chen's eyes turned bloodshot. Those weren't tears. That's blood. When murderous intent and rage reach their peak, the blood contained within them. I hope you can make peace with the Su family. If you agree, I will try to mediate with the elders. At that time, you only need to focus on dealing with Tianmen, and the risk won't be too great. And, if I could, I, as your father, would protect you if you were in danger. Su Tianyuan frowned. The family was unaware that I had come out this time. He came to discuss these matters with Su Chen in advance, so that the elders' council would not know. Because the elders have a strong desire to kill Su Chen. The elders knew that Su Chen would not let this go, which is why it turned into a fight to the death. But if Su Chen is willing to make peace, given Su Chen's talent, the elders' council probably wouldn't want to offend him. I will surpass you in the future, that's already a foregone conclusion. But if you now try to persuade me to make peace, I doubt the elders will agree. After all, I have already killed the 7th elder, and even the 2nd elder was seriously injured by me. You think there's still a possibility of reconciliation? It's too late. From the moment you faced the fact that my mother and I were kicked out of the Su family, it was already impossible. 1221, Chapter 1221 waiting for you to come back. Su Tianyuan frowned. He truly felt guilty about this matter. He also knew that it was his weakness back then that led to the current predicament of Su Chen and his mother. But the past is the past. Saying more won't change anything. If he could, he just wanted to do something at this time. If you really choose to be an enemy of those elders, do you know what your ultimate fate will be? Su Tianyuan asked earnestly. Su Chen was not only unafraid, but also gave a disdainful sneer. What is it? What do you think it could be? In the end, I will personally overthrow the entire Su family and Tianmen. Including you. The last 3 words were extremely heavy. This also represents his unwavering determination. He absolutely will not let the Su family go. As long as he has the power to overthrow the Su family, he will do whatever it takes to do so. Su Tianyuan sighed. It seems that Su Chen and the Elders' Council share the same opinion. It's no longer possible for us to shake hands and make peace. Since that's the case, he has done what he needed to do. As for what will be the final outcome for Su Chen? What will become of the Su family? As the head of the family, all he could do was wait. He won't lay a hand on Su Chen. After all, Su Chen is still his son. Similarly, the Elders' Council is acting in the best interests of the entire Su family. He won't intervene to suppress it. If both sides are determined to fight to the death, then we can only stand by and watch. I cannot kill you today. If you're going to kill me, do it now, otherwise. The next time we meet will be the day you die. Su Chen glared fiercely at Su Tianyuan. Su Tianyuan, as the head of the Su family, possesses extraordinary strength. Even in the Heavenly Gate, there are few experts as strong as Su Tianyuan. To deal with Su Tianyuan, one would need to possess the strength of the 9th rank as well. But that's still a long way off for him right now. If Su Tianyuan wanted to kill him now, it would be very easy. Su Tianyuan shook his head. No, this is what I owe you and your son. I came here today just to give you some advice. Since you won't listen, then I'm leaving. I can only wish you good luck next time we meet. After saying that, Su Tianyuan turned and left. No matter what, he's his own son. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. How could he possibly lay a hand on his own son? As Su Tianyuan left, Su Chen's anger gradually dissipated. Hypocritical. His bloodshot eyes have recovered somewhat. As Su Tianyuan left, he glanced at Wanhe Manor, which was not far from Tianhe Villa district. He's been inside. I also saw Zhou Jingzhu's grave. And those people kneeling in front of Zhou Jingzhu's grave at Tianmen. I was incredibly moved at that moment. If we had been able to save this mother and child back then, we probably wouldn't be facing each other with swords now. Su Chen's talent can also be fully developed by the Su family. At this moment, Xiao Ningning was curled up at the foot of Su Chen's bed in his room. She really wanted to go back to her room, but she was constantly worried about Su Chen. All she could do was wait for Su Chen to return safely. Although she didn't know what danger Su Chen had encountered, she believed that no matter what problems he faced, Su Chen would be able to solve them. Sometime later, she fell into a deep sleep. When she snapped back to reality, her eyes narrowed slightly as she saw Su Chen picking her up. Yu Yuri finally back. Xiao Ningning lay in Su Chen's arms, and a smile appeared on her face when she saw Su Chen return safely. Su Chen didn't say anything and carried her back to the room. You've worked so hard, get some rest, you're all better now. 1222, Chapter 1222 The Appearance of Blood Grass. After saying that, he turned and left. Although Su Chen returned safely, Xiao Ningning could still feel a sense of grief and indignation. What could possibly have caused Su Chen to become so furious? Could it be because of the birth mother? The last time I saw Su Chen with bloodshot eyes was when he buried his birth mother. The sea was never clear during those days. The current Su Chen is somewhat similar to the Su Chen of those days. Could it be that enemies have come knocking on our door? Xiao Ningning couldn't help but wonder. She desperately wanted to help Su Chen, but as a frail woman, she was completely helpless. Back in his room, Su Chen began to diligently study the Pan family's spirit-entering pill formula, the Berserk pill. I already have experience in refining spirit-enhancing pills. If he could find the ingredients for the Berserk pill, he was 90% confident he could successfully refine it. Once you have the Berserker pill. When facing enemies, the Berserk pill can play a huge role at crucial moments. However, one of the ingredients in the Berserk pill is extremely rare and valuable. The dragon's blood is not a problem at all. The most important medicinal ingredient is the 1,000-year-old bloodgrass. Bloodgrass has very demanding growing conditions. It can only grow in places that are extremely mean and evil while being rich in blood energy. What's more, it's a 1,000-year-old bloodgrass. What place can remain unchanged for thousands of years and have its life force continuously flowing? However, Su Chen still tentatively asked Jin Song to investigate. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity, no matter how small. After all, the power of the Berserker pill can allow a person to leap across 2 levels. Although it's not permanent, it's enough to expose people to unexpected situations. With his current strength, if he takes the Berserk pill, can fight at the peak of the 8th rank. Jin Song's intelligence network is indeed extraordinary. He actually found the bloodgrass. Longdu Gujia Specialty Business Association. From rare and precious materials to items of any size, Gujia is involved in the production and processing of these items. The largest auction in Longdu has always been controlled by the Gu family. The appearance of the bloodgrass is related to the Gu family. 3 days later, the Gu family will hold an auction, and one of the items up for auction is a bloodgrass. But bloodgrass is priceless. It can be considered a treasure kept at the bottom of one's chest. Once it goes through an auction, it's hard to find even 100 billion, let alone tens of billions. But Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He instructed Xiao Ningning to mobilize all available funds in the entire Wanyao company. He must get the bloodgrass. This is his leverage against Tianmen and the Su family. Xiao Ningning couldn't understand why Su Chen needed so much money. She simply did whatever Su Chen told her to do. Su Chen, the company's current available liquid funds are exactly 100 billion. Because we just started in the catering industry, otherwise we would have had 200 billion yuan in startup capital. If you need, you can sell your restaurant shares. Xiao Ningning didn't hesitate at all. She would unconditionally support Su Chen in whatever he wanted to do with such a huge amount of money. Money. Su Chen shook his head. This money should be enough. If it's not enough, we can use Wanyao Company as a loan first. The restaurant business you've started has a bright future, there's no need to touch it. Be ready to connect with the bank at any time. I'll call you when I need money. Xiao Ningning nodded. Using Wanyao Company for a loan is indeed a reliable method. After all, Wanyao Company's current market value is at least 300 billion. Getting 100 or 200 billion is not a problem at all. 2 days later, Su Chen went to Longdu alone. During this period, Su Chen ordered all forces to protect the entire Tianhe Villa district. Xiao Ningning and Xingluan have been staying at the villa for the past 2 days. Company matters are temporarily on hold. 1223, Chapter 1223 getting picked up. Su Chen didn't want anything to affect him at this time. Obtaining the blood grass is the best guarantee. Upon arriving in Longdu, Su Chen found a place to stay that was closest to the Gu family's auction house. The auction is early tomorrow morning, and living nearby makes it easier to stay informed about it. That evening, Su Chen went out alone and drank some alcohol. I don't know how many drinks he had, but several women came up to him and tried to get close to him, but he ignored them all. Beauty? Compared to Chen Zixuan and Xiao Ningning, these women are nothing but clowns. He never had any romantic feelings despite having so many women around him. Could such ordinary, common women really move him? You motherfucker, stop pretending. If you weren't somewhat handsome, would I even be interested in a poor loser like you? A woman with rouge and powder sat down next to Su Chen. She had been talking to Su Chen alone for quite a while, but hadn't received a single reply. We came here to have some fun. This guy clearly looks down on her, which is why he ignores her. But she had already made a bet with her friends that she would definitely win over the man in front of her. If she leaves in such a sorry state, where will she save face? Su Chen glanced at the woman who was throwing a tantrum, and gave her a slight look. Roll. Just one word. He drank countless cups, but it only made him blush slightly. Hearing this, the woman became even angrier. You tell me to get out. She instinctively looked in the direction of her friends. Everyone was staring at her, wanting to see if she could handle it. If we were to slink away now, we'd really make a fool of ourselves. I'll give you a chance, just come with me obediently, and we'll call it even. This bar is under my man's protection. Do you know whose bar it is? The woman finished speaking with a hint of pride. But it's the Gu family's territory. Do you know what it means for my man to be able to protect the family? You can't afford to mess with them. Upon hearing the name Gu family, Su Chen turned and glanced at her again. Just a little bit of family-oriented stuff. Is it that amazing? He chuckled softly, but didn't say anything. The woman was furious. Clearly, they won't listen to either soft or hard tactics. She couldn't bear it any longer. What was in his hand was suddenly slammed to the ground. Glass shattered everywhere. They actually installed it on me. You're asking for it. The woman threw a tantrum, and her friends nearby got up and came over one by one. What's wrong, Sister Hua, can't you handle it? A woman dressed in a flamboyant manner asked with a smile. She came by earlier, but still didn't get a single response. Not only her, but other friends also tried it in turn. This is a tough nut to crack. Seeing that even Sister Hua was furious, they felt smug. After all, Sister Hua just said that if she couldn't handle it, she would pay for everything at the venue today. Looks like I've decided to place the order. You're so ungrateful. When have I ever done anything like this? Why are you ignoring me? Sister Hua's cursing attracted the bartender. The bartender jogged over and asked Sister Hua what had happened. After a brief exchange, the bartender stared blankly at Su Chen. This person looks completely unfamiliar, he doesn't seem to be from Longdu. I've never seen it on their turf. Whether I've seen it or not is irrelevant. Their establishment is run by the Gu family, everyone who comes has to follow the rules. What's more, Sister Hua's man is the top dog in their establishment. Everyone in the place calls her Sister Hua. Kid, you've upset Sister Hua, aren't you going to do anything about it? 1224, Chapter 1224 Ordinary Women. The bartender walked over to Su Chen and tapped on the table. Su Chen still ignored him. He came to the bar to clear his mind and not think too much in this noisy environment. But the noise doesn't mean he likes a few flies constantly buzzing around. That's rather impolite of you. You are indeed a guest. But who is Sister Hua? You'll easily get into trouble if you're this rude. The bartender, holding a walkie-talkie, started calling other bartenders and security guards nearby. In no time, 7 or 8 people arrived at the scene. Sister Hua smiled smugly when she saw this. Although I didn't manage to win over this guy. But with just one word from her, the whole place will revolve around her. At least we've regained some face. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to Sister Hua. Otherwise, who knows what might happen if we take you away. After all, nobody knows the gravity of what Brother Tao does. The Brother Tao he mentioned is the big brother who takes care of things. He's also Sister Hua's man. So noisy. Su Chen spoke up. Can't you guys just be quiet? Su Chen looked up at the bartender. WH what? The bartender was stunned for 2 seconds. What's wrong with this guy? Is it a hearing problem, or is there some serious illness? Now that things are already like this, let's just tell them to be quiet. Isn't this a bit too arrogant and reckless? Either you call over that Brother Tao you mentioned, and I'll take care of him all at once. Either you get lost and stop making noise around me. Su Chen said impatiently. He was absolutely furious. I finally managed to numb myself with alcohol. He had just gotten into the spellcasting state when he was interrupted. Anyone in that situation would probably be cursing. The bartender's face turned ashen after hearing Su Chen's words. He'd seen arrogant people before, but never anyone this arrogant. He dares to spout such nonsense, let him call Brother Tao over too. You need to know Brother Tao's capabilities. If you anger Brother Tao, probably no one in the entire venue will be able to leave standing up. Okay, you said it. Let's see just how arrogant you really are. The woman quickly took out her phone. Su Chen's disrespect had thoroughly enraged her. She decided to make this arrogant guy pay the price. The bartender shook his head helplessly. Sister Hua has already informed Brother Tao. If Brother Tao were to come over, no one could protect this guy today. Sister Hua, do you want me to get him out of here now? The bartender also tried to curry favor with Sister Hua at this moment. Need not. Brother Tao will deal with him when he gets here. He made me lose face wherever he is, I'll make him lose his life there. The bartender was startled. Is someone going to die today? The bartender responded and quickly left. This matter needs to be reported to higher authorities. Otherwise, if Brother Tao kills someone, it will cause trouble for the higher-ups. Although this is not a problem for the Gu family at all. But the manager also talked to them about it. If the incident becomes too serious, you must report it. Su Chen lay down in the booth for a long time, drinking one glass after another. Sister Hua and the others stood guard beside him the whole time, afraid that he would take advantage of the chaos to escape. What, with so many women surrounding me, are you all planning to come together? What's so interesting about a group of heavily made-up women? Don't get so close, it's stuffy. Su Chen tugged at his collar. Bars are noisy to begin with, and you can smell all sorts of things. Surrounded by so many people, I feel even more breathless. 1225, Chapter 1225 The Leopard Appears. You. Sister Hua pointed at Su Chen. What's wrong with this guy? What good will it do to anger her now? When Brother Tao arrives, he'll only suffer a worse fate. But she didn't detect a single sign of fear in this man. Are they fearless and emboldened, or are they just putting on an act to lower their guard and make them escape? Sister Hua. Listen to what he's saying. He actually said we were wearing heavy makeup. Yes, yes. And you said we weren't worth seeing. When Brother Tao arrives later, you'd better make sure he teaches him a good lesson. The other women immediately became dissatisfied. This man is just passable in appearance. Brother Tao will disfigure him in a bit, then let's see how he barks like a dog. The group started talking amongst themselves. They say 3 women make a drama. There are so many shows running now. Su Chen was speechless and could only let them yell at him. After a while, the music in the bar suddenly stopped. A large group of people walked in from the doorway. The bartender quickly went to greet them and led the group straight over. In the noisy environment just now, no one knew what had happened here. But when they saw Brother Tao appear, everyone knew that something was about to happen. Many people also gathered around. Brother Tao, you're finally here. Sister Hua quickly went over. Her soft body instantly pressed against Brother Tao. You bitch, who's messed with you now? As Tao Gu spoke, he pinched her hard with his claws. Sister Hua let out a soft moan of pain. Hate. Sister Hua is being coquettish. This kid looks down on me, and he looks down on us sisters. And you say we're no good. Isn't he indirectly criticizing Brother Tao for having no taste? This is your territory, Brother Tao. For him to say something like that is tantamount to disrespecting you, so tell me, should I teach him a lesson? After hearing Sister Hua's explanation, Brother Tao also looked at Su Chen. I looked him up and down, but he didn't seem familiar at all. Kid, did you really say that? Brother Tao looked at Su Chen and asked. I said that. Su Chen spoke his mind. Tao Gu was also somewhat surprised by Su Chen's frankness. He brought more than a dozen people, he could practically book the whole place. If you don't have some real strength, it's practically impossible to leave his territory. You still have some guts and courage. Tell me, how do you plan to handle this? Tao's underlings all surrounded him. So, what do you want to do about it? Suddenly, a voice burst forth from the crowd. Then the onlookers were pushed aside to make way. More than a dozen people walked in from outside. Leopard. Brother Tao looked over. It's the leopard from Garden Street. This guy doesn't usually come here, why is he here today? And it's also related to his business. What do you mean, are you going to interfere? Taozi asked coldly. He's not afraid of leopards. But the leopard dared to interfere in his affairs on his own turf. Could this young man be someone important? So what if he interferes? He's my older brother. If you touch him, you're touching me. Suddenly, the leopard reached out and pushed Taozi. The atmosphere between the two sides was extremely tense, and they almost came to blows. The leopard led its men to Su Chen's side. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm late. When the leopard saw that it really was Su Chen, its face also showed surprise. Luckily, there was a younger brother drinking there who happened to know Su Chen, so he went over to tell him. He knew that Su Chen had gotten into trouble with Taozi, so he rushed over with him. Although he knew Su Chen could handle it himself, this was a time to do him a favor. 1226, Chapter 1226. To leave or to stay. So now is the time for him to help Su Chen. Because he was very clear about Su Chen's status in the Demon Sea. Even the High family treated Su Chen with utmost respect. As the Heavenly Emperor Su, can't he even handle such a minor character? Leopard, you've come to the wrong territory. You think you can just come to my place and try to make a name for yourself? If you know what's good for you, I'll give you face and leave now, otherwise, you'll stay here today. The leopard smiled. If he cared whose turf this was, he wouldn't have come. Fine, then let me stay here. I want to see just how capable you are. The leopard was fearless. Because he knew that Su Chen would definitely step in at the crucial moment. Even if the people he brought are no match for Taozi, with Su Chen there, would they lose? Okay. Taozi nodded angrily. You fucking have guts. You want to protect him, I'll see just how capable you are. Tauzi's aura instantly rose. There were also quite a few of Tauzi's henchmen on site, who could naturally help. Once a fight breaks out, it will definitely be the leopards who suffer. Stop, everyone. The bar manager came out at that moment. He didn't show his face for the past half hour. Only now that they know it could cause losses to the bar, are they willing to show up. Let's not ruin the harmony, everyone weary all celebrities of this generation, there's no need for that. The hotel manager quickly tried to mediate. Brother Tao, just have someone apologize, there's no need to make a big fuss. Tauzi didn't say anything. His job is just to cover things up, if he can calm things down, that would be the best outcome. But how do you get that guy to admit his mistake? Is that possible? Given the current situation, it seems that things won't end today unless 1 or 2 people are injured or maimed. Fine, if you can make him admit his mistake, I can give you face. The manager quickly nodded with a smile, then walked towards Su Chen. Sir, how about we just let this go and apologize? Brother Tao and his group have a lot of people, so let's not ruin the harmony too much, otherwise it won't be good for anyone in the future. Actually, Tauzi thought so too. Although the leopard couldn't forcibly take the person away from his territory today. They might even get injured on his turf. But he also knew that leopards were not to be trifled with. Once he leaves this place, who can guarantee he won't go to Garden Street again? Or perhaps the leopard won't ambush him from the ground. So, unless absolutely necessary, he was naturally unwilling to provoke leopard. Did I say something wrong? Look at what kind of trash those are. They're all wearing even more heavy makeup than street prostitutes. Did I say anything wrong? Why should I admit I'm wrong? Su Chen drank quite a bit, so naturally he said a few more words. But these words made Sister Hua and Tauzi's expressions change instantly. Brother Tao, look at him. Sister Hua was furious. Tauzi's face was naturally very ugly. This guy is absolutely shameless. Sister Hua is his woman, yet she's being belittled like this. Isn't this humiliating him? It seems this matter can't be resolved peacefully today. Alright, stop trying to be a peacemaker here. Tauzi pushed the bar manager away. Leopard, don't say I didn't give you face. I've already given him face, and you heard what he said yourself. I won't stop you from leaving, but you can't take him with you today. After saying that, Tauzi waved his hand. The people he brought, plus the original staff at the bar. 20 or 30 people surrounded Hua Bao and the others, as well as Su Chen. Give me a straight answer, will you stay or leave? 1227, Chapter 1227 Head Bleeding. Tauzi shouted at the leopard. He gestured for the leopard to leave quickly, not wanting to damage the relationship between the two sides. Shut your mother's mouth. I'm here because I have no intention of leaving. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get through me. The leopard is just as imposing. Tauzi also learned about the leopard's choice. We have no choice but to have someone do it. In an instant, everyone in the bar scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone retreated outside the bar, afraid of being accidentally injured. Su Chen remained seated, unmoved. Leopard and his gang have already started fighting with Tauzi and his group. Every now and then you can hear a scream or two. After all, Tauzi and his group outnumbered each other, so they were no match for them. Within minutes, several of the leopard's men were injured. Several people stood with their arms and legs crossed around Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry, we are outnumbered and no match for them. The leopard looked down at Su Chen with a grim expression and said. He is, after all, a martial arts supreme. But Tauzi also possesses the strength of a martial arts supreme. If they really went all out, the entire bar would be destroyed. This bar is owned by the Gu family, so of course Leopard can't afford to mess with it. Therefore, neither side used spiritual power, it was purely a physical battle. In terms of physical strength, the Leopard is no match for Tauzi. The same applies to martial arts prowess. Leopard is at level 6, while Tauzi has already reached level 7. Therefore, both sides unanimously chose to use the simplest method. step back. Su Chen didn't blame the leopard. After all, the other side does have twice as many people. It's normal that the leopards couldn't beat them. Su Chen stood up and looked at Tao Zi. I just wanted to have a quiet drink. You just had to force me to take action. The leopard's eyes lit up slightly. If Su Chen makes a move, Tao Zi and the others are definitely doomed. On the contrary, Tao Zi absolutely refused. How old could this person be? Stop pretending to be a big shot. You won't leave here unscathed without 5 million for what you did to my woman today. After defeating Leopard and his gang, Tao Zi and his group became arrogant. 5 million isn't enough for you to apologize to me. As he spoke, Su Chen picked up a glass of wine from the table. Drink it all in one gulp. Snort. Tao Zi snorted coldly. Stop fucking pretending. You'll stop pretending when I make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Since you like to pretend, let's see how long you can keep it up. Boom. Suddenly, the bottle shattered. Tao Zi was holding a broken wine bottle in his hand. Did you hear that? Next time, this bottle will be smashed on your head. Su Chen didn't care at all about Tao Zi's behavior. Only thugs threaten with bottles during a fight. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant attitude, Tao Zi finally understood why his woman was so angry. That expression and that state of mind are really asking for a beating. Grass. He picked up another bottle. It slammed down on Su Chen's head. Su Chen didn't take any action at all. The bottle shattered instantly above his head. Glass shards were flying everywhere. Leopard and the others stared in disbelief. Mr. Su. The leopard was a little confused. Why didn't Su Chen fight back? Instead, he let the other party attack him. Su Chen can't afford to offend the Gu family, but dealing with Tao Zi should be a piece of cake for him. Screw your pretense. After finishing a bottle, Tao Zi's temper flared even more. Then another bottle. Twice in total, the alcohol completely soaked Su Chen's hair. Fuck you, Tao Zi, I'll fight you to the death. The leopard's aura suddenly erupted. 1228, Chapter 1228. Is the Gu family really that great? Suddenly, a wave surged and bounced away, unexpectedly blowing Tao Zi 2 meters away. He stepped right in front of Su Chen. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me today, I'll kill whoever I want. The leopard pointed at Tao Zi and the others. Tao Zi narrowed his eyes slightly. Leopard, do you know where this is? Do you know the consequences of using spiritual power here? If you dare to make a move on the Gu family's territory, you'll be the first one to die. Tao Zi's words were full of threats. This can also be seen as an indirect reminder to the leopard. After all, it's not easy for them to gain a foothold in this dragon city. Whether it's him or the leopard. As a fellow professional, it wouldn't hurt for him to offer a word of advice. The Gu family? Is it that impressive? Su Chen spoke up. The bloodstains on his head had already trickled down to the corners of his eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight back. Instead, I also want to experience the feeling of pain. So they didn't take any defensive measures whatsoever. I just didn't expect that those 2 blows would only make him bleed a little. The fact that you can still scream means you're not dead yet. Looks like he can take some hits. Since that's the case, then I'll have someone beat you half to death today, and then hand you over to young Master Gu to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Zi released his aura instantly. Leopard, get out of my way, or I'll hand you over to young Master Gu too. The situation between the two sides has once again become even more tense. The leopard hesitated. He definitely wants to protect Su Chen. But I also don't want to provoke the Gu family. Because he can't afford to offend him. If he backs down now, he won't be able to help Su Chen. But if he continues to stand here now, he will undoubtedly offend the Gu family completely. He probably won't be able to stay in Longdu from now on. Alright, I appreciate your kind gesture. Suddenly, Su Chen put a hand on his shoulder. He could tell that the leopard wanted to help him. But now the situation is beyond the control of the leopard. Letting the leopard continue would only make things difficult for this guy. Mr. Su. Eh? The leopard sighed. Since the Gu family is involved, he truly has nothing more to do. Su Chen stepped forward. I'm asking you, isn't the Gu family very impressive? As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he was in front of Tao Zi. He grabbed Tao Zi by the collar. Tao Zi's expression changed drastically. What just happened? He only saw a blur before Su Chen appeared in front of him. What terrifying power this is. Turns out this guy wasn't just pretending to be sophisticated. But they actually have some real strength. Why didn't you fight back when you were attacked? Alright, I'll give you 1 hour. And you too. Su Chen pointed at the bar manager. Summon your so-called Great Gu family to me within an hour. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep this bar. After Su Chen finished speaking, he released Tao Zi's collar. The bar manager's expression also changed slightly. Is this guy asking for it? They actually dared to let him call young Master Gu over. In the entire Dragon City, who dares to mess with the Gu family? Let alone outsiders, even the Su family wouldn't necessarily break ties with the Gu family over such a trivial matter. After all, the 4 major families of Longdu are all top-tier entities. Small conflicts are endless, but no one wants a big conflict to happen. This customer, you're really being a bit too arrogant. If young Master Gu comes, do you think you'll leave alive? Young Master Gu is the eldest son of the Gu family, holding a high position and wielding great power. The bar manager had a stern face. I don't want to say it a second time. If any of you try to run away, you will face the consequences. 1229, Chapter 1229. Just kill him. 1 hour is up, start the timer. After Su Chen finished speaking, he sat back down. Tao Zi's men completely disregarded Su Chen's threats and wanted to step forward and beat him up. But Tao Zi stopped him. Tao Zi's expression was unusually solemn. He looked at Su Chen with deep eyes. If Su Chen hadn't made a move just now, he might have already ordered his men to take action. But the strength Su Chen just displayed had far exceeded his expectations. The realm of terrestrial immortals? No. It should already be at the spirit level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to give him such a strong sense of pressure. Who is this guy? They were so brazen as to let him call the Gu family over. Brother Tao, just cripple him, why waste time on him? Tao Zi shook his head. Manager, I think we should call young Master Gu over. I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Since he wants to see young Master Gu, then let him die at young Master Gu's hands. Tao Zi sneered. Su Chen is stronger than him, that's an established fact. If they really fought, none of them could defeat Su Chen. Others might not notice this, but he can. No wonder that leopard was so protective of this young man. It turns out that the leopard knew the other party was very strong, which is why it was willing to be the one to stick its neck out. There's a bit of trouble right now. He has already offended that person. If the Gu family doesn't kill this guy, he might get into trouble later. That leopard is too cunning. If he had been told from the beginning that the other party was so powerful, he would never have offended a spirit-level expert for the sake of a woman. It's too late to say anything now. We can only hope that the Gu family will step in and resolve this matter. It would be best to kill this guy to prevent future trouble. Even the manager was somewhat surprised. Tao Zi is fearless here. Moreover, there are many people here, so how did we become the ones being threatened by the other party? Okay, I'll try to get in touch. The manager agreed and took out his phone to contact Gu Zhangwen. But after making 3 or 5 phone calls, there was still no response. At this point in time, nobody knows where Gu Zhangwen is. 15 minutes passed, and Gu Zhangwen was still nowhere to be found. Tao Zi's expression turned serious. Contact the Gu family, anyone will do, as long as they're a member of the Gu family. Tao Zi said in a low voice. For some reason, he believed that the man in front of him would keep his word. If he really can't see the Gu family, he's very likely to die at their hands. Brother Tao, why do you care what he does? He's just an outsider as long as he does it, that's fine. Sister Hua nestled against Taozi's chest like a seductive fox. But Taozi has no interest in flirting with her right now. The more time passes, the stronger the feelings become. Leopard also made a few phone calls. About half an hour later, the person that the leopard had contacted arrived. More than 30 people. They booked the entire venue. But Taozi wasn't worried about the people that Huabao had called. Although there were 40 or 50 people in total, they were not as threatening as Su Chen alone to him. After all, those thugs were just ordinary people. Even an ordinary person like him can be available whenever needed. Let alone 40 or 50 people, even 100 people wouldn't be a problem. But what's the point of calling over ordinary people like that? In the face of a truly absolute powerhouse, they are nothing but cannon fodder. You have half an hour left. The bloodstains on Su Chen's face had dried. But his face was covered in blood, and that was combined with his eyes. He looked terrifying at that moment. So, did you get in touch with them? 12:30, chapter 12:30. The last 5 minutes. Taozi looked at the bar manager. The manager nodded, holding his phone in his hand as he made a call. What's the rush? My young master Gu is asking you what your name is. In just half an hour, he had already made more than 20 phone calls. It took a tremendous amount of effort to find Gu Zhangwen. Although Taozi said he could contact anyone in the Gu family. But as the bar manager under the Gu family business, he knew very well. There's a lot of internal conflict within the Gu family. Everyone owns a business. Nobody can stand to see anyone else doing well. This shop belongs to Gu Zhangwen. If it were any other member of the Gu family who came, they might deliberately make things difficult for Gu Zhangwen. So he tried his best to contact Gu Zhangwen. If he can get in touch with them, that would be best. If he can't, he can always contact the other members of the Gu family later. Tell him my name is Su Chen. Su. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically. The surname is Su. This is definitely a taboo surname in the entire Dragon City. In the entire capital, who dares to provoke someone with the surname Su? One wrong move and you could provoke a deadly being. That's the head of the 4 major families in Longdu. They can be considered the strongest family in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even the Gu family would give them a wide berth, yet the man in front of them was actually surnamed Su. Taozi's face gradually turned pale, eventually becoming completely bloodless. If he really hit the young master of the Su family just now, then he's hopeless. They're absolutely doomed. Even if Gu Zhangwen came, he couldn't save him. Gu Zhangwen can only argue with Su Chen at most. The two sides have fallen out. But in the end, it would have been incredibly easy for the Su family to kill him. Brother Tao is alright. You're working for the Gu family, young Master Gu won't let anything happen to you. The manager also noticed Taozi's worries. When Gu Zhangwen heard the name Su Chen, he didn't say much and hung up the phone. As the manager of a bar under the Gu family, he was quite knowledgeable and experienced. He knew a few of the eldest sons of the Su family. I've never seen this person before. Moreover, judging from his accent, Su Chen in front of me doesn't seem to be a local. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that their surname is Su. After all, in this Dragon City, the name Su really does make ordinary people walk sideways. Besides, he's 80 to 90% not a member of the Su family, so he can't do anything to young Master Gu. The bar manager's words offered some comfort to Taozi. After a while, Su Chen checked the time. You have 5 minutes left. The bar manager was also looking anxiously at the door. At first, he didn't care. But just now, when Taozi asked others how much longer it would take, he also told them that Su Chen was very likely a spirit-level expert. These words certainly surprised him greatly. No wonder Taozi was unwilling to make a move earlier. It turns out the other party was someone important. Spirit-level expert. This is a rare find even in this dragon city. Just like Towsy said, the Gu family really needs to come over to handle this. If the Gu family doesn't arrive within 5 minutes, a spirit-level expert would be considered a mopping-up operation among their group. The leopards didn't make any rash moves. Actually, he was also very nervous inside. Where did Su Chen get his confidence from? How dare they challenge the Gu family to their face? But now he's already helped even though he didn't want to. The arrow is on the bowstring, and it has no choice but to be released. He can only plead for Gu Xiao when he arrives. I pray that the Gu family will let Su Chen and them go. Anyway, it was Su Chen who got beaten up, so maybe he could get the Gu family's forgiveness. About 2 minutes. A Rolls-Royce pulled up outside. Gu Zhangwen got out of the car, his face grave. He strode in, his gaze fixed on the crowd not far away. 1231, Chapter 1231 Ineffective Discipline. He searched everywhere for Su Chen. I looked for ages but couldn't find anyone. All that could be vaguely seen was a man whose face was covered in blood, and whose facial features were somewhat similar to those of the man. When this thought came to mind, Gu Zhangwen felt his mind buzzing. No way. He hurried over. The bar manager came over to greet us. Young Master Gu, it's him. Towsy said he has spirit-level strength and he has to meet the Gu family in person. If you don't come soon, he might kill us. Towsy nodded quickly. Young Master Gu, I've been covering for the Gu family for more than a year or two. The other party is at the spirit level, I'm no match for them. So this time we can only trouble young Master Gu to take action personally. Gu Zhangwen had no interest in listening to their nonsense. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. When he saw the face beneath the blood, his expression turned deathly pale. If you're no match for him, then how did he get the injuries on his face? Gu Zhangwen's voice was icy cold to the extreme. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The manager quickly offered an explanation. That's because Towsy intervened, and thanks to him, the other party didn't make a big fuss. He probably couldn't afford to offend the Gu family, so he didn't fight back at the time. After being hit with 2 bottles, he kept insisting on seeing you. We called around everywhere trying to keep him calm, that's why we came to you. After the manager finished explaining, Gu Zhangwen looked at Towsy with a frosty expression. Did you break the bottle? Gu Zhangwen asked coldly. Towsy nodded. Before he could turn around, a bottle suddenly flew up at his head. This time, the force was even greater than when Towsy hit Su Chen earlier. The flying glass shards even hit someone. Towsy's head was instantly bleeding profusely, and he was filled with question marks. Stop right there, if you dare to run without my orders, I'll wipe you off this earth completely. Disappear. His words were filled with boundless murderous intent. Towsy also realized that something seemed amiss. The blood flowing down his head was unstoppable. Gu Zhangwen walked towards Su Chen. A smile was plastered on his face. Gu Zhangwen clasped his hands in greeting as he walked up to Su Chen. Master Su, I'm so sorry, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I never expected the people below to be so disrespectful to Master Su. Damn it! With just one word from Master Su, we'll take him either life or death. Silence. The entire room fell silent. Gu Zhangwen's attitude completely refreshed everyone's understanding. What on earth is going on? Even the leopard, who had been preparing to plead for mercy, was completely bewildered. What on earth happened? Why would someone as dignified as Gu Zhangwen do this? He can be considered one of the top figures among all the big shots in Longdu. Now I actually have to apologize to Su Chen politely. Just who is this Su Chen? Even if Su Chen has the identity of the Heavenly Emperor Su. But it probably won't be able to shake the Gu family's position. You arrived just in time, with exactly 1 minute to spare. Su Chen sneered. Gu Zhangwen gave an awkward laugh. He was even playing Ultraman fighting monsters with a woman in a hotel before. He was furious when he received the call. When he heard the other person's name was Su Chen, he was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that something was wrong. When I went to Gulf Island before, the man with extraordinary combat power was also named Su Chen. Once he realized something was wrong, he immediately abandoned the woman he was playing games with and rushed over here. Thankfully, we made it in time. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine what Su Chen would do. 1232, Chapter 1232 Please punish me. Although it does not pose a real threat to his family. But allowing the Gu family to create such an enemy is definitely not a wise choice. Su Chen's talent is too great. Before long, they will become the top fighting force in the entire Great Xia. Furthermore, the Gu family and the Su family have never gotten along. Su Chen is an enemy of the Su family again. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The strongest member of the Gu family is at the peak of the 8th rank. Although he is much stronger than Su Chen, who would want to offend someone with such monstrous talent as Su Chen? If you're going to offend someone, then nip it in the bud. But if you don't want to offend anyone, you have to either remain neutral or make friends with them. Otherwise, offending such a powerful figure would definitely not do Gu Zhenwen any good. Just like before on Gulf Island, he almost lost his life because of his foolishness. Fortunately, Su Chen was magnanimous and didn't hold it against him too much. Otherwise, he would have died countless times by now. After all, he was someone who dared to kill even the second elder of the Su family. What is he, a mere heir of the Gu family, and a mere 5th-level cultivator, in Su Chen's eyes? Please forgive me, Master Su, I only received the message recently. If I had known Master Su was here, I would have come to keep him company no matter what. Gu Jingwen's attitude has completely determined Taozi's fate. At this moment, Taozi's face was ashen. Who exactly is Su Chen? No wonder he dared to challenge the Gu family to a meeting. This is it. Gu Zhenwen had to bow and scrape before the other party. If the other party were to crush him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? Is this your territory? Do you have all kinds of cats and dogs where you live? After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked at Taozi and the bar manager. Gu Zhenwen gave a slightly embarrassed, bitter laugh. Taozi, please explain yourself clearly, what exactly happened? Gu Zhenwen asked sternly. He won't act blindly. Taozi really has been helping him keep an eye on things. Even if you didn't achieve great things, you still put in a lot of hard work. Although it was indeed wrong of Taozi to make Su Chen bloom. But if Su Chen was in the wrong first, he wouldn't use his subordinates as stepping stones for his own benefit. Upon hearing this, Taozi looked at Sister Hua. It's her. Taozi pointed at Sister Hua. Brother Tao, you. This was exactly what Sister Hua was worried about. If what just happened is exposed, young Master Gu will definitely not let them off. After all, it was they who took the initiative to provoke Su Chen in the first place. Smack. Fuck you, shut the hell up. Beauty is a curse. If it weren't for your fucking addiction that angered Master Su, would I have offended him? Taozi slapped him hard across the face, showing no mercy. The beating caused blood to spurt from Sister Hua's mouth and nose. He can only protect himself now. What woman or not? Only by saving your own life can you have the chance to find a woman. If I die here because I'm too proud to admit it, not only will women not be able to see me again, but even men won't be able to. Sister Hua collapsed to the ground. She knew she had offended a big shot today. Unexpectedly, the man that the sisters had been trying to flirt with turned out to be an extremely important person. Even Gu Shao has to bow his head when he meets someone like this. What exactly did they do today? After being slapped twice more, Taozi finally turned around and looked at Gu Zhenwen. Young Master Gu, it's my fault I didn't investigate the specific situation properly. But this explanation now seems weak and unconvincing. Gu Zhenwen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But he remained very calm. Please punish me, young Master Gu. Taozi also clasped his hands and stood in front of Gu Zhenwen. Suddenly, Gu Zhenwen smiled. Punishment? He.
1233, Chapter 1233 Uncontrolled Excrement and Urine. They definitely deserve to be punished. You fucking want to kill me? Grass. Bang. Gu Zhengwen angrily punched Taozi in the face. With just one punch, he knocked Taozi to the ground. But he hasn't stopped yet. They arrested Taozi again. I won't stop you from dying. I'll grant your wish today. Taozi's explanation just now was quite clear. This is a problem with his own people. He now has to give an explanation. We must also satisfy Su Chen. Otherwise, if Su Chen gets angry, the consequences will be beyond what he can bear. Although he believed that Su Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. But it wouldn't be difficult to half-dead him. Facing a powerhouse of Su Chen's caliber. Even if it were a high-ranking member of the Gu family, they would probably have to curry favor with him a little. After all, even in the entire Great Xia dynasty, there aren't many experts with 7th-tier combat power. Since Su Chen has already reached the 7th level of combat power, it means that he is standing at the very peak of the entire Great Xia dynasty. On sight. The sounds of punches and kicks were clearly audible. Su Chen didn't say anything, letting Gu Zhengwen perform in front of him. In no time at all, Taozi had already fallen into a pool of blood. The men that Taozi had summoned were now completely dumbfounded. Everyone was extremely nervous. Their brother Tao got beaten up like that. If they were targeted, wouldn't they be doomed? Fuck your mother. After delivering a punch, Gu Zhengwen stood up, panting heavily. Taozi kept gurgling blood as he coughed up blood, his breathing extremely weak. Mr. Su, do you think this will work? If not, I'll have someone take care of him right now. Gu Zhengwen looked at Su Chen and asked calmly. And there's the scene: if you speak up, none of them will escape. Gu Zhengwen has already made his stance clear. He believed that Su Chen wouldn't make things too difficult for him. After all, he is the future heir of the Gu family, so Su Chen naturally can't go too far. Otherwise, he didn't believe Su Chen would disregard the Gu family's existence. Even the Su family couldn't completely ignore the Gu family, let alone the fact that Su Chen seemed to have a grudge against the Su family. Upon hearing Gu Zhengwen's words, Sister Hua's expression changed drastically. She caused all this trouble. If Su Chen is going to cause trouble, she'll definitely be the first one. Sister Hua's legs trembled uncontrollably. Who would have thought that such a young man would be someone even Gu Zhengwen wouldn't dare to mess with? If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have dared to approach Su Chen even if she had 100 lives. No wonder Su Chen said they were all just ordinary, unremarkable women. Such an important person, how could he possibly regard people like them as nothing more than ordinary, vulgar women? Just as Sister Hua was trying to hide in the crowd so that Su Chen wouldn't see her, her worst fears came true. Su Chen's gaze fell directly on her. When Sister Hua was stared at by Su Chen's eyes, her legs went weak and she lost all support. She collapsed to the ground. I. She was so anxious that she couldn't even speak. She was clearly terrified. Brother Tao was beaten up like this. If she were treated like that, she would definitely be dead. It seems like you're the one who's to blame. Gu Zhengwen's eyes were icy cold. Taozi was wrong, he shouldn't have laid a hand on Su Chen. But it seems that the woman was the one who caused the conflict. You deserve to die even more than him. Gu Zhengwen walked over. No. Tu was wrong. Young Master Gu, please, don't kill me. Sister Hua was so scared she almost fainted. It can even lead to complete paralysis of the lower limbs and loss of physiological control. In front of countless people in the bar, he wet his pants. Everyone looked at her with disdain. 1234, Chapter 1234 Serving as a Steward. They haven't even started doing anything yet, and they're already this scared? Fuck you. Touching you would only dirty my hands. He waved to his two bodyguards. Drag him out and clean it up, don't fucking dirty my place. The two bodyguards nodded and grabbed Sister Hua. The other sisters had already hidden far away, afraid of being dragged into it. Those girls
girls who teased Su Chen before have long since disappeared.
Alright.
Su Chen spoke, his voice icy cold.
I don't have that much time to wait for you to deal with it. You can figure out how to handle the things that happened at your bar.
When Su Chen spoke, the two bodyguards stopped what they were doing.
Gu Zhangwen understood what Su Chen meant. It's simply a matter of compensation.
After all, blood was spilled on his turf, so simply teaching his men a lesson is definitely not enough.
Mr. Su, please explain. This is my fault for not disciplining him properly. If it's about measuring things in monetary terms, I really don't know how to even begin to answer that question. Gu Zhangwen gave a wry smile. If it means losing money, of course he'd be willing. But if he said too much, he couldn't afford to pay the price. If he said too little, he wouldn't be worthy of Su Chen's value. So when it came to compensation, he was naturally in a very difficult position. It's alright, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Chen stood up. If Gu Zhangwen really is losing money, then he certainly doesn't need it. How much could Gu Zhangwen possibly produce? Or, to put it another way, is Gu Zhangwen willing to give it? If it's less, then he'll lack it?
Therefore, losing money now will not solve the problem.
Perhaps there will be something Gu Zhangwen needs to do at tomorrow's auction. I'll let you know tomorrow. After Su Chen finished speaking, he left with the leopard and the others. Gu Zhangwen was full of question marks. Tomorrow? Will Su Chen come again tomorrow? Young Master Gu, this. The manager walked over to Gu Zhangwen.
Keep an eye on him tomorrow, and notify me immediately if he shows up.
This is your last chance.
If you make the same mistake again, I won't hesitate to send you to meet the King of Hell. Although Gu Zhangwen was puzzled, he didn't dwell on it any longer. All we need to do is get rid of Su Chen, this plague.
The manager nodded repeatedly.
He barely escaped with his life.
He was still feeling lingering fear. When he saw Gu Zhangwen killing Taozi, he was almost scared to death.
Luckily, I wasn't too disrespectful to Su Chen just now, otherwise I probably wouldn't even know how to spell the word death.
Get them out of here.
Send him to the hospital if he survives, great, if not, just give him some compensation.
Gu Zhangwen wiped his hands and left with two bodyguards. Su Chen left the bar and returned to the hotel downstairs. The leopard and the others followed behind without saying a word. What, do you want to come up with me? Su Chen smiled faintly. The leopard shook its head immediately.
We are willing to stay by Mrsa's side, and we will do whatever it takes for you while Mr. Su is in Longdu.
The leopard lowered its head and said. After what just happened, the leopard's admiration for Su Chen was like a surging river, endless and boundless. He originally thought that Su Chen only had a certain status in the Demon Sea. I never expected that even Gu Zhangwen from the Gu family would have to give him some respect. You should know that those are the four great families of Longdu. There are very few people in the entire Great Xia dynasty who dare to provoke them. It's amazing that Su Chen could make Gu Zhangwen so obedient. Alright, I happen to need someone to do something too. But we don't need too many, just two will do. After saying that, Su Chen walked into the hotel. Leopard quickly dismissed everyone, leaving only the person he trusted most by his side. This time, he must personally stand by Su Chen's side. 1235, Chapter 1235 Gu Family Auction. Firstly, he wanted to do things for Su Chen personally. Secondly, he also wanted to curry favor with Su Chen. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to meet someone like that. Once you have the opportunity to make contact, you must seize it. Back at the hotel, Su Chen took a shower. The bloodstains on my face have been washed away. Hai Shashan called during this time. He asked Su Chen if he had a friend named Huang Xiong. He said he went to Wanyao Company to look for him this afternoon. Later, Xiao Ningning took Huang Xiong to the Tianhe Villa district. I didn't expect Huang Xiong to go to the Demon Sea to find him so quickly. Unfortunately, they just missed each other. However, Su Chen still told Hai Shashan to entertain the other party properly first.
But Hai Xiaoshan said that the other party only sat for a while and then left. They said they'd come back in 2 days. Su Chen could only express his regret about this. After all, getting the blood grass is the most important thing for him right now. The next morning, Su Chen got up, washed up, and went out. The two leopards stayed by their side the whole time. He acted as a bodyguard and also became an assistant. Mr. Su, you're supposed to be attending the Gu family's auction today, right? This Gu family auction requires an invitation, and the checks are very rigorous. Mr. Su should have been prepared, right? Su Chen glanced at the leopard. How did you know I was here for the auction? Su Chen didn't take the invitation to heart. Even if he doesn't have one, is it really that hard to get one? Mr. Su, please don't take offense. But during this period, all the important figures living around the Gu family's auction house are here for the auction. I imagine Mr. Su is here because of the auction. I see. This leopard, being a local, had clearly seen this kind of situation before. After breakfast, Su Chen asked Leopard to go find the bar manager from yesterday. Instruct the bar manager to contact Gu Zhangwen and send over an auction invitation. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Leopard is now more confident in its actions. Gu Zhangwen had to be very polite to Su Chen, so an invitation was no problem at all. Gu Zhangwen's phone remained accessible all day long. So the bar manager was able to contact him easily. Hearing that Su Chen was going to participate in the auction, Gu Zhangwen was naturally generous. He told the leopard to tell Su Chen to go directly to the auction venue, where he would be waiting. The leopard returned to the hotel with the message. In the afternoon, Su Chen arrived at the auction venue. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly intense. Many distinguished guests entered the venue after handing over their invitations. Su Chen even spotted some members of the Su family. But he was standing in the shadows, so the Su family couldn't see him. Gu Zhangwen was also standing at the door, clearly waiting for Su Chen. Zhangwen, you're such a young master, why aren't you going in and instead you're working as a doorman? That's a bit of an overkill. The elder from the Su family who came this time spoke with a smile. Gu Zhangwen simply smiled faintly. We can sit inside anyway, and we can also greet the elders here. They then ushered the person inside. He looked around, but after more than 10 minutes he still couldn't see Su Chen. With more than half of the entry time already gone, Gu Zhangwen was getting a little anxious. Could it be that Su Chen isn't planning to come because he didn't send an invitation? If that's the case, wouldn't he offend Su Chen again? Just as he was worrying, Su Chen walked over from a short distance away. Upon seeing Su Chen, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 big steps and came to Su Chen's side. Mr. Su, we've been waiting for you, please come in. Su Chen nodded and followed the direction Gu Zhangwen indicated. 1236, Chapter 1236 Buying on Credit. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I can only arrange a level 5 private room for you. After all, the other private rooms belong to the 4 major families. The Heaven and Earth private room belongs to the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance. I really can't afford to offend the Gu family, so I can only ask Mr. Su to make an exception. Su Chen didn't say anything. For him, all levels of private rooms are the same. As long as his whereabouts and location are not revealed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the shadows for so long before coming out. He didn't want the Su family to know he was here, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. After all, this is the Dragon City. The Su family's territory. If the Su family finds out he's here, they'll probably send out all of their top-tier combat power. At that time, the entire Dragon City will probably revolve around him, and many powerful figures will launch an attack to besiege him. Upon entering the level 5 private room, the interior decoration was exquisite. Although it's only level 5, it has everything. The area is definitely not small. With over 100 square meters of space, there's more than enough room to move around. The 2 leopards were already dazzled by what they saw. Although they are locals from Longdu. But not just anyone can attend the Gu family auction. So even though they were from Longdu, this was their first time entering the Gu family auction venue. Give the order to provide the same service as a first-class private room here. Gu Zhangwen spoke calmly to the staff in the private room. Mr. Su, please rest for a while, I'll come back later. After Gu Zhangwen left, Su Chen sat on the recliner in front of the French windows. You can clearly see the auction stage from here. The distance is about 20 meters. You can see out from inside, but you can't see in from outside. So even if the people opposite him are from Tianmen, they won't be able to detect that he's here. Similarly, he couldn't see who was on the other side or next door. This level of privacy is absolutely top-notch in the auction industry. 2 minutes later, the staff brought out all the snacks, fruits, and tea. They also asked Su Chen if he needed a massage. Under this level of service, as long as it doesn't violate their principles, Gu Jiao will agree. There's even a certain credit limit. All levels up to level 7. Level 7 can get 10 million on credit. Level 6, 30 million. Level 5, 80 million. A level 4 certificate is worth 100 million. 200 million for level 3. 500 million at the second level. Level 1 is 1 billion. Although Su Chen is at level 5. But Gu Zhangwen has clearly instructed that the service be provided as a first-class private room. This means that the private room where Su Chen was located could afford to buy 1 billion on credit. Su Chen was taken aback when he heard this explanation. The Gu family is really going all out. If even the top-tier VIP box can get 1 billion in credit, how much credit can the Tiandi VIP box get? For each auction, wouldn't the Gu family have to prepare tens of billions just for the credit limit? But the Gu family's methods were indeed quite clever. The credit limit for each level is just right. It's like a level 7 VIP box. Those who can enter the level 7 VIP room are only considered moderately wealthy in the entire Dragon City. Treasures worth tens of millions are probably already at the peak. The first-class private room is reserved for the 4 major families. While one could afford a treasure worth hundreds of billions, it would still be painful to buy. A credit line of 1 billion is just right, it won't cripple you, but it's also reasonable. I never expected Gu Zhangwen to be so generous. They actually gave him a first-class service department and a credit line of 1 billion. Aren't you afraid he won't give you the money? Just 10 minutes before the auction started, Gu Zhangwen walked in from outside, followed by a middle-aged man. 1237, Chapter 1237. No difference. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Chen, whom I told you about before. The middle-aged man who entered looked at Su Chen with a hint of interest in his eyes. Mr. Su, you must be the number 1 person in the Demon Sea, the young prodigy Su Tiandi. Gu Yuanhang spoke with absolute certainty. He wasn't surprised that the other person knew him. I am so sorry for offending you so many times in the past. Gu Yuanhang clasped his hands in a fist salute. Su Chen certainly knew what Gu Yuanhang meant. First came Gu Yaoxian. Then came Gu Tianpeng. That's Gu Zhangwen. To be honest, this wasn't the first or second time the Gu family had offended him. He simply didn't take Gu Yaoxian seriously at all. Let alone Gu Yaoxian. Even Gu Zhangwen standing right in front of me. If you really offend him, killing Gu Zhangwen would be an easy task. But he didn't want to make enemies with the other 3 major families. After all, his real enemy was the Su family, the other 3 families were not even in his calculations. Dad, you mean? Gu Zhangwen suddenly recalled this matter. How could he have forgotten about that kid Gu Yaoxian? He's technically his younger brother. I did offend Emperor Su back then. Those things are in the past. At least we don't have any conflicts now, and that's the important thing. Su Chen smiled slightly. Yes, Mr. Su is such an outstanding person, my Gu family is naturally willing to befriend him. Gu Zhangwen quickly responded. Gu Yuanhang, however, walked to Su Chen's side. Mr. Su is willing to befriend the Gu family, and of course we are. But what about the Su family? Gu Yuanhang's words caused Su Chen's expression to change. It seems that Gu Yuanhang knows about him. Mr. Su, there's no need to be surprised. As two of the four great families, and the Su family being the head of the four, we certainly don't have a superficial understanding of them. I had someone investigate when I offended Mr. Su. I never imagined that Emperor Su was Mr. Su, and that Mr. Su was the war god of the northern frontier. He was also a discarded pawn of the Su family back then. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hua Bao and the other two, as well as Gu Zhangwan, all changed drastically. The Su family's abandoned son. God of war in the north. Regardless of which identity they are, this is absolutely huge news. After a few seconds, Su Chen smiled. As expected of the Gu family head, this kind of information really can't be kept from you, the head of one of the four great families. If that's the case, why is Patriarch Gu still willing to befriend me? Or rather, you came here to kick me out? After saying that, Su Chen's face darkened. I have a feeling that Gu Yuanhang's purpose in speaking frankly at this time is definitely not simple. She guessed his identity from the beginning and was still willing to come and see him. It's either inviting someone to dinner or keeping them there. Mr. Su, you're overthinking it. The Su family wields immense power. But the Gu family is one of the four great families. Would we be afraid of the Su family? Gu Yuanhang sneered. I've also heard about Murso's talent, so of course I'd like to befriend someone as outstanding as Mr. Su. However, my only concern is Mr. Su, your greatest enemy. Otherwise, what if the Gu family stands on Murso's side? Gu Yuanhang is clearly a man of great foresight. The Su family has stood at the pinnacle of the Great Xia for far too long. If no powerful person emerges to change the dynasty, the Su family will probably cover the entire sky of Longdu in the future. But there aren't many people who can bring about a change of dynasty in the Great Xia dynasty, and perhaps Su Chen is one of them. Heavenly Gate? In my eyes, they are no different from the Su family. 1238, Chapter 1238 Three Great Treasures. Whether it's the Su family or Tianmen, I will destroy them with my own hands. A murderous glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. I'm doing this for nothing else. All for the purpose of overthrowing the Heavenly Gate. Overthrow the Su family. Avenge my mother. He doesn't care who's on his road to success or who isn't. He wouldn't care what choice the Gu family made. Ha ha ha. As I thought, then I wish Mr. Su all the best. Openly, my Gu family can't help you, but if you encounter difficulties, our Gu family will lend a helping hand secretly. Gu Yuanhan's words also represent the Gu family's attitude. The reason why the Gu family is not as powerful as the Su family is largely due to the Gu family's lack of power. The Su family's power is divided equally between the Elders' Council and the family head. In the Gu family, however, the head of the family has the final say. Therefore, their decision-making is not as comprehensive as that of the Su family. Gu is a visionary. He knew that if an Elders' Council were established, it would undoubtedly undermine his own position. This could lead to a situation where the elders' opinions are skewed to one side. Then he would be the head of the family in name only. Just like the Su family now. Su Tianyuan is nominally the head of the Su family. But when it comes to major decisions, the elders still have the final say. Gu Yuanhang doesn't have to be strong, and the Gu family doesn't have to be the head of the four major families. But we absolutely cannot allow internal turmoil to occur. He will absolutely not allow anyone to interfere with his rights as the head of the family. Therefore, the Gu family is better at controlling power than the Su family. This also limited their actual power, preventing them from maximizing their strength. Upon hearing Gu Yuanhan's promise, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Thank you very much, Uncle Gu. He always seeks revenge. But we must repay any kindness we have received. Gu Yuanhang knew his identity and his situation. I'm still willing to help him even under these circumstances. Regardless of whether I'll ever be able to repay the family's kindness in the future. Gu Yuanhan's words alone are enough. Alright, Then I won't bother you any longer, young friend Su. If you have any questions, you can find me through the main text. After Gu Yuanhang finished speaking, he left the room. Su Chen sat back down. It seems that while the four major families appear to be keeping each other in check, things are actually quite turbulent. Otherwise, Gu Yuanhang wouldn't have made such an obvious attempt to win him over. The auction began just a few minutes after Su Chen sat down. The two leopards behind him were extremely uneasy. They never expected that Su Chen in front of them was actually the eldest son of the Su family. Although it was a discarded pawn, there's a saying that goes like this. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Su Chen was a pawn, no wonder he's so strong. So it turns out he has the blood of the Su family flowing through his veins. The Su family has so many powerful members. It's famous throughout the entire Dragon City. No one in the Su family is below the level of a spirit master. That's because of blood ties. You can't be weak even if you want to. Su Chen had no interest in participating in the auction as soon as it started. He only cared about the blood grass that appeared last. I heard it will be the grand finale. After all, it is a priceless treasure that can be infused with spiritual energy. It is more precious than many magical artifacts. But as the auction progressed to the middle, a variety of treasures appeared. Prices have been soaring. The initial investment is 100,000, and the limit is 10 million. From tens of millions to billions. Su Chen was somewhat unsure. In the later stages, it will probably start at tens of billions and end at hundreds of billions. If that's the case, then the money he has on him might be in serious trouble. Su Chen took out his phone and asked Xiao Ningning to prepare the necessary documents to go to the bank. If he needs money, we'll get it from the bank right away. Soon, it was almost over. There are 3 items in total as the grand finale. 1239, Chapter 1239 Fundraising. It is said that the 3 final items are each worth hundreds of billions. Su Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw the first thing. That's also a medicinal herb. The ingredients for refining the spirit entry pill and the breakthrough pill. With this one herb, and by gathering the other 2, we might even be able to refine pills that break through the spirit level barrier in the future. This is definitely a good thing. Its value is no less than that of blood grass. Su Chen joined without even thinking. This medicinal herb is extremely rare and hard to come by. If you encounter it, you must act. What if I actually have the chance to encounter the other 2 types in the future? This undoubtedly gives me a better chance of breaking through that barrier. 100 billion. The whole process lasted 10 minutes. Starting with 5 billion, it has now reached 10 billion. After all, this thing is priceless and unavailable. Once it occurs, its value cannot be measured in monetary terms. It's only reached 100 billion now. It is said that the last time it appeared, it reached nearly 200 billion. So the current 100 billion is just the beginning. But the price slowed down when it reached 130 billion. Perhaps because of past mistakes, those who participated in the auction were not so reckless. 30 years ago, the East and West appeared for the first time. It was auctioned off for nearly 200 billion at that time. But 30 years later, the powerful figure who bought this medicinal herb back then still failed to collect the other 2. So whether it will succeed is still uncertain, let alone buying it at an exorbitant price. If it's worth tens of billions, I bet there will be a lot of people scrambling to buy it. But this has far exceeded 10 billion. Nobody's money grows on trees. Naturally, not many people are willing to pay for an uncertain factor. 150 billion. Su Chen bid with absolute certainty. Tianmen, the Alliance of Spirits. And the people from the 4 major families all looked toward the private room that had called out the highest price. A mere 5th-level VIP room dared to shout out 150 billion. Go and find out who the other party is. At almost the same time, the 4 major families and the 2 major powers all sent people to investigate. What right do people in the 5th-class VIP boxes have to possess such rare and precious treasures? So as soon as they find out who has obtained the medicinal herbs, they will snatch them without hesitation. Even if it means murder and robbery. 150 billion, the third time. Congratulations to our esteemed guest in box 5 for winning this item. The host made the final decision. Having obtained the medicinal herbs, Suchen was both delighted and somewhat anxious. He had almost no money left. Even if Xiaoningning were to take out another 100 billion from the bank, it probably still wouldn't be enough to obtain the final blood grass. Many powerful individuals have come this time for the blood grass. If nothing unexpected happens, the price of blood grass will probably be higher than 150 billion. His capital is far from enough. Help me contact your young master Gu. Suchen looked at the service staff behind him. In the end, he'll probably have no choice but to ask Gu Zhangwen for help. Given the Gu family's financial resources, lending him some money shouldn't be too much to ask. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. The staff member turned to leave. Wait a minute. He suddenly spoke, but his eyes were fixed on his phone. His phone kept ringing. He looked at the text messages with a complicated expression. Besides shock, I also felt a sense of helplessness. Haijiao Remittance received 100 billion. The Xiao family received a remittance of 50 billion. The Lu family received 30 billion yuan in remittances. The Zhao family received 80 billion yuan in remittances. The Miao people have received 50 billion yuan in remittances. Numerous families in the Demon Sea are remitting funds to the Wanyao Company's account. The funds amount to over 300 billion. Suchen never expected that these people would offer help in his time of need. 1240, Chapter 1240 True Dragon Pill. It's highly likely that Xiaoningning told these families about his situation. These families are the ones who lend their full support and send donations. No need, let's talk about it later. Suchen smiled slightly. With this funding from the Demon Sea clan, he is perfectly capable of solving many problems. At least he now has the qualifications to bid on the blood grass. With over 300 billion yuan in funding, he didn't believe he couldn't acquire the blood grass. Although this will also leave him with a lot of debt. But as long as we can refine the berserk pill, the debt of over 300 billion is nothing. After all, 300 billion is just a thought to him. If he's willing, he can solve the problem by refining some level 8 or 9 pills, or a few spirit-breaking pills. After all, not just anyone can refine those things. The price of a single spirit-breaking pill will definitely not be less than 30 billion. The reason we didn't sell the spirit-breaking pill to the public before was because we couldn't be too ostentatious. Once Wanyao Company reveals the existence of the spirit-breaking pill, it will likely attract the attention of numerous forces. At that time, even the Spirit Alliance and the Heavenly Gate will probably be unable to hold back. Before the blood grass appeared, a spirit-entering pill actually appeared. This is one of the 3 grand finale treasures. True Dragon Pill. It can instantly boost your strength. But it must be taken when the patient is near death. The closer to death, the greater the effect. But the highest level of strength one can achieve is level 3. This elixir caused a sensation among everyone present. This is simply a divine level elixir. If we can successfully achieve the maximum therapeutic effect, level 3 becomes level 6. Those who were at level 6 were directly promoted to level 9. The difference between level 6 and level 9 is undoubtedly enormous. However, if the True Dragon Pill were to exert its full effect, it could instantly close the gap. This is absolutely priceless. It's even more expensive than blood grass. 200 billion. It only took 2 minutes. The price of this True Dragon Pill exceeds that of the medicinal herbs Suchen obtained. But Suchen did not participate this time. While Zhenlongdan is very potent, it undoubtedly carries significant risks. The maximum effect is achieved when taken while the patient is near death. If you're already on the verge of death, would the other party still give you the chance to take a pill? Furthermore, you've already reached the critical point, do you still have the strength to take the elixir? Therefore, while the benefits are enormous, the risks are equally enormous. They paid an astronomical price for this elixir, only to find they might never need it in the future. Therefore, Su Chen would not waste money on this pill. It's completely an uncertain factor. Soon, the price of the True Dragon pill reached nearly 300 billion. The speed gradually decreased. In fact, Su Chen was also hoping they would raise the price of the True Dragon pill. This will further deplete the financial resources of these superpowers. This will be of great benefit to him in his subsequent bidding for Bloodgrass. Ultimately, the price of the True Dragon pill settled at 310 billion. They were taken over by the people in the Tiandiho VIP box. That day, the No One private room was undoubtedly one of the two superpowers. So even if they knew who the other party was, no one dared to make that move. After some thought, Su Chen was also somewhat shocked. No wonder the Gu family is so wealthy. The proceeds from this single auction alone could easily reach trillions. Gu Jia charges a 10% commission. That's equivalent to 100 billion. Earn 100 billion just by sitting back at an auction. This seems much easier than refining pills. No wonder the Gu family would spend so much money to create the largest auction venue in the entire Great Xia. The effort and the reward are clearly proportional. 1241, Chapter 1241. An astonishing price. Now, the exciting moment has arrived. The host's voice was incredibly passionate. All eyes were on the stage. Bloodgrass. This is the ultimate goal of all the major forces. I'm sure everyone knows what the final, grand finale is. That's the Bloodgrass. You should all know how demanding the growing environment of Bloodgrass is. As for what kind of pills can be refined, and what their effects are, then it depends on the skills of all you alchemists. The host spoke loudly, and everyone in the private room could hear every word clearly. Now, the auction for the Bloodgrass begins. To avoid wasting everyone's time, we won't start with the lowest price. The bidding will begin with a starting price of 100 billion, and each increment must be at least 1 billion. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone excitedly shouted out the price. Su Chen didn't speak first. Let's let the bullets fly for a while. Secondly, he was too lazy to waste time. Wait until prices stabilize a bit before making a bid. A price of 100 billion did not stop these people's madness. It's just as good as the True Dragon pill from before. The price jumped to 280 billion. 300 billion. The people in the Tiandi cabin directly increased the price by 20 billion. 3,100 billion. The other private room also raised its prices. It has already reached the price of a True Dragon pill. Su Chen frowned. I never expected it to reach over 300 billion. Currently, all of his assets, including all the assets transferred from Xiaoningning, are at stake. 380 billion. Given the current situation, is it possible to obtain the Bloodgrass? The price of 310 billion has been set for the second time. If no one bids, the item will be sold to someone else at this price. 380 billion. Su Chen made his move immediately, unleashing all his attacks. Although there is a difference of 70 billion, and although there is a possibility of being ripped off. But his method of attack is also the safest. This approach will only make people think that he is determined to get the Bloodgrass. Really? The moment this price was announced, the room erupted in uproar. A gap of 70 billion. Who on earth is this person who possesses such astonishing wealth? No way, no way. Is this guy stupid? It's that guy from the level 5 VIP box again. Unfortunately, no one can act recklessly on the Gu family's territory. Otherwise, countless people would want to smash the windows to see who was inside. We just spent 150 billion, and now we're spending another 380 billion. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 billion has been spent. Such an astonishing figure is something even the four major families probably wouldn't dare to claim they could easily produce. both superpowers will probably have to think twice. The top-tier private room. The leader of the Tianmen team narrowed his eyes slightly. It's that VIP box again. Who is it? The leader of Tianmen stood up and asked loudly. A mere level 5 private room dares to steal from Tianmen. The Spirit Alliance, standing nearby, also raised the same question. Your Excellency surely possesses more than just this one identity. The leader of the spiritual path quickly asked a very simple question. With such a vast amount of wealth, it's clear they couldn't possibly stay in just a level 5 VIP box. It's probably just a cover-up. Su Chen didn't say anything. And it's all thanks to the fact that Guja privacy is handled very well. Otherwise, even if we manage to buy the blood grass today, it's unlikely we'll be able to take it with us. Xu Jing. Please follow the rules. The host also spoke somewhat nervously. Although the Gu family is one of the 4 great families. But if Tianmen presses them too hard, the Gu family won't be able to withstand the pressure. But the Gu family has come this far not by mere chance. 1242, Chapter 1242 successfully taken. The Gu family is unable to put pressure on Tianmen. However, they could also use public pressure to prevent Tianmen from getting angry. I'm sure you masters don't want to cause too much conflict. After all, the auction is for your benefit. Please refrain from doing anything that could harm everyone's interests in the future. The host's words were very well said. The single word everyone thrust Tianmen into the eye of the storm. If Tianmen dares to get angry, he will undoubtedly be going against everyone. No matter how powerful Tianmen is, it is unwilling to be enemies with so many people. Really? Tianmen could only vent his anger and sat back down. If everyone has no objections, let's continue. Are there any other VIPs who will make a bid? 380 billion is a first. 380 billion for the second time. The host's voice got louder and louder with each repetition. I just want to see if anyone will raise the price again. Seeing no response, the host raised the hammer. 380 billion for the third time. Bang! The hammer falls. Su Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Looks like he made the right bet. Having successfully obtained the blood grass, we can now refine the berserk pill once we return. Soon, Gu Zhangwen walked in from outside. He had a smile on his face. As expected of Mr. Su, he is indeed very wealthy. Gu Zhangwen wasn't too surprised by Su Chen's wealth. Because Su Chen has the Wanyao Company as his foundation. At the same time, you should have quite a few treasures on hand. Just back on Gulf Island, Su Chen and the Spirit Alliance obtained the most. The fur of a brown bear. The blood and body material of a dragon. Each and every one of them is quite valuable. He just didn't quite understand why Su Chen had bid on the 2 medicinal herbs. Does Wanyao Company have even more advanced alchemists? Otherwise, these 2 medicinal herbs wouldn't be of much use to us. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Because of the special nature of the item, I will send you away through a special passage to prevent any ill intentions from being committed by those with malicious intent. Su Chen stood up. Thank you very much, I appreciate the Gu family's kindness. Su Chen threw the bank card away. Mr. Gu, please pay for me, let me know if it's not enough. Gu Zhengwen took the bank card and smiled. If that's not enough, I'll take care of the Gu family. Gu Zhengwen walked to the end of the private room and turned the knob on a vase. A hidden door opened. That's what makes Gu family auctions so special. It can better and more securely protect customer privacy. To avoid being discovered after exiting through the main entrance. Please. Su Chen went inside first. After walking about 100 meters, we arrived outside. Inside the passageway, Gu Zhengwen explained to Su Chen. All the private boxes at the auction had secret passages. All the exits of the secret passages lead directly to the outside. But the exit of each secret passage is different. To avoid conflict at the exits, each important customer will go through a different passage. Therefore, the direction of the passage can be changed at will within the secret passage. In fact, it contains many intricate passages. The direction was changed by a mechanism, so it only appears to be one path. Mr. Su, please keep these items you purchased. My dad told me to tell you, take care on your journey. Su Chen accepted the gifts and left with the leopard and the others. Don't call me sir anymore, just call me Su Chen. He waved and left as he spoke. Gu Zhengwen smiled faintly. It seems that the hatred between her and Su Chen has been put to rest. My father had a private conversation with Su Chen after their meeting. Let him befriend Su Chen as much as possible. Try to make it as subtle as possible. 1243, Chapter 1243 Shifting Responsibility. It's not the time to act openly and honestly yet. But if it's absolutely necessary, then exposing yourself is fine. If Su Chen is in trouble, I will try my best to help. The father also said that Su Chen's talent is the most terrifying in the world today. Once this person rises to power, he will definitely surpass the top figures of the two superpowers. Befriending Su Chen will definitely benefit the Gu family in the future. That's why he told Su Chen so generously that if the money wasn't enough, he would take care of the Gu family. After all, his father said those things, which meant he had been given absolute power. Su Chen and the two leopards had already moved far away from the auction site. Meanwhile, at this time, the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance, along with the other three major families, they were guarding the entrance to the auction. The people of Tianmen are conducting a forceful, one-by-one investigation. Not at the auction, outside the Gu family's area. As long as the Gu family isn't involved, who can stop Tianmen from doing whatever he wants? But after checking until night, they still couldn't find any suspicious people. Until the auction attendees left and the doors closed. The people from Tianmen came up empty-handed and ended up getting nothing. It seems that person has already left. The Gu family must have sent them away through a secret passage. Let's go too, this is their fate, and we shouldn't be delusional. The Spirit Alliance is certainly carefree. Because this time they have obtained the true dragon pill. Tianmen got nothing. Even if some things were filmed, they had absolutely nothing to do with the word treasure. The Spirit Alliance left, and the three major families also dispersed one after another. Tianmen, however, was still unwilling to give up. Get me to contact Gu Yuanhang. I'd like to see who this guy really is. Ultimately, Tianmen had no choice but to put pressure on the Gu family. If Gu Jia dares to conceal the other party's information, Tianmen will definitely not let him off. But who is Gu Yuanhang? He is certainly not a fool to have single-handedly developed the Gu family into what it is today. I really have no choice, I can't afford to offend either side, please, master, don't make things difficult for my Gu family. Gu Yuanhang clasped his hands in a fist salute and said. But there was a hidden meaning in his words, and the people from Tianmen naturally understood it. Spirit Warriors Alliance. The Tianmen team leader was furious. No wonder he said the Spirit Alliance left so readily. So I was just playing along with him. It's likely that the Spirit Alliance has already acquired the item. Otherwise, why would Gu Yuanhang say that neither side could be offended? It's either the Spirit Alliance or someone else. Snort. I'll settle the score with you later. The Tianmen team leader left after uttering a disgruntled remark. A bitter smile appeared on Gu Yuanhang's lips. Everyone in the Spirit Alliance, you're the only ones left to take the blame. Gu Yuanhang knew from the beginning that Tianmen would definitely be looking for him. Or perhaps the Spirit Alliance will contact him. But most of them come from Tianmen. Of the two major forces, Tianmen is more powerful. It's also quite violent. The Spirit Alliance, on the contrary, is more harmonious. So the one who came looking for him must be Tianmen. But no matter who comes to him, he always has an explanation. When Tianmen came to find him, he said he couldn't afford to offend him. The Spirit Alliance will say the same thing when they arrive. If both sides come together, he'll say the same thing. In the end, both sides will only suspect each other. It won't involve his Gu family at all. After seeing off all the family forces, Gu Yuanhang sighed. That's all he can do to help Su Chen. All that's left is to hope that Su Chen rises to prominence quickly. After Su Chen returned to the hotel, he asked Hua Bao and the other two to pack their things and come with him to the Demon Sea. In extraordinary times, he has no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Until the two medicinal herbs are safe, the two leopards must stay by his side. 1244, Chapter 1244 Escorting all the way. Of course, neither of them would refuse. Especially the leopard. If I could stay by Su Chen's side forever, that would be an absolutely fantastic thing. But there was one thing he was worried about. Su Chen's identity. The Su family's abandoned son. Moreover, I heard that the Su family wants to deal with Su Chen. Su Chen is very strong. But the Su family's status in the entire Great Xia dynasty was known to all. No matter how strong Su Chen is, can he withstand the pressure from the Su family? Also, what is this heavenly gate that Gu Yuanhang mentioned? He had only heard of the Su family, not the Tian men. The group boarded a plane bound for the Demon Sea. Mr. Su, please. The two of them stayed by our side the whole time, providing excellent service. Su Chen stepped into business class. It's very spacious inside, and there aren't many people. The environment is fairly comfortable. But as soon as Su Chen entered business class, his eyes changed slightly. He slowed his pace and sat down in his seat. The two leopards were also in business class, not far from his seat. Su Chen looked at the three men in front of him and to his right. A chilling killing intent. These three are assassins. He exuded a unique murderous aura. Moreover, all three are quite strong, probably possessing the strength of the fourth or fifth level of the spirit realm. These people acted calmly and didn't pay much attention to him. Su Chen didn't think too much about it and quickly settled into a resting state. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, these people shouldn't do anything reckless. If he really has to make a move in the end, he can't estimate too much. All I can say is sorry to the passengers on the plane. We flew all the way to the Demon Sea and landed safely without any accidents. But when they got off the plane, the three of them followed behind Su Chen and his group. Su Chen stopped in his tracks as he exited the airport. The three of them walked up. We've been following you the whole way, is something the matter? Su Chen turned around and looked at the three of them, asking in a cold voice. The three men, their eyes icy, walked up to Su Chen. The two leopards immediately tensed up. As a martial arts master, he could clearly sense that the three people who appeared were far stronger than him. But he did not back down. Su Chen's composure suggests he's confident he can handle this. Su Chen made no move, and he did not sense any killing intent in the three people's eyes. But why are these three people following him? Master Su. The leader suddenly clasped his hands in a fist salute. I apologize for my rudeness. The actions of the three puzzled Su Chen. I'll only dare to greet Master Su when I reach the Demon Sea. The three of us are from the Spirit Alliance. Elder Hong Chang sent us here. Elder Hong said he saw you in Longdu, so he sent us to protect you secretly, saying you have valuables on you. Su Chen was stunned again. 3 fifth-tier protectors were protecting him? Judging from their aura, these three are indeed at the 5th rank. But it's also very close to the 6th rank, belonging to the peak of the 5th rank. That's not the point. The key question is, when did Hong Chang see him? How could we know he had valuables on him? Did that guy know from the beginning that it was him in the VIP box? That's why they sent people over after they knew he had bought both medicinal herbs. Then thank you very much, Master Hong Chang. I am now safely back in the Demon Sea. If the three of you wish to do some sightseeing, I can make arrangements. If not, please leave. Thank you for your trouble. Su Chen was very polite, but also very direct. The three shook their heads. No, we've completed our mission and are preparing to head back. After exchanging greetings, the three returned to the airport. This was also Hong Chang's explanation. Say goodbye after dropping the person off before leaving. This was also to let Su Chen know the respect that Hong Chang was showing him. 1245, Chapter 1245 Basic Exercises. This is also a little trick to please Su Chen. Otherwise, people will be sent and tasks will be done, but Su Chen will still know nothing about it. Wow, those are people from the Spirit Alliance. The leopard's eyes lit up. He might not know about Tianmen. Because Tianmen is quite mysterious, people won't know about this organization without a certain level of understanding. The Alliance of Spirits is different. Anyone with a bit of ability knows this. So many people dream of joining the Spirit Alliance. You must reach the Spirit level to be eligible to join. Tianmen and the Spirit Alliance are collectively known as the two major super organizations in the world. The four great families are the four strongest families in the Great Xia dynasty. There's also the National Martial Arts Hall. That is the face of the Great Xia dynasty, which stands above the four great families and is no less powerful than the two superpowers. The National Martial Arts Academy is not an organization, it can only be considered the trump card of the Great Xia Kingdom. The National Martial Arts Academy generally does not participate in gatherings. Just like the Gu family's auction. The National Martial Arts Academy wouldn't even deign to participate. What is the significance of attending an auction? It's nothing more than bidding on some rare and precious treasures. Only those forces that lack the power to acquire those treasures would participate in the auction. Acquired through purchasing power. But the National Martial Arts Academy doesn't need it. As a national-level organization, with the strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, it can easily obtain any treasure. Therefore, the National Martial Arts Academy is backed by the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Why waste time attending a pointless auction at such a place? Back at Tianhao Villa, Leopard went to find Hai Xiaoshan. This wasn't the first time he'd met Hai Xiaoshan, the two were fairly familiar with each other. But it's different from before. The previous times, he had met Hai Xiaoshan under the identity of Lin Chang. This time, they came in Su Chen's name. Hai Xiaoshan's attitude towards him has changed significantly compared to before. My elder brother has already given instructions, you can eat and drink well here, but if you want to leave, you must get my brother's permission. The two leopards nodded repeatedly. What do you mean by agreeing or disagreeing? The two of them hadn't even thought about this question. It doesn't matter if Su Chen disagrees, it doesn't matter if they stay here. After packing his things, Su Chen went to check on Xiao Jiang. This kid has been practicing the military boxing he taught him all this time. This is a basic boxing technique. Although Xiao Jiang's foundation is already quite good. But military boxing trains punching power and balance. Xiao Jiang currently lacks control and the ability to unleash his power. Therefore, training in these areas is still necessary. After glancing at Xiao Jiang's demonstration of military boxing, Su Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. No wonder he's so gifted. In just a few days, he has already thoroughly studied the general body boxing. Every punch, every step was steady and powerful. Xiao Jiang is absolutely a prodigy. With the best guidance, he might even surpass him in the future. But haste makes waste. He had Xiao Jiang lay a solid foundation while simultaneously breaking through to the martial arts supreme level. But he only gave me 1 week. If Xiao Jiang fails to break through to the martial arts supreme level within a week, he will be punished. Xiao Jiang's strength has reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. A breakthrough can be made at any time, as long as the critical point is found. If he can't even break through to the martial arts supreme level within 7 days, then wouldn't Xiao Jiang be wasting such a wonderful talent? After giving instructions to Xiao Jiang, he left Tianhao Villa. Call Xiao Ningning and ask her to arrange a meeting between the various families of the Demon Sea. He naturally had to express his gratitude for the donations from the various families. The meeting place is Wanha Hotel. 1246, Chapter 1246 The Rise of the Chun Family. As soon as Su Chen arrived at the Wanha Hotel, he saw a beautiful figure not far away. A supercar worth tens of millions. The red car door opened, and a woman got out. He's wearing sunglasses. Suchen only glanced at it, and after recognizing the identity, he instantly lost interest. The other party also saw Suchen walking on the road. I just got back to the Demon Sea and I've already run into a jinx like you. What the worst luck ever. Chen Zixuan takes off her glasses. She is glamorous and beautiful now. He looks like a successful person. Suchen heard her words, but completely ignored them. He brushed right past her. Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you? Chen Zixuan is still the same old Chen Zixuan. It's as if the whole world should revolve around her. But Suchen will always be the same. I never waste a single word on people I have no connection with. Stop right there. Chen Zixuan stomped her foot, and Suchen indeed stopped. He turned around and looked at Chen Zixuan. What, you start swearing right away, and you expect me to respond? After 2 months in Zhengzhou, my skin has gotten thicker and thicker. Suchen's words angered Chen Zixuan. What is her current status? And what is Suchen's identity? How dare a mere employee of Wanyao Company speak to her like that? You should know that she is here on behalf of the Chen family's Zhangyao Company in Zhengzhou to negotiate with Wanyao Company. Previously, the Chen family did not have this qualification. Because the Chen family lost its resources in the Demon Sea after being crushed. But things are different now. The Chen family has risen again. Under his leadership, the Chen family is much, much stronger than before. A company that can establish itself in Zhengzhou is qualified to negotiate with Wanyao Company. Okay, keep calling now. You won't be able to call out when I see Xiao Ningning and Emperor Su. I'll definitely get them to fire you. Chen Zixuan shouted loudly. Whispering sound. Suchen scoffed dismissively and continued walking forward. You. In this sea of demons. Everyone has the right to look down on her. Suchen was the only one who didn't. So when she heard Suchen snort, she was naturally very unhappy. But try thinking about it from a different perspective. She came for Wanyao Company this time, so we can't lose our composure because of that. Wasting time on someone insignificant is certainly not a wise choice. Chen Zixuan came upstairs 2 minutes late. She knew Xiao Ningning would come to the Wanha Hotel today. Not only that, but many big shots from the entire Demon Sea will also be coming. This is a tremendous opportunity for her to negotiate a collaboration with Wanyao Company. So she came along too. If we can reach an agreement with Wanyao Company on this occasion, then the Chen family's status in the entire Demon Sea will instantly rise. After Suchen went up, Xiao Ningning and the others quickly arrived at the scene. But Xiao Ningning disappeared after arriving at the scene. Only the heads of each family were present. Suchen didn't wait for Xiao Ningning and sat down in the main seat of the venue. Everyone, all I can say for this fundraising is thank you. But you must also believe that I, Suchen, am not an ungrateful person. I, Suchen, will definitely repay what you have given me, and thank you all for trusting me. Suchen first expressed his gratitude. After all, he was able to gather hundreds of billions in such a short time, and he should be grateful to all the families present. Mr. Su, you're too kind. When you were giving me the marrow cleansing pill before, you didn't even blink. Now that Mr. Su is facing a financial crisis, it's only natural that we should step in. Hai Pangshan was the first to speak in response. 1247, Chapter 1247 Choosing one of two. Suchen nodded. Saying thank you too many times won't make a difference. He took out several bottles of breakthrough pills and several spirit breakthrough pills. These were made by him before. There are still some left. It was originally intended for the person he trusted most. But now we have no choice but to take this out. Everyone here now has two choices. One option is to choose the elixir, and the other is to return the money to you after Wanyao Company makes a profit. Everyone stared at the pills that Suchen took out. There's a saying circulating among them. Anything produced by Suchen is guaranteed to be of high quality. Any pills that Suchen takes out are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. It's so rare that you could say it's something you can only hope to encounter. Mr. Su, may I ask what the effects of this elixir are? Lu Xuanhu spoke first, asking the question. A breakthrough pill. Su Chen placed the breakthrough pill in front of him. Upon hearing these 3 words, Hai Pangshan's expression changed drastically. Mr. Su, is this the kind of pill for my son? Su Chen nodded. He did indeed give it to Hai Xiaoshan. Hai Pangshan let out a cold breath. Lu Xuanhu immediately understood. Xiao Tianze remained quite calm. He recognized it as soon as Su Chen took it out. It is said that this spirit-breaking pill can allow anyone below the level of a terrestrial immortal to advance 1 level. There are no barriers, and no side effects. It has a life-changing effect on martial artists whose potential has already reached its limit. Hai Pangshan's words caused an uproar in the audience. It has such amazing effects. If it were mass-produced, wouldn't that be? Mr. Su, may I ask if the other one is perhaps the spirit-breaking pill? Hai Pangshan spoke loudly again. But his voice was incredibly passionate, even trembling slightly. At the same time, he cautiously glanced at the bottle in front of Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slowly again. Sizzle. Hai Pangshan almost couldn't breathe. Breakthrough pill. It's actually a spirit-breaking pill. Everyone looked at Hai Pangshan with puzzled expressions. The Hai family is undoubtedly the closest to Su Chen right now. Therefore, the Hai family must know best about the treasures Su Chen possesses. Who can blame them for being so smart? As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Other families usually try to avoid Su Chen if possible. They were willing to help, but they were still a little uneasy about Su Chen going to live with the family permanently. After all, Su Chen was far too powerful. Sometimes joy and sorrow are unpredictable. If you upset Su Chen, it will be a disaster. So nobody wants to bring this killing machine home. Even so, it doesn't mean they weren't wholeheartedly helping Su Chen. The Hai family, however, are among the wisest of the group. Quite a few of them wanted to invite Su Chen home. The Hai family can be said to be the most powerful. Therefore, the Hai family had the advantage of favorable timing, location, and popular support. Based on what Hai Pangshan just said, Su Chen has probably already given it to the Hai family. Mr. Hai, tell me quickly what the effects of this spirit-breaking pill are. Some people were puzzled and raised questions. Hai Pangshan's face was grave. I already explained the effects of the breakthrough pill. And the effect of this spirit-breaking pill is even greater than that of the breakthrough pill. A pill that can help a terrestrial immortal break through to the spirit level. Hai Pangshan's words completely ignited the atmosphere. May the realm of a terrestrial immortal break through to the spirit level. This. Everyone stood up and looked at the pills in the bottle. Mr. Su, this. Hai, is what Mr. Hai said true? Everyone looked at Su Chen again. Su Chen nodded. The reason Hai Xiaoshan was able to break through to the spirit level in such a short time is because he took the spirit-breaking pill. 1248, Chapter 1248 All Refusal to Repay. Xiao Tianze is the same, you can ask him. Xiao Tianze. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze was stunned for a moment. Isn't this indirectly telling everyone that he already possessed the spirit-breaking pill? Well. Xiao Tianze gave a bitter laugh twice. I did take it, so I'm already at the spirit level. Their expressions changed drastically. Previously, Xiao Tianze was the supreme martial artist. How long has it been? Both Xiao Tianze and Hai Xiaoshan have actually reached the spirit level. It's all because of the breakthrough pill and spirit breakthrough pill in Su Chen's hands. For a moment, everyone hesitated. When Su Chen first said he wanted to repay them, they were already mentally prepared. They don't want any way Su Chen can repay them. After all, being able to help Su Chen means having an extra lifeline in the future. But now they're hesitating. How could they not be tempted by pills capable of producing even spirit-level experts? Everyone was looking at each other. No one spoke first. Clearly, they all want it. But none of them wanted to be the first to do something that would displease Su Chen. Because once this door is opened, Su Chen will probably start to have thoughts about them. But if someone speaks first, then they won't need to worry about this problem. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Su Chen was dissatisfied, it was because of the first person to speak. Everyone, make your choice. I'll calculate the price for you based on a discount of 10 billion for each spirit breaker and each rank breaker. No one spoke. Look at me, look at you, you're both so cunning. Mr. Su, there's no need for me to say anything. My Zhao family is a large and powerful family, and it's only our duty to help you. I don't want either the pills or the money. It's my honor to be able to help Mr. Su. Zhao Di spoke first. My Xiao family is no exception. Of course, that's true for the Hai family. Mr. Su has already given it to the Hai family, and I, Hai Pangshan, am completely satisfied. Hai Pangshan has completely sealed the deal. Your Hai family certainly got it, but most of them didn't. A simple "I'm completely satisfied" has left them in a dilemma. They don't want it, and they don't want it either. Mr. Su, although I, White Owl, am not very capable. But I am just as satisfied as if I could do things for Mr. Su. I don't want it either. Me too. Lu Xuanhu also responded. Of all the families present, the Lu family is probably the weakest. Even Lu Xuanhu said such things, and the other families instantly lost their spirit. It seems there's no hope for the breakthrough pill and spirit breakthrough pill today. Looking at this group of people, Su Chen could only smile wryly. He was serious, but these guys are actually arguing about it. Not even one? Su Chen asked seriously. Yes. It is our honor to serve Mr. Su. Everyone responded in unison. Given the situation, wouldn't he have taken over 300 billion for nothing? After thinking about it, Su Chen still felt it was inappropriate. Alright then, each of your families shall send 2 people. Those who reach the peak of the martial arts supreme realm will be promoted to the spirit level. If you really want to do things for me, this is an order. Su Chen's words rekindled the hopes of the families who originally wanted the pills. Isn't that exactly what they meant? 2. This means that their family will soon have 2 more spirit level members. Although every family is the same, some families make money while others lose money. But this is also the time when people's hearts are most tested. 1249, Chapter 1249 Wishful Thinking. Thank you, Mr. Su. Everyone stood up, clasped their hands in a respectful gesture, and responded. They had no further objections to Su Chen's arrangement. Just as the group finished discussing their business, Xiao Ningning walked in from outside. She looked at Su Chen, clearly having something to say. You saw Chen Zixuan? Xiao Ningning sat down next to Su Chen and asked. Was she the one who contacted you just now? Chen Zixuan, representing the Xie family of Zhengzhou, has come to discuss cooperation with our Wanyao company. And her pharmaceutical company. I just checked. In just 2 months, Zhengzhou company has already reached a market value of 10 billion. A market capitalization of tens of billions? Although it can't compare to the speed of Wanyao company back then. But it could also be described as quite astonishing. Su Chen was not surprised. He knew that with the Lei family's 2 pill formulas, as long as they were used properly, making 10 billion in 2 months would be no problem at all. What kind of cooperation is she here to discuss? Just thinking about Xiao Ningning makes me laugh. Half an hour ago, Chen Zixuan stood at the entrance of the venue, waiting for Chen Zixuan. Upon seeing Chen Zixuan, he grabbed her arm and said he had something important to say. Xiao Ningning initially didn't intend to pay any attention to Chen Zixuan. But Chen Zixuan said she had a way to help Wanyao company overcome its current difficulties. She also said she knew that Wanyao company was currently burdened with a lot of debt. Although she didn't know how Chen Zixuan knew. But she still followed along to see what Chen Zixuan had to say. The two went to the private room next door, and Chen Zixuan took out the contract. The Xie family hospital will invest 100 billion yuan, and the Chen family is willing to exchange 30% of the shares of Zhangyao Company for 40% of the shares of Wanyao Company. Xiao Ningning immediately asked Chen Zixuan if she had gone crazy. The current market value of Wanyao Company is at least 30 million. They want to exchange 30% of the shares of a company with a market value of 100 billion for 40% of the shares? Chen Zixuan must have gotten up too early and is still dreaming. Ningning, you need to understand the current situation of Wanyao Company. Under these circumstances, it's already quite remarkable that we're willing to offer this price. If news of Wanyao's heavy debts gets out soon, its market value will only be lower than this. You can still get hundreds of billions of yuan to catch your breath now, and there are plenty of opportunities in the future, aren't there? Wouldn't it be great if we join forces? Chen Zixuan spoke very seriously. But to Xiao Ningning, it sounded like a joke. This problem might seem like the sky falling to others. But as the person involved, she was very clear about the significance of those hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. She listened to Su Chen and went to the bank to borrow money. I'd like to borrow some money through the Xiao family bank as well. But after hearing about this, the Xiao family took the money without saying a word. The news was even relayed by the Xiao family to other major families. That's when the families started contributing funds collectively. What are these people doing this for? In order to acquire Wanyao Company? Or was it to gain profits from Wanyao Company? No. All of this was to gain Su Chen's trust and to unconditionally choose to help Su Chen. So, should Wanyao Company be too worried about the money that's being offered to them so readily? So she immediately rejected Chen Zixuan and told her and the Xie family to give up on the idea. Wanyao Company will never agree to this. She could never agree to that. Su Chen is even less likely to be involved. Chen Zixuan's wishful thinking is quite brilliant. After only 2 months in Zhengzhou, he already has such a big appetite to swallow up Wanyao Company. Xiao Ningning may not be smart, but she's not an absolute idiot either. 1250, Chapter 1250 Reunion with Huang Xiong. Only. Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen with amusement in her eyes. She just told me to fire you. Do you think she's really out of her mind? You still say I can't protect you. Su Tiandi will find out sooner or later that you're a despicable good-for-nothing. As she spoke, Xiao Ningning burst out laughing. Su Chen didn't care at all. He's gotten used to that woman. To say that big breasts mean no brains? Chen Zixuan doesn't seem to be that big, but she's not that big either. It's just that her intelligence always seems to be offline. Then just fire me, otherwise she'll be a scary threat. Su Chen even cracked a joke, something he'd never done before. Xiao Ningning was speechless. Firing Su Chen? She should be thanking her lucky stars that Su Chen didn't fire her. After the meeting, Xiao Ningning and Su Chen went downstairs together. Everyone else had already left. When they arrived downstairs, Chen Zixuan was still in the car. He glared at the two of them with resentment. Xiao Ningning is really too tactless, she actually refused her cooperation request. Chen Zixuan really didn't have that ability before. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. She is destined to surpass Wanyao Company in the future. Snort. Keep being stubborn. When my Chen family surpasses Wanyao Company, you'll all be begging me. Chen Zixuan muttered something under her breath, started the car, and drove off. Xiao Ningning also received a phone call at this moment. During the conversation, she glanced at Su Chen. Okay, I'm with the chairman right now, I'll pass on the message. Su Chen looked puzzled. Could something have happened at the company? Xiao Ningning's expression didn't change much after hanging up the phone. Huang Xiong, he's here again. They said they wanted to see you. Upon hearing this person's name, Su Chen suddenly remembered. He just missed meeting Huang Xiong the day before yesterday. We can't miss this one. Let's go see my old brother. A long-lost smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I haven't known Huang Xiong for very long. But he values his friendship with Huang Xiong very much. At least spending time with Huang Xiong gave him the feeling of having met a rare friend. Huang Xiong was sitting in the VIP reception area of Wanyao Company. What on earth is Su Chen busy with? I came twice but didn't see anyone. He randomly grabbed someone and asked Su Chen what position he held at Wanyao Company. However, the company didn't dare to say much about Su Chen. Moreover, Xiao Ningning specifically instructed her to do so. No one is allowed to discuss any detailed topics related to Su Chen. Someone asked Su Chen if he only needed to report it. Or, to put it simply, Su Chen is the leader. He is a senior executive in the company, so it's not convenient for me to disclose his identity. Sir, you should ask him yourself, or ask our general manager Xiao. The receptionist placed the tea down and left immediately, not lingering for even a second longer. Huang Xiong was speechless. Why all this secrecy? It's like you're the heavenly emperor himself. If Su Chen weren't stronger than him, he would have given this kid a good beating as soon as he arrived. About 20 minutes later, Su Chen and Xiao Ningning arrived at the company. The receptionist told them Huang Xiong's location. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xiao Ningning went in first. Mr. Huang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Ive brought the person over to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chen walked in from outside. Upon seeing Huang Xiong, he burst into laughter twice. Brother Huang, I'm sorry, I had something to do the other day. Su Chen walked over, and the two grown men gave him a bear hug. I thought you were too important to talk to me now. Huang Xiong said somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, Su Chen is indeed much stronger than him. 1251, Chapter 1251. You are actually Emperor Su Tian. If Su Chen really didn't want to talk to him, he naturally wouldn't have any complaints. That's just how the world is. The strong always have a voice. Don't mention it, I've already arranged a place for you. Why are you leaving already? Su Chen was referring to the Tianhe Villa district. Huang Xiong had already been arranged, but he left not long after he went in. Ugh, I don't like living in those kinds of places. By the way, let's not talk about that. I rarely come here, so shouldn't you be the host? Huang Xiong grabbed Su Chen by the neck. The two looked like old friends who hadn't seen each other for over a decade. Okay, of course. By the way, Emperor Su, I told you before that I wanted to see Emperor Su. Can you arrange that? Huang Xiong winked at Su Chen again. Su Chen was speechless for a moment when this was mentioned. He had previously claimed to be the heavenly Emperor Su, but Huang Xiong seemed not to believe him. Now they're even making him arrange a meeting with Emperor Su. Where is he supposed to make arrangements? Sure, of course. Su Chen agreed again. In fact, Emperor Su Tian was standing right in front of us. Then please. Xiao Ningning also followed beside the two of them. One person, one journey. Good morning, Chairman. As he walked through the office area, many people greeted Su Chen. Good morning, Chairman. Su Chen nodded in response. Huang Xiong didn't react at first. But when he saw Su Chen respond, he realized that something was not quite right. Chairman? You little brat? Are you the chairman of Wanyao Company? Huang Xiong asked, somewhat incredulously. Given Su Chen's capabilities, establishing Wanyao Company shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he can be compared to a 7th-tier expert. Who is the owner of Qun Pharmaceutical Company? Everyone outside should know about it. No way, no way. Huang Xiong stopped in his tracks. I feel like I've overlooked an important issue. His gaze fell on Su Chen, then on Xiao Ningning. Suddenly, he turned to face Xiao Ningning. Little sister, come and tell me. Who is Emperor Su? Who is this kid? Huang Xiong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could the heavenly Emperor Su that he's been searching for be Su Chen? This. Xiao Ningning glanced at Su Chen. He is Su Chen, the boss of our Wanyao Company. At the same time, he is also the heavenly Emperor Su that Mr. Huang is looking for. Didn't he tell you? Xiao Ningning gave a wry smile and answered truthfully. Boom! This news struck like a thunderbolt. He looked at Su Chen with surprise. Don't look at me like that. I've told you before that I am Emperor Su, but you just didn't believe me. Su Chen expressed his innocence. Huang Xiong felt his mind go blank for several seconds before he came to his senses. Su Chen did say that back then. But he didn't take it to heart at all, always thinking that Su Chen was so young. In his mind, Emperor Su should be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Although Su Chen is very strong, I don't associate him with the name Su Tiandi at all. You little rascal, you little rascal. Huang Xiong blushed. This is just embarrassing him. He kept nagging Su Chen to see Emperor Su. However, Su Chen himself is the heavenly Emperor Su. Isn't this ridiculous? You really can't blame me for this, it's your own problem. Su Chen shrugged, indicating that it was none of his business. But Huang Xiong didn't care about any of that. He jumped up and grabbed Su Chen by the neck. No way, you'll have to pay the price today. I'm not Huang if I don't drink you under the table. 1252, Chapter 1252 The Battle After Drinking. The two walked out of the office area arguing and bickering. Xiao Ningning was speechless. They're both over 30 years old combined, how can they be so childish? But she was also very happy. Because she rarely saw Su Chen have such a smile and mood. Especially after what happened to his mother. Su Chen seemed to be living in smog. The two found a street food stall. They kept drinking. Huang Xiong's alcohol tolerance is also astonishing. I drank 2 jin of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and my face didn't turn red or I was out of breath. Of course. Compared to Su Chen, who relied on alcohol to bolster his courage every day in the Northern Territory, he was still a bit lacking. The two drank until midnight. Xiao Ningning couldn't take it anymore and left first. By the end, Su Chen also felt his head was incredibly heavy. Huang Xiong was already unsteady on his feet. In the early hours of the morning, Su Chen dragged Huang Xiong away, ready to leave. As soon as he got up, Su Chen sensed something was wrong. Several murderous auras shot out from all directions. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Then he saw those people walking towards him. The Su family. Su Chen recognized him immediately. But there are also some who are not members of the Su family. As for who those were, the results are obvious. Who can the Su family collude with? Who else could it be but Tianmen? Su Chen put Huang Xiong down. Brother Huang, it seems you need to rest for a while before you go. Su Chen's eyes calmed down. Fortunately, he wasn't too drunk, otherwise things would have been much worse. Su Chen. We've finally got our chance. Su Chen looked at the other person, then glanced at the people behind him who might attack at any moment. So it was you. Su Chen smiled faintly. This time, it was actually the 5th elder who came. Peak 6th rank, very strong. You lost the 7th elder before, so we've arranged for you to come here this time. If you also die at my hands, wouldn't the loss be a bit too severe? The 5th elder's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name of the 7th elder. The death of the 7th elder. The 2nd elder is seriously injured. These were things they never expected. Su Chen is too cunning. But that's all for now. The Grand Elder arranged for him to come here, and at the same time, he joined forces with Tianmen. Su Chen was doomed. This time, there are 3 6th-level experts among those who came. 4 5th-tier players. With such a powerful alliance, what can Su Chen rely on to persevere? The 4th Elder was specifically arranged to come. The 4th Elder, being a 7th-tier expert, is a force to be reckoned with. However, the 4th Elder had other tasks to attend to and did not have enough time to participate in this mission. Humph, this is the only time you can be so arrogant. In a moment, I will cripple your hands and feet and take you back to the Su family. I'll make you suffer the consequences. The fifth elder had a cold face. Eh? I see you guys really never learn. Where are the eldest, fourth, and third sons of the Su family? Why did they send you, the fifth brother? Are you even qualified? The fifth elder unleashed a murderous aura that soared into the sky. You! At this moment, the people from Tianmen had already arrived beside Su Chen. The people Su Chen sent were clearly cunning. Clearly, they didn't intend to go all out against him. This is an opportunity for him. If Tianmen were to go all out right now, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. But after this, the higher-ups at Tianmen will definitely take him seriously. They even sent over 8th and 9th tier experts. If he wants to hide his strength, he might need to do so again this time. But when facing these powerful individuals, hiding is simply not a realistic option. After all, the combined spiritual energy consumption of 3 6th level beings would be enough to give him a hard time. Boy, you killed one of my Heavenly Gates experts. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Or do you want to be like your slutty mother? 1253, Chapter 1253. Who's bullying my brother? The people from Tianmen spoke with a mocking tone. They weren't surprised that Su Chen was able to kill Tian Chang, because the Tianmen members who returned reported it. Su Chen was able to kill Tian Chang entirely by luck. Tian Chang had been completely exhausted in order to deal with the Earth Brown Bear. Su Chen made his move at this moment and successfully killed Tian Chang. Otherwise, with Tianqing's strength, plus the second elder of the Su family, how could Su Chen, a mere second-tier spirit-level cultivator, possibly be a match for him? Of course, it's also possible that Su Chen's strength is quite good, which is why he was able to pull off a surprise attack at a crucial moment. But so what? Would the Heavenly Gate be afraid of a mere second-tier spirit level? The person who insulted my mother. They usually die a horrible death. Just like Wei Xiao and the others. Su Chen didn't intend to waste any more words. The other person's expression changed when they heard the name Wei Xiao. Really? That little guy came to the Demon Sea once and then disappeared. So you killed him too? Su Chen. You have already carried the lives of far too many Tianmen members on your shoulders. Today I will kill you. Apologize on behalf of the Tianmen members. The other party pulled out a large knife. The others also pulled out their weapons. There was no one left on the street. If you see martial artists fighting, of course you should run as far away as possible. Su Chen kicked Huang Xiong into the shop owner's house. Please take care of my friend for me. The boss slammed the door shut. Su Chen, wielding lightning, was just as imposing as his opponents. Stop making things complicated. Since you won't move, let me test your strength. The team leader from Tianmen suddenly rushed over. The force of the impact was so great that it shattered the concrete on the ground. Su Chen remained motionless. Since the one who made the move was a 6th-tier fighter, things are much easier now. As the other party approached, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. 5 Thunder Fist. The third lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. It weighs as much as 10,000 pounds. The people of Tianmen also realized that something was not right. But it was all too late. By the time he tried to stop, Su Chen had already made his move. He turned into a bolt of lightning. They were right in front of him in an instant. As Su Chen stopped, that earth-shattering punch landed directly on him. The other person's eyes widened like saucers. He stared at Su Chen in disbelief. He never expected this. Just one strike. A 6th-tier expert was killed on the spot. The 5th elder's face turned ashen. When he first heard that Su Chen was very strong, he was somewhat skeptical. I think those people in my family are exaggerating. They even felt that the second elder was definitely shirking responsibility. Doesn't he know how old Su Chen is? How strong can a piece of trash in his early 20s be? And that 7th elder. He must have died from his own carelessness. Besides, the 7th elder was weak to begin with, so it's not surprising that he died. But seeing is believing. Su Chen's strength truly exceeded his expectations. 3 6th-tier fighters, that's their trump card. This is also the guarantee for this operation. But now, Su Chen has actually killed one of them. Don't panic. The 5th elder calmed down. That kid's attack just now was very strong, but the lightning it contained clearly indicated that it was a charged attack. This kid planned this all out in advance. As long as we guard against him striking again, we'll wear him down until he's dead. The 5th elder grasped the key point. In his eyes, Su Chen had long been a piece of trash. Even if you become stronger, how much stronger can you become? They want to fight against the Su family. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The remaining 5 people began to circle around Su Chen. 1254, Chapter 1254 Treacherous Villain. The 5th elder ordered 3 5th-rank cultivators to go first. What, all of you ganging up on one of my brothers? At this moment, the door to the food stall owner's house opened. Huang Xiong stumbled out from inside. He can barely walk steadily, yet he still wants to come out and help. Su Chen told him to go back and hide first, and that the problem would be solved soon. Huang Xiong glanced at him. What, you look down on your older brother? You're strong, but I'm not weak either. I can definitely hold off 2 people for you. After Huang Xiong finished speaking, a trace of spiritual power ignited on his body. Suddenly, a white mist appeared above my head. Huang Xiong is using his spiritual power to evaporate the alcohol in his body. After about 10 seconds, Huang Xiong took a breath. Although it's not completely ruled out, it's much better than before. It only consumed a portion of my spiritual energy. I'll hold off 3 5th-tier opponents for you, you can handle the rest yourself. Huang Xiong didn't give Su Chen a chance to speak, and charged forward with his weapon in hand. Su Chen wasn't too worried about Huang Xiong being alone. Given Huang Xiong's combat strength, he could escape even if he encountered a 6th-tier opponent. The title of madman wasn't given lightly. Although Huang Xiong did not reach the peak of the 5th rank. But when they go crazy, even a peak 5th-tier expert has to avoid their sharp edge. Because they're willing to risk their lives. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Huang Xiong is the one who's barefoot. Anyone who's afraid of dying wouldn't be willing to fight Huang Xiong to the death. Snort. Act recklessly. Kill him. The 5th elder gave a cold snort. Huang Xiong, a mere 5th-level cultivator, dared to boast that he could withstand 3 of them, all 5th-level cultivators. What is this if not courting death? Su Chen stopped wasting words. It's still unknown how long Huang Xiong can hold out. He must act quickly and resolve the situation with the 5th elder as soon as possible. Let's join forces and kill Su Chen with all our might. The 5th elder roared and charged at Su Chen. The only remaining 6th-level expert from Tianmen followed behind the 5th elder. Su Chen faced 2 6th-level opponents alone without any fear. Huang Xiong's side is having a bit of a struggle. Based on the current situation, they may be defeated within 5 minutes. Su Chen no longer hesitated. The 5 Thunder Fist was fully unleashed. The powerful lightning forced the 2 to retreat steadily. The 2 of them felt increasingly heavy-hearted. How come Su Chen's power is getting stronger and stronger? This level of strength is simply outrageous. You 2 think you can team up against me? Su Chen sneered. He had already tested their strengths and weaknesses, so there was no need to continue the fight. He possesses combat power comparable to a 7th-tier fighter, while the 2 of them are only at the peak of the 6th tier. Although joining forces can infinitely shorten this distance. But some distances can't be shortened just like that. With the power of lightning, his destructive power is, to some extent, greater than that of an ordinary early-stage 7th rank. The 3rd lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. Su Chen used the same killing move again. Seize the opportunity and take 1 life. The fifth elder's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. But Su Chen had no intention of letting him go. He charged at him at an incredible speed. The fifth elder also realized that he couldn't keep up with Su Chen's speed. The people from Tianmen happened to be just a few feet in front of him. If Su Chen arrives, he will be the first one to be threatened. I'm sorry. The fifth elder grabbed a member of the heavenly gate and pulled him backward. Caught off guard, the opponent was sent flying backwards towards Su Chen. You! The Su family! The man roared in frustration. That fifth elder is indeed ruthless. They're allies, yet they do this at a crucial moment. 1255, Chapter 1255. Wine and fire burn the sky. Every man for himself. You're just too naive. Ha ha ha. The fifth elder laughed wildly after escaping death. But the next second, Su Chen's actions surprised him greatly. At the critical moment, Su Chen surprisingly did not attack the Tianmen members. It was merely a repulsion. If I wanted to kill you, you're already dead. Now, I'm giving you a chance for revenge. Su Chen didn't kill the Tianmen members, instead, he held back a plan. Upon seeing this result, the fifth elder immediately realized what Su Chen was planning to do. Su Chen! This is setting a trap for him. The Tianmen members' faces darkened after they escaped unscathed. The Su family! You have betrayed the cooperation. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of Tianmen? The other party roared angrily. The fifth elder was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. The key point is what he just said. If I hadn't said those things, it would have been better, I could have explained it. Master Wine, would you believe me if I said that everything just now was under my control? I said those things on purpose to make this kid hold back. He'll definitely use this tactic to sow discord. This isn't the first or second time he's done this. The fifth elder still insisted on offering a forced explanation. Do you believe in the Tianjiu Club? That's a human's instinctive reaction when faced with a death threat. Could the fifth elders have thought about so many issues in such a short time? Impossible. Moreover, he could still clearly recall the crazed face of the fifth elder of the Su family just now. You two, get your issues sorted out first. Su Chen did not continue to make a move. He wanted to see just how long the Su family and Tianmen could continue their cooperation. With a sullen face, Tianjiu walked towards the fifth elder step by step. Su Chen then arrived at the location where Huang Xiong and the others were. He easily seriously injured one person. Huang Xiong is under immense pressure all by himself. He had to keep a close eye on Tianjiu and the fifth elder's movements at all times. The only and best way is to relieve Huang Xiong's stress first. Once Huang Xiong is free from pressure, Tianjiu and the fifth elder will no longer pose a threat to him. When he finished dealing with one of the people and returned to the two of them, the two of them disgustingly teamed up again. Su Chen felt helpless. Looks like you guys really are a bunch of dogs. Since that's the case, no one will leave here alive today. Su Chen unleashed the bloodthirsty sword. Conventional methods are no longer sufficient to deal with these people. When the bloodthirsty sword appeared, the surroundings were shrouded in a murderous aura. Both Tianjiu and the fifth elder's expressions changed slightly. What exactly happened? Why is there such a strong killing intent? Watch out for the master of wine. The fifth elder even pretended to be kind and gave a reminder. 5 Thunderfist paired with a bloodthirsty sword. Su Chen's combat power has now been maximized. None of you are leaving here today. Su Chen's aura enveloped the entire area, completely suppressing the auras of everyone else. When Su Chen made his move, the fifth elder knew he was no match for him. He greatly underestimated Su Chen's strength. With this level of strength, there aren't many in the entire Su family who can rival him. Without reaching the 7th rank, one cannot possibly be a match for Su Chen. Show your hand, Master Wine. If we don't reveal our trump cards, we might really be doomed today. The wine master nodded. The techniques within the Heavenly Gate are naturally extremely powerful. The wine master suddenly took out his wine gourd and drank it all in one gulp. The master of wine's signature technique. Wine and fire engulf the heavens. This burning wine and fire is incredibly powerful, and it's not just any ordinary fire. Conventional firefighting methods are simply ineffective. One strike, and everything within 100 meters radius is charred. 1256, Chapter 1256. Nowhere to escape. However, Su Chen's third lightning strike, Earth Split, is also an area of effect attack. The raging flames that burned the sky were completely annihilated into ashes when they met Su Chen's lightning. Is that all you've got? Su Chen sneered. Tianjiu also sensed something was wrong. His strongest attack couldn't even last 3 seconds against Su Chen. Aren't you going to make a move? Tianjiu turned to look at the fifth elder of the Su family. The fifth elder was standing next to him just now, preparing his ultimate move. But then he vanished without a trace. That kid is too strong, we're no match for him. Master Wine, come back. Looking back, the fifth elder was already 30 meters away. Tianjiu's face instantly darkened. Was he tricked again? But by the time he realized what was happening, Su Chen was already right in front of him. Your lightning-infused fist is already at his brow. You two are truly in cahoots. Even after all this, they can still join forces. Su Chen made a couple of sarcastic remarks. He grabbed Tianjiu by the neck. Since that's the case, I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't seize it. Now I'll make you lose that chance. Tianjiu was held firmly by Su Chen's hand and couldn't move at all. Fifth elder, I can give you a chance to save him now. Do you want it or not? Su Chen did not kill Tianjiu directly, but instead looked at the fifth elder. Kid, what tricks are you trying to pull now? The fifth elder's expression changed slightly. He had a feeling that something was amiss. What method? A method that allows both him and you to live. If you can last 3 moves against me, I'll let you go. Of course, if you choose to leave now and let him die, I might spare your life. As he spoke, Su Chen told Huang Xiong to stop fighting those two. The remaining 2 are both from Tianmen. Su Chen also planned to put on a good show. Since the Su family prefers to join forces with Tianmen, then let him add some color to these 2 forces. Let's see if the cooperation between Tianmen and the Su family is as solid as thunder. You. The fifth elder frowned. Su Chen wants to use that same trick again. Su Chen, don't try anything funny. Do you think I'll believe you? The fifth elder said sternly. Su Chen smiled listlessly. Don't believe me? Do you think it would be difficult for me to kill you all with my current strength? If I really wanted to kill you, why would I need to do it this way? You clearly had the opportunity to save him, but you didn't agree. I think your cooperation is nothing special. Tianmen, in the end you're all still naive. Su Chen looked at Tianjiu and couldn't help but find it amusing. Tianjiu's eyes were filled with hatred at this moment. The fifth elder of the Su family dared to scheme against him once and twice, making him take the blame. If he has the chance to go back, he will definitely report it to the elders. Stop talking nonsense. You're not going to let us go. Even if I manage to block 3 moves, he'll still die in the end. You're just trying to trick me into going through this. Master Wine, don't believe him. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you. Once I return to the Su family, I'll have the first elder take action, and he'll be doomed. The fifth elder began to carefully back away as he spoke. It's clear they really don't care about the lives of the people from Tianmen anymore. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Su Chen grabbed Tianjiu and quickly chased after the fifth elder. Seeing the situation, the fifth elder unleashed his speed to its limit. In an instant, the group arrived at the end of the street. Huang Xiong and his companions wanted to keep up, but they couldn't. As Su Chen drew closer, the fifth elder's expression grew increasingly grave. 1257, Chapter 1257. Su Chen's plan. If Su Chen catches up with them, they're definitely doomed. I'll fight you to the death. The fifth elder no longer concealed his abilities. He knew that now he had no choice but to try his best. Otherwise, there would be no way to escape Su Chen's pursuit. A curved blade flew out. The fifth elder chanted the incantation. The scimitar emitted a yellow light and flew silently toward Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was less than 5 meters away, the fifth elder suddenly stopped. Go to hell! The fifth elder acted instantly. 2 curved blades flew out from behind Su Chen. The fifth elder in front of him also had a long sword in his hand. The long sword is at least a spiritual weapon, and no less than a level 4 spiritual weapon. The higher the quality of the artifact, the greater the damage bonus. Levels 1 through 3 become low-grade spiritual artifacts. It's perfectly capable of taking on 5th or 6th tier spirit level experts. Levels 4 through 6 are considered intermediate. It can even cut through the defenses of a 7th or 8th level expert. Level 7 and above are considered advanced. This level of magical artifact is a truly significant treasure in the entire world. Anything above level 9 is considered a sacred artifact. Obtain the sacred artifact, and you'll be invincible among those of the same level. Therefore, the fifth elder's intermediate level spiritual weapon is definitely extraordinary in power. At least a 6th tier expert would not be able to withstand the attack if they did not defend with all their might. As the magical weapon was about to strike Su Chen, the fifth elder's eyes gleamed. I didn't expect them to succeed so easily. If we can kill Su Chen, it will be a great achievement. Secondly, it can also save Tianzhou, which is perfect. But the next second, Su Chen disappeared. Blood splattered everywhere. The fifth elder's smile vanished abruptly. Before I could even feel happy, I was pulled back to reality. Wine master. The fifth elder looked at Tianzhou, who had 3 spiritual weapons stuck in his body, and suddenly realized what was going on. You actually dared to kill me. Tianzhou spat out fresh blood. His eyes were filled with resentment. He never expected that he would not die at Su Chen's hands, but at the hands of the Su family. No, that's not how it is. Master Wine, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly kill you? It was him. The fifth elder pointed at Su Chen, who was slowly approaching from another location. Su Chen clapped as he walked. What a wonderful friendship! Just then, Huang Xiong and his group arrived. Seeing Master Su holding a spiritual weapon and stabbing it into Tianzhou's body, the 2 5th-level cultivators were instantly enraged. The Su family! How dare you kill Master Jiao? 2 5th-rank experts pointed at the fifth elder. The fifth elder was now speechless with grievances. Go back, and tell the 2 elders, Jin and Yin. The Su family has betrayed their promise and abandoned their principles. Oh my god, I'm so unwilling to accept this. After saying this, Tianzhou perished from the damage inflicted by the magical weapon. After all 3 were spiritual weapons, and all of them hit vital points. This is absolutely not something an ordinary person can handle. Even if the opponent is a 7th level expert, they would probably gasp in shock when faced with such a deadly attack. The Su family. Are you challenging the majesty of my heavenly gate? The 2 5th-tier fighters are enraged. You too. It's really a misunderstanding. The 5th elder wanted to explain. But the 2 of them didn't believe his nonsense at all. We will report this matter truthfully to elders Jin and Yin. Just wait and see what the wrath of my heavenly gate will bring. After saying that, the 2 prepared to leave. They no longer cared about Su Chen, the target of their mission. A glint of Yin energy flashed in the 5th elder's eyes. He did indeed kill Tianzhou with his own hands. This matter is so complicated that even jumping into the Yellow River won't clear my name. If we wait for them to go back and report to Elder Jin and Elder Yin, the consequences could be very serious. 1258, Chapter 1258 Ironclad Evidence. This is pointless, you can leave now, you've already killed him anyway. Killing you is no longer a challenge for me. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual power. Huang Xiong came to Su Chen's side.
Aren't you afraid of letting a tiger return to the mountains by letting him go? Huang Xiong whispered a reminder. The fifth elder also heard this and instinctively drew his weapon and stepped back. Since Su Chen hasn't yet decided to kill him, leaving now is definitely the best option. Yes, now that you've reminded me, I just remembered. What if he goes back to get reinforcements? Since that's the case, then. Su Chen released another burst of spiritual energy. Huang Xiong rushed forward first. The fifth elder hurriedly ran away, tail between his legs, not daring to look back. He ran for 5 minutes until Su Chen was completely out of sight, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. That's not actually the case. Su Chen was watching him from the shadows. Huang Xiong was also by his side. He looked at Su Chen with confusion and asked him what he meant by doing this. I'll show you a good show later. Su Chen smiled faintly. A good show? Huang Xiong was completely bewildered. Could it be that the Su family dared to come back and kill him? After catching his breath, the fifth elder ran off into the distance once more. He's very fast. Huang Xiong couldn't keep up. In the end, it was only with Su Chen's help that he managed to keep up with the speed. Wait a minute, you two. The fifth elder arrived at the airport. This is a private helicopter airport. When Tianmen and the Su family arrived, the helicopter was parked here. The appearance of the fifth elder immediately put the two of them on high alert. Gentlemen, please let me explain. I didn't kill your master Wine. It's Su Chen. Not only did he spread rumors, but he also deliberately threw the wine master in front of me. He caused the attack. Confusion. The two exchanged a glance. A slight smile then appeared on his face. Do you think we can't see it? Of course we could tell, that's why we didn't say it outright. Now we need to go back and ask the gold and silver elders to kill him. You should also go back to the Su family as soon as possible, and we'll contact you again then. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, the fifth elder could only nod after looking at the two of them. Alright, then I'll see you two off. We'll join forces again later. The fifth elder clasped his hands in farewell and didn't say much more. The two nodded, turned around, and boarded the plane. However, at that moment, a murderous intent flashed in the fifth elder's eyes. At this moment, Su Chen was hiding in the distance, taking pictures with his phone. The magical weapon in the fifth elder's hand flew out instantly. These two from Tianmen absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Although Tianzhou's death was not caused by him. But these two have clearly already decided it's him. I will definitely report this to Elders Jin and Yin of Tianmen when I get back. That will definitely bring huge trouble to the Su family. He was well aware of the strength of the gold and silver elders. A super strong expert at the peak of the 8th rank. It's only one step away from the 9th rank. In the entire Su family, only the patriarch Su Tianyuan has the strength to contend with him. But besides the two elders, Jin and Yin, Tianmen also has other powerful figures. There are 3 at the 9th rank. The sect master of Tianmen is even above the 9th rank. So as long as we kill these two now and leave no survivors to go back, he will then inform Tianmen that Su Chen was the one who killed the man. Tianmen's hatred will only be directed at Su Chen. You dare. After realizing what was happening, the two reached out to defend themselves. But a peak 6th tier opponent is not someone the two of them can withstand. With the added benefit of a level 4 spiritual artifact, the two were completely powerless to resist. In this sneak attack scenario, the kill rate is even higher than if Su Chen were to make a move. Sizzle. 1259, Chapter 1259 Acting. A stream of blood spurted from one of the people's bodies. In an instant, the opponent's body was split in two. The other person's expression changed drastically. The fifth elder of the Su family actually dared to attack them. Upon seeing this, the helicopter pilot immediately started the engine and prepared to leave. It's all your fault for not listening to advice. The fifth elder of the Su family smirked coldly. You shouldn't have disbelieved me.
Since we're going back to complain, we'll just have to stay in this tiny place called Demon Sea forever. The fifth elder is no longer pretending. The murderous intent is palpable. The remaining person had already burned their soul power. He knew that if he didn't fight desperately, he would definitely die here. But facing a peak 6th tier opponent, he truly had no chance of resistance. Perhaps I can't beat Suchin. But what are you? Holding two curved swords, he was like a beam of light. A flash of light appeared. While the opponent was burning their soul power, the fifth elder also unleashed his strongest fighting power. He instantly killed the opponent. A peak 6th tier expert could easily kill a 5th tier expert. May you be reborn into a good family in your next life. The helicopter had already taken off. But will the 5th elder let him escape? He leaped up lightly and grabbed the support. With a strong pull, the helicopter returned to the ground. He then punched the machine. The helicopter suddenly shook violently and then exploded. The driver inside was instantly torn to pieces. Dead beyond dead. After doing all this, the fifth elder sighed. Actually, he didn't want to choose this method at all. But now he has no other choice. Who told the people of Tianmen to already believe that he killed Tianzhou? This guy is ruthless. Huang Xiong frowned. He was called a madman by outsiders. But he didn't think he was as crazy as the fifth elder of the Su family. He actually killed his own business partner. Suchin perfectly recorded everything that just happened. With this video, can Tianmen and the Su family continue their cooperation? But this isn't over yet. After glancing at the scene, the fifth elder punched himself in the chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Suchin sneered. Is this fabricating false evidence? Unfortunately, what he has in his hands is more compelling than anything else. Besides, he's filmed everything. The more actions the fifth elder takes, the more complete the evidence will become. After finishing everything, the fifth elder boarded the plane, clutching his chest. Su Chen and his companion only appeared after witnessing the fifth elder of the Su family board the plane and leave. The scene was chaotic, and Su Chen and his companion left immediately without lingering. Such a commotion is bound to attract attention. After returning, Su Chen told Huang Xiong to go and rest first, while he sent the video to Jinsong. They instructed Jinsong to leak the video to Tianmen through other means. The fifth elder, having returned to the Su family, feigned serious injury and stumbled his way to the main hall. He urged his family to immediately notify Tianmen. The operation has failed. Quickly notify Tianmen. Su Chen's strength surpasses our imagination. Except for everyone else is dead. The Grand Elder was also present. Upon hearing this, his expression changed drastically. Another complete annihilation. Just how strong is Su Chen? The former Su family army. This assassination team. I failed even once. Does he, as an elder, really have to deal with that brat? After saying these words, the fifth elder fainted. The first elder ordered someone to help the fifth elder back to his room to recuperate and heal his injuries. At the same time, someone was sent to inform Tianmen Mahai of what had happened. 1260, Chapter 1260. The two elders of gold and silver come to the door. The next day, Su Chen received Jinsong's notification early in the morning. The video has already been delivered to the higher-ups at Tianmen through other means. However, Tianmen lost 5th and 6th tier experts. Given the strength of Tianmen, they might not necessarily go all out against the Su family. But Su Chen didn't care. Even if Tianmen doesn't take it seriously, this incident will still create resentment between the two sides. The cooperation may continue, but when we join forces to deal with him in the future, we will definitely be on guard. How harmonious can cooperation be under such prejudice? At that point, both sides will likely only scheme against each other. That's his real goal. He never expected that just one video could cause the two sides to fight to the death. Brother Huang, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with you today, I have to refine medicine. The first thing Su Chen thought of upon returning was to refine the berserk pill. The next time Tianmen and the Su family attack, there will probably be an 8th level expert. He had to refine the berserk pill before then. Cough. Go do what you're supposed to do, I know you're a very busy person. I'll stay in the Demon Sea for now, we'll drink again when we have the chance. Su Chen nodded. Alright, you're welcome to come and go as you please at Tianhe Villa anytime. After the two talked for a while, Su Chen went to the Lu family to refine medicine. The berserk pill refined this time is still a spirit entering pill. The difficulty level is no less than the level of refinement given to Old Manly before. Therefore, it is very difficult, and he dares not say that he is very confident. But the blood grass can only be used for him 3 times. If we can't refine it, then hundreds of billions will become a losing proposition. However, he believed it was impossible. After all, he had experience in successfully refining spirit-entering pills. With careful refining and condensation, the success rate is very high. At this time, the Su family was approached by people from Tianmen. They started doing it as soon as they walked in. The guards at the Su family's gate were beaten to a pulp by Tianmen. Su Tianyuan. Get out here. An elderly man with blonde hair and an elderly man with silver hair walked into the Su family home side by side. The two of them possessed extremely powerful auras. The Su family members didn't dare to step forward to stop them. The two men reached out and each grabbed a guard. Snort! Your Su family has quite the audacity. How dare you lay a hand on the people of my heavenly gate? Without a second thought, the two elders, Jin and Yin, crushed the two people in their hands to death. The two walked all the way to the main hall of the Su family. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of such great anger? Seeing that the two elders, Jin and Yin, were about to make a move again, Su Tianyuan instantly appeared in front of them from inside the house. He reached out and stopped the two elders, Jin and Yin. So you finally decided to show up. Where is the 5th elder of your Su family? Hand over the person. The two elders, Jin and Yin, looked at Su Tianyuan with serious expressions and stern eyes. 5th brother is seriously injured and is currently recuperating. As soon as Su Tianyuan finished speaking, the two elders, Jin and Yin, burst out laughing. Training? Ha ha ha. What a great show. Make him get out here. Otherwise, I will raise your Su family to the ground today. The two elders, Jin and Yin, glared angrily at Su Tianyuan. Do you need me to show you the evidence? After saying that, the two elders, Jin and Yin, placed the video they had obtained in front of Su Tianyuan. Su Tianyuan was ultimately a 9th tier expert. If a real fight breaks out, the two of them will still be somewhat outmatched. Therefore, they must produce evidence to convince Su Tianyuan. Su Tianyuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing the video. Yesterday, after the 5th elder returned, he said that all of this was caused by Su Chen. He didn't find it strange at the time. He had also made an assessment of Su Chen's strength. 1261, Chapter 1261 Questioning the 5th Elder. After all, he had tested Su Chen. But I never expected the real truth to be like this. Why did the 5th elder kill the people of Tianmen? Please calm down, both of you. I think there must be some misunderstanding. I'll have someone bring the 5th elder over first. Everything will be clear once we see him. Su Tianyuan was also unwilling to offend the two elders, Jin and Yin. Although he was not afraid of the gold and silver elders with his strength. But after all, the other party is from Tianmen. The Su family still couldn't afford to offend such a behemoth. There are other 9th tier old monsters in the Heavenly Gate. There are even beings that surpass the 9th rank. Can we afford to offend the Su family? The only ones in the entire world who would dare to offend Tianmen are probably the Spirit Alliance. Soon, the 5th elder was pushed out in a wheelchair. When he saw the two elders, Jin and Yin, his expression changed drastically. He had only heard that the head of the family wanted to see him. But I haven't heard of anyone from Tianmen coming. Has what happened yesterday been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. He had already observed his surroundings. It was pitch black, and there were no strangers at all. The fifth elder arrived at Su Tianyuan's side with a feeling of trepidation. Fifth brother. We hope you will answer truthfully. The two elders, Jin and Yin, say that you killed their people from Tianmen. Is the fact true? The fifth elder sensed something was wrong. How exactly was it leaked? But he remained completely calm. How is that possible? We are allies. I killed people from Tianmen? Master. The gold and silver elders. Please investigate this thoroughly. The fifth elder exclaimed excitedly. It was as if they had suffered a tremendous injustice. Snort. Then please explain how this video came about. The two elders, Jin and Yin, brought out the video again. When the fifth elder saw the video of himself killing members of the Heavenly Gate, his head was buzzing. What on earth is going on? It took him several seconds to turn around. Su Qin. It must be Su Qin. He kept trying to sow discord while we were fighting him. Hateful. You despicable person. The fifth elder roared, feigning anger. This anger was not feigned. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Su Chen's trap. Su Chen was significantly faster than him. He was somewhat relieved when he escaped. They even thought Su Chen was nothing special. But after watching today's video, he realized he had been tricked again. All of this was deliberately orchestrated by Su Chen. Su Chen probably knew from the beginning that he would definitely go and kill the Tianmen members. So I followed him all the way and filmed everything that happened. This video is definitely fake. We implore the two elders, Jin and Yin, to investigate this matter thoroughly. The fifth elder quickly clasped his hands in greeting. The two elders, Jin and Yang, exchanged a glance. Anyone would deny it to the death at this point. But it's okay. Tianmen will definitely investigate this thoroughly. After all, they were members of his Heavenly Gate, they couldn't have died in vain. In that case, I will investigate thoroughly. Elder Jin raised his arm and gave a call. Rip! The fifth elder's shirt was instantly torn to shreds. Bare-chested. The fifth elder instinctively covered the spot where he had injured himself yesterday. Upon seeing this, the two elders, Jin and Yin, snorted coldly. The evidence is irrefutable. What is there left to argue about? If there is any evidence at present, it is the fifth elder's injury. It is also clear in the video that the fifth elder's injuries were caused by himself. So all we need to do is make sure we know whether the fifth elder's injury was caused by himself. No, that's not how it is, please believe me, Su Chen injured me. 1262, Chapter 1262. 1 month. Seeing the fifth elder's evasive manner, Su Tianyuan felt somewhat helpless. The evidence is irrefutable, and there is no room for denial. But the fifth elder is still an elder of the Su family. As the head of the Su family, he couldn't possibly just stand by and watch the fifth elder be dealt with by the Tianmen people. What will become of his reputation as the head of the Su family? Gentlemen, I think there's something fishy about this. I think we should investigate first. Su Tianyuan spoke. The two elders, Jin and Yin, looked at him with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Su Tianyuan, do you also intend to protect him? Right under Tianmen's nose, can you protect it? The two elders, Jin and Yin, simply moved the entire Heavenly Gate out. They didn't believe Su Tianyuan would dare to oppose the entire Tianmen. Just as expected. Su Tianyuan's expression turned complicated upon hearing this. The Su family of Tianmen is indeed someone we cannot afford to offend. The two elders of Tianmen, Jin and Yin, are not fools. The fifth elder's words alone are not enough to convince those who already have the evidence. Gentlemen, do you think I would protect him? The matter hasn't even been investigated properly, and you're already coming to interrogate me. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me, Su Tianyuan? Su Tianyuan was also very tough. It's impossible for the gold and silver elders to punish the fifth elder today. Unless he comes from the 9th level of the heavenly gate. Otherwise, no one could shake the Su family today. Theoretically speaking, my Su family and your Tianmen have cooperated more than once. Was it necessary for him to kill your Tianmen members? In other words, even if he was responsible for the deaths of the Tianmen members, the truth should be found out first. Who knows if there's anything fishy going on here? Do you two agree with what I said? Su Tianyuan's words silenced the two elders, Jin and Yin. Although they didn't want to admit it, there was some truth to what Su Tianyuan said. So what? Those who died were members of his Tianmen sect. Of course, the Su family can make their words sound perfectly respectable. Okay. I'll give Su Tianyuan some face. You have 1 month to provide a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, we wouldn't mind wiping out your Su family first. Back then, Tianmen didn't even bother you with what happened between you and Zhou Jingzhu. I hope you can make a clear decision. Su Tianyuan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Jingzhu is a member of Tianmen. And he had an affair with Zhou Jingzhu back then. As for what happened later, the Su family did not pursue the matter, nor did Tianmen investigate it. But this matter remains a thorn in the side for both of them. But later, both sides had the same goal. Only by finding Zhou Jingzhu and eliminating this traitor can there be temporary peace. But now things have changed. If Su Tianyuan doesn't satisfy them, it's not a big deal if the old things are brought up again. The people from Tianmen leave. Su Tianyuan's face instantly darkened. He looked intently at the fifth elder. He was furious. I'll give you 3 minutes to explain, or I'll have no choice but to hand you over to Tianmen. You know the power of Tianmen very well. If you don't tell the truth, I can't protect you. The fifth elder was trembling with fear. If the head of the family hadn't protected him just now, he might be dead. I'll talk. Finally, the fifth elder explained the whole story in detail. After listening, Su Tianyuan finally understood. This was all a trap that Su Chen had set up in advance. This kid. You've really grown up. He truly deserves the title of God of War in the North. That was a brilliant move to sow discord. In short, it's now a foregone conclusion that the fifth elder will kill the Tianmen members, regardless of Tianmen's subsequent attitude. 1263, Chapter 1263, The Land of Blood Qi. In short, the seeds of resentment have been sown in my heart. It's unlikely that we'll be able to cooperate sincerely in the future. But it's fine if we don't cooperate. He had no intention of cooperating with Tianmen. The Elders' Council wants to cooperate with Tianmen. Su Tianyuan looked at the Grand Elder. I'll leave this matter to you to handle. I don't want to interfere in the affairs of the three of you. As for whether you can save him, that's up to you. Su Tianyuan simply abandoned the matter. The Grand Elder's face instantly turned ashen. He only reached the 8th rank. Even the gold and silver elders couldn't withstand them, so how can we protect the 5th elder? Patriarch, are you trying to spite us? He's an elder of the Su family. Are you really going to just stand by and watch him get sent to the guillotine? The Grand Elder used this as leverage. Enough! Su Tianyuan roared. You're the ones who caused this mess. Stop using the name of the Su family head to bind me. As the head of the Su family, I have to take responsibility for everything, and I am involved in everything. They would even disregard their own son's life. Then it's better for the Su family head to resign. Su Tianyuan practically roared it out at the end. He's had enough over the years. Just because of what the elders said. He let Su Chen down. I let Zhou Jingzhu down. We've let you down far too much. There are some things he doesn't want to do, but he has no choice but to do. It all started with one sentence. He is the head of the Su family. One identity caused him to go against his own ideas. You. The Grand Elder pointed at Su Tianyuan. You'd better watch yourself. Whether you live or die is up to you to ask this Grand Elder you think is all-powerful. The fifth elder stared at Su Tianyuan in astonishment. Only now did he feel a sense of bewilderment. Previously, he believed that only the Grand Elder could make all the decisions. But it was only when the two elders, Jin and Yin, were about to kill him that he realized it very clearly. If the Grand Elder were standing in front of him, there would be no way he could have been saved. Given the strength of the gold and silver elders, how can the Grand Elder protect them? Only the Patriarch, only Su Tianyuan, has the courage to protect him. The first elder was somewhat angry as he watched the Patriarch leave. Elder, please save me, what should I do? The fifth elder grabbed the first elder's arm, pleading with him. Hey! We can only take it one step at a time, the Patriarch. The Grand Elder's meaning is very clear. This means that even the head of the family can't protect you, so what can I do? After he finished speaking, the entire Su family dispersed. The fifth elder's mind went completely blank. After something like this happened, is this the elder's attitude? What about everything he did before? Su Chen is currently refining medicinal herbs. The extraction of blood grass exceeded his expectations. He had barely started when the blood grass was burned. Completely unable to refine it, Su Chen was also at a loss. This was also his first time refining blood grass. Each of these medicinal herbs has a unique effect. The same applies to the ingredients used in the previous blood clotting pill. However, he searched for a long time but could not find out how to extract the blood grass. Left with no other choice, he had to stop refining the blood grass. He handed over the refining method to Jingsong, who was then tasked with investigating it. He then proceeded to refine other medicinal herbs. Besides blood grass, there are other level 9 medicinal herbs. It was available in the Pan family's pharmacy back then. That's more than enough for 3 berserker pills. It must be said that the Pan family's medicinal herb expertise is indeed very profound. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Jingsong finally found out how to extract the blood grass. 1264, Chapter 1264 Level 7 Pill. It turns out that the extraction method of blood grass is very particular. First, the refining must be carried out in a place full of vitality. Furthermore, it is essential to replenish blood and qi over a long period of time, otherwise the medicinal properties will be lost. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of refining. A place teeming with blood and vitality? This is definitely harder to find than a place full of spiritual energy. He discovered the Lu family's medicinal herb garden by chance. Now we need to find a place teeming with blood and vitality. Su Chen was also at a loss for words. Is it possible that he and this berserk pill are destined to be apart? Now, if you want to successfully refine the berserk pill, the blood qi land is unavoidable. However, a place with blood energy can only be considered a place with blood energy that is constantly tainted by blood energy. The entire Great Xia dynasty is now in a time of peace. There is no such place. Let alone the Great Xia. Even in the entire world, you probably couldn't find this so-called land of blood and energy. If he can't find a place with blood energy, wouldn't all the hundreds of billions of blood herbs he spent be wasted? Su Chen shook his head and walked out of the Lu family's medicinal garden. No matter how hard I rack my brains, I can't succeed in refining the berserk pill. Even if other medicinal herbs have been extracted, blood grass is the most crucial main ingredient and cannot be omitted. Mr. Su, you seem so troubled. May I ask what's wrong? Lu Xuanhu clasped his hands in a fist salute and stood beside Su Chen. He rarely saw Su Chen show this expression. Moreover, this alchemy process only took 2 days. There's definitely something wrong with the alchemy. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of pill could have made Su Chen show such a complicated expression. You must know that Su Chen's achievements in alchemy far surpass theirs. He is still only a grandmaster of alchemy to this day. In front of Su Chen, he was nothing more than a clown. Do you know where blood and vitality reside? Su Chen tentatively asked Lu Xuanhu a question. Just because he doesn't know doesn't mean others do, perhaps others do know. Lu Xuanhu thought for a few seconds and finally shook his head. Clearly, he didn't know where the so-called land of blood and qi was located. Seeing Lu Xuanhu's expression, Su Chen already knew the answer. I'm sorry, I can't help Mr. Su with his troubles. Su Chen waved his hand without saying anything more. It's understandable that Lu Xuanhu wouldn't know something that even Jin Song didn't know. It seems he'll have to put aside the blood grass he finally obtained. After leaving the Lu family, Su Chen went to Wanyao Company. He instructed Xiao Ningning to issue a reward notice in the company's name. A reward of 1 billion will be offered to anyone who can provide a place of vital energy. 1 billion? Xiao Ningning frowned. Brother, the company is now worth more than 1 billion. Even 100 million might be difficult to allocate. Xiao Ningning raised a very real issue. Because Su Chen had previously raised funds, the company now has absolutely no money left except for those pills. To make money quickly, you have to sell the pills at a low price. But the consequences of that would be very serious. This will only make the elixir appear cheap on the market. It's impossible for prices to rebound in the future. At the same time, it will also affect the interests of its competitors, and the entire Wanyao company will become the target of everyone's criticism. Su Chen also realized the problem Xiao Ningning had mentioned. It seems this method won't work. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen asked Xiao Ningning to call Qingluan over. It seems that the only way to restore the company's vitality now is through high-level elixirs. The three of them sat together. Su Chen took out a single prescription. This is a level 7 healing pill. Anyone who takes this will be able to recover some of their vital energy and blood in a short period of time, while also reducing their injuries. 1265, Chapter 1265 A Helpless Move. Qingluan, first see if you can refine it with your current strength. Qingluan took it in her hand and glanced at it briefly. Then he nodded. It should be fine as long as the medicinal herbs are good. I think the success rate is quite high. Qingluan is now a 7th level alchemy master. Perfect for crafting level 7 ammunition. Although his approach was even more foolproof. Dan also wanted to take this opportunity to train Qingluan. Okay, no problem with the medicinal herbs. You have 1 week to produce at least 100. Can it be completed? Qingluan frowned. 100 can be refined in a week? If it's a low-level pill, then of course there's no problem. But this is a level 7 elixir. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, it's probably still a long shot. Just refining the medicinal herbs takes an hour per batch, and condensing the pills takes even longer. If nothing unexpected happens, successfully producing 2 batches a day is already the limit. It's certainly impossible to be 100% successful every time. She had roughly estimated the success rate, and it should be around 60%. But she never refused Su Chen's orders. Yes, Commander Su, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Qingluan boldly agreed. While you might not succeed with 100 samples a week, it doesn't mean you'll fail. It can only be said that the success rate is lower than the failure rate. But as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, she will never give up. Su Chen never liked his subordinates saying no. Okay. Ningning, you need to complete a task. Connect me with the Gu family. Sell these 100 blood recovery pills through the Gu family's means. As for the price, you go and place the order. I think with these 100 blood recovery pills, the company should be able to recover some of its losses. Actually, he didn't want to choose this method at all. After all, this approach won't enhance the reputation of Wanyao Company. It will only cause more trouble for Wanyao Company. This kind of money-grabbing behavior will only damage the reputation of Wanyao Company. If you have high-grade pills, why sell low-grade pills? That's why he thought of using the Gu family to sell the blood recovery pill. As long as Wanyao Company doesn't intervene, the impact can be minimized. Of course, even though Wanyao Company doesn't show up, the impact will still be there. After all, with so many healing pills appearing in the market, it will inevitably encroach on the profits of competitors. Wanyao Company's business will also be affected as a result. But compared to the current predicament, the impacts to come are of little consequence. Su Chen, are you in a hurry for money? Xiao Ningning asked, puzzled. She had never seen Su Chen so eager to make money before. If Su Chen doesn't need the money urgently, the safest approach right now is to proceed cautiously and steadily. At the current rate of recovery, Wanyao Company should be able to recover in just 1 month. In just 1 month, Wanyao Company could easily reach tens of billions of yuan. Why would Su Chen resort to such opportunistic methods? I have my concerns, but you can just go ahead and do it. I know what you're worried about. I will use other methods to recover the company's losses. Su Chen was also somewhat troubled. The company has sacrificed so much for the blood grass. Debts of hundreds of billions. But now we can't extract the blood grass, which is infuriating. Seeing Su Chen's firm stance, Xiao Ningning had no choice but to compromise. After all, Wanyao Company belongs to Su Chen, so there's nothing she can do about Su Chen's antics. Of course, the main reason was that she trusted Su Chen. Su Chen has never made a wrong decision. There must be a reason why she made this choice. All she needs to do is stand behind and support her. 1266, Chapter 1266 The Land of Blood Qi appears. After the two agreed, Xiao Ningning issued a reward in the name of Wanyao Company. News came very quickly. Su Chen was overjoyed. Are the bloodstained lands so easy to find? How come we got news about them so quickly? Su Chen rushed to the place the other party had mentioned without stopping. Su Chen was instantly disappointed after arriving. They actually arranged for him to go to the slaughterhouse. There was not only a bloody smell here, but also a stench that filled the air. Sir, is this the bloodthirsty place you've been looking for? We have blood if you want it. As he spoke, the other person gestured wildly, pointing to the bloodstained slaughtering area behind him. I'm full of energy. He then pointed to the location in the distance where livestock entrails were stored. Su Chen gritted his teeth. What a bloodthirsty place. The blood is that of an animal. The stench was unbearable. These people are incapable of doing good deeds, but they're full of opportunistic ideas. Only this once. If this happens again, I wouldn't mind turning your so-called slaughterhouse into ruins. Su Chen snorted coldly and left. Before he could leave the scene, Xiao Ningning informed him that someone had called with news of a place with blood and qi. Having learned from this experience, Su Chen was naturally not going to believe it so easily. He asked Xiao Ningning to have a video call with the other party to make a preliminary confirmation through video that it wasn't some chaotic place before proceeding further. In the common people's understanding, any place filled with the smell of blood is called a place of bloodshed. But the place of blood and energy he was looking for wasn't like this at all. Are you suggesting that the blood grass, worth hundreds of billions, be used to absorb the blood essence of livestock? Back at the villa, Su Chen personally contacted Gu Zhengwen. To find a place imbued with blood energy, one might have to find the seller of blood herbs. The place where this blood grass was picked is a place full of blood energy. Otherwise, the bloodweed cannot continue to grow. Once this place is found, the problem of the bloodstained land will be solved. But Gu Zhengwen dared not reveal this information. After all, this is the rule of the Gu family auction. Revealing customer privacy is a major taboo. If something like that happens, his family's existence will probably be short-lived. However, the Gu family was also willing to help him, so they agreed to help him contact the seller. If the seller is willing, then Gu Jia certainly won't refuse. All Su Chen could say was thank you. Not only that, he also asked Zhao Di to help him find out about the blood qi land. In an instant, a storm swept through the land of blood and qi. The entire Demon Sea. No, it should be said that the entire Great Xia dynasty is searching for this land of blood and energy. After all, who wouldn't want a reward of 1 billion? The news quickly reached the ears of Tianmen and the Su family. Who would go to such lengths to search for a place of blood and vitality? This is probably related to the person who bought the blood grass in the first place. The people from Tianmen had been waiting outside for so long without anyone showing up, but now they've actually shown up on their own initiative. The Su family was the same. They knew that the one who sought out the blood chi land was the one who had purchased the blood grass. Not only these two forces, but other families also felt compassion. After receiving the news, the Gu family immediately notified Su Chen, telling him to be careful. After all, so many eyes are watching. If we make a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chen didn't care about this at all. What he cares about is when the blood chi land will appear. Even if the 4 major families, the Heavenly Gate, and the Spirit Alliance come, they will only end up empty-handed. What use are they if they come when they're in the Demon Sea? Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. What can these people do openly on his turf? 1267, Chapter 1267 Surge into the Demon Sea. If the commotion becomes too big, would the higher-ups of Daxia just let it go? If it's just done secretly, then it's even simpler. His sneaky behavior posed absolutely no threat to him. As the head of Mahai City, Shi Shaowang immediately sensed something was wrong. He relayed his intuitive judgment to higher authorities. This matter must be taken seriously by the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty, otherwise the Demon Sea may face a calamity. Gu Yuanhang had to admire Su Chen's courage. This guy is really reckless. Gu Yuanhang sighed helplessly. If it were any ordinary person, they would be too busy hiding to reveal such a treasure. Su Chen, on the other hand, made a big fuss about it after returning to the Demon Sea. Isn't this blatantly telling the whole world that he has a great treasure and they should hurry up and grab it? Dad, what do we do? Do you need help? Gu Zhengwen also frowned and asked. Gu Yuanhang shook his head. No, we can't step in to help now. What we can do now is to help him find this place of blood energy as soon as possible. Once the treasure is gone, the threat will be eliminated. I will personally go to that gentleman's house. It seems that the Great Xia dynasty is about to undergo a major change. Gu Yuanhang stood up. He has already foreseen the consequences. Even if Su Chen finds the land of blood energy now, even if he consumes the blood grass, this will likely make you many enemies, and then you won't be able to fight them all. Su Chen is in grave danger. At first, he thought his decision was correct. As long as we secretly support Su Chen, as long as Su Chen can rise to prominence in this world, he is family-oriented and will definitely benefit from this in the future. But now it seems that his decision may not have been the right one. Su Chen has offended too many enemies. Once they find out that the Gu family is secretly helping him, they might also take action against the Gu family. As one of the 4 great families, the Gu family naturally has nothing to fear. But if there are other 3 families involved, then Gu Jiao will also feel immense pressure. Su Chen lived a carefree and peaceful life for 3 days. During these 3 days, he took the time to refine the other medicinal herbs as well. The extraction of each medicinal herb was extremely successful. All we need to do now is wait for the blood grass potion. Once the blood herb elixir is successfully obtained, the berserker pill will be within reach. Jingsong has been keeping a close eye on the situation of various organizations and families these past few days. 3 days later, Jingsong discovered that many powerful figures had inexplicably appeared in the Demon Sea. 4th tier, 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. There are even 8th tier ones. For a moment, even Jingsong felt like he couldn't breathe. With so many powerful figures emerging in the Demon Sea, what should we do now? He immediately reported the news to Su Chen. Su Chen didn't care at all and instructed Jingsong to keep an eye on the news from the Blood Chi land. Of these people, he only needs to pay attention to the 7th and 8th tier experts. Even if the others come, it will only be a death sentence. Master, how do you see my progress? Xiao Jiang is currently showing off his newly broken through strength in front of Su Chen. Xiao Jiang, who has reached the supreme martial arts level, has made rapid progress in his strength. With Xiao Zhang's strength, plus the 5 Thunder Fist, even a 7th level martial arts supreme would be no match for him. Su Chen even equipped Xiao Jiang with a magical artifact. Even an 8th level martial arts supreme master could probably put up a fight. Very nice. You need to continuously deepen your cultivation techniques to reach the great perfection. The same applies to your strength. Once you reach the peak of Martial Dao Supreme, you can continue to study the second lightning rune. Xiao Jiang nodded happily. After so many years, he was finally able to cultivate again. 1268, Chapter 1268 Xiaongning's Determination. And I rediscovered that feeling I had when I was with my grandfather. Xiao Jiang, I might be going out for a while. I will send you to Jiangcheng, then you must cultivate diligently there, and I will come back to pick you up. Too many powerful figures have flooded into the Demon Sea, so the important people around him must be sent away as soon as possible. Only by sending them away can he face those dangers without being distracted. Soon, Su Chen had Xiao Tianzi arrange for his entire family to be sent away. This also includes Xiaoningning and Qingluan. Xiaoningning initially refused. After all, the company is currently in a difficult situation. If we leave now, there will be no one to oversee the company. Nobody knows what will happen at this critical juncture. Leave when I tell you to. The company may be gone, but we can start over. But no matter what I do in the future, I'll need you. Su Chen's words completely quelled Xiaoningning's anger. This sounds perfectly reasonable, and it's all for the sake of the future. But Xiaoningning could sense that Su Chen cared about her. Otherwise, with so many people in the company, why would they choose to let her leave? And it was with his mother, Wang Wenlan. This shows that Su Chen has already placed her on the same level as his mother. Then you must promise me. You must live well and return safely. If you die, I will absolutely not live a life of dishonor. Xiaoningning spoke with absolute certainty, as if she were a couple about to be separated by death. Su Chen thought for 2 seconds and then slowly nodded. Send them away. Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianzi and said. Before leaving, Wang Wenlan, the mother, didn't say anything. She knew that Su Chen had grown up. No matter what you do, you have your own plans and your own confidence. She didn't want to put any pressure on Su Chen at this time. As long as Su Chen is willing, as long as Su Chen is happy, as long as Su Chen is safe, everything will be fine. Master. I'm waiting for you in Jiangcheng, you have to come and pick me up. Su Chen waved to Xiao Jiang and watched them get into the car. After the others left, Su Chen looked elsewhere. Hill. The entire Tianhe villa will be lifted into the air. Command the covert team, all of you, return. At Su Chen's command, everyone sprang into action. Zhao family, a spirit level expert. A spirit level expert from the Xiao family. A Miao family expert at the spirit level. Demon Sea, all spirit level powerhouses. They flocked to Tianhe Villa. This force may not be able to withstand those powerful families. They were even less able to resist the Heavenly Gate. But they are indeed the backbone that Su Chen has cultivated over the past 2 years. He didn't send these people to their deaths. On the contrary, they wanted to protect these people. Otherwise, if the Su family in Tianmen find these people, they will definitely kill them. Commander Su, we have made contact with Master Hongcheng of the Spirit Master Alliance. He's also in the Demon Sea right now, we can arrange a meeting. Su Chen nodded. The Spirit Alliance is his trump card against these people. With the Spirit Alliance around, the other 3 major families certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for Tianmen, when soldiers come, we'll block them, when water comes, we'll dam it. He runs away when he can't win, this isn't the first or second time he's done this. Su Chen had Hai Pangshan arrange for Hongcheng to go to the Wanha Hotel, and then he also took a car there. Hongcheng is also on a mission with the Alliance's top management this time. It is said that there is another spiritual herb besides the blood grass. When Su Chen arrived at the scene, Master Hong Chang rushed over to him. "Master Su, we meet again." Su Chen was also accompanied by Huang Xiong at this moment. Upon learning that Su Chen was in trouble, Huang Xiong rushed to the scene immediately. 1269, Chapter 1269 8th Tier Powerhouse. "Master Hong Chang, may I ask what brings your spiritual alliance here today?" Su Chen didn't try to get too close to the other party. When this topic came up, Hong Chang's smile gradually faded. His gaze fell on an elderly man beside him. "Let me introduce you, this is an internal deacon elder of our Spirit Master Alliance. And also the leader of this team, Elder Shang Tao, an 8th rank expert." 8th rank. Su Chen glanced at the other person. The other person looked him up and down with the same gaze. "Elder Shang, I have long admired your name." Shang Tao nodded. "I have long admired the reputation of Emperor Su. At such a young age, he already possesses 7th tier combat power." Shang Tao smiled kindly. Su Chen was also puzzled. Since Elder Shang Tao knows that he is Emperor Su Tian. Their goal this time was also to obtain blood herbs and spirit herbs. Shouldn't you have attacked him immediately upon seeing him now? Young friend, you're now the target of everyone's criticism. You came here because you're worried that the Spirit Alliance will attack you just like they did. Su Chen didn't say anything, but his attitude said it all. He. Shang Tao chuckled twice. "Young friend, there's no need to worry. We had already planned this before we came. As long as the 2 medicinal herbs are still on you, we won't make a move. But if you can't keep the medicinal herbs and they fall into the hands of others, then we can only apologize." "I see. No wonder the people of Tianmen showed no hostility towards him. So that's what they were planning. However, the Spirit Alliance's wishful thinking is likely to fall through. He had no intention of letting the item fall into someone else's hands. What was bought for over 500 billion yuan ended up in someone else's hands. What's the difference between that and the hatred of wiping out one's entire clan? In that case, Su Chen, I am very grateful. However, I did not come here for this matter. I've always had a good relationship with the Spirit Alliance, we're practically friends. But now I want to take the relationship to the next level." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shang Tao was taken aback and asked Su Chen what he meant. "It's simple, I want to go from being friends to allies." Shang Tao and Hong Chang exchanged a glance. He was the team leader for this trip, while Hong Chang was the deputy team leader. Firstly, because Hong Chang is also quite strong. Secondly, Hong Chang knows Su Chen, which makes things easier for them. Therefore, when Su Chen said this, he naturally had to see Hong Chang's attitude. After all, he didn't know Su Chen very well. Hong Chang had met Su Chen before, so he naturally knew something about him. "Master Su, would you like to hear your story?" Hong Chang also became interested. Clearly, in his eyes, Su Chen was a trustworthy friend. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have given him most of the materials back on Gulf Island. "I only got a portion of it." Back in the Gulf Island, Su Chen provided both advice and effort. It can be said that Su Chen deserves 80% of the credit. But in the end, the Spirit Alliance actually took the lion's share of the profits. He would certainly like to befriend someone who was so ungreedy. You are all well aware of the current trend in the Demon Sea. It was inevitable that they would attack me. But the Spirit Alliance is different. If you step in, you can block more than 90% of the enemies for me. The only one who would dare to make a move is probably Tianmen. As for the Heavenly Gate faction, I'll handle that myself. The Spirit Alliance only needs to step in and deter the other families. After they finished speaking, the two remained silent for a long time. Hong Chang didn't know how to respond to Su Chen. 1270, Chapter 1270 Benefits. Their trip was solely for the sake of 2 medicinal herbs. Now Su Chen is asking them to cooperate, which is putting the cart before the horse. As the deputy team leader, this matter has exceeded his authority to make decisions. He could only turn his gaze to Shang Tao. I understand what you mean, young friend. However, I have a question. What are the benefits of my spirit alliance? Shang Tao asked a rather practical question. People don't get up early for nothing. Whether it's a friend or a family member. Su Chen is currently only an acquaintance of their Spirit Master Alliance. They can't help unconditionally. Su Chen smiled. You have two major advantages. First, I can unconditionally grant you 3 requests. As long as you don't cross my bottom line, it's fine. Secondly, you can obtain a promise from a future super strong individual and become friends with them. Shang Tao almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Young friend, you're quite the joker. Your talent is truly outstanding. Now possessing 7th tier combat power. It can be said that we are already close to the pinnacle of this world. But there are many people who could kill you. Among the 4 major families, the Patriarch's strength is no less than the peak of the 8th rank. And many elders. Shang Tao began to analyze the most fundamental problem for Su Chen. At the same time, I felt that Su Chen was a bit arrogant, so I wanted to bring Su Chen back to reality. At the same time, there are now more than 10 8th level experts within the Heavenly Gate. There are now 4 9th tier experts. And what about the sect master of Tianmen? His strength is no less than that of the leader of our Spirit Master Alliance. Under such immense pressure, it's already difficult enough that you survived. How can you expect to become a super strong person in the future? Shang Tao counted at least several dozen powerful individuals. In other words, there are dozens of people in the world today who are capable of killing him. And this is all overt. And those powerful masters of secret arts from abroad. There are also evil warriors. In short, even though Su Chen already possesses 7th tier combat power, his path to growth is still very long. Su Chen wasn't surprised to hear these questions. He was well aware that there were still many people who posed a threat to him. But you are only right now. Su Chen took out a pill formula. Elder Shang, please take a look at this first. Shang Tao accepted it with a puzzled look on his face. The above describes the effects of the Berserker pill. After reading it, Shang Tao's expression changed slightly. So what do you think I'm going to do with the blood grass? As long as I can refine the Berserk pill, the threat Elder Shang mentioned will probably be reduced by 90%. How many people will be able to pose a threat to me then? Of course. It doesn't matter if the members of the Spirit Alliance are unwilling to help. Even if the Spirit Alliance doesn't help me, I can still refine this Berserk pill. I just hope that you won't make things difficult for me during this time. Looking at the effects of the Berserk pill, Shang Tao's expression grew increasingly serious. So that's why Su Chen spent such a high price to buy the blood grass. If the Berserker pill really is made. With Su Chen's strength, he was able to save his life with the Berserk pill. Coupled with his exceptional talent, his rise to power is inevitable. At that time, the only people who can deal with Su Chen will probably be those at the 9th level or above. Regardless of the Spirit Alliance or the Heavenly Gate, a 9th tier expert is absolutely a taboo figure. They rarely make a move. For a 9th tier expert to intervene, an extraordinary amount of power would be required. Not to mention the sect leader of Tianmen. 1271, Chapter 1271 The Decision of the Spirit Alliance. Berserk pill. It really is a good thing. But how confident are you? If I'm not mistaken, you're searching for the blood chi land to refine blood grass, right? You haven't even found the blood chi land, how are you going to refine the Berserk pill? Shang Tao asked another series of questions. This problem truly stumped Su Chen. He truly didn't know where the blood chi land was. If you can't find a place with abundant blood and energy, all your eloquent words will be in vain. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Su Chen took it out and saw that it was a call from the Gu family. Su Chen answered the call without thinking too much. Gu Yuanhong's voice came from the other end of the phone. We've found out where the blood grass is from. Speaking of which, you seem quite familiar with this place. Su Chen pondered for 2 seconds. He knows him well? Although she has grown up to where she is now, there are still very few places that he is truly familiar with.
Suddenly, Su Chen realized what was happening. You mean, the north? Right. Gu Yuanhang no longer hid it.
The seller did indeed obtain the blood grass in the north, where the blood energy is abundant.
It's a true land of blood and violence. Su Chen was overjoyed.
After searching for several days, he finally found this place of blood and energy. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen laughed loudly at Shang Tao and the other man.
It seems that Elder Shang Tao's concerns have been resolved. I have found the land of blood and energy. Now it's up to your Spirit Warrior Alliance to decide.
Judging from Su Chen's expression, Shang Tao was probably not lying. If we can find a place rich in blood and energy, the success rate of refining this berserk pill will greatly increase.
I will depart later, and before that, I would like to receive your reply, Elder Shang Tao. I will definitely be back within half a month.
The Spirit Alliance only needs to spend half a month to obtain the conditions I mentioned before.
After saying that, Su Chen didn't linger any longer. He has said everything he needed to say. As for how to choose, that's up to the Spirit Alliance.
After Su Chen left, Shang Tao sighed and sat down.
Eh? That kid.
Hong Chang was also somewhat troubled. If we agree to Su Chen's request, this mission will definitely be a failure. If he were Shang Tao, he would probably reject Su Chen.
They might even reveal Su Chen's location to other forces if necessary. But he is not Shang Tao. He even had some connection with Su Chen.
Elder Shang, I believe this young man's words. His talent is too great, we have to plan for the future.
Otherwise, a prodigy like him would either become an enemy or a friend. Those who become enemies must be killed. As friends, I can only help you as much as I can.
If we remain neutral, no one can predict what will happen when he rises to power.
After listening to Hong Chang's analysis, Shang Tao fell into deep hesitation. This matter truly concerns the interests of the entire Spirit Alliance.
To help or not to help, that is the question.
Back home, Su Chen packed some luggage.
At the same time, they also had a small alchemy furnace prepared for him.
He's determined to succeed in refining the berserk pill on his trip to the Northern Territory. That night, under the cover of darkness, Su Chen quietly left the Demon Sea.
Before leaving, Su Chen also contacted Shang Tao of the Spirit Master Alliance.
We received an accurate reply from Shang Tao. Just as he thought.
Shang Tao agreed to his conditions. However, they also requested that Su Chen provide them with some pills at some point. This way they can explain themselves when they return to the Alliance, otherwise, they simply cannot explain this operation with just a few words.
1272, Chapter 1272 The Man is Back. Su Chen would never be stingy with his friends. With the help of the Spirit Alliance, Su Chen's departure from the Demon Sea went much more smoothly. The Spirit Alliance led the way, and Su Chen followed behind. They successfully and silently escaped the Demon Sea under cover. After leaving the Demon Sea, Su Chen headed south. The north is not actually located in the north. It's located at the southernmost point of the entire Great Xia dynasty. It's not that far from the Demon Sea. It's about 2,000 kilometers. However, in order to reach the Northern Territory, Su Chen must use his passport and go through the normal procedures to leave. But doing so would expose their whereabouts. But he didn't care about all that. In the north, where life and death are entirely in our hands, even if they came, it wouldn't make a difference. No one knows the north better than him. He could move freely and unrestrained in that kind of place. The next morning, Su Chen had already arrived in Nanyang City. From here, it only takes 3 hours to reach the north. By noon that day, Su Chen was already standing on the land of the Northern Territory. When Su Chen returned to the Northern Territory, his eyes revealed a sharp edge. A few years ago, in the Northern lands, he was the ruler. Years later, he became the most familiar stranger in this northern land. The driver dropped Su Chen off at a wide-open meadow. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and the place was deserted.
Su Chen walked forward according to the map. Fortunately, there were some vehicles passing by from time to time on the road. No need to crawl through haystacks everywhere. According to the Gu family, the blood grass was found below a cliff. It's about 5 kilometers away from his current location. The driver he hired could only go this far and dared not go any further, because beyond that lies the territory of the dwarves, also known as the Japanese. War breaks out there from time to time. Once gunfire breaks out, an ordinary person like him has no chance to withstand it. So we can only send him here, and then let Su Chen walk on foot alone. It was only a short distance of 5 kilometers, and Su Chen didn't take it seriously. If he wanted to arrive immediately and went at full speed, he would probably arrive in just a few minutes. But it had been far too long since I had stood on this land, and the surrounding environment felt both familiar and strange. He still didn't plan to go full speed ahead without ensuring his safety. After traveling about 3 kilometers, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. And there was the sound of wheels rolling over pebbles on the road. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. About 10 seconds passed. A dozen or so people drove 3 pickup trucks noisily toward him. Seeing Su Chen walking alone on the road, the pickup truck stopped. A man wearing a gray camouflage short-sleeved shirt walked down carrying a machine gun. He speaks fluent Japanese. Su Chen has been in the Northern Territory for more than a year or two. Fluent in 7 languages and 8 languages. Seeing that Su Chen did not move, the other side raised the machine gun and loaded it. "What's up?" Su Chen also asked in a foreign language. "Didn't you understand when I told you to put your hands up?" Fake. Su Chen glanced at the dozen or so people. They are mostly martial arts masters. 2 supreme martial arts masters. One of the forces. Being able to reach the martial arts supreme is already quite good. It seems that this force is already considered upper class in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, how could 2 martial arts supreme beings have emerged among so many people? Of course. So many years have passed, and he has no idea what the size of the power in the Northern Territory has become. But he has just returned, and there are definitely the 4 major families in Tianmen chasing after him. Taking action now is definitely not the right time. It's actually safer to go with this group. 1273, Chapter 1273. The former Lord of the North. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised his hands. Only then did the other person lower their guard, and then groped him all over. After searching for a long time, I only found a cell phone and some cash. Oh shit. A penniless wretch. Boss, we only have 1 cell phone. Just kill them. After saying that, the other party pointed the gun at Su Chen again, and even pointed it at his head. Su Chen glanced at the other person sideways. I don't like having a gun pointed at my head. A chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. But the other party was just a martial arts grandmaster. How could he possibly sense the killing intent of a spirit-level being? Stop. A burly man jumped off the bus. Don't cause too much trouble. We've been instructed to be careful these next few days. It's said that the man from before has returned. Only after the other party finished speaking did the subordinate put down his gun. The burly man waved and summoned 2 men. Take him back to camp. If all else fails, he can work as a laborer for us. The 2 nodded, gesturing for Su Chen to get in the car, otherwise they would still shoot Su Chen's head off. Su Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. Only an idiot wouldn't take a free ride. But who was the man that burly man was talking about? SUVs sped along the road. Within minutes, Su Chen saw more than a dozen tents in the weeds not far away. There are also many wooden stakes embedded in the fence at the entrance. This is clearly their camp. Get off. A man behind Su Chen gave him a push. Su Chen jumped out of the car. This place is dangerous everywhere. If you try to escape, you'll be dead in a heartbeat. The burly, wise man, Su Chen, shouted sternly. Escape? Does he need to escape? With just these people? He doesn't need to run. If he wanted to leave, no one at the scene could stop him. The burly man pushed Su Chen into a tent. Inside, a middle-aged man was drinking a little wine. There were also 2 scantily clad women with him. Big brother, I brought this guy back from outside. How should we handle this? Should we make him do hard labor, or kill him? Middle-aged people are enjoying themselves right now. 2 women beside him were feeding him wine, mouth to mouth. There's simply no time to deal with what's right in front of us. He waved his hand impatiently at his subordinates. Get out, get out, get out. Get out. Do whatever you want, just leave me alone. After saying that, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, seemingly annoyed. The burly man could only nod hastily, then glared at Su Chen. Don't bother me, get out of here. After saying that, he raised his leg, ready to kick Su Chen. Wait. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stood up. His gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Big brother, what's wrong? The burly man was somewhat puzzled. The middle-aged man walked out slowly with difficulty. His face went from ashen to deathly pale. His eyes went from panic to terror. You. He pointed at Su Chen, his voice trembling. What's wrong, brother, what happened? At this moment, Su Chen remained calm. It's obvious that the other party recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that expression. You were once the god of slaying. Lord of the North, god of war of the North. The other person's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. His subordinates were also taken aback. No, that can't be's just an ordinary guy didn't even dare to fight back when he was hit. The burly man clearly didn't believe it. If Su Chen really was that man, they would all have died just now, so how could they have survived until now? 1274, Chapter 1274 He is no longer a threat. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, the middle-aged man could no longer remain calm. He looked at Su Chen nervously, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the man in front of him was the former god of war of the northern border. Which man strikes fear into the hearts of all the major powers? That man who single-handedly pacified the entire north. The legend Su Chen created in the Northern Territory is known to anyone who has been there for more than 8 years. He had only been in the north for a short time back then. At that time, all the news circulating in the north was about this man. That's why it left such a deep shadow in his heart. And he was even lucky enough to catch a glimpse of it from afar. That's why he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity when he saw Su Chen. What, you haven't been back for years? The north has changed hands, do they really think I'm dead? Su Chen's voice was icy cold. He said that. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground. No, it's all because these subordinates are incompetent. Tu was just asked to help them, please don't blame me, Commander Su. Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man. The opponent possesses the strength of a supreme peak. But he's not Japanese. This is a Japanese camp. Naturally, the Japanese should be the main group. Shouldn't the leaders be the Japanese? Su Chen felt something was strange from the very beginning. It turns out that this was only a temporary invitation. The middle-aged man's attitude displeased the burly man behind him. What's the meaning? I need to report this, get the boss over here immediately. After saying that, the burly man quickly ran out. Su Chen didn't stop him. Even if the other party doesn't do that, he will still find the ringleader. Get up and speak. Su Chen told the middle-aged man to stand up. Yes. After he stood up, the middle-aged man kept his arm around his waist. He didn't dare to look Su Chen in the eye even once. I'm here to ask you, what place is this? Whose territory? The middle-aged man quickly responded. This is Caesar Machi's territory, located on the edge of the Northern Territory. Kaiser Machi is a supreme peak powerhouse. Unable to establish a foothold in the heart of the north, we can only remain in this peripheral region. I originally belonged to the core area, a member of the Chi Lu faction. It took Caesar Machi some money to invite me here a few days ago. The middle-aged man was furious when he mentioned this. If he'd known it would turn out like this, why did he even bother? I never expected that after only 2 days, I would encounter the god of war who once unified the northern border. Has the surrounding area already been taken over by Caesar Machi? Has it been explored? The middle-aged man nodded. I already had a general understanding of the situation when I arrived. The surrounding area has indeed been almost completely explored. Just as the two were talking, the burly man who had just gone out returned. There was another man following behind him. The man's eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent. He started speaking Japanese as soon as he came in. The Great Xia people? So you're the former god of war of the north. What do you mean, are you trying to take over my territory? Caesar Machi looked furious, like a wild dog about to lose its territory. Combs. I paid you to come back, not so that you would submit to the Great Xia people. Caesar Machi's gaze then fell upon the middle-aged man. Comslian shook his head at Caesar Machi, telling him to shut up. Snort. You're such a coward, Comus. Even if he was once the god of war of the north, that's all in the past. He poses no threat to either of us now. 1275, Chapter 1275 The Changing Northern Territory. He was once the god of war of the north, not a myth of their Great Xia. After Caesar Machi finished speaking, the aura of a peak martial arts supreme emanated from his body. This move was clearly intended to demonstrate his formidable strength to Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't even consider a mere peak martial Dao supreme as a threat. How would you describe it in one of your Great Xia phrases? He's like a stray dog now. Just a war god who was driven out of the north, is he that strong? Combs hesitated for a moment. Although Caesar Machi was somewhat arrogant, everything he said was true. Su Chen was indeed as high as the sky in the northern territory before. Anyone who hears the name Su Chen and his companion is terrified. In the entire north, who dares to defy us, and who dares not to fear us? But Su Chen is no longer the god of war of the northern border. Having lost its former deterrent power, why should we be afraid of someone who has become a thing of the past? Su Chen sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems that the situation in the north has indeed changed. I've become so speechless that even I'm starting to have trouble saying anything. Caesar Machi gave a cold snort. Suddenly, he kicked the chair in front of him, shattering it. That's just how the world is, survival of the fittest. Whoever has the strength is the strongest. It's obvious you're no longer the war god of the north. If you're willing to serve under me, I'd be happy to take you in. Caesar Machi laughed loudly. He would be more than willing to take Su Chen under his wing. That was once a war god. Even if it's all in the past, he still held the title of god of war. If word got out, he could brag about this for the rest of his life in the north. An old war god became his subordinate. If he stood up, everyone would have to give him face. What if I don't? Su Chen's expression calmed down. Caesar Machi's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. If not, then you'll stay here forever. The two sides were locked in a standoff, but Su Chen didn't take Caesar Machi seriously at all. After about 10 seconds, Su Chen smiled. I really liked what you just said. Survival of the fittest, whoever is strong gets to call the shots. If that's the case, then you must be the strongest here, right? Su Chen asked coldly. Caesar Machi reacted instantly. It seems Su Chen has made his choice. He sneered. I hope you won't regret the decision you've made. I will let everyone in the north know that the former god of war was not a myth. I will personally trample you under my feet. Then, crush them to pieces. Caesar Machi became more and more excited as he spoke. It's as if he's already foreseen the consequences of Su Chen resisting him. At a single command, many martial artists came in from outside. Most of them are martial arts masters. There were 7 or 8 people in total. These are all the martial arts masters in this camp. Combs. Let's attack together and kill him. Coombe frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to take action. He could tell that Su Chen was very calm. Despite all these years. Although Su Chen disappeared in the Northern Territory, his position as the god of war was taken away by someone else. But the god of war is always the god of war. So many years have passed, Su Chen's strength will only be stronger than before. In the past, none of them were necessarily his match. Moreover, several years have passed, and who knows what level Su Chen has reached now. What, you don't dare? Kaiser Mach looked at Combs with a hint of anger in his eyes. You guys handle this yourselves, I'm not getting involved. Afterwards, I will personally apologize to General Liu. 1276, Chapter 1276. Don't waste time, let's go together. In the end, Combs chose to give up. He knew he was no match for Su Chen, and dared not take the risk. If they make a move, Su Chen's strength will far surpass theirs. For them, only death awaited them. Therefore, his current choice is very important. Once you make the wrong choice, there will be no turning back. Therefore, he would rather offend Caesar Mach. They'd rather disobey orders. At worst, he'll be punished by General Liu. This is better than losing your life. Okay. In that case, get out of my way. Caesar Mach roared. Even if Combs doesn't make a move, he can still take care of Su Chen. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Caesar Mach picked up a huge axe, displaying extraordinary courage. All that could be heard was Su Chen sighing. Don't waste your time. All of you, come at me together. Su Chen had one hand behind his back. Everyone present except him was a martial arts master. Was it worth it for him to use his hands? Seeing Su Chen's flippant manner, Caesar Mach was furious. Die! A giant axe fell from the sky, as if to split the earth in two. The powerful aura instantly blew the entire tent apart. It looked like Su Chen was about to be hit by the giant axe. He simply extended one finger, just one finger. Bite! The giant axe blade landed on Su Chen's fingers, making a crisp sound. A powerful aura radiated outwards from Su Chen, creating a surging wave. They repelled everyone around them. Su Chen effortlessly blocked Caesar Mach's attack. Even Caesar Mach could hardly believe it. His greatest strength is his power. Even a powerful being at the level of a terrestrial immortal might not dare to directly confront his power. Su Chen blocked it with just one finger? Like scratching an itch, haven't you eaten? Su Chen said dismissively. Caesar Mach's expression changed slightly, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Could it be that, as Combs predicted, Su Chen is as powerful as he once was? Attack them all at once. Caesar Mach couldn't care less about all that. Even if things really turn out the same as before, there's no turning back now. Only by completely killing Su Chen can there be any hope. He could even gain merit if Su Chen died at his hands. I told you to do it this way a long time ago, but you kept dawdling. Su Chen was losing his patience. Caesar Mach's men rushed forward. Su Chen remained completely unmoved. He lifted his foot slightly, then slammed it down. Boom! The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting open. The ground was shaking violently, just like an earthquake. But that's far from all. Those who wanted to attack Su Chen suddenly found their clothes ripped apart. Suddenly, several naked men appeared at the scene. Those who take another step forward die. Su Chen's sharp eyes frightened those people so much that they dared not move forward. What are you afraid of? Charge! Caesar Mach said angrily again. Some of his men were afraid of Caesar Mach. We can only move forward step by step and test the waters slowly. Su Chen is always a man of his word. You still dare to challenge his bottom line. The result can be summed up in one word. From this moment forward, every step you take will result in death. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a man stepped forward. The next second, the man suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Su Chen appeared to make no move, remaining as he was just as before. Coom, who was staring at the plate, swallowed hard. 1277, Chapter 1277, vowing to follow Commander Su to the death. Just how terrifying is this power? Although he said he did not participate in the war. But you can feel just how powerful the energy that Su Chen unleashed in that instant was. The reason why Caesar Machi's subordinates exploded and turned into blood mist was due to that powerful force. How is this possible? Caesar Machi's expression changed drastically. With just a single thought, he could kill a martial arts supreme master. What level has this reached? Has Su Chen successfully entered the ranks of spirit masters? I said, take another step forward. Die. That person's death was too tragic. Having learned from past mistakes, no one dared to continue forward. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Caesar Machi struggled against Su Chen. What, you can't do it without help? Su Chen looked at Caesar Machi with a cold smile. This is what you call the law of the jungle. I, Su Chen, have left the northern border, not died. I will get back everything I've lost sooner or later. But not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ride roughshod over you. Su Chen roared. He reached out and grabbed Caesar Machi by the neck. Moment. The scent of death assaulted my senses from head to toe. It was only at this moment that Caesar Machi realized just how strong Su Chen was. He's more than 1,000 or 100 times better than him. Two was wrong. Spare me. It's a hoarse voice. Caesar Machi said. Okay, I forgive you. Su Chen let go of him. Caesar Machi was panting heavily. Just a few more seconds, he felt he would have died. But he couldn't understand why Su Chen let him go so easily. Just be careful in your next life. After saying that, Caesar Machi disappeared from the spot. All that remained was a thin layer of blood mist. Everyone gasped. They just killed without warning. Su Chen, as the former war god of the northern border, has always been known for his decisive and ruthless nature. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. It's even better. And you? Anyone else who wants to avenge him, please step forward. I can give you this opportunity. Su Chen looked at everyone present. Who would dare to be the first to stick their neck out at this point? Even Caesar Machi couldn't last a minute against Su Chen, so what are they? Commander Su, God of War Su. Combs immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute. I, Combs, am willing to follow Coach Su. Reclaim the north and retake it. Combs's eyes were burning with desire. He wasn't lying. His idol has always been Su Chen. But since that year, he has never seen or even heard of Su Chen. He never expected to meet him in person. Knowing that Su Chen was stronger than before, he certainly wasn't willing to let this opportunity slip by. We're willing too. We swear to follow Commander Su to the death. Su Chen's face darkened. How did it turn out like this? He didn't come here to reclaim the north. Alright, stop making that noise. I will officially return to the north sooner or later, but not now. I have a few questions, can anyone answer them? Su Chen looked at everyone present. All eyes in the room turned to Coom. Aside from Caesar Machi, the strongest is Combs. Moreover, Combs is one of General Lu's men in the core area. They definitely know more than they do. If Commander Su has any questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability. Combs stepped forward. How long have you occupied this area? Have you noticed anything strange? This time, apart from the Blood Chi land, he had no interest in anything else. 1278, Chapter 1278, Chasing Su Chen. Kaiser Machi has occupied this place for 3 years. The exploration of the surrounding area is already 80% complete. There are just some places that cannot be explored. Is Commander Su looking for something? Su Chen nodded and told Combs to take his men and follow him out. With Caesar Machi dead, the entire camp became a no man's land. But they did not collapse because of this. After all, Su Chen was there. Some of them even hoped that Su Chen could take over the camp. When I was working for Caesar Machi, I could only scrape by on the sidelines. They wouldn't dare touch the core area. They can still act like tyrants on the periphery. We've arrived at the core area, where numerous forces are present. They would be considered very fortunate if they could even make a living there. Following the map, Su Chen found the cliff that Gu Yuanhang had mentioned. The layer of fog below obscured everything, making it impossible to see what was inside. But now that he was already here, he naturally had to go down and take a look. He asked Combs to prepare a 300-meter rope for him. He also instructed Combs to take everyone away afterward and come back in about 20 days. If he doesn't come up by then, send someone down to look for him. Combs was very puzzled as to why Su Chen would go to such an unexplored area. Caesar Machi never sent anyone down to investigate. After all, the area below is shrouded in mist, and it's unclear what dangers lie ahead. What if we encounter a powerful ferocious beast? However, even if Su Chen encounters a ferocious beast, it won't matter. A spirit-level expert is no match for an ordinary ferocious beast. After securing the rope, Su Chen began to descend slowly. He wasn't worried that Combs would tamper with it. Unless Combs is asking for it. As a spirit-level expert, a mere cliff was no challenge for him. If it weren't for needing to find the exact location, such a cliff would simply be a matter of jumping off. Su Chen continued down the cliff. Combs had already left with his men and did not stay at the scene any longer. Su Chen's reason for letting Combs leave was very simple. He didn't want to attract too much attention. If Combs brings people to guard the top. Once Tianmen is reached, any member of the 4 major families who have followed will be immediately discovered. The target is too broad. Not long after Su Chen went down, Combs returned to the camp with his men. A group of nameless powerful figures appeared at the camp. They appeared without the slightest hesitation and killed several people immediately. After hearing the commotion, Combs hid in the shadows to observe. The other side was filled with murderous intent. And they were all masked, you could tell at a glance they were professional assassins. We still cannot sense the strength of these people. There are only 2 possibilities for someone to openly commit murder in such a place. Either they take advantage of the fact that these people are weak. These people are indeed very strong. That's why I took action without saying a word. Have you seen this person before? Anyone who says they haven't seen it shall die. Combs, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly changed his expression. The photo they showed was of Su Chen. Someone actually chased Su Chen all the way here. And they are all at the spirit level. With that thought in mind, Combs quietly slipped away from behind the tent. He had to report this to Su Chen immediately. At this moment, Su Chen had already reached halfway down the cliff. Suddenly he felt someone pulling on the rope above. He frowned slightly. He instructed Combs to pull the rope immediately if anything seemed amiss. He had only been down there a short time when something happened up there? Su Chen immediately plummeted. If nothing unexpected happens, the people from the 4 major families in Tianmen should have arrived. Otherwise, what problem could possibly make Combs pull the rope? 1279, Chapter 1279 Black Wolf. Suddenly, the rope fell taut. Su Chen looked up at the top. The clouds and fog still obscured everything, making it impossible to see anything. But he could sense that someone had come down. If nothing unexpected happens, Combs should be coming down. Su Chen found a relatively spacious spot on the cliff and jumped up. After about 5 minutes, Combs arrived nearby at an extremely fast speed. What's going on? Su Chen asked in a cold voice. Combs's face lit up with joy when he saw Su Chen. Commander Su, someone is looking for you. Moreover, many people in the camp were killed. Someone will definitely bring them here. What do we do now? Combs also jumped onto the stone platform where Su Chen was standing. Su Chen showed no surprise, just as he had guessed. Besides Tianmen, there's the Su family. The Gu family would never send anyone to track him. The other two families would never kill someone without saying a word. Therefore, the other party is either the Su family or Tianmen. Tianmen is the most likely possibility. Come on, it's fine. Since you followed me here, come down with me. Su Chen waved his hand and cut the rope in front of him. If the other party finds out he's still using the rope, they'll definitely tamper with it. Of course he wouldn't give the other party the chance. Su Chen tied the other end of the rope to the stone platform, and the two continued to descend, one in front of the other. The dense fog below began to gradually thin out. But Su Chen could clearly feel a surge of blood energy coursing through his body. Moreover, the deeper you go, the denser the blood and qi become. It seems the land of blood and energy really is here. As for how this land of blood and energy was formed, he had no idea. Su Chen increased his speed, and soon he was only 50 meters away from the ground. At this moment, Su Chen sensed that something was amiss up there. They've come down too. Su Chen tampered with the rope just now. He will know immediately if anyone moves their body. At a slow descent rate, it will reach the bottom in about an hour. Su Chen no longer hesitated. He grabbed Combs and, without giving him time to think, leaped off. 50 meters was no problem for the two of them at all. But as soon as they landed, 3 pairs of quiet eyes stared intently at the two of them. The 3 black wolves, exuding an aura of death, stared fiercely at Su Chen and Combs. Combs's expression changed slightly. A ferocious beast. And they are extremely strong. He has at least level 9 strength. That is, the realm of terrestrial immortals among humans. Roll! Su Chen let out a low roar. The 3-headed black wolf utterly disdained such a threat. They rushed towards Su Chen and his companion together. Combs is already prepared to fight back. However, with just a glance from Su Chen, he took a step forward. The next second, the 3 black wolves turned into black blood mist. The way he died was the same as Caesar Machi's. Combs was shocked once again. Martial arts can easily kill. I didn't expect that even a level 9 ferocious beast could handle it so easily. Just how terrifying is Su Chen's strength? After dealing with the 3 black wolves, Su Chen walked forward. He completely ignored the people chasing after him. Let's talk about it once they catch up. Now he just wants to find a quiet place to start refining bloodgrass. The entire bottom of the cliff forms a ditch, like a canyon. Su Chen followed the flow of blood energy forward. Although the blood energy here is basically sufficient. But he also wanted to understand where blood and energy came from. In this day and age, high technology is developing rapidly. In most countries where people live in peace and security, why do acts of violence still arise? 1280, Chapter 1280 Advanced Weapons. As Su Chen walked, he kept a close eye on any unusual situations behind him. The people of Tianmen dared not advance too quickly at this moment. They all knew that Su Chen was very strong. If Su Chen finds out that they have tracked them here, he might ambush them from the shadows. If Su Chen were to launch a sneak attack, they would likely suffer a great loss. Therefore, their progress was slower than Su Chen's. An hour later, Su Chen and his companion stood at the entrance of a cave. The surrounding blood energy emanated from the cave. Su Chen's expression calmed down. What is in this cave that can emit such a strong aura of blood? Su Chen told Combs to stay outside and find a place to hide. He had to go inside the cave and take a look. There might be some treasure inside. Upon entering the cave, it was almost pitch black. Su Chen had already anticipated this when he arrived. Take out the flashlight you prepared beforehand. After turning on the flashlight, a bottomless cave appeared ahead. Su Chen slowly walked inside. The deeper you go, the stronger the blood smell becomes, and you can even smell a faint odor of blood. After advancing about 500 meters, Su Chen suddenly heard a noise. A series of sounds echoed as if being struck against the stone wall. Su Chen slowed his pace. The sound was about 300 meters away from his location. To avoid being seen, he had to turn off the flashlight. A dim light began to appear ahead. Su Chen went over and found that there was a stone door, and there were 2 guards in front of the stone door. Supreme Guardian. What kind of place is this, and what are they doing here? If there's any earth-shattering secret here, how did Gu Yuanhang find out about it? For a time, too many questions left Su Chen puzzled. 2 Supreme Peak experts are no problem for him at all. He slowly walked out. 2 Supreme Peak experts immediately spotted him. Stop. Who are you? How did you find this place? The 2 guards had solemn expressions, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Chen sneered. With such vigorous blood energy, it would be hard not to be discovered. Su Chen did not stop. Upon seeing this, the 2 Supreme Peak experts set up 2 machine guns. Take even half a step forward, and you'll be killed on the spot. In reality, whether Su Chen left or moved forward, he would be doomed. After all, Su Chen found this place. Anyone who knows about this place must be killed without exception. I'm just curious about what's inside, and I want to go in and take a look. Su Chen sneered, but continued walking. Without hesitation, the 2 men pulled the triggers. Bullets flew in at breakneck speed, leaving no gaps. But Su Chen remained unmoved. Once you reach his level, how could a bullet possibly harm you? The power of a bullet is not as satisfying as a solid punch from a terrestrial deity. Spiritualist. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. The weapons they wield are specially designed and have a certain deterrent effect even on terrestrial deities. Unless the other party is a spiritual being, no one dares to approach. You go report this, I'll stop him. One of the black men said earnestly. He discarded the machine gun magazine in his hand and replaced it with a new one. This is the most advanced high-explosive armor-piercing shell currently in the Northern Territory. Even a spirit's defenses can be penetrated. Let me show you what a high-explosive armor-piercing bullet feels like. The other side roared, and the bullet made a crisp sound as it cut through the air. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. This high-explosive armor-piercing shell is indeed very powerful. But it was nothing to Su Chen, who was wearing a level 4 spiritual artifact defensive armor. Chapter 1281 High-Explosive Armor-Piercing Shells. Su Chen stood still in his spot, completely unmoved. A high-explosive armor-piercing round hit Su Chen. The black man laughed twice. I thought it was some powerful expert. Turns out he's just a hothead. This kind of lethal weapon is meant to deal with spirit-level powerhouses like you. After saying that, the black man blew on the still smoking muzzle of the gun. However, the figure still stood tall in the dim light. High explosive penetration, that's interesting indeed. Su Chen responded calmly. He had already weighed the power of the high explosive penetrating bullet. If it were a first-level spirit practitioner, they might not be able to withstand it. Even at the second level, injuries are possible. Its offensive power is hardly devastating. But it does have very strong penetrating power. I really don't know who came up with this elixir. Doesn't this indirectly narrow the gap between ordinary people and martial artists? This kind of lethal pill, if used against someone below the spirit realm, would be absolutely fatal. Su Chen was also tempted. If he can bring this technology back, he will have even more capital. At least in the future, when dealing with the Su family and Tianmen, even ordinary people can join the battle. How is this possible? The black man looked terrified. High explosive armor-piercing bullets can kill even a spirit master, so why is this person in front of me completely unharmed? They are very strong, but not just a legend. Su Chen came out. This time, the black man finally saw Su Chen's face clearly. Don't come any closer, our San mercenary group is the best in the entire Northern Territory.
If you dare touch me, you will surely die. Su Chen sneered. Many people have threatened me, but the result is always the same. Su Chen didn't waste any more words. The other party was just a gatekeeper, and we couldn't get any information out of him. Su Chen was seen playing with an airburst armor-piercing bullet in his hand, holding it between two fingers. Whoosh! The armor-piercing round was fired instantly. A flash of cold light appeared. The black man's eyes were wide open, like saucers. The next second, he collapsed to the ground without saying a word. Su Chen simply waved his hand casually, but the power was indeed incredibly strong. This was so much better than when the black man had given it to him. This armored bullet is completely unstoppable by anything below the spirit level. The black man was merely at the peak of martial arts supremacy. If ordinary guns can't stop it, how could it possibly withstand a casual strike from Su Chen? After dealing with the black man, Su Chen walked towards the stone gate. The lights came on as soon as I entered. A straight walkway, probably several tens of meters long. Su Chen was halfway there when he suddenly heard a noise coming from inside. A few seconds later, the man who had gone back to report the news arrived with a group of people. Among them are several terrestrial immortals. The leader is very strong, he is clearly a spiritualist as well. Everyone was holding a machine gun, and it was the same high-explosive armor-piercing rounds they had just used. Who let you in? This isn't a place anyone can just walk into now that you've discovered it, there's no way you'll leave alive. After saying that, the opposing spirit-level expert gave the order. His men behind him immediately attacked, sending a barrage of high-explosive armor-piercing shells flying. Thick smoke billowed up from the scene. There are at least dozens of bullets. Below the third rank, probably no one can stop him. Unfortunately, Su Chen is not below the third rank. Wearing defensive armor, this attack was completely ineffective against him. Dead, dead. Someone shouted loudly. Just as someone was about to go over and take a look, the spirit-level expert raised his hand to stop him. Something's not right. This place is very close to the blood pool. 1282, Chapter 1282 Reasoning. Even if it's just an injury, the blood energy will be absorbed by the blood pool, but... The words of the spirit-level expert caused everyone to gasp in shock. Could it be that the other party was not only unharmed, but completely unscathed? If that's really the case, that would be terrifying. Those are armor-piercing bullets that can kill even a spirit-level expert. Even the spirit-level expert in front of us is terrified of armor-piercing bullets. Wasn't that guy a young man? How could he withstand such a barrage of attacks? The spirit-level expert stared coldly at the spot where Su Chen was standing. If they are truly unharmed, then the situation is rather bad. Although he was strong, he wasn't confident that he could have survived the attack just now unscathed. As the smoke cleared, Su Chen, just as everyone had expected, was not injured at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Devil! He's the devil! Suddenly someone panicked. If so many attacks were ineffective, then they can only be described as devils. The spirit-level expert frowned. He felt a sense of familiarity with the person in front of him. He couldn't quite put his finger on where he felt familiar, but it seemed like he'd seen it somewhere before. Can any of you answer my questions? What is this place? Which faction does it belong to, and what is it used for? Su Chen asked coldly, his deep gaze filled with murderous intent as he stared at everyone present. But no one spoke, they all stared at the spirit-level expert in front of them. I hope someone will step in and kill this arrogant young man in front of me. But even their only hope was uncertain. He knew he was no match for them. The opponent is very strong. It's fair to say that he's not even in the same league as his opponent. There are probably no more than 5 people in the entire Northern Territory who can stop dozens of armor-piercing shells so effortlessly. And these 5 people, aren't they all powerful figures who can control the North? But as a spirit-level expert, he had the privilege of having met those 5 experts. None of the 5 resembled the person in front of them. That's why he had some doubts in his mind. What was this person's background, and why did he have such formidable strength? Not going to talk? Su Chen's gaze wandered around and suddenly landed on a terrestrial immortal. He reached out and grabbed the other person. You tell me. The other person struggled desperately after being grabbed by Su Chen. Despite using all his strength, Su Chen was like an Iron Man, completely unharmed. Master Fu, save me, save me. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, he had no choice but to ask the spirit-level expert behind him for help. Sir, isn't it a bit excessive for you to attack as soon as you walk in? This is the northern frontier. What we do is none of your business, is it? We also have a place in the north, so please don't go too far. Even the spirit-level experts knew they were no match for him, so their attitudes softened considerably. Su Chen sneered. Too much? I was just passing by. Have you forgotten what you just said? I just came in, and you're trying to kill me without a word. When I try to reason with you, you resort to violence. Now I'm talking to you about force, but you want to talk about reason? After saying that, the spirit-level expert frowned. They were indeed the ones who started it. Because this is the secret base of the Sand Mercenary Group, and they are doing shady things here. So whoever discovers this place must be killed without exception. 1283, Chapter 1283 7 Killings Azure Phoenix. So when Su Chen came in, they had no chance to think and could only take action. But now he realizes things aren't going well. Judging from the strength of this person in front of them, even the entire secret base would probably be no match for him. So he can only speak softly and send the person away first. What do you wish to do? If you require compensation, I can apply to my superiors. This is just an underground base, for retreat in case we are outmatched. Please don't make things difficult for us. I think you've heard of the Sand Mercenary Group, haven't you? Seeing this, the other party brought up the name of the Sand Mercenary Group. This wasn't the first time Tan Su Chen had heard of the Sand Mercenary Group. The black man said that once when we were outside. Is this Sand Mercenary Group really that powerful? Never heard of him. Is he very powerful? Who is your commander? Su Chen asked calmly. If the opposing commander is an old hand from the north, then he might know him. The other person was frowning, clearly hesitant about whether to tell him. The fact that I can ask you these questions now is enough to show that I'm giving you a chance. It's okay if you're not too willing to answer. I see there are quite a few people here, so someone should be willing to answer me. Su Chen chuckled lightly, his words laced with threat. As expected, the spirit-level expert's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. We are from the White Sands, one of the top 10 in the north. Do you know us? Su Chen's gaze suddenly froze. Top 10 in the north? White Sand? The White Sands you're talking about, are they from that beautiful country, the Sand Army of the Northern War God? Bai Sha. Su Chen is certainly no stranger to him. If it really is the Bai Sha he knows, then he's quite familiar with her. Bai Sha used to be his capable subordinate. They have a formidable force at their disposal, known as the Sand Army. They can be considered his trusted subordinates, and also a relatively capable small team. You know our regimental commander? He's no longer a member of the Sand Army. You're one of the Northern War God's men? The other party spoke in a cold voice, while becoming even more vigilant. Judging from the strength of this person in front of me, he is very likely one of the Northern War God's men. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of anyone who could withstand so many armor-piercing bullets. Su Chen shook his head. I know Bai Sha. Since you are Bai Sha's people, I can let you go. Take me inside. Su Chen said coldly. Is he still from the north? Perhaps he is, but he is no longer the god of war of the north, nor is he one of the god of war's men. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the other party hesitated. This is forbidden territory for them. Not just anyone can get in. This guy claims to know their boss, but who knows if it's true or not? What, you don't want to? Or do you think you can't get in by yourself even if you don't lead the way? Su Chen's words reminded the man. The enemy is so strong, we can kill them all before going in. Who can stop us then? Instead, they would all turn into corpses,
which wouldn't affect what the other party wanted to do at all. But if the commander finds out he brought strangers in, he will definitely die. By the way, inform your commander to come see meddle him that Qingwan is looking for him. Azure Phoenix. The man's expression suddenly changed drastically. You. The man pointed at Su Chen. You are Qingwan from the Seven Killings Army? Su Chen didn't say anything, and the other party immediately understood. It turns out that the person in front of me is not the current war god of the northern border, but someone who used to be by the man's side. 1284, Chapter 1284 Bloodgrass appears again. Yes, please come in. The fact that the other party could utter the name Azure Phoenix is enough to prove that their identity is definitely not simple. He no longer objected even when they tried to stop him. Moreover, their commander had given instructions that everyone in the regiment, if anyone finds out about the former god of war of the north, report it immediately. No wonder he felt the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be a former member of the Northern War Gods faction. He's been in the north for 7 years. He had seen that man once from afar. Although he didn't remember his appearance, he still remembered his imposing figure. He also knew that the commander had been biding his time, waiting for that man to return. Now that he has news, he naturally has to report it immediately. He immediately took Su Chen into the cave and sent someone to inform Bai Sha. By the way, I'm being followed. Have someone keep watch outside and make sure there's no conflict with them. Once they arrive, hide if you can, and we'll see what happens if you can't. The people sent by Tianmen and the Su family this time must be at the 8th level. If we encounter each other, a battle is inevitable. He's barely at the 7th rank now. If he were to encounter an 8th rank expert, he would be no match at all. Sir, rest assured, this is our San Mercenary Group's secret base, equipped with state-of-the-art concealment features. I just had someone activate the hidden function. They won't be able to detect it. Su Chen was stunned. Hidden feature? Then why didn't I notice it when I came over just now? The man gave a wry smile. Someone just went out and didn't have time to close the door before you appeared. That's why you found out. By the way, sir, I am one of Commander Bai Sha's men. You can call me Deng Ping. I am Korean. Su Chen nodded. Since there was a hidden function, that made things easier. It's best to avoid direct contact with them if possible, as it won't do him any good right now. It's not too late to cause trouble for these people after he finishes refining his berserk pill. Once inside, Deng Ping continued to introduce things to Su Chen. Su Chen asked him why his blood energy was so strong. Deng Ping was somewhat reluctant to bring this up. It seems there really is some secret hidden here, otherwise Deng Ping would have brought him in and wouldn't have been unwilling to tell him. Anyway, Bai Sha will definitely come looking for Qingwan after she hears his name. Since Bai Sha's subordinates were unwilling to talk, he didn't force them. He would just wait for Bai Sha's men to come over so he could ask them personally. Wait a minute. As he walked, Su Chen stopped. He glanced at the warehouse not far away, and there seemed to be something very familiar inside. Sir, this is a materials warehouse. There's nothing to see here. Deng Ping wanted to take Su Chen away again. But Su Chen had no intention of leaving and pushed the door open. Inside were various medicinal herbs and tools, nothing particularly special. But Su Chen actually saw 2 blood grass plants. He spent hundreds of billions to buy the blood grass, and there are 2 of them here. If this were taken out, it would be worth at least 600 billion. This was found inside a cave. You may take it if you like, sir. Deng Ping smiled. Of course he recognized the blood grass. It was priceless. But if it can satisfy the person in front of me, 2 blood grasses are nothing. After all, keeping it here would just be considered as storing it in a warehouse. Trying to sell it would be an impossible task. Unless the guild leader takes them away personally, or the guild is short of money, there is absolutely no need for these 2 blood grasses. Now that the San Mercenary Group has reached the top 10 in the entire Northern Territory, how could they possibly be short of money? 1285, Chapter 1285 Participating in Su Shuai's. Therefore, these 2 blood grasses lost their original value. In that case, I'll accept it. Su Chen didn't hold back at all. Even if Deng Ping doesn't give it to him now, Bai Sha will demand it when he comes over, so it's better to just take it with him. After glancing around casually, Su Chen continued walking forward. The further he went in, the more unsettling the blood energy became. It was as if a sea of blood was right before his eyes. Su Chen couldn't imagine what kind of thing was inside that could condense such a powerful blood aura. "Sir, let's go that way. I'll take you to the lounge first." Suddenly, Deng Ping stood at the crossroads, clearly trying to stop Su Chen from continuing forward. Su Chen glanced at him but ignored him and continued walking forward. He also wanted to figure out where the power of blood and qi came from. "Gentlemen." Deng Ping caught up. "I can't go any further. Please don't make things difficult for me, or I'll be punished by the commander." Deng Ping frowned. Su Chen glanced at him. "If he tries to punish you, I will stop him. He won't dare to act recklessly in front of me." "Show me what's here," Su Chen said coldly. But Deng Ping simply didn't believe it. He knew the man in front of him was very strong. But Bai Sha was once the man of the Northern War God, and Cheng Yuan was closer to that man. But that man is a thing of the past. Their commander, Bai Sha, is powerful and influential here. No matter how strong Cheng Yuan is, their leader still wouldn't dare to offend her. No, sir. If you really want to see it, could you wait until our commander arrives and he can personally take you to see it? I really don't dare to make that decision. Deng Ping was terrified. It seemed that Deng Ping was usually very strict with his subordinates. Even though Su Chen didn't want to make things difficult for Deng Ping, the blood energy here had piqued his curiosity. "Your choice is whether you want to die now or later." He didn't bother with any more words, and after saying that, he stared at Deng Ping with icy eyes. Deng Ping gritted his teeth, his weapon ready to be drawn at any moment. He knew he was no match for them. But compared to their leader's methods, he would rather die right now. "Sir, I am truly sorry, I cannot comply." Deng Ping drew 2 daggers, his gaze becoming calm. He knew he might die. But there was no other choice. "Stop it, let him see." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Deng Ping looked toward the source of the sound. "Commander!" Deng Ping was overjoyed. Their regimental commander had finally arrived. Bai Sha walked over with a solemn expression, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. As Bai Sha walked, her eyes welled up with tears. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Bai Sha walked up to Su Chen, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly knelt down on one knee. "Commander Su. I've finally seen you again in my lifetime." Bai Sha's actions startled Deng Ping, as if he had misread the situation. The regimental commander, who is usually above thousands, actually knelt down in front of this man today. Moreover, what was he referring to just now? "Su, Commander Su?" Deng Ping looked at Su Chen in surprise, then his mind suddenly went blank. In the north, there is only one person who can be called Commander Su. That was the man from before, the invincible war god of the north. Su Chen. Useless trash, kneel down. Commander Su is here in person. Do I need to teach you? Deng Ping turned pale with fright after realizing what had happened. He quickly put away the dagger in his hand and knelt down on one knee in front of Su Chen with his fists clasped in front of him. 1286, Chapter 1286. Ignorance is no excuse. I've met Commander Su. I didn't know it was you. Commander Su, please punish me. Deng Ping's pupils trembled. That wasn't fear, nor was it terror. That was excitement. The person standing in front of him was none other than the invincible war god who once dominated the entire northern territory. He never expected that the person he had fought before was actually Su Chen. No wonder he's so ridiculously strong. Commander Su, he probably hadn't met you before, and didn't know it was you, which is why he offended you. Bai Sha was equally excited. He searched for Su Chen for a long time. But in order to preserve this small piece of land in the north, he still insisted on staying at his post. Otherwise, he would have already gone back to China to find Su Chen. He knew perfectly well that Su Chen had been framed. But he also knew that as long as Su Chen wasn't dead, Sooner or later, they will return to the north and reclaim their former glory. On this day, he's finally waited for this. Su Chen has finally arrived. Ignorance is no excuse, get up. Su Chen suppressed his murderous intent. It seems that Bai Sha did not betray us. However, he did not let his guard down and kept a close eye on everything around him. The two quickly stood up, and Bai Sha couldn't help but get excited, her eyes even turning a little red. Commander Su, it really is you, I've finally met you. Bai Sha was somewhat blocked up, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Let's talk about catching up later first, tell me how you've been these past few years. Bai Sha nodded and recounted everything that had happened to him over the years. After Su Chen was severely injured and expelled from the Northern Territory, he also left immediately. But he didn't actually leave, instead, he lay in wait in the shadows, waiting for his chance. As things progressed, he had the opportunity to rebuild his power. It took him several years to achieve what he has today. However, they also suffered a lot of suppression from the Su family. In this northern region, the Su family can be considered a dominant force. After all, it was the Su family who framed and seriously injured Su Chen back then. So the position that Su Chen held back then has now been taken over by the Su family. He was able to build up to its current scale all by himself, thanks in large part to this secret base. This allows him to defend when he needs to retreat and attack when he needs to advance. Otherwise, given the current trends, the Su family wouldn't have kept him around until now. Su Chen frowned. Does the Su family really want to eradicate all of his influence? Bai Sha also told him that, in addition to him, some other veteran members also wanted to build their own faction. The purpose is to help Su Chen form a triangle zone so that he can rise again in the future. However, the geographical conditions of the others were insufficient to support them, and most of them were wiped out by the Su family. Only his army and another captain's troops barely survived. After listening, Su Chen sighed heavily. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Su Chen frowned, feeling somewhat guilty. After all those years, he had only received temporary protection while hiding in the shadows. Although I suffered a lot of humiliation in Zhangcheng. But compared to Bai Sha and the others, those humiliations were nothing. He never expected that even though he wasn't here, there were still people fighting for him in silence. Commander Su, you're back now. I will now entrust you with all the power I hold. I ask that you lead us and once again rule the entire Northern Territory. After saying that, Bai Sha knelt down on one knee with his fists clasped in front of him. Su Chen quickly helped him up. This matter needs careful consideration. I'm not here this time because of what happened back then. I will get my revenge for what happened back then, but not now. 1287, Chapter 1287 Evil Artifact. It's better for you to keep the power you have for now. If I ever return, I will accept everything you've said. Bai Sha frowned. Could it be that Su Chen returned this time not so that he could stand on this land again? By the way, tell me first, what exactly is going on with this secret base? Why is there such a strong bloodlust? Su Chen is currently more concerned about this matter. After all, what he lacks right now is the power of blood and qi. Bai Sha stopped dwelling on the previous question. Since Su Chen doesn't plan to come back now, he must still be doing other things. In short, no matter how long it takes, he will wait for Su Chen to come back. Commander Su, I'll take you there and you'll see. After saying that, Bai Sha walked ahead. Su Chen walked behind, while Deng Ping followed beside him. The two reached the end of the passage. At the end was a sturdy iron gate. Bai Sha nodded to Deng Ping, signaling him to open the door. As soon as you open it, a wave of heat comes out. The heat wave was hotter than the outside temperature, and it even glowed with a reddish light. Commander Su, please. Su Chen went inside. There was a sound like water boiling inside. Su Chen walked over and saw that there was a pool of blood inside. It must be over 10 square meters. The blood in the pool is churning. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Su Chen turned back to look at Bai Sha with a serious expression. Such a huge pool of blood, how many lives must have been lost? A surge of anger welled up from above. Regardless of whether Bai Sha betrayed them or not. No matter where Bai Sha's heart is now. In short, we must not do such immoral and heinous things. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. If a living person is used as a sacrifice, even if it is one of his subordinates, he will absolutely not leave any survivors. Commander Su, you've misunderstood. This blood pool was already there when I accidentally wandered in. And not only the blood pool, but also that sword. Bai Sha pointed to the center of the blood pool. There was indeed a black long sword stuck in the ground. The sword is covered with complex runes. No. It shouldn't be described as runes. Su Chen glanced at it and then walked closer. This Isaville script. Su Chen was shocked. Evil runes and runes have the same effect. However, the power of the evil script comes from evil forces. The power of runes originates from spiritual energy. Between the two, one is righteous and the other is evil. Just like martial artists and evil cultivators. A way to acquire power through legitimate means. A method of obtaining through harming others. But undoubtedly, evil power is acquired through evil means, and at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary martial artists. This is an 8th-tier evil artifact. After careful observation, Su Chen discovered the quality of this weapon. It has indeed reached the 8th rank. Bai Sha nodded. Yes, this weapon has indeed reached the 8th tier. None of us can drive it, it was already inside when we arrived. Its evil power is very strong, and this blood pool is nurturing its power. At the same time, there is a seal on the power of the blood pool. Otherwise, with this 8th tier evil artifact, none of us would have survived. What Bai Sha said was true. Evil weapons are not something ordinary people can wield. If someone is not an ordinary person, their blood and energy will be immediately drained. Even a spiritualist, if not strong enough, would likely suffer a loss. Commander Su, I have now entered the initial stage of the spirit realm. But I've tried it, and I can't get it to work. Now that you're back, go ahead and try this evil weapon. 1288, Chapter 1288 Changes in the Bloodthirsty Sword. With its power, it might be able to help you. Su Chen frowned and remained silent. What Bai Sha said is true. If he could use this 8th tier evil weapon, with his current strength, he could even rival a peak 8th tier weapon. This is definitely more practical than the Berserker pill. But looking at the evil artifact surrounded by blood energy, he felt a sense of rejection. He does possess evil artifacts. The bloodthirsty sword is an evil weapon. But none of them are as disgusting as this sword in front of me. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out the bloodthirsty sword. The blood energy here is so abundant, it might be able to upgrade the bloodthirsty sword. But when he drew the sword, the bloodthirsty sword began to tremble. It was as if some kind of resonance had occurred. Su Chen sensed that the bloodthirsty sword was excited. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty sword flew out of his hand. They arrived directly above that evil artifact. The bloodthirsty sword suddenly erupted with intense red light. Everyone was instantly shocked. Because the bloodthirsty sword is absorbing the power of that evil artifact. A low-level evil artifact is absorbing a high-level evil artifact. What is the origin of this bloodthirsty sword? Commander Su, this is. Bai Sha frowned, completely baffled by the current situation. Su Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand either. But he didn't stop the bloodthirsty sword from absorbing it. He would much rather use the bloodthirsty sword than that evil weapon. After all, he's always been more comfortable using the bloodthirsty sword. By the way, have those people outside shown up yet? Su Chen looked at Bai Sha and asked. Bai Sha nodded. I saw them when I arrived, but don't worry, Commander Su, we're very well hidden here, they'll never be able to find us. With Bai Sha so confident, Su Chen felt relieved. Alright, in that case, I estimate I'll need to borrow this place for a while. I need to use the blood energy here to refine a kind of elixir. Will that bother you? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Bai Sha quickly shook her head. No, no, no. Su Shuai, feel free to use any of this space. From now on, this is Commander Su's territory. You can do whatever you want here. Bai Sha also expressed his opinion. Su Chen didn't hold back either. He's just refining pills, it's hard to say whether he'll need them in the future. After Bai Sha and the other person left, Su Chen took out the alchemy furnace and began refining the blood grass. Now that he has 2 more blood grass plants, his capital for refining has greatly increased. Without saying a word, he immediately got to work. He can wait, but his companions in the Demon Sea cannot. The 2 people, Bai Sha, who had gone out, remained guarding the door and did not leave. Deng Ping even inquired about Su Chen. He was eager to know just how strong the once invincible war god of the north really was. But Bai Sha shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Su Chen's strength is probably unfathomable now. He believed that if he made a move, he would be instantly killed. Don't easily provoke Commander Su. Otherwise, I can't save you. Stay close to him, it will greatly benefit you in the future. Deng Ping nodded repeatedly. He wanted to stay by Su Chen's side, but would Su Chen give him that opportunity? At this time, the Tianmen assassin, who had been wandering around the cave for 2 hours, was getting angry. They thought Su Chen had gone into the cave, but they had already searched inside several times. There wasn't a single person in sight. Su Chen seemed to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Comus, who had been hiding at the entrance of the cave, dared not make a sound. He could sense that these assassins were very powerful. Each one of them could easily kill him. 1289, Chapter 1289, Finding Su Chen. But he was puzzled. Su Chen had clearly gone inside, so why couldn't these people find him after they went in? Is it too complicated inside, and Su Chen is hiding? The Tianmen assassin searched for several more hours, but still found nothing. Ultimately, they returned the way they came, and could only search in another direction. After searching around twice, he was completely baffled. The internal structure is not complicated. As long as there is light and the surroundings are clearly visible, how could Su Chen have vanished into thin air? He was a little confused after leaving the cave. He kept his eyes on the cave, and he could see anyone come out. Where exactly did Su Chen go? He stayed up all night, and the next morning he decided to go in and try again. He called out Su Chen's name as he walked. He has no way out now, he must find Su Chen. Otherwise, if he goes out and encounters those people, he will surely die. As I walked, I lost count of how many meters I had walked. Suddenly, someone pointed a gun at his head. Combs immediately raised his hands. What are you yelling about? The man with the gun behind him asked in a cold voice. 2M looking for someone, no offense intended. Coombe was very careful, afraid of angering the other party. Who are you looking for? You kept calling out Su Chen. Do you know him? Coombe nodded quickly. Yes, I came with him. I've been keeping watch for him outside, but I haven't seen him come out, so I came in. Have mercy, sir, I'll leave right now. Coombe just wants to live now. Even though I'm going to die anyway, I'll live for every second I can. In that case, come with us. In fact, they noticed Comus the first time he came in. But they did not act rashly. Combs kept calling out Su Chen's name as he came in. After the report was submitted, Commander Bai Sha ordered them to bring the people in. Bai Sha also stood at the door and asked Su Chen, who told them that there was indeed such a person. Since they were brought by Commander Su, they certainly couldn't let him die out there. Everyone. Let's talk this out. Coombe was somewhat desperate. I wish I hadn't come in. And what kind of place is this? There are clearly no other exits, so why are people suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Could it be that Su Chen was also captured by these people? But that shouldn't be the case, Su Chen is so powerful. These people are clearly not strong enough, they shouldn't have been able to capture Su Chen at all. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll shoot you. Coom finally shut his mouth. Now we can only take it one step at a time. If the other party really captures Su Chen, then he can only admit defeat. It can only be said that his fate rests on this. 5 days passed quickly. In the experiment, Su Chen failed again. The reason is not a lack of blood in qi. Rather, he didn't control the heat well. After the second time, Su Chen carefully controlled the heat. With the support of immense blood energy, the blood grass was finally successfully extracted. Having learned from his first experience, Su Chen finally found a way. The remaining blood herbs were successfully extracted in one go. It's been a full week since the blood herb extraction was completed. Fortunately, he had already refined all the other medicinal herbs beforehand, which saved him a lot of time. All that's left is to condense the core. Su Chen summoned Bai Sha and inquired about the safety situation outside. He wouldn't dare to condense his core if the people from Tianmen hadn't left. The process of condensing the elixir must not be disturbed, otherwise all efforts will be in vain. Fortunately, those people haven't come in since last time. 1290, Chapter 1290 Pill completed. Hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. Tell Bai Sha and the others to keep an eye on the outside situation and notify him immediately if anything unusual happens. Upon learning that he was safe, Su Chen immediately began condensing his core. Condensing the elixir is now urgent and the perfect opportunity. All the liquid began to coalesce into a ball. The surrounding blood energy also began to surge wildly. And the bloodthirsty sword, which previously absorbed evil artifacts, is still absorbing them. After 7 days of absorption, the bloodthirsty sword actually improved by 3 levels. The bloodthirsty sword was originally a second-tier evil weapon. It has now reached the 5th rank. If it continues to absorb, it will reach the 6th or even 7th rank. Su Chen didn't restrain the bloodthirsty sword's absorption too much. With the current power of the bloodthirsty sword, even if it reaches the 7th rank, it will still be within his control. However, that evil weapon had absorbed too much blood energy and had now lost some of its luster. Deng Ping and Combs have been assigned to guard the white sand outside. After Combs was brought in, he was questioned for a while. Finally, Bai Sha told Kong Muzi that Su Chen was in seclusion and asked him to wait outside. Coom then realized that Su Chen had not been captured, but had taken control of the area. Moreover, he also knew that this place was actually the secret base of the Sand Mercenary Group. As a force in the north, we've been operating there for so many years. How could he not know the name of the Sand Mercenary Group? That's a formidable force in the core region. It's far stronger than a low-level force like Caesar Machi. The fact that Su Chen could subdue a mercenary group of this caliber shows just how strong he is. No wonder he was once the king of the north. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen looked at the pills in front of him and a look of joy appeared on his face. With the support of boundless blood energy, the berserk pill was finally successfully refined. Moreover, in order to save time, he solidified all the liquid at once. Although it's safer to condense the pill one at a time, that would take too much time. He can wait. The demon sea can't wait. However, the success of the spirit-infused pill triggered strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. This scene caught the attention of the assassins from Tianmen. They immediately locked onto the cave they had been looking at before. There must be a secret passage. Go back right now. Everyone returned at an extremely fast speed. By the time we reached the cave entrance, more than 10 minutes had passed. But the strange celestial phenomena persisted, and dozens of them rushed inside. The people in Baisha's expression changed drastically, and they quickly sent word. Baisha also noticed that the sky had changed. It must be this strange phenomenon that attracted people in. He also knew that Su Chen had alchemy skills. He just didn't know what level it belonged to. Su Chen's alchemy now triggers extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. It seems that their expertise in alchemy is also not to be underestimated. Commander, those guys came in and started bombarding us. If we venture deeper into the cave as we are now, we're afraid we'll be exposed. Bai Sha frowned. Those people were very strong, he had seen them before. He alone simply cannot hold out. It's alright, let them come. Su Chen's voice came from inside. The iron gate opened, and Su Chen walked out. A smile was on his face. Clearly, his berserk pill has successfully survived the tribulation. Even if they don't come looking for me, I'll go looking for them, it saves me the effort. Su Chen waved his hand, recalling the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword has now reached the peak of the 6th tier. If I continue absorbing, I can reach the 7th rank. But it's no longer necessary. 1291, Chapter 1291, Taking the Initiative. The peak of the 6th rank is just within his control. Even if he can control it at the 7th level, there will always be a hidden danger. Evil artifacts that reach this level are usually imbued with some evil intent. He doesn't want to raise a tiger that will become a threat. No matter how powerful you are, you must keep it in your own hands. Otherwise, if Patian's abilities cannot be controlled, they will ultimately become a double-edged sword. Commander Su. Congratulations, Commander Su. Several people offered their congratulations. Su Chen nodded. Where are they? I'll go meet them myself. A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. At this moment, he really wanted to test the power of the bloodthirsty sword and the effects of the berserk pill. With the blessing of so many blood grass, he obtained a total of 15 berserk pills. That's more than enough for him to handle tricky situations. With the added enhancement from the bloodthirsty sword, his strength has been greatly improved. Before he runs out of berserk pills, he is completely fearless even if he encounters a 9th tier expert. Commander Su, it seems the enemy has many powerful members. I'm wondering if I should avoid confrontation for now. Bai Sha gave a reminder. He knew that Su Chen was invincible. But the opposing side has far too many powerful individuals. If a real dangerous situation arises, he won't be able to help at all, given his abilities. But Su Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. They followed us all the way from Great Xia. Wouldn't it be too impolite to let them leave empty-handed without even seeing me? Bai Sha had no choice but to lead the way. The Heavenly Gate assassins have already discovered the hidden stone door. So that's where it was hidden. We've been looking for you for ages. Charge in together and kill him. The leader of Tianmen this time is at the peak of the 8th rank. In terms of strength, they are absolutely among the best in the world. Even with the Su family patriarch, Su Tianyuan, present, they were completely fearless. No need to come in. Since you all want to see me so much, how can I just keep hiding? Su Chen's voice came from inside the stone gate. The people at Tianmen suddenly stopped in their tracks. Su Chen slowly appeared. Kill. A voice spoke from within the heavenly gate. The team leader quickly grabbed the person who made the move. Don't rush. This kid dared to show up so suddenly, there must be a trap. This wasn't the first or second time that Tianmen had come into contact with Su Chen. They also knew something about Su Chen. I never fight a battle I'm not sure I can win. Since Su Chen is willing to show up, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Su Chen, what trick are you trying to pull now? You think you're something to be proud of just because you killed people from my heavenly gate a few times before? With me here this time, you're doomed. The old man who spoke had a serious expression, but he still did not make any rash moves. Elder Tianhai, why waste so much breath on him, just kill him. A 7th tier being is already itching to make a move. Su Chen waved to those people. Oh. If you're really confident, you can come up and give it a try. Su Chen chuckled twice. If the berserk pill hadn't been refined yet, he probably would have run away if he had seen these people. But now the outcome is completely different. The berserk pill has been successfully refined, these people are nothing in his eyes. The only one who might be a bit troublesome is probably Tianhai, who is at the peak of the 8th rank. Now, don't be arrogant, let me test your strength first. Tianjin Tianhai has made a move. He is also very prudent in his work. It's the least reliable strategy right now to let the weaker player make the first move. Firstly, it wouldn't be possible to gauge Su Chen's true strength. Secondly, there's a possibility that we've fallen into Su Chen's trap. 1292, Chapter 1292. Who is justice and who is evil? This time, the people brought out by the sect are basically all elites. They're all at level 6 or higher. This is all to ensure that the killing of Su Chen will be absolutely successful. But Su Chen was far too calm in the face of them. Who knows what tricks this kid is up to this time? Therefore, it is safest for him to personally test Su Chen's abilities. Su Chen didn't expect Tianhai to choose him to take action. If those 6th tier experts made the first move, he was 80% confident he could kill them instantly. Although a 6th tier expert can no longer threaten him, he certainly won't let go of a 6th tier expert in order to weaken the power of the Heavenly Gate. Tianhai's palm strike, imbued with the spiritual power of heaven and earth, seemed ordinary. But Su Chen could clearly sense that this palm strike was definitely not simple. After all, Tianhai was a super strong expert at the peak of the 8th rank, so he certainly dared not be careless. The bloodthirsty sword flew out instantly. A powerful surge of blood energy instantly enveloped Su Chen. Tianhai's expression changed drastically, and he immediately withdrew. Just now, the weapon in Su Chen's hand seemed to have an invisible suction force. It was as if it was trying to pull him in. That strange weapon looks a bit creepy. Why didn't any of the people from Tianmen who fought Su Chen report this weapon? Evil weapon. Su Chen, you are a righteous martial artist, yet you possess an evil weapon. You must know that evil weapons are just like evil people, everyone has the right to kill them. I now strongly suspect that you are connected with evil beings. Surrender immediately, and our Heavenly Gate will treat you leniently. Otherwise, on behalf of the entire world, I, Tianmen, will execute you on the spot. Tianhai said righteously. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. Justice? Evil? What is justice, what is evil? So you call your Heavenly Gate righteousness? Don't make it sound so high and mighty. Your Tianmen isn't exactly a saint either. If a single evil weapon can define who I am, then I'd like to learn from your idea of punishing on the spot. Su Chen pointed his bloodthirsty sword at Tianhai. Tianhai's expression turned solemn, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Facing Tianhai, Su Chen knew that the bloodthirsty sword alone was useless. With the bloodthirsty sword's enhancement, he can at most kill a 7th tier expert. There's simply no way to kill them if they're at level 8 or higher. But now he has the Berserker pill. If the people of Tianmen really wanted to kill him, then of course he wouldn't hold back. At worst, one Berserk pill will be wasted. In any case, Tianmen will definitely not come out on top. Form the formation. Since he's courting death, then let him be buried in the north forever today. His glory began in the north. Then let him perish forever in the north. All the powerful figures surrounded Su Chen. Su Chen didn't give the other party a chance either. He dashed out in one stride. This is Baisha's secret base. And the mountain is very high. Fighting here is definitely not a wise choice. If a collapse occurs, these powerful individuals won't be a problem. But the people of Baisha will likely suffer heavy casualties. Trying to escape. Chase after them. A group of people chased after Su Chen. Because the passage was so narrow, the people from Tianmen couldn't get past Su Chen's body at all. We can only chase and attack from behind. Seeing a group of powerful figures surrounding and killing Su Chen as he left, Deng Ping hurriedly asked Bai Sha if he needed anyone to help him. Bai Sha shook his head. We can no longer intervene in a battle of this level. Bai Sha has some self-awareness. Let alone all the members of Bai Sha, even if you include him, they all come at me. I'm afraid we're no match for them either. 1293, Chapter 1293. No way up to heaven, no way down to earth. So now he can only pray that Su Chen can defeat these people. Based on his previous understanding of Su Chen usually wouldn't do things he wasn't sure of. He also knew that Su Chen wasn't afraid to fight, but rather wanted to lure people out of the cave. Let's follow them and see. After the others were out of sight, Bai Sha hurriedly chased after them. Deng Ping and the others followed behind the old man. In less than a minute, the crowd surged from inside the cave to outside. After walking about 100 or 200 meters out of the cave, Su Chen saw no need to hide any longer. Run! Run, why aren't you running? Tianhai sneered, brimming with confidence. I'm telling you, Su Chen. This time, Tianmen will definitely kill you. You have nowhere to go, no way to escape. As they spoke, the people from Tianhai had already surrounded Su Chen, and they were standing in different positions and angles. Su Chen looked around. It seems Tianmen is about to set up an array. He, a peak 8th tier cultivator. 1 7th tier fighter, plus several 6th tier fighters. You actually need to set up a formation to deal with me. Tianmen, are you that afraid of me? Su Chen sneered. With a peak 8th tier expert present, there's still a need to set up an array. These are all signs that Tianmen fears him. But Tianmen simply doesn't acknowledge this fact. He snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction. You've escaped from my heavenly gate time and again, but I'm not one of those useless trash. You have absolutely no chance of escaping from my grasp, so don't even think about trying to win with your words. Su Chen sighed. In that case, it seems there's no way to avoid this battle today. After saying that, Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He took out a berserk pill and swallowed it. Stop him. Tianhai also noticed that Su Chen seemed to have taken medicine. Immediately send someone to help. He never allows himself to fail when he takes action. Regardless of whether Su Chen's strength poses a threat to him. In short, he must nip every possible factor in the bud. Set up the formation. Let me show you the Heavenly Gates Wild Beast formation. After saying that, he positioned the 7 people at the edge of the formation. Centered on Su Chen, a 5-pointed star array suddenly lit up. 30 meters long and 30 meters wide. The formation is filled with boundless spiritual energy, which is endlessly providing spiritual power to the formation. Suddenly, a fire phoenix appeared in front of Su Chen. Its entire body was engulfed in raging flames. After glancing at it, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, flames burst into flames around his body. That flame was even slightly more intense than the opponent's. Tianhai's expression changed drastically. Su Chen's strength is actually increasing. What's going on? Attack! The fire phoenix, carrying flames, charged towards Su Chen. But when fire meets fire, it only makes the fire burn more fiercely. Despite this attack, the upward momentum did not stop at all. Su Chen, whose physical strength was only at the 2nd level, has now been raised to the 4th level. And his divine soul has already reached the peak of the 6th rank. With the support of massive spiritual energy, Su Chen could clearly feel that his control over the 3rd thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist was much clearer. He originally only had a vague impression of the 3rd lightning pattern. But at this moment, it seemed as if everything became clear, and the domineering attack method of the 3rd lightning pattern had appeared in his mind. It even faintly revealed the power of the 4th lightning pattern. Broken! Su Chen's eyes snapped open. He stretched out a hand, and the lightning power on it seemed to be able to destroy everything. He murmured a single word, shatter. The fire phoenix vanished in an instant before our very eyes. The Tianhai team watched the scene in disbelief. 1294, Chapter 1294 Wild Beast Formation. Don't tell me Tianhai doesn't believe it. Even Su Chen himself found it hard to believe. Originally, he only wanted to improve his strength with the berserk pill. It's just so that I can have the strength to rival a 9th tier opponent. But now he has discovered an astonishing benefit. After After taking the Berserk pill, he was actually able to fully unleash the Great Tao Thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist. Now he finally understands a principle. It's not that he can't master the third lightning pattern. It's not that their spiritual power is insufficient, but rather that their strength is inadequate. The third lightning pattern requires a massive amount of spiritual power to evolve further. Now that he has the Berserk pill to temporarily boost his strength, he has been able to briefly and thoroughly understand the third lightning pattern. With the third lightning rune, his strength has increased 8-fold. He is now invincible within the 9th rank. Even if Su Tianyuan, a 9th level expert, stood in front of him, he could still put up a fight. It could even crush Su Tianyuan. No wonder bloodgrass is so expensive. Refining a single Berserk pill costs hundreds of billions. Its effects are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Elder Tianhai. This kid's a bit strange. The 7th level elder frowned. Their attack just now definitely reached the 8th level. Su Chen actually neutralized the attack of an 8th level expert with a single thought. Even Tianhai probably couldn't have done it so casually. Su Chen smiled. You all attacked together, and that's all the power you had? At this moment, he also wanted to see just how far he could go after taking the Berserk pill. 9th rank? Or is it the peak of the 9th rank? Although he knew in his heart that it was unlikely to be the peak of the 9th rank, it was unlikely to be the early stage of the 9th rank either. Playing tricks. Unleash all your spiritual power and attack with full force. Seeing Su Chen engulfed in flames, Tianhai no longer held back and chose to fight him with all his might. In the center of the formation, not far from Su Chen, a golden dragon, 10 feet tall, soared into the sky. The terrifying pressure made Su Chen frown. This attack has reached the 9th level. This combined formation allows this group of people to unleash attacks at the 9th level. Su Chen lowered his head and bent over slightly, his fists ready to strike. The opponent's wild beast formation must be attacking using the methods of ferocious beasts. The previous appearance was a fire phoenix, and this time it's a golden dragon. They are all mythical beasts from ancient times. But how could they possibly simulate such powerful mythical beasts? Su Chen utterly disdainful. The golden dragon stared intently at Su Chen. It's as if they're looking down on all the weak in the world. Suddenly he bent down and rushed towards Su Chen. Intense light burst forth from its mouth. This is the golden dragon's unique beam attack. Su Chen no longer held back, and unleashed a powerful punch. His fist was enveloped in raging flames and the power of lightning. But Jinlong's power was indeed greater than his, and he was forced to retreat step by step. The third lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. Boom! The flames on his fist suddenly crackled with the power of lightning. Instantly, the golden dragon's beam of light was deflected. The light seemed rather vulnerable under the power of Su Chen's flames and lightning. Is this the kind of attack you're so proud of? Too weak. Su Chen was unaware that he was already standing on the dragon's head. At this moment, he truly looked down on everyone present at Tianmen. After taking the Berserk pill, he can maintain his current state for 3 hours. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to defeat all of them immediately. 1295, Chapter 1295 Four Beasts. Su Chen's arrogance thoroughly enraged the Tianhai group. All 4 beasts emerge. At Tianhai's command, everyone's spiritual energy began to circulate wildly. Suddenly, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north within the great formation. The ground shook violently. Rocks are falling everywhere. Su Chen remained standing still, completely unmoved. When the 4 beasts were summoned, they came to life. It's completely different from before. Previously, when the golden dragon and the fire phoenix came out, they only clashed with Su Chen. But now these 4 ancient divine beasts look just like the real thing. Spiritual power manifested? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. You can manifest spiritual power at the spirit level. However, to materialize a ferocious beast, one must reach at least the 7th rank. But what's in front of us are 4 of them, and they're the 4 ancient divine beasts. I never expected that such a large formation could achieve this. The profound heritage of Tianmen is indeed extraordinary. After the 4 beasts materialized, the great formation shattered. But the 4 beasts did not disappear. The 4 divine beasts, manifesting spiritual power, all stared at Su Chen. Tianjin Tianhai has made a new move. The others attacked Tianhai, their spiritual energy forming a bridge that touched him. A smile appeared on Tianhai's face. Looks very confident. Elder Tianhai. The rest is up to you. After speaking, the 7th-ranked man leaned weakly against the mountain wall. They were all like that, as if their spiritual energy had been drained. On the contrary, Tianjin Tianhai has returned to its peak state. Even stronger than at his peak. They've concentrated all their spiritual power into Tianhai. This will allow Tianhai to recover to his peak condition so that he can deal with him with all his might. After understanding Tianmen's actions, Su Chen did not act rashly. The power of the 4 divine beasts, plus the heavenly sea. This is indeed a difficult situation. But Su Chen, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, wasn't too worried. The black tiger, manifested from spiritual energy, pounced. Su Chen dodged in a flash. But the giant claws of the Xian turtle followed closely behind. Su Chen dodged repeatedly. Tianhai, wielding a mid-grade spiritual weapon, also joined the battle. In an instant, the scene was filled with people leaping across rooftops and fighting. Bai Sha and the others below were dumbfounded. Deng Ping finally understood why their regimental commander had said they couldn't intervene in this battle. If they got any closer, the waves alone could wipe them out instantly. So, I never knew that Commander Su had grown to this level. Bai Sha was quite excited. He thought Su Chen was at most 2 or 3 levels stronger than him. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world. With Su Chen's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to take back everything he had lost. Su Chen could crush that war god of the Su family with a flick of his wrist. It seems that soon, the North will become the North it once was. That North, which could be ruled by a single king. Lightning kept striking the sky. Tianhai and the 4 beasts relentlessly attacked Su Chen. All you can do is run away. Weren't you so arrogant at the beginning? Su Chen's speed is too fast. If this continues, the energy of the 4 beasts will dissipate sooner or later. When he's all alone, he might not be able to defeat Su Chen at this moment. Therefore, he must kill Su Chen while the 4 beasts are still around. Su Chen completely ignored Tianhai's taunts. He had already tested the power of the 4 beasts. With the 4 beasts and Tianhai joining forces, their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Even if he goes all out and manages to defeat the 4 beasts and Tianhai, he will probably be injured himself. So he's doing everything he can to avoid attacks. Let's see if the 4 beasts' energy runs out first, or if the effects of his berserk pill wear off first. 1296, Chapter 1296. Feint to the east, attack in the west. Incompetent brat. If you're so capable, fight me face to face. What kind of skill is it to just keep dodging? Tianhai is getting desperate. Su Chen seemed completely unconcerned about this provocation. If this continues, they'll suffer sooner or later. The members who just had their spiritual energy depleted are now recovering. Even with the help of elixirs, it would be impossible to return to peak condition in less than 1 or 2 hours. Watch out. Tianhai, turning around, suddenly noticed someone trying to ambush his men and quickly warned them. The first reaction from the 7th-tier cultivator. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But now he is very weak and has very little spiritual power left. He could only manage a weak wave of his hand to unleash a single attack. Despite his slight weakness, the disparity in strength between him and Bai Sha, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack, was too great. Even a casual wave of the hand is too much for Bai Sha to bear. Fortunately, Bai Sha reacted quickly enough. He used his weapon to shield himself. But this attack also seriously injured him. Before he could react, a 6th-tier warrior had already reached him. The dagger in her hand gleamed coldly as it stabbed towards his neck. Bai Sha's face instantly drained of color. He just wanted to take advantage of these people's lack of spiritual power to kill them. This will also help relieve some of the pressure on Su Chen. Unexpectedly, his attempt to steal a chicken backfired, costing him his life. He had considered the possibility that he might die on the road while struggling outside. But he never expected that he would die under such circumstances. Pity. He could no longer see Su Chen stand atop the Northern Territory. Just when he had mentally prepared himself to be killed, a sound pierced the air. You dare! A powerful killing intent descended from the sky. That figure was faster than lightning. In just an instant, a being carrying rolling lightning stood in front of him. He would never forget that powerful figure. Su, Commander Su. Su Chen glanced at him sideways. Don't act recklessly, their strength is beyond your reach. After Su Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, the 6th-ranked man immediately tried to flee. Since you're here, don't leave. The bloodthirsty sword flew out of Su Chen's hand. Tian Hai has already arrived. But he still couldn't catch up with Su Chen's speed. The bloodthirsty sword plunged directly into the back of the 6th-tier warrior. This attack wouldn't kill the opponent. But the bloodthirsty sword has this special effect. The opponent probably couldn't withstand just the absorption of their blood essence. If it were the old bloodthirsty sword, and if the opponent could still withstand it. After all, the bloodthirsty sword was only a level 2 evil weapon back then. But the bloodthirsty sword has now reached level 6. He was already of a higher level than his opponent, so absorbing all of his opponent's blood energy would be a piece of cake. Elder Hai. Help me. The other person could also feel their life force rapidly draining away. Tian Hai looked at his dying subordinate with a grim expression. He dared not touch that evil sword. It can absorb the blood and energy of anyone indiscriminately. Even if he touches it, he'll probably suffer a loss. He might be able to save his men, but he will certainly pay a price. However, Su Chen was right in front of him. He must preserve his strength and not put himself in danger for the sake of one person. To stand by and watch someone die, that's exactly the style of your Tian men. Su Chen sneered, and seeing that the other party had lost his life force, he then withdrew the bloodthirsty sword. Snort! I will make you pay for their deaths. You have thoroughly angered Tian men. Only your death can wash away the shame of my heavenly gate. 1297, Chapter 1297. All killed. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Yeah? Since that's the case, why don't I kill a few more while I still can? Su Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, he took a step and was already behind Tian Hai. Tian Hai sensed something was very wrong. Run! Tian Hai shouted. The Tianmen members also realized Su Chen's motive and got up to escape. But at this moment, how could they possibly be a match for Su Chen? Once Su Chen entered the crowd, he unleashed a massacre. This is what they mean by killing one person with one step. Su Chen! I'm going to kill you. Seeing Su Chen kill the fourth person in the blink of an eye, Tian Hai was furious. The aura surged. Su Chen is trying to wipe them out completely. Knowing they couldn't kill him for the time being, they changed their tactics and went after the Tianmen members. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Tian Hai's eyes were fixed on the group from Baisha. Su Chen killed his people, and he can kill Su Chen's people in return. But Su Chen already knew he would do this. Just as Tian Hai was about to make a move, the bloodthirsty sword in his hand flew out, blocking Tian Hai's attack. Then, with lightning speed, he killed another person. The only ones left on the scene were Tian Hai and that 7th-tier expert. That 7th-level fighter fled from the start and is now hundreds of meters away from Su Chen. But Su Chen wasn't worried at all. He said he wouldn't let anyone go, and he never will. The second thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist. Boom! As if obeying Su Chen's command, the lightning bolt attacked the 7th-ranked warrior. But a 7th-tier cultivator is still quite powerful. Although I am still weak, I can easily dodge once or twice. Su Chen frowned. If he were to pursue that 7th-tier opponent, Tianhai would definitely target Bai Sha and his group. However, if they don't pursue, Tianhai's strength will prevent him from resolving the situation in a short time. Once that 7th-rank expert returns to Tianmen, he will definitely report today's events truthfully. For a moment, Su Chen was torn between two choices. When that 7th-level cultivator was channeling spiritual energy into Tianhai, he clearly held back. Otherwise, how could we possibly have so much spare energy at this point? Tianhai noticed Su Chen's hesitation and immediately tried to attack Bai Sha and the others again. Left with no other choice, Su Chen had to let the 7th-tier warrior go. You killed 5 6th-tier experts from my heavenly gate. Su Chen, even God can't save you today. Tianhai's murderous intent was overwhelming. No one in this world has ever dared to treat Tianmen like this. Su Chen has repeatedly tried to kill members of his Tianmen sect. This enmity is irreconcilable. I will return those words to you in full later. Su Chen, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, engaged in battle with Tianhai. The energy of the 4 beasts has gradually dissipated, and they are no longer of much use at this point. They could only combine their power into one force to deliver a final blow to Su Chen. This attack did indeed force Su Chen to retreat dozens of meters. My arms were numb from the shock. Tianhai was hidden from the combined attack of the 4 beasts. Su Chen knew, of course, that he wouldn't stay quiet for long, so he had made preparations well in advance. By the time Tianhai emerged from the smoke, he had already retreated 100 meters. Die! Tianhai roared in fury. At this moment, the anger in his heart could not be quelled even if he killed Su Chen. The one who will die is you. Seeing Tianhai getting closer and closer, Su Chen simply grabbed Tianhai's sword blade. Su Chen! Heavenly Gate! Both of them had reached the extreme of anger. Su Chen also went berserk, his spiritual power surging. The two forces collided, and the surrounding rocks could not withstand such immense pressure, shattering one after another. 1298, Chapter 1298 The Destruction of Tianhai. One person holds the sword hilt, the other the sword blade. Fresh blood dripped from Su Chen's hand. But Su Chen still refused to let go. Tianhai tried to pull the sword from Su Chen's hand. He could clearly sense that Su Chen was approaching madness. It's a situation where everything is destroyed. He didn't want to die together with someone like that. Ha ha ha. Su Chen grinned and burst out laughing. What, are you scared? Su Chen gripped Tianhai's sword tightly. Madman. Tianhai used all his strength, but it had absolutely no effect. It's clear that Su Chen is prepared to die together with him. Right. I'm insane. I went mad the day you, Tianmen, swore an oath of life and death against me. I should have gone mad long ago, from the day you, Tianmen, made my mother suffer such humiliation. From the day you killed my mother at Tianmen, you should have expected this day would come. Su Chen unleashed his spiritual power, which looked like he was about to self-destruct. Tianhai's face turned ashen. He didn't want to die here with that madman Su Chen. A madman, an absolute madman. Tianhai stopped bothering Su Chen. He quickly released his grip on the long sword. Get out of here while you can. Otherwise, if Su Chen were to successfully self-destruct, it would be a devastating disaster. No one at the scene survived. Tianhai, you still fell for it. Just as Tianhai released his longsword, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He swiftly grabbed Tianhai's longsword and shot it at the sword. At the same time, the bloodthirsty sword flew in from afar with a whooshing sound. Tianhai knew that Su Chen was trying to attack him from both sides. Snort! A trivial skill. He formed palms with both hands, one in front and one behind, blocking the two swords and successfully dodging the attack from both sides. Yeah. Despite his meticulous planning, he failed to anticipate that Su Chen still had spare strength. Su Chen had already appeared behind him. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Flaw. Just a little bit is enough. Suddenly, a cold sensation came from my back. A sword longer than the bloodthirsty sword pierced through his chest from behind. Su Chen. You. Tianhai never expected that he would fall into Su Chen's trap. You think this is the end? Su Chen shook his head. The bloodthirsty sword suddenly erupted, taking advantage of Tianhai's distraction, and pierced through his chest from the front. And here too. Su Chen roared. Another magical artifact from the heavenly sea, propelled by Su Chen, pierced through his palm and plunged straight into his heart. Tianhai couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at Su Chen in disbelief. That's disbelief, resentment, and an unwillingness to rest in peace. He never expected that he, a top elder of the Heavenly Gate, would be like this. He lost his life because of a routine assassination mission. Even more unexpectedly, the person who killed him was a young man like Su Chen. Die. Su Chen's voice turned icy cold. You, at such a high level, are just the beginning. I've said it before, I won't let anyone escape Tianmen. Su Chen drew his bloodthirsty sword. Taking advantage of the last glimmer of hope that Tianhai still had, the bloodthirsty sword flashed with a light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tianhai's body slowly collapsed. The body and head have been moved. Thus, a supreme expert at the peak of the 8th rank perished in this desolate northern land. Everyone present witnessed this horrifying scene. Su Chen really killed so many super strong people all by himself. Moreover, Su Chen himself only suffered minor superficial injuries. 1299, Chapter 1299. Wait for me to come back. At this moment, Su Chen was covered in blood. But that blood wasn't his, it belonged to the people from Tianmen. He turned around and looked at Bai Sha and the others. Bai Sha was so frightened by Su Chen's appearance that she took 2 steps back. Su Chen's appearance was truly terrifying. Have your people clean this place up, leave no trace. After a few seconds of blank staring, Bai Sha slowly nodded. Su Chen then returned to the base. After using the berserk pill, there will be a short period of exhaustion. There's no way to catch up with that 7th tier fighter, and he shouldn't waste any more time. Back at White Sands base, he began to wait for the aftereffects of the berserker pill to take effect. 3 hours later, Su Chen felt weak all over and couldn't even use his spiritual power. Thankfully, the problem has been resolved. If the people from Tianmen attack again at this moment, he will surely die. Su Chen quickly replied. I took 2 blood replenishing pills. It took a full day and night of recuperation before I could barely recover. Although this berserk pill has no side effects, its aftereffects can still put a person in danger. It will take a full day and night to return to normal. What if we encounter the enemy again after such a long time? It seems he can't rely entirely on the berserk pill. This thing must be used only when there are no other enemies present. Otherwise, once the effects of the medicine wear off, he will be like a lamb to the slaughter. After recovering, Su Chen took a shower. Bai Sha and the others were waiting for him at the door. Commander Su, the bodies have been disposed of. Su Chen nodded. I'm leaving soon. Bai Sha, you've worked so hard all these years. But don't worry, I'll be back soon, not long. Su Chen had already told him before that he was not coming back to take back everything he had lost. Commander Su, I will stay here and wait for you to come back. Bai Sha's eyes were a little red. He waited here for so many years. I never expected that we would have to part ways again after just seeing Su Chen. By the way, Commander Su, I'd like Deng Ping to stay by your side. Firstly, I can understand your condition, and secondly, this kid has some talent, so I want him to train under you. Also, this guy is a fan of yours, and he's very willing to do things for you, Commander Su. Su Chen glanced at Deng Ping, who was somewhat excited. This guy's talent is indeed quite good, at least when it comes to actually learning, he should be better than Hai Xiaoshan. Can. But if I take the person away, do you have any other people available? Bai Sha nodded. Certainly. After all these years, I still have quite a few trustworthy subordinates around me. Deng Ping was now completely excited. But the thought of him leaving Bai Sha made me feel a little reluctant. Kid, don't embarrass me while you're working alongside Commander Su. I'll test you when you come back. Deng Ping nodded repeatedly. Without further ado, Su Chen took Deng Ping and prepared to leave. And you, come with me to the Great Xia, if you're willing. Su Chen looked at Combs. Although his strength is only at the peak of the Supreme Realm. But he is also considered loyal. At least, despite facing so many powerful figures, Combs still thought of coming in to find him. This alone is enough to prove that Combs is a capable person. Really? Commander Su, can I really follow you? Combs was overjoyed. He was still hesitating about how to bring this up with Su Chen. Unexpectedly, Su Chen took the initiative to speak. 1300, Chapter 1300 taking in 2 people. What, if you're not willing, of course I won't force you. Su Chen responded. Combs shook his head immediately. No. Of course I'd love to. Combs quickly took out his luggage. Clearly, he didn't just come up with this plan recently. Commander Su, may you rest in peace. If I am ever needed, Bai Sha, will fight to the death. After bringing Su Chen to the ground, Bai Sha knelt on one knee in front of Su Chen with his fists clasped in front of him. His gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Only after Su Chen left did he slowly get up. Su Chen led Combs and Deng Ping toward the airport. Deng Ping, do you know Dark Wolf? He originally wanted to ask Bai Sha about Dark Wolf. But he knew Bai Sha's character if he knew that Dark Wolf was the mastermind behind the plot against him. They might make their move ahead of time. Under the current circumstances, he was unwilling for Bai Sha to take risks because of that kind of person. Dark Wolf? Of course I've heard of it. Commander Su, he wasn't Qi Sha back then. Deng Ping stopped asking questions after that. Su Chen nodded. Yes, that's right. He was indeed one of the 7 killers. What is his current status in the north? Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, Deng Ping no longer felt reserved. Dark Wolf has now been renamed War Wolf. He is currently the deputy of the Northern War God, in charge of the vast majority of the military force in the entire Northern Territory. We were forced back to our secret base time and time again by the Wolf Warriors. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. It seems that this isn't the first or second time that Bai Sha and Lang have clashed. And the fact that Dark Wolf is next to someone in the entire Northern Territory is no secret. But did the guy actually change his name? Su Chen revealed a cold smile. Perhaps they were worried he would come back for revenge. So what if I change my name? Ultimately, he could not escape death. From the moment Dark Wolf extended his poisonous hand to him, it was already destined that he would die at his hands sooner or later. The group arrived at the airport and bought tickets for 3 people. But airport security actually sent people to stop them. You have no right to enter. Illegal identity. Dozens of airport security guards blocked the way, forming a human wall. Illegal? Are you blind? Combs walked over, somewhat angrily. Take a good look at yourselves, see where we're not doing anything legal. Combs pulled out his passport. The other party didn't even look at it. This is what we were told from above. In short, the 3 of you cannot leave. If it's illegal, then it's illegal. Security took a tough stance. You. Combs suddenly tried to make a move, but Su Chen stopped him. Su Chen stepped forward. If you say it's illegal, you have to give a reason. Or rather, you're helping others intercept us. The security guard's eyes flickered for a split second. But in just that 1 second of dodging, Su Chen knew the reason. The Su family. Or perhaps Tianmen. If you can't give a reason, then get out of the way. Don't do things that waste your time, or even your lives. Su Chen's aura was revealed. A powerful aura almost threw the security personnel on site into a panic. Being in a place like the North. Although they are just security guards, they all have the strength of martial arts masters. The captain is a martial arts master. Therefore, they could clearly sense just how powerful this young man was. Spirit level? No, it's not even comparable to a normal spirit level. Two need to report this first, please wait a moment. The other party's attitude is no longer tough. They knew the young man in front of them wasn't joking. 1301, Chapter 1301 Seducing Su Chen. If pushed too far, the young man in front of them could kill them with a wave of his hand. Just as Su Chen said, they don't need to lose their lives over something like this. During this time, Su Chen did not make any rash moves. He didn't want to cause too much of a commotion in this place. But if the airport staff try to stop him from taking over the Tianmen or the Su family, he wouldn't mind shutting down the entire northern airport. It was quick, only about 5 minutes. A black man in a suit walked over. He walked over, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. The opponent is a powerful individual. At the very least, it's a terrestrial paradise. Dear Mr. Su, I have reviewed all your documents, and everything is in accordance with the law. The staff member was somewhat offensive, please forgive him, Mr. Su. I will personally assist Mr. Su with the check-in process. The black man quickly apologized, clearly worried that Su Chen would get angry. Su Chen glanced at the black man, wondering why his attitude had changed so drastically. Is it really because they fear his strength that they choose not to stop him? Or perhaps it's someone else, they have other motives. Mr. Su, to explain my mistake just now. This flight will be handled by our airport, and we will provide you with the best service. Su Chen and his two companions were exempted from registration and left through a private passage with the black man. The black man led them all the way to the passenger plane. Su Chen neither bought a ticket nor went through the proper procedures. The black people put them in the members' business class, served by 3 dedicated flight attendants. Mr. Su, there are only 3 people in this business class. You can do whatever you want. I hope Mr. Su won't take what just happened to heart. Su Chen didn't speak, he looked around the business class cabin. He only sat down after confirming that there was nothing wrong. The black man left. Before leaving, he instructed the 3 flight attendants to take good care of Su Chen and his companions. No matter what the request, it must be fulfilled, even if it costs the bodies of 3 people. The 3 of them were taken aback at first, but they nodded nonetheless. These problems are sometimes unavoidable in their line of work. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the plane slowly started to take off. 3 flight attendants stood at the door, asking Su Chen and his companions from time to time what they needed. She changed her clothes too. Black stockings with high hip skirts, or even low-cut tops. Su Chen didn't take it to heart at all. He wouldn't even look at this kind of stuff. They are far inferior to Xiao Ningning and the others. The plane ascended, breaking through the fog layer and reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. The 3 flight attendants visibly tensed up. There wasn't even a trace of color in his face. It seems like he's worried about something. Su Chen could see their unusual behavior. But he didn't take it too seriously. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, what could possibly be done? You must know, he's a spirit-level expert. If the other side dares to do anything, no one on the plane will survive. Of course, as a spirit-level expert, it would be incredibly foolish for the other party to try anything here. Just as one of the flight attendants walked up to Su Chen to ask him what he needed, the plane suddenly experienced severe turbulence. The flight attendant pounced on Su Chen. She even made a coquettish sound. Su Chen gave her a cold look, his expression full of dissatisfaction. Although the jolt was quite violent, it wasn't enough to make an adult lose their balance. It's obvious that the flight attendant did it on purpose. Seeing Su Chen's murderous gaze, the flight attendant dared not continue. He could only quickly get up, apologize, and leave. Commander Su, she's obviously doing this on purpose. 1302, Chapter 1302 Plane Crash, Crew Dead. Judging from her appearance, she can definitely eat a lot, should we? Combs looked like a hungry wolf. Su Chen had no interest in this kind of stuff, but that didn't mean Combs and Deng Ping, who were in the north for most of the year, were not interested. Don't even think about it, this plane is clearly not working properly. Commander Su, we need to be careful. Deng Ping returned from using the restroom outside, his face grave. I just went outside and found that there were no other passengers on the plane, only the three of us and the 3 flight attendants. There are probably no more than 10 people on the entire plane. Su Chen was not surprised at all by Deng Ping's words. He noticed it as soon as it took off, but he didn't think the other side could threaten him by destroying their plane. Alright, sit down first, don't think too much. Su Chen knew that someone was definitely watching them right now, and could even hear what they were saying. If we expose ourselves at this point, the other party might take a desperate gamble. Although they still couldn't threaten him, Deng Ping and Combs were ultimately unable to withstand the pressure from 10,000 meters in the air. So he chose to remain patient and see what the other party would do. Although he was in business class, he could clearly sense the outside environment. After flying for half an hour, the plane suddenly descended. The altitude dropped from 10,000 meters to about 5,000 meters. This region in the south is surrounded by mountains. Many of these mountains even reach heights of several thousand meters. The plane is landing at this time, it definitely can't be anything good. They've gone mad, they've gone mad. Suddenly, a flight attendant ran over from the front of the cabin. I was terrified. They're going to destroy this plane, they're flying straight towards the mountain. The flight attendant was so frightened she could barely speak. What? Why, they'll die too. The one wearing the red bow tie is the flight attendant among the 3, and also the woman who seduced Su Chen earlier. Because they received instructions to say. As the flight attendant spoke, her gaze fell upon Su Chen. They said they wanted them dead. The flight attendant was so frightened that her whole body went limp. She knew headquarters was going to kill these 3 people even before the plane took off. They were even specifically tasked with seducing people. If the other party takes the bait, someone else will step in. But they had never heard that if they failed, the plane would be destroyed. If they really did that, they definitely wouldn't survive either, the plane would definitely crash and everyone would die. Suddenly, she remembered Su Chen's terrifying gaze. She quickly walked towards Su Chen and knelt down. Sir, please save us. She knew Su Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a major commotion at the entire airport. They even opened a special channel for these 3 people, and various departments cooperated to allow Su Chen to board the plane. Save you? On what grounds? Even if this plane crashes, it won't affect me. Since you're so eager to harm people, you should bear the consequences. Su Chen completely disregarded the other party's request. He's no saint. No, we are also being threatened, sir. They threatened our families. They said they would kill our families if we failed, we were forced into this situation. Please, sir. Looking out the window, surrounded by mountains, the 3 flight attendants were already filled with fear. But they are also highly trained, and their mental fortitude is higher than that of ordinary people when faced with such problems. 1303, Chapter 1303 Can you fly a plane? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face showed a hint of emotion. Are you using family members as a threat? Tianmen and the Su family have remained as despicable as ever. Alright, get up. Su Chen couldn't bear it either. If the other party is motivated by self-interest, then of course he won't be soft-hearted. But these 3 flight attendants were threatened because their families were being blackmailed, so it's understandable. After all, they posed no threat to him. He didn't want to dwell on it too much without incurring any further losses. Combs, go check the cockpit. Deng Ping, check the surroundings to see if anyone else is there. You three, tell me honestly, besides your crew and us, is there anyone else on the plane? After Su Chen gave the order, the two of them got to work. The flight attendant immediately shook her head. I didn't see anyone else besides the three gentlemen. Then, the flight attendant told her everything she knew. It turns out that all of this started the day before when two men entered the airport. It is said that one of them is the god of war of the north, and now the number one person in the north. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized that it must be the Su family. The other person was an old man who looked like he had just been in a battle. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Elder Tianmen who escaped from his grasp back then. That 7th tier expert. Just as the two were saying this, the aircraft became very unstable. 360-degree aerial spin. Vertical descent. Just as it was about to crash into the mountainside, it suddenly rose up again. Su Chen sat motionless in his chair. But the three flight attendants were upside down and suffered serious injuries. About 2 minutes later, the plane became completely quiet. Su Chen stood up. Which of you three can pilot this plane? The flight attendant slowly raised her hand. My husband is a captain. I've studied some piloting techniques, so I should be able to fly. Su Chen was stunned. Is your husband the captain of this plane? The flight attendant shook her head. No, my husband was originally the captain of this plane, but because of what happened today, he has been transferred to another location. Upon hearing this, Su Chen led the three of them toward the cockpit. The cockpit is opening. There was a person lying in a pool of blood right at the doorway. Combs was speaking in a foreign language, and I couldn't understand what he was saying. Su Chen approached and realized that Combs had taken control of the captain. Commander Su, we can't kill this man yet, otherwise no one will be able to pilot this plane. Su Chen walked over. The captain glared fiercely at Su Chen. Are you sure you can fly this plane? Su Chen looked at the flight attendant again. The flight attendant hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly nodding. Having received the chief flight attendant's approval, Su Chen didn't even think twice before slapping the captain to death. Alright, the plane is now in your hands. Don't try anything funny, or you'll end up like him. The flight attendant wouldn't dare to try anything funny at this point. How much fuel do we have left? Is it enough to fly to the Great Xia Demon Sea? The flight attendant nodded. We have a reserve fuel tank, so there shouldn't be any problem. After receiving a response, Su Chen asked Combs to sit with her, and then returned to his seat. After searching around but finding no suspicious traces, Deng Ping returned to his location. Commander Su, do you really think they can rely on just these few people? Deng Ping frowned. It would be foolish to rely on just these few people. Su Chen just smiled and shook his head. Of course not, but I guess they're planned from the beginning. 1304, Chapter 1304 Troposphere. Suddenly, everyone could clearly feel that the aircraft was beginning to show signs of instability. What's going on? Deng Ping's expression changed slightly. He has just looked around, including the cargo warehouse and the toilets. There was absolutely no trace of anyone else. The flight attendant rushed out, looking panicked. Sir, something terrible has happened. The plane seems to be out of control, like. The flight attendant couldn't quite describe what it was like. Like someone dragging the fuselage from the outside, right? Su Chen asked calmly. Yes, but this is 10,000 meters in the air. Any normal person would think that such a thing is impossible. But Su Chen knew very well that anyone above the spirit level could achieve short-term flight. If someone is a super strong individual, reaching the 6th rank or above, they might not be in any danger even outside an airplane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Therefore, he knew from the beginning that it wasn't simple. The Su family first instructed these flight attendants to target them from within. If it fails, the crew will arrange for the plane to crash. If it still fails, then the spirit level expert hiding in the shadows should make a move. Su Chen walked into the cabin and asked the flight attendant to bring up the aircraft's radar. The surveillance footage outside was displayed to everyone. Really? At the landing gear of the plane, a man is clinging tightly to the fuselage, heading straight for the ground. How is this possible? The flight attendant stared at the scene in disbelief. This is even more exaggerated than a movie. Someone actually managed to do this at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even if the opponent is a martial artist. But isn't this a bit too exaggerated? What should we do about Commander Su? He's outside, we can't go out. Deng Ping also said somewhat anxiously. Both he and Combs are at the supreme peak level. At such a high altitude, there is absolutely no chance of survival if you were to fly outside. The only possibility is that Su Chen took action himself. He can't keep going. A subtle smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Suddenly, my foot trembled. The plane suddenly came to a stop, and the descent speed was slowed down. Go to the cockpit and take control of your plane. He poses no threat from outside. Just keep striving for advancement, go as high as you can. Su Chen didn't take the 6th tier experts outside seriously at all. If the other party dares to come in, he's ready to kill them instantly. If the other side doesn't dare to come in, then they might as well die outside. A mere 6th tier expert is not enough to make him too worried. The flight attendant nodded quickly. Back in the cockpit, I started pushing the engines to keep the fuselage high. The 6th tier expert outside changed his expression drastically. He had used all his strength, and it was effective at first, but suddenly the fuselage was restrained by a force. This rendered his power ineffective. And the plane continued to climb. He was already 10,000 meters in the air, and if he continued to ascend, he would be at risk. The man tried his best, but it still had no effect. As the plane climbed higher and higher, the external pressure he was under increased. The surrounding air pressure seemed to be tearing him apart completely. He pulled hard on the landing gear hatch, trying to get into the cabin from the outside. But by this time, the altitude had already risen to over 10,000 meters. Without enough support, he was unable to exert any force at all. Even breathing is becoming difficult. Su Chen is watching him under surveillance. The other party could only hold onto the fuselage tightly and was unable to move at all. Sir, shall we continue ascending? We've already passed through the troposphere. If it continues to ascend, the air pressure could destroy the plane. The flight attendant looked at Su Chen with some concern and said. Su Chen nodded. It will continue to rise, you don't need to worry about that. He had already enveloped the fuselage with his spiritual power just moments ago. The aircraft is more resistant to pressure under these conditions than it would under normal circumstances. Therefore, even if it gets close to the stratosphere, the fuselage's current pressure resistance can barely withstand it. But he believed that the person outside the plane would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure as it continued to ascend. Not to mention reaching the stratosphere. 1305, Chapter 1305 Straight to the Demon Sea. The flight attendant was also very worried. But she also believed that this man would never joke about his own life. Since the other party insisted that she continue to advance, she had no other choice. The lives of all the crew members are now in Su Chen's hands. Even if Su Chen wanted them dead, they wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. So either way, they're going to die, so obeying Su Chen's orders might offer a glimmer of hope. The 6th tier expert outside was already showing signs of exhaustion. They even banged on the door and shook their heads at the camera. He was clearly begging for mercy. He wants someone to let him in. But would Su Chen do that? Now that he knows it was arranged by the Su family, the 6th level expert is no longer of any use to him. He was too lazy to kill them himself. If you want to kill him from 10,000 meters in the air, then be prepared to pay the price. 15,000 meters. 18,000 meters. It even reached 20,000 meters. The sky right now. Everything is clearly visible. Everything around us was a beautiful blue. The white clouds are all far below. The sun overhead is so close. The sixth-tier expert's face had lost all color. His arm was even swollen and turned purple. Inside the plane, it felt as if everything outside was peaceful. However, one could sense that the sixth-tier expert was under immense pressure. At such a high altitude, the air is so thin that there is hardly any air left. If this continues, death is only a matter of time. Sir, he seems to be really dying. Do we really have to kill him? The flight attendant had never done anything like this before, so of course she was scared. But Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. If he didn't really want to kill, why would he have made the plane climb so high? Not only must we kill. He also wanted to let the other party know that anyone who wanted to kill him would have to pay a heavy price. Seeing that Su Chen didn't speak, the flight attendant didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Despite the immense pressure, we continued to ascend to 22,000 meters. That sixth-tier expert could no longer hold on, his life force had clearly dropped to its lowest point. His body swayed precariously as he released the plane's landing gear. It fell vertically towards the ground. Falling from such a height, even the strongest martial artist would be shattered to pieces. Alright, you can descend now. Let's head to the Demon Sea at full speed. The other person is already dead, so there's no need for him to waste any more time. There's absolutely no need to confirm whether the other person is alive or dead. If it were him, even if he took the Berserker pill. At such an extremely high distance, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Even if Su Tianyuan came, he couldn't save this person. Unless a powerhouse surpassing the spirit level intervenes, they will be doomed. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that the plane would explode if they continued to ascend. Now I hear it can go down. She was eager to descend to 15,000 meters first, and then go on the super long-distance ski run. After all, the ascent just now wasted a lot of fuel. If you want to fly to the Demon Sea, you have to glide. When they were about 500 kilometers away from the Demon Sea, Su Chen called Shi Xiaowang. After all, this plane flew in from the north. Logically, it should have landed in the border area. But now we've entered the airspace of the Demon Sea. If we don't give them advance notice, the order on Mahai Airlines side will be affected. Unforeseen dangers may even occur. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shi Xiaowang immediately began making arrangements. All aircraft are prohibited from taking off for 1 hour. Clear all the runways to make room for Su Chen's plane to land. Such a large-scale event left airport staff dumbfounded. After all, Mayor Shi Xiaowang generally wouldn't interfere in airline matters. But today there's such a big move. It's obvious that some important figure is preparing to subdue the Demon Sea. Everyone at the airport gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this important figure. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaowang, along with representatives from various family businesses in the Demon Sea, also arrived. The airport station manager also met many important figures here. I couldn't help but gasp. Who exactly is this person? The mayor has arrived. The richest man has arrived. The Xiao family has arrived. Mr. Xiao, the CEO of Wanyao Group, is also here. Whether they were in the white suitcase or not, everyone stood at the door to greet them. Even the 4 great families of Longdu wouldn't receive such treatment. 1306, Chapter 1306 Concealment Formation. Upon hearing the news, the airline group's boss rushed to the scene immediately. Of course, I'm also curious to see what important figure is about to land. Another half hour has passed. In the airspace above the Demon Sea, there was an unusually small plane circling overhead. Normally, there would be no fewer than 3 passenger planes circling overhead at different altitudes. But today, for the first time ever, there was only one foreign flight that we've never seen before. After the flight attendants connected to the Mahai landing platform and confirmed that it was safe to land, they landed on the Mahai Air runway. After the 3 flight attendants landed, their bodies were like deflated balloons. It was like walking through the gates of life and death. Thankfully, they all survived. Stepping out of the airport, we were greeted by people all the way. Upon arriving at the airport, a group led by Shi Xiaowang and Hai Pangshan greeted Su Chen warmly.
You'll handle the rest, I have to leave now. Su Chen didn't say much to the others.
The docking he mentioned was precisely the docking of foreign passenger planes. After all, this is a passenger plane that came from the north, so arranging its return naturally requires coordinating with the northern airlines.
Mayor Shi, could that person be?
The airline boss watched in astonishment as Su Chen drove away. From the very beginning, he had been wondering who the other party was.
After some guessing, he could only think of one person. That is, the number one person in the Demon Sea, the invincible Emperor Su.
Seeing how young the other person was, he became even more certain that it was Su Tiandi. Because he had heard that Emperor Su was very young and very powerful. Everything matched the information he had gathered.
Shi Xiaowang nodded. It's him. But don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, just go and get your work arranged. What happened today must not be publicized. Otherwise, if Mr. Su finds out, you might be in trouble. The airline boss nodded quickly.
Who dares to spread rumors about Emperor Su?
Coms and Deng Ping, who left with Su Chen, looked out at the bustling traffic.
Deng Ping has not returned to China for many years. Although I prefer a more exciting life.
But who doesn't love the beautiful landscapes of our motherland?
Kun was also somewhat surprised. He never imagined that the great Xia dynasty had become so powerful.
With an invincible war god like Su Chen. Our domestic development is in no way inferior to that of their country.
No wonder people say that Great Xia is a harmonious land, and few countries in the world can achieve such peace and tranquility.
Halfway there, Su Chen asked the driver to take the two of them to Tianhe Villa first.
He went to Old Man Li's place. When I went there, Old Man Li looked quite well, he must have encountered something good. When he saw Su Chen arrive, Old Man Li was unusually polite.
What are you doing here again, you brat? What other weapons do you want me to forge for you?
Normally, Old Man Li would probably have just told him to get lost. It's truly unprecedented that someone would take the initiative to ask today.
Su Chen looked around and made sure no one was there.
He smiled faintly.
Old man, can you fix this thing?
Suddenly, an atmosphere of grim solemnity filled Old Man Li's courtyard.
Old Man Li was shocked. He was all too familiar with that aura. Evil weapon.
Old Man Li's expression changed drastically.
Moreover, this evil weapon is extraordinary. What, you're not good at it? Su Chen asked tentatively.
Old Man Li glanced at Su Chen, and of course he knew that Su Chen was testing him.
Get out of here. It's just a mere evil artifact. IVE handled far more of those than you've even heard of.
Old Man Li began to examine the evil artifact closely. At the same time, 4 flags appeared in his palm.
The 4 flags flew in different directions.
Then he placed the hammer on his table heavily in the center. Suddenly, that overwhelming burst of anger subsided instantly, enveloped within the area of the 4 flags.
Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. This old man actually knows some formations. 1307, Chapter 1307 Repair Materials. Don't be surprised.
We do no 1 or 2 magic arrays for concealing one's aura in our line of work.
Otherwise, we can't just leave weapons like yours out there forever. Thinking about it carefully, that makes sense. Evil artifacts are things that cannot be exposed to the light of day. Once exposed and discovered, it will likely attract many people with ulterior motives.
Those self-proclaimed righteous and powerful individuals keep saying they want to resist evil weapons.
But who doesn't know how powerful evil artifacts are? If those people were to encounter it, would they destroy the evil artifact without any selfish motives?
If they encounter a powerful evil weapon, those so-called righteous experts would probably run away faster than anyone else. Between evil artifacts and spiritual artifacts of the same level, evil artifacts can crush spiritual artifacts by at least 2 levels. In other words, his bloodthirsty sword has now reached the peak of the 6th tier. However, if they encounter 7th or 8th tier spiritual weapons, they will not be at a disadvantage. This is why evil artifacts are sought after by many powerful individuals. However, evil artifacts require evil power to obtain. The creation of a single evil weapon usually leads to the deaths of countless people. That's why there's talk of boycotting. Of course, losses and gains are proportional. The power gained from this is also incredibly strong. Boy, your evil weapon is incomplete. I've lost a lot of my blood and energy. Old Manly looked at Su Chen with suspicion. If he, as a master forger, couldn't even spot this small error, he wouldn't deserve to be called a master forger. Su Chen nodded. He still had some trust in Old Manly. He drew the bloodthirsty sword. A surge of murderous intent clashed with the power of blood. Old Manly's expression changed drastically. You little brat. Before he could even speak, he waved his hands. They quickly reinforced the formation that concealed their presence. What incredible luck you have, kid. One person wielding two evil weapons? Old Manly glanced at it briefly. Moreover, both of these evil weapons are of high quality. Su Chen explained the matter of the bloodthirsty sword again. Old Manly then realized that an evil artifact had been devouring another evil artifact. I see. This evil weapon has flaws, so it's no match for the bloodthirsty sword. That's why I let the bloodthirsty sword devour my blood energy. Now that the bloodthirsty sword has been upgraded, this sword's grade has decreased. So what are your plans? Old Manly looked at Su Chen. Su Chen put away the bloodthirsty sword. It's simple, repair this evil artifact. When he returned, Bai Sha told him to take the evil sword with him. After all, they don't need it, and Su Chen can bring it back to see if it can be repaired. An evil weapon is always an evil weapon. Even if the rank drops to the 4th level. However, if repaired, the power of this evil sword would be extraordinary. It is at least as good as a 5th or 6th tier spiritual weapon. Hey, I really don't know if you're lucky or just blessed. Repairing this evil artifact isn't exactly difficult, but it's not easy either. Want to know why? Su Chen looked at Old Manly seriously. Was what the old man said very contradictory? Simple is simple, and difficult is difficult. Why is it both simple and difficult? Do you know about bloodstone? Forging premium materials. A priceless treasure. To repair this evil artifact, we must find the blood droplet stone. That's the difficulty. Su Chen suddenly laughed. So, old man, you must have this thing? He immediately understood what Old Manly meant by simple. Since the bloodstone is difficult to repair, the old man should have shaken his head and said it was impossible. Why do I say it's simple? The result is already very obvious. That means the old man has a blood-dripping stone in his hand. Hearing Su Chen interrupt him, Old Manly smiled helplessly. You little brat. Fine, I can't do anything with you. But you guessed right, I do indeed possess this blood drop stone, which is why I said it was both difficult and simple. Su Chen sighed. Alright, old man, stop beating around the bush and just tell me what you want. The old man's thoughts were written all over his face. If he still can't see it, he's an idiot. 1308, Chapter 1308. The Old Man's Secret. Ever since that old man obtained the blood coagulation pill he refined, he's tasted the sweetness of success. So now that I have a chance to trick him, of course I won't miss it. Old Manly smiled smugly. I wanted to ask if the blood-clotting pill could. Cannot. Su Chen flatly refused. The demand for this sword isn't very high. If you want a blood-clotting pill, I can't get it for you. Su Chen didn't hold back either. He only had enough medicinal materials left to refine one blood coagulation pill. He wanted to save this blood-clotting pill for his mother. No matter what the future holds, he will not give up. He didn't want to waste the only remaining portion of medicinal herbs on a cursed weapon that might never even be used. It should be noted that the ingredients for the blood-clotting pill are no cheaper than those for the berserk pill. Okay. Old Manly looked displeased. Look at how anxious you are. I don't have blood-clotting pills, but soul-nourishing pills should do. If you agree, then it's the same old deal, I'll provide the medicinal herbs. Su Chen glanced at Old Manly with surprise. What exactly is this old guy up to? Blood-clotting pills and soul-nourishing pills again. After careful consideration, Su Chen asked in a somewhat serious tone. Old man, I can refine a soul-nourishing pill for you, but I need to know why you want both a blood coagulation pill and a soul-nourishing pill. If you're willing to tell me, I also have medicinal herbs here, and perhaps I can help you refine more. Su Chen had previously guessed the purpose of Old Man Li's refining of the blood coagulation pill. He didn't take it too seriously at the time. Even if the blood-clotting pill can heal flesh and bones. But it's just a body after all, and the chances of it being resurrected are extremely slim. But now that the soul-nourishing pill is involved, it's impossible not to have doubts. Did Old Manly really resurrect the person, which is why he needed the soul-nourishing pill to nourish their soul? Old Manly hesitated for a moment. He hadn't known Su Chen for long and didn't know what kind of person Su Chen was. Once this earth-shattering secret is known, that would probably cause a stir in the outside world. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, not a single word. I guarantee this in the name of Su Chen, the Heavenly Emperor Su. Su Chen's expression was solemn. He desperately wanted to know the answer, it was very important to him. If Old Manly knew that he had an extremely important mother, perhaps he wouldn't have suspected him. The reason he was so eager to know this secret was to make plans for his deceased mother. If Old Manly could revive the four, then perhaps he could too? Come with me. Old Manly clearly saw that Su Chen had put away the evil weapon. Then he removed the magic array himself and strolled outside. Su Chen could clearly sense that Old Manly was preoccupied. Clearly, they are currently struggling with hesitation and indecision. After leaving the courtyard, Old Manly went around to the back of the courtyard. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he pressed down hard on one of the bricks in the wall. Suddenly the soil on the ground became soft. A stone door slowly opened. A downward-sloping path leading towards the courtyard appeared before us. Old Manly knew there was no turning back now. He has already brought Su Chen here. This means that his secret will no longer be a secret that belongs only to him. Su Chen, filled with doubt, went down into the tunnel with the old man. After the stone door above closed automatically, the lights in the passageway turned on. The entire passage is only about 10 meters long, not very long at all. Just a few steps and you'll reach the corner at the end. A room appeared after the corner. It was flashing red light inside. Su Chen couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Old man, even if there's a secret, can you not make it so creepy? Su Chen said with a dark expression. The room was bathed in red light, making it look like a haunted house. If any young person walked in, they would probably break out in a cold sweat. 1309, Chapter 1309 Dead or Alive? Shoo! The old man mumbled something in a mysterious tone, signaling Su Chen to be quiet. Then I walked into the room. The room was simply furnished. Some small arms, and a bed and a sofa. Old Li walked to the bedside and sat down. Su Chen walked closer and realized there was someone lying on the bed. A woman who looks young and whose beauty is absolutely stunning. This is my wife. He has been dead for 15 years. Old Manly looked at Su Chen and found that Su Chen didn't seem surprised at all. What, aren't you confused? Su Chen shook his head. What's there to doubt? The reason you went through so much trouble to obtain the blood-clotting pill was probably for her, right? Upon closer reflection, the blood coagulation pill itself was refined by Su Chen. Su Chen also knew about the effects of the blood-clotting pill, so it's not surprising that he guessed it. Old Manly nodded. The blood-clotting pill has the effect of restoring flesh and bones. So my wife was only able to regain her physical body after obtaining the blood-clotting pill. But to truly resurrect him, his soul still needs to be nurtured. Only when her soul returns to her body and reaches a certain strength can she be considered truly and completely resurrected. But nourishing the soul requires either a blood coagulation pill or a soul nourishing pill. Kid, only you can help me. That's why I desperately need the soul nourishing pill. Su Chen frowned and unleashed his divine soul. He glanced at Old Man Li's wife's physical condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was still blood flowing inside his wife's body. It even has a heartbeat. Is the blood clotting pill really that magical? If that's the case, then wouldn't his mother be? Only 3 months. If she cannot be revived within 3 months, the effects of the blood clotting pill will wear off, and she will decay again. Unless there's an unlimited supply of blood clotting pills, but you know how hard it is to find the ingredients for those pills. So that's why Old Man Li asked him to refine the blood coagulation pill. 3 months is indeed far too short. Moreover, it has probably been a month since his wife took the blood clotting pill. If we really consider the time frame, there are only 2 months left. In 2 months, the soul will be nurtured to the point where it can be resurrected. It's extremely difficult. Kid, you said you still have materials to refine the soul nourishing pill. Sell them all to me, I'll never refuse whatever price you name. Furthermore, I will provide you with any weapons you need from now on, free of charge. Old Man Li really went all out. From the moment he brought Su Chen in, he was already mentally prepared. Su Chen frowned. He didn't know about the need to nourish the soul at first. He also wanted to resurrect his mother. But if all the ingredients for the soul nourishing pill are used by Old Man Li now, what will happen when his mother needs to be resurrected in the future? Old man, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Su Chen shook his head with some guilt. If it's something else, he might do his best to help. But he also wanted to resurrect his mother, that was his only selfish desire. Don't be like that, kid, you're the only one who can help me right now. I have 2 months left. If you can give me 20 soul nourishing pills, I am confident that I can revive my wife. If you agree to help me, I'll give you all my assets, even my life. Old Man Li couldn't care less about anything else. He has been preparing for this day for 15 years. Even at the cost of his life, he wanted to rekindle his romance with his wife. Even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for a day. Su Chen frowned, unsure of what to do. Kid, tell me what you want, I'll do anything you can if I can. Old Man Li grabbed Su Chen's arm. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. 2 really can't help you. 1310, Chapter 1310 returning in 2 days. I can barely protect myself, and the soul nourishing pill is not as good as the blood coagulation pill. But the medicinal herbs needed are extremely precious. My Wanyao company is now far from sufficient to help, and I'm afraid we can't do anything more for them. Su Chen had a bitter face. In fact, his eyes were always fixed on Old Man Li. He actually had the ingredients for the soul-nourishing pill on hand. Pan Xiancheng has all the medicinal herbs that can be infused with spiritual energy, let alone a mere level 9 medicinal herb. It could be said that these medicinal herbs were his greatest gain from destroying the Pan family. But how could he possibly agree right away? Old Man Li must have some other treasures on him, how can we not squeeze some profit out of him? Wanyao Company is now burdened with hundreds of billions of yuan in debt because of my purchase of medicinal herbs. Old man, and now many enemies are hunting me down, I have no way to protect myself. Even if we had the medicine, it probably wouldn't be able to help you. Old Man Li frowned, looking at his wife lying lifeless on the bed. He spent over a decade in the Chu family, enduring countless humiliations and compromises. Many times he was even looked down upon, and people said he was all talk and no action, a useless master. All of this is to gather the ingredients for the blood clotting pill. Once the Chu family got what they wanted, they kicked him aside. He must take back what he has lost with his own hands. For now, all he wants is to revive his wife, even at a great cost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. I am not willing to let everything I have worked so hard to prepare for over a decade go to waste. He was even more unwilling to accept that his wife had left him like this. Kid.
If I can guarantee you a year's salary and provide you with the debt financing from Wanyao Company. Can you now focus on refining pills for me without worry? Old man Li's words greatly surprised Su Chen. What exactly is this old man trying to do? Originally, he just wanted to scam some money or high-level weapons. I never expected this old man to say something like that. Could it be that the old man is secretly a peerless expert? This? Perhaps. Su Chen agreed first. Old man Li definitely has a trump card, but he doesn't know what it is. Regardless, let's lure out the old man's trump card first. Okay, come to me in 2 days. I will give you an answer then. Then, he waved to Su Chen, signaling Su Chen to leave. Su Chen left the cellar, completely bewildered. Old man Li seems to be hiding something much deeper than he thought. As for what was hidden, he had no idea. After leaving the cellar, Su Chen heard the phone ring. It turned out to be a call from Xiao Ningning. They are still in Jiangchang, and they have been talking to him almost every day during this time. You can't come back yet, we'll talk about it after I've made sure you're safe. Every day, Xiao Ningning calls and only talks about this one thing. He could sense that Xiao Ningning really wanted to come back. But Tianmen was coming with overwhelming force, and he couldn't guarantee that he could protect their safety. Master. I have reached the 7th level of Martial Arts Supreme. Xiao Zhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. It's only been less than a month. Xiao Jiang actually reached level 7. This rate of improvement is clearly no less than his initial speed. Let's wait a couple more days and see how things go. After exchanging a few words, Su Chen hurriedly hung up the phone. The answer old man Li gave him 2 days later might have told him whether he was confident he could bring his adoptive mother and the others back. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen looked at the 2 women not far ahead. Chen Zixuan and Li Qingxue. The 2 women entered a high-end club together. Hey, look who's here. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a mocking voice came from behind him. I walked past her and saw Zhou Xinmiao standing behind me. Wearing a tank top that shows off her midriff. Wearing super short shorts. An outfit that would reveal everything if you made even the slightest movement. This outfit looks incredibly alluring to outsiders. But Su Chen saw her as a prostitute. He didn't want to pay any attention to this woman at all. Turn around and leave. What kind of attitude is that? Why were you staring at Zixuan and Qingxue for just now? 1311, Chapter 1311. Su Chen is a stalker. Stalker, do you intend to do something inappropriate to them? Zhou Xinmiao grabbed Su Chen, not intending to let him leave. Explain yourself before you leave. Why were you following Zixuan and the others? Zhou Xinmiao pulled Su Chen along while taking out her phone and making a call. You're delusional, I followed them? Do they deserve it? Su Chen responded coldly, shook off Zhou Xinmiao, and continued walking forward. But 3 men ran up from the clubhouse and stopped Su Chen. Miss Shou, do you need any help? The 3 men clearly knew Zhou Xinmiao. Yes, grab him, this guy is shameless. Su Chen glanced at the 3 of them. Roll. Su Chen spoke softly to the 3 of them. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. There were 3 of them, while the other side only had 1 person. How dare they shout like that? Kid, do you know who we are? Dare to follow Miss Chen, she's now a business partner of the Xie family. Our young master Xie Miao is up there discussing important matters with her. You'd better behave yourself, or Miss Chen will deal with you when she comes down. The man in the middle of the 3 spoke up. Hearing that they were from the Xie family, Su Chen didn't care at all. The Xie family, never heard of them, what trash are they? Of course he'd heard of the Xie family. A famous family in Zhengzhou. But so what? The Xie family is nothing but a mere family, even the Zhao family is stronger than them. How dare you call the Xie family trash? Kid. You're dead. Zhou Xinmiao also pointed at Su Chen. Young Master Xie and Zixuan, come down immediately. Stop him first, and wait for young Master Xie to come down so he can tear his mouth apart. Zhou Xinmiao acted like a bully who relied on his master's power. Although Li Qingxue is currently in the Demon Sea, her company is now practically an empty shell. Zhou Xinmiao was bound to Li Qingxue, so naturally she would suffer the same fate. Chen Zixuan is doing quite well now. Li Qingxue and Chen Zixuan had a good relationship, so Zhou Xinmiao naturally clung to their coattails. You're quite the simp. No wonder you've always followed them around like a dog, you really only deserve to be a dog. Su Chen sneered. He originally wouldn't even deign to associate with someone like Zhou Xinmiao. After all, Zhou Xinmiao isn't qualified. But even as he was about to say it, he couldn't help but blurt it out. Zhou Xinmiao couldn't hold back when she heard this. Pointing at Su Chen. You. Who are you calling a simp? You're the one who's a simp, you fawn over Zixuan wherever she goes, and you still have the nerve to call me a simp. This clearly touched a nerve with Zhou Xinmiao, who even stammered as she spoke. Yeah? Aren't you the same? You probably wish you could lick Chen Zixuan's toes clean. What right does Chen Zixuan have to make me follow her? I just don't understand your thought process. And you three better get out. Otherwise, even if the head of the Xie family stood here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to me. Su Chen's face instantly turned cold. Clearly, he didn't want to get too entangled with these people. Compared to his real enemies, this kind of thing is far too weak. Speaking nonsense. Let me see who dares to make such a boastful statement. A sharp voice came from not far behind the three people. A glamorous woman wearing makeup. Wrong. It should be said that he is a man. But upon closer inspection, I realized it was a man. His face was like a woman's, covered in rouge and powder. There's even a cold-eyed eyeliner. His lips were jet black, which gave him a rather cool look. But if the other person is a man, then it seems a bit too mean. Miss, who are you? Su Chen looked at the other person, puzzled, and asked. Presumptuous. He is the young master of our Xie family. The three of them shouted and quickly corrected Su Chen. Young master? Su Chen looked the other person up and down. Cough. Maybe he got too excited and mistook the men for women. 1312, Chapter 1312 Gathering of the Six Families of Zhongzhou. Let's just treat you like a young master. What, are you planning to cause me trouble too? Su Chen was in a pretty good mood, so he said a few more words. After all, in the old days, these people would have been slapped away a few times already. Say what you just said again. Xia Miao had a cold face, and he did look very cool. Especially with his makeup. But Su Chen simply couldn't associate him with the word cool. The man's masculinity has completely vanished. What did you say? Did you misinterpret man as woman just now? Upon hearing this, Xia Miao gritted his teeth. This guy is obviously doing it on purpose. Su Chen. Chen Zixuan also rushed over. What do you mean? Young Master Xie is an important partner of the Chen family. Apologize to me right now. Chen Zixuan spoke in a commanding tone. Su Chen gave Chen Zixuan a speechless look. What do I care about your Chen family's business partners? No wonder your Chen family can't develop. You keep finding these empty, androgynous things. It's no wonder you can't succeed. Su Chen's two sentences left Chen Zixuan almost speechless. But what she's most worried about right now isn't Su Chen cursing her Chen family so that it won't rise again. It was those two sentences Su Chen said about Xia Miao. Shut up. You're talking nonsense. I'll never forgive you in this lifetime. Chen Zixuan's expression changed drastically. She had just started cooperating with the Xie family and didn't want to have the pace of cooperation disrupted because of someone like Su Chen. Thank you, young Master Xie. He has absolutely no relation to my Chen family, so please don't take it to heart. Don't worry,
I'll make him apologize sincerely to you. As she spoke, Chen Zixuan pulled Su Chen aside. Xia Miao didn't say much, clearly wanting to see how Su Chen would apologize to him later. Su Chen. Are you trying to kill the Chen family? Go apologize right now. Haven't you ruined our Chen family enough? If it weren't for you, we would have already partnered with Wanyao Company. And now you're actually trying to sabotage our cooperation with the Xie family. After Chen Zixuan pulled Su Chen over, she rattled off a bunch of random things. Su Chen gave a cold, uninteresting laugh. Aren't you bored? Don't bother me unless it's something else. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. But Xia Miao had already made arrangements. As soon as Su Chen tries to run, his men will stop him immediately. You think you can just leave after I insulted you? Don't even mention this demon sea. Even in Zhengzhou, it's impossible. In the entire Central Plains, how many people dare to offend the Xie family? He wouldn't be bullied here in this tiny demon sea. Kid, I gave you a chance earlier. Xia Miao walked over slowly. Zixuan, come here. I don't blame you, but I definitely have to teach this person a lesson today. Let him know that the people of Zhengzhou are not comparable to those of the Demon Sea. In this central continent, only Emperor Su Tian has the right to speak to me like that. What right do you think you have? After Xia Miao finished speaking, 5 or 6 people around him surrounded Su Chen. Young Master Xia, what happened? Just as everyone was about to take action, a man burst in. Who dares to bully you, Xia Miao? Let me see. The man was very muscular, a stark contrast to Xia Miao. Of the 7 great families of Zhengzhou, the Pan family has been wiped out. There are only a few families left since we all came to the Demon Sea together. Of course I have to stand up for you if you're being bullied. The burly man clenched his fists, looking eager to try. Xia Miao didn't say anything. The burly man walked up to Su Chen, and he was a head taller than Su Chen. He looked down at Su Chen, a cold smile on his face. Boy, today is a gathering of the younger generation of 6 families from Zhengzhou. How dare you disturb us? I'll crush your bones in a minute. A gathering of 6 young families from Zhengzhou? The fact that Chen Zixuan was able to attend such a scene shows that she must have quite a reputation in Zhengzhou. 1313, Chapter 1313. Miao Yuhong is also here. Why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Hurry up and finish packing and go back. We have important business to attend to. Another man walked over, and he actually possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal. This is considered quite impressive among the younger generation of the 6 families in Zhengzhou. Okay. I'll get started right away. What's the rush? The burly man stretched out his enormous hand, ready to grab Su Chen. Just as he was about to touch Su Chen, a sword flew over. The burly man's expression changed drastically. His strength as a martial arts supreme master gave him extremely keen senses, so he could still detect this sneak attack. He dodged the flying sword and took 2 steps back. Who? The burly man's face was grave. Zhang Gong. If you dare to lay a hand on him, your Zhang family will be wiped out. A person walked out of the clubhouse. The man's expression was grave as he jogged towards Su Chen. But instead of greeting Su Chen first, he stood in front of Su Chen, confronting Zhang Gong and Xia Miao. Miao Yuhong, what the hell do you mean? If you're not going to help, fine, but you're helping the other party? Zhang Gong, Xia Miao, and the man who had urged them earlier stood together. 4 out of the 6 companies have already emerged. Miao Yuhong is neither the strongest nor the weakest among them. Chen Zixuan, Zhou Xinmiao, and the other girls were completely stunned. What's going on here? The Miao family is a prominent family in Zhengzhou, so why would the eldest son of the Miao family help Su Chen? And it's at the risk of offending the other companies. Bullshit. I'll stay here today. I'll kill every single one of them who comes up here. Anyone who dares to touch him, just try it. Miao Yuhong said excitedly. He was just wondering how they ended up leaving the club.
I came out to take a look out of curiosity. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. I never expected it to be Su Chen. He came to the Demon Sea on his own initiative, firstly to attend a gathering. Secondly, it was also to visit Su Chen. I never expected him to encounter something like this. So without saying a word, he came straight up to help. He couldn't care less who was right and who was wrong. He'll fight to the death if the other side dares to touch Su Chen. In his eyes, there is no right or wrong. Su Chen's right is right, and Su Chen's wrong is also right. In short, he's determined to lick this dog. He finally had a chance to shine, so how could he possibly let it slip by? Grass. Miao Yuhong, you've gone mad. For the sake of a useless member of the Demon Sea, does your Miao family want to offend several of our families at the same time? Zhang Gong was completely bewildered. I have absolutely no idea what Miao Yuhong is up to. Just now, everyone inside was chatting and laughing. Now they're actually helping an outsider fight against them. Zhang Gong, I advise you to watch your mouth. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to speak again. Miao Yuhong pointed his sword at the burly man Zhang Gong. Miao Yuhong's attitude is clear, he is determined to oppose them to the end. Xia Miao let out a cold laugh. Miao Yuhong. Don't push your luck, what do you Miao people have to fight us with? Since you're going to turn your back on me today, then I'll cripple you too. Young Master Lei, what do you have to say? Zhang Gong looked at the man beside him and asked. That man was the one who had urged Zhang Gong on earlier. He stood with his arms crossed, and among the three present, he was the strongest. What's so special about a mere Miao family? If he dares to make a move, even if we kill him, the Miao family won't dare say a word. Raven stood with his arms crossed, as if looking down on everything. The Lei family? Before you take any action, you'd better ask your Lei Man and Lei Zhuang. Don't come later and say ignorance is no excuse. Su Chen said in a low voice. He hadn't settled accounts with the Lei family yet, and now they wanted to offend him again. But he believes that the elder brother will not bully others too much. As the saying goes, courtesy first, then force. He first demonstrated courtesy, and then gave the Lei family the opportunity. If the Lei family doesn't cherish it, there's nothing he can do. 1314, Chapter 1314 Raven betrays. Raven was stunned. How did this good-for-nothing know about the Grand Elder and his grandfather? Before coming to the Demon Sea, his grandfather and the Grand Elder repeatedly instructed him. Once you arrive at the Demon Sea, you must keep a low profile as much as possible. Never mess with anyone from Wanyao Company, especially the owner of Wanyao Company. If you provoke them, the Lei family will face annihilation. Because the owner of Wanyao Company is none other than the well-known Emperor Su. But the person in front of him was much younger than him, and obviously had no connection with the name Su Tiandi. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Tell me your address first. I'd like to see what gives you the right to make me question my grandfather. Raven clearly didn't believe in superstition. After all, the person in front of them is just too young. He simply couldn't believe that the other party could have any powerful backing. Raven, I also advise you not to do anything reckless. Have you heard of Wanyao Company? You know the Pan family, right? Before Su Chen could speak, Miao Yuhong spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Raven's expression changed drastically. Wanyao Company. What is his relationship with Wanyao Company? Xia Miao and Zhang Gong, who were standing nearby, also noticed that Lei Wen's expression suddenly turned serious. Miao Yuhong sneered. What do you think, is it the kind of relationship you're imagining? Raven frowned. His grandfather had repeatedly warned him not to offend that person from Wanyao Company. Also, don't mess with the people from Wanyao Company. I never expected that the person in front of me would actually be from Wanyao Company. No wonder Miao Yuhong is willing to offend them like a dog. Fart. Don't believe these rumors. He is indeed an employee of Wanyao Company, but he's just a useless freeloader who eats and drinks for free.
He's just a pretty boy who got picked up by a rich woman from Wanyao Company. He has no real skills at all. And he especially loves to brag. You actually believe what a person who constantly dreams of being the heavenly Emperor Su says, young Master Miao? Zhou Xinmiao immediately exposed Su Chen's lie. Miao Yuhong stared blankly. Suddenly, his figure vanished. The next second. Smack! Zhou Xinmiao was slapped and sent flying. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose instantly. Who are you to judge this right and wrong? Didn't I have my own judgment? Miao Yuhong didn't hesitate for even a moment. Xia Miao and Zhang Gong also started to move at this moment. The two of them rushed towards Su Chen at top speed. Miao Yuhong's expression changed drastically, realizing something was wrong. He wasn't worried about Su Chen getting into trouble, but he was afraid that Su Chen could kill the two of them instantly with a casual wave of his hand. After all, they were all from the younger generation of Zhengzhou, and of course he didn't want to see this kind of scene. On the surface, he was helping Su Chen. In reality, he was indirectly protecting these guys. Otherwise, if Su Chen were to make a move, he could kill these guys with a single slap. Just as he was worrying whether Su Chen would make a move, a figure as fast as lightning arrived in front of Su Chen ahead of time. What? Raven. Raven stood alone in front of Su Chen. He blocked Zhang Gong and Xia Miao's attacks. What are you doing? The two asked, puzzled. It's okay if Raven is intimidated by Miao Yuhong's words. But why would you help the other party instead? Excuse me, both of you. I have always disapproved of bullying the weak with numbers. How about we give you some face and let's just let this matter go? After blocking the two, Raven said calmly. He suddenly recalled something that made him break out in a cold sweat. Grandpa told him that Mr. Su was a highly skilled person and was still very young. He was told to be extremely careful, as the younger one is, the more dangerous it is, and he absolutely must not offend Emperor Su. After summarizing Miao Yuhong's actions, he was 80 to 90% certain that the person in front of him was probably Emperor Su. That is, the owner of Wanyao Company. You. The two took 2 steps back. Raven. Get out of my way, or we won't be polite. 1315, Chapter 1315. Who exactly is it? Raven sighed. There's no way to back out now. You all know that with me here, you can't take another step forward. Let's forget about it, otherwise something really bad might happen today. After saying that, Raven glanced at Su Chen behind him. He didn't dare to say hello because he wasn't sure of the reason yet. In short, he has just indirectly offended someone. In any case, he has to salvage this image. You. Zhang Gong pointed at Raven. That's because Raven is stronger than him, there's really nothing he can do. If Raven isn't as strong as him, he'll beat Raven up today no matter what. Fine, you win. Zhang Gong snorted coldly, then turned and left. Kid, you're lucky don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, I really will crush your bones and take them off one by one. Xia Miao looked very serious. They had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Raven turned against them, creating a stalemate. There was no other way, Zhang Gong had to leave due to Raven's strength. Even if he's the only one left, he still can't beat Raven. Let's go. We'll deal with this kind of trash when we come across it again. Xia Miao is also preparing to leave. Chen Zixuan and Li Qingxue quickly chased after them. Let Xia Miao calm down. Get out, you motherfucker. I don't want to talk to the three of you right now. Xia Miao gave Chen Zixuan and the other two a good scolding. If it weren't for these 3 women, would he have made a fool of himself? It ruined his good image. Seeing Xia Miao leave in a bad mood, Chen Zixuan was also furious. She walked over to Su Chen's side. If Miao Yuhong hadn't stopped her, she wouldn't have cared and would have insisted on slapping him across the face. After all, she and Su Chen were a legally married couple. When husband and wife are fighting, it's no one else's place to interfere. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Su-chen, do you really hate seeing our family doing well? You're such a bastard. I'll go back. I'll definitely convince Grandpa to let us get a divorce. I'd rather marry a pig or a dog than someone like you. Chen Zixuan was furious, her chest heaving. Those around him were thoroughly enjoying it. Sure, I'm ready anytime, let me know when the time comes. Su-chen said a few words indifferently. You. Chen Zixuan raised her hand, ready to strike. Miao Yuhong glared at him. Fine, let's see how long you can hide. What a coward who only knows how to hide behind women. After saying that, Chen Zixuan turned and left without looking back. Hey. What did you say? Whose woman are you calling a woman? Miao Yuhong almost didn't react. Damn it, isn't Xie Miao the sissy? Miao Yuhong was furious. He was inexplicably labeled a woman. What did he do to deserve this? The three left, quite displeased. Only Miao Yuhong and Lei Wen's men remained at the scene. Raven looked at Miao Yuhong with a serious expression. Young Master Miao, please introduce yourself quickly. Is this really that gentleman? Raven's attitude became humble. He was very uneasy. If the other party is not, then it's fine, helping them is fine too. But if the other party really is him, then he has to be careful about everything. What do you think? My Miao family is not as powerful as your Lei family. But even for the Demon Sea, they are a family that is unattainable. Who else do you think could be someone that even my Miao family fears? After saying that, Miao Yuhong walked to Su Chen's side. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry that this happened today. Miao Yuhong was sincere. It seems that after what happened last time, he will no longer dare to play tricks on Su Chen. He also knew that Su Chen had let him go several times already. 1316, Chapter 1316 Offering Attentiveness. Facing Su Chen, he dared not make any more mistakes, otherwise the Miao family would really be doomed. Seeing Miao Yuhong's attitude towards Su Chen, Raven finally understood. He quickly walked up to Su Chen, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I almost offended you just now, Mr. Su, please forgive me. Attending the party is secondary this time in the Demon Sea. My grandfather and the clan elders also sent me to ask Mr. Su some questions. Raven's face turned ashen, and he cursed Xie Miao and Zhang Gong hundreds of times in his heart. Those two reckless fools. He not only courted death, but he almost dragged him down with him. Fortunately, Miao Yuhong appeared, and I also snapped out of my daze quickly enough. Otherwise, if Su Chen gets angry, let alone him. Even the entire Lei family would probably be buried with them. Su Chen didn't take Raven's attitude too seriously. After all, Raven hadn't done anything that offended him too much. Furthermore, Raven later showed his true colors, which can be considered as making amends for his past mistakes. Why are you 6 young people gathered here? What's the reason? Ignoring Raven's apology, Su Chen was more interested in the fact that the 6 families had gathered here. Raven glanced at Miao Yuhong, intending to let Miao Yuhong explain. He didn't know what Su Chen's attitude was towards him, so it was best to keep quiet at this time. Sir, we've come to fight for control of Dragon Island in the Demon Sea. This Demon Sea Dragon Island was once a joint property of the 6 families. It contains abundant fine ore, used for forging weapons. But because it belongs to 6 families, the 6 families will fight each other for it every 3 years. Whoever wins in the end will have the mining rights to 500,000 cubic meters. The 6 of us, representing the younger generation, are here to determine the ownership of the concentrate, which is why we've gathered here. After hearing Miao Yuhong's explanation, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. 6 families actually entrusted this kind of thing to the younger generation. But that makes sense, the mineral concentrate is good, but the Demon Sea is far from the central continent. After mining, the remaining profits are squeezed out by half during transportation. If the expected profits are not achieved, no one will care much about it. That's why they're handing things over to the younger generation. Firstly, it allows for a fairer competition. Secondly, it can also give the younger generation some experience, which is a win-win situation. In previous years, the Pan family had all obtained this concentrate. So the other 6 companies often give up. Even if there were a competition, very few would step forward. But this year is different. Miao Yuhong stared intently at Su Chen. After the Pan family was wiped out by the master, they no longer had the means to compete. Now that we have 6 families left, we can compete fairly and squarely. This is why all 6 companies were able to attend this year. The Pan family has always stood out because they have resources and elixirs to support them. The younger generation is growing up in this environment. Even with the support of elixirs, the strength of the young people who go into battle each year will not be lower than that of a peak terrestrial immortal. They were only half a step away from the spiritual masters. With such resources, how could any other family possibly be a match for them? Su Chen smiled after hearing this. That's interesting. Where is the Zhao family? Did the Zhao family send anyone to participate? Su Chen asked calmly. Miao Yuhong nodded immediately. Have. Mr. Su. My father has instructed me to seize this mine, which happens to be near the Demon Sea. I intend to offer it to you. No matter what, I will try my best to achieve it. Miao Yuhong immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute and said. 1317, Chapter 1317 Invitation. Raven frowned upon hearing this. Are these Miao people planning to travel the entire road? He didn't receive such instructions, what should he do now? Because he is undoubtedly the most likely person to win the mining rights for the concentrate this time. If we really succeed, what will the family do? Should he say the same thing? After all, Su Chen is the heavenly Emperor Su. The person capable of destroying the Pan family. Logically, he should be like Miao Yuhong. But if the family doesn't have this plan, he will be punished by the family if he makes this decision on his own. After much deliberation, Raven held back. We'll deal with everything else once we've secured the concentrate. Besides him, the Zhao family is also a strong competitor. Zhao Wuji is also a terrestrial immortal. The only person who can be his opponent right now is Zhao Wuji. Sir, why don't you come inside and join us? Raven said calmly. Su Chen hesitated for 2 seconds. Is it convenient? The two of them instantly understood what he meant. Convenient, definitely convenient. Mr. Su, please. The two quickly led the way. Su Chen also wanted to see how these 6 companies would compete. He was also somewhat interested in the concentrate. After all, fine ore is a superior material for forging weapons. If we can capture it, his future weapons supply will be guaranteed. In addition, he now has a master blacksmith like Old Manly. Securing the iron ore mine early would be like adding wings to a tiger. The two had barely reached the door when they heard Zhang Gong shouting loudly from inside the private room. They kept cursing Miao Yuhong and Lei Wen for being lapdogs of a piece of trash in the Demon Sea. They're even inciting everyone to target Raven in this battle. Miao Yuhong and his group weren't worried at all. After all, he was just a peak martial arts supreme. One of them can beat Miao Yuhong. But Raven is different. A paradise on earth. In addition, he possesses lightning magic. Powerful lightning magic can make Raven even stronger. Of all the people present, only Zhao Wuji was capable of putting up a fight. But if they join forces, things might be different. The others should wear down Raven first, and then Zhao Wuji should make the final move to secure victory. How was it, Lao Zhao? Shall we do it or not? If you don't join forces, it will be difficult for you to beat him on your own. Zhang Gong slammed his fist on the table. Zhang Gong is right, just like we discussed before, as long as we take down Raven. We'll have the remaining 4 companies compete on the concentrate issue separately. With your strength by then, who can compete with you? Xia Miao smiled faintly and joined in the encouragement. The 3 people outside heard everything clearly. Zhao Wuji hesitated at this moment. After several seconds, he stood up. Let me hesitate for a moment, I need to go to the restroom first. He couldn't decide this matter himself, he had to ask his father first. Even if they could acquire the concentrate, father planned to give it to that person. So he has to see what his father's choice is first. Bang! Raven suddenly kicked open the door to the private room. The three people inside stood up. Zhang Gong glared at Raven with hostility. Mr. Su, please. Raven gestured for him to proceed again. When Zhang Gong saw that Su Chen had actually arrived, his expression changed drastically. Raven! What the hell do you mean? Why did you bring this person in? You need to understand, this is a gathering of all 6 of us. You brought a stranger in? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're strong. Everything has to be reasonable. Zhang Gong said angrily. Yeah, young Master Lei, what you're doing is a bit like bullying people. 1318, Chapter 1318. Don't think you're afraid of the Lei family. Xia Miao and Zhang Gong glared angrily at Raven. If the two of them were to use their bare hands, they could only last 100 rounds at most against Raven. But the other side still has Xia Miao. Unless Xiao Wuji agrees to join forces with them, Lei Wen and Miao Yuhong are not worth mentioning at all. Otherwise, with Raven around, the 3 of them together would be able to fight him. The remaining Miao Yuhong is a potential crisis. Bullying someone? So what if I bully you? Raven has made his stance clear. If they hadn't known Su Chen's identity at first, they might have given Xia Miao and Zhang Gong some face. But now that we know Su Chen's identity, then we can just not give them those 2 small portions of noodles. You. Okay. Since that's your way, then we won't hold back. To tell you the truth, Zhao Wuji has already agreed to join forces with us, so you'd better not make a fool of yourself. Hand him over to them, and we'll call it even. Zhang Gong said with a smug look on his face. They can't threaten him, but that doesn't mean Zhao Wuji has no deterrent power. Since Raven has already made his stance clear, then we might as well fight and tear off all pretenses. The Zhao family may not be as powerful as the Lei family. But with these families working together, the Lei family still wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji? Miao Yuhong burst out laughing. By the way, where is he? Why don't you call him out and see if he dares? Others may not know, but he is very clear about the current situation of the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji's father, Zhao Di, is helping Su Chen with his work. It can be said that he has already become Su Chen's person. Does Zhao Wu dare to challenge Su Chen? If he really dares to do that, then Zhao Wu is probably really tired of living. Snort! Xia Miao snorted coldly. What are you pretending for? You're one of the 7 great families of Zhengzhou. Do you think my Xia family is afraid of you? Stop thinking you're the number 1 guy in Zhengzhou. Xia Miao spoke in a cool tone. You sissy, don't talk to me, just looking at you annoys me. Raven said with dissatisfaction. He rarely interacted with Xia Miao. Because Xia Miao's behavior was somewhat disgusting. A grown man acting like a woman. It's a shame he even carries a gun, he has absolutely no manly spirit. You, how dare you talk about someone like that? Do you really think I have no temper? Xia Miao pointed at Lei Wen, his aura surging. He hates and finds it most when people call him effeminate. If you're so tough, then show it. Get out of here before Mr. Su gets angry, or you won't have another chance. Raven crossed his arms. The main purpose of this gathering was simply to have a meal. By the way, let's talk about the competition. But now that this has happened, whether or not we eat this meal is no longer important. If I upset Su Chen, forget about eating, they might even have to attend a banquet. I'm not leaving today, let's see what you can do to me. You bastard surnamed Su, you better not let me catch you, or you won't see the sunrise tomorrow. If you're so capable, then hide behind him forever. Zhang Gongqi sat down abruptly. He didn't believe Raven would actually dare to attack him for a piece of trash from the Demon Sea. For the sake of such a person, would you offend two families in Zhengzhou? Even if the Lei family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to bully people like this. Mr. Su? Luo Hai, who had been standing behind Raven and Xiamiao, had a slight change in his expression, sensing that something was amiss. Why are Raven and Miao Yuhong so adamant? Furthermore, they respectfully addressed the other person as Sir. 1319, Chapter 1319 Killing Su Chen. You're spewing nonsense, so I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Mr. Su. Raven's hand transformed into a claw. His palm was covered in lightning. Snort! Don't push your luck. You really think we're afraid of you? If things get really bad, we'll just have a fight. Zhang Gong's personality is also rather arrogant. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Raven, he still scoffed. In short, if you can't beat someone, you might as well get a beating, which is better than constantly putting up with Raven's cowardly behavior. Very good. You'd better be aware of this. After Raven finished speaking coldly, he darted away. Xiamiao and Zhang Gong were ready. They looked at each other, as if they had already made their plans. The two dodged each other, and Zhang Gong unleashed his full power to withstand Raven's attack. But Xiamiao had already disappeared from his side. Looking back, Xiamiao was actually rushing towards Su Chen's position. Who do you think you are? Miao Yuhong delivered a powerful whip kick. The powerful aura tore all the surrounding tables and chairs to shreds. The sounds of fighting drew Zhao Wuji out of the restroom. He had just finished a phone call with his father. Zhao Wuji, who came out, was also stunned on the spot. How come these guys started fighting before the competition even began? Zhao Wuji, what are you hesitating for? Why aren't you making a move? Zhang Gong shouted loudly in Zhao Wuji's direction. Zhao Wuji hadn't even realized what had happened. His gaze swept over everyone around him in one sweep. Suddenly, my gaze froze. His gaze lingered on Su Chen. Of course he's met Su Chen. He was in the Zhao family's ranks when the Pan family was wiped out. I will never forget that powerful figure. And now his own father is wholeheartedly working for him. He just spoke with his father on the phone. He didn't know until he asked that his father had planned to give the concentrate to Su Chen after they won the bid. Not only that, they also planned to arrange for people to mine for Su Chen for free. It's safe to say that if Su Chen just said the word, the Zhao family would probably give him everything they have. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's face darkened. What do you want me to do? Zhao Wuji walked towards Lei Wen and Zhang Gong. What else can we do but take action? I'll hold off Raven first, you hurry up and grab that reckless guy. Let's kill him and see what Raven can do. Zhang Gong went completely insane. He harbored deep resentment. Only by eliminating the instigator of the conflict can the resentment dissipate. But Zhao Wuji did not walk towards Su Chen, instead, he continued walking towards him. Seeing Zhao Wuji approach, Zhang Gong did not stop him, but at the same time, he had other ideas in his mind. You can come and help me, just hold off Raven, and I'll kill that guy myself. Zhang Gong revealed an excited smile. He was a naturally belligerent man who loved killing. I also enjoy the thrill of killing. Raven glanced at Zhao Wuji but didn't say anything. Actually, he wasn't worried at all. He was well aware of Su Chen's strength. Let alone Zhao Wuji, even if everyone present joined forces, they would absolutely not be a match for Su Chen. But would Zhao Wuji do something so stupid? Judging from his expression, you can tell what's going on. He must have already recognized Su Chen's identity. Move aside, let me do it. Zhao Wuji's voice softened, but it contained a murderous intent. Okay. Zhang Gong wanted to let go of Raven. But the next second, Zhao Wuji's attack came crashing down on him. A fist slammed into his face. Bang! The muffled groan was so crisp and clear that you could hear a pin drop. After the punch landed, Zhang Gong was sent flying backwards in an instant. 1320, Chapter 1320 Zhao Wuji's ferocity. It slammed heavily against the wall. The wall caved in instantly. The entire floor shook. Silence. The entire room fell silent. Xiamiao was also dumbfounded, having no idea what had happened. Why did Zhao Wuji attack Zhang Gong? What on earth happened? Miao Yuhong is like that. Raven is like that. Now even Zhao Wuji is like this. Could that guy surnamed Su be able to control people's minds? Otherwise, why would the younger generation of Zhangzhou be willing to turn against them for a good-for-nothing? Several seconds later, Xiamiao's phone rang. The music was very noticeable at the venue. Xiamiao frowned, still completely bewildered. He quickly took 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was his dad calling. He answered the phone first, but his eyes were fixed on the group with a menacing look. After the call was connected, Xiamiao remained silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. Emperor Su, I've never seen him before. A few seconds later, Xiamiao overheard something on the phone. Suddenly his gaze fixed on Su Chen, and a look of fear and disbelief appeared on his face. Wait a minute, Dad, this Su Tiandi you mentioned, does he have any other names? Xiamiao suddenly realized something terrifying. Surname Su. His father just told him that Emperor Su is very young, and he must be careful not to be fooled by his appearance and offend him. Otherwise, the entire Miao family wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. Su Chen is very young. And Raven and the others' reaction was too strange. When they're outside, Raven is supposed to team up with them. But after hearing the name Su Chen, Lei Wen's attitude changed completely. And there's Zhao Wuji. He came out and, without a word, severely injured Zhang Gong. Clearly, there's only one reason they took action. That's Su Chen right in front of me. So, does this Su Chen have some kind of background? Or rather, he couldn't imagine it. Could Su Chen be the heavenly Emperor Su? No. Impossible. Because Su Chen already knew that he was Chen Zixuan's husband in name only. He's the Chen family's good-for-nothing son-in-law. How could someone like this be a peerless genius like Emperor Su? I wonder if he has any other names. In short, don't offend anyone, or I won't be able to help you even if you die. After saying that, Xiamiao's father hung up the phone. In an instant, Xiamiao stood there, completely bewildered. He stared at the scene with a look of astonishment. Zhao Wuji did not stop after attacking Zhang Gong. He grabbed Zhang Gong and lifted him high in the air. Who do you want to kill? Do you know who you've offended? Bang! Another punch imbued with powerful force. It slammed heavily into Zhang Gong's abdomen. Puff! Zhang Gong instantly coughed up blood. There wasn't even time to say a word. You want to kill Mr. Su, do you think you're qualified, or do you think you have a few lives? Bang! Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel a little scared. Luckily, he knew Su Chen, otherwise he would have been in deep trouble because of Zhang Gong and Xiamiao today. Xiamiao. You'd better stay where you are, I'll deal with you slowly after I kill him. Zhao Wuji turned around and pointed at Xiamiao. Although Zhang Gong was seriously injured, he was still conscious. He already had a subconscious feeling that something was wrong. Zhao Wuji's attitude was all too obvious. It's obvious that Zhao Wuji is acting on Su Chen's behalf. If Mr. Su doesn't forgive you today, you are doomed to die. Even if your whole family came, they couldn't save you. After saying that, he kicked her hard. 1321, Chapter 1321 I'd do anything, even as a slave. He kicked Zhang Gong right in front of Su Chen. Zhao Wu quickly walked up to Su Chen. Thump! He knelt down heavily. Mr. Su, I also bear some responsibility for this. I didn't go to see you sooner. Mr. Su, just say the word and I'll do whatever you want to do with him. Zhao Wuji's attitude intimidated Xiamiao, as well as Luo Hai. Without saying a word, Luo Hai ran up too. Thump! He knelt down just like Zhao Wuji. Please forgive me, Mr. Su, I didn't recognize you just now. I'm willing to kill Xia Miao and Zhang Gong too. Then came two more sounds of kneeling. Lei Wen and Miao Yuhong knelt down without any hesitation. I'd love to. Me too. Please give your instructions, Mr. Su. Xia Miao was utterly desperate. If he still doesn't understand what's going on at this moment, then he's truly an idiot. Zhang Gong, lying on the ground, was still completely bewildered. What exactly happened, and why did this change occur? Who exactly is this Su Chen? Could it be someone from the Su family of Longdu? But surely the Su family wouldn't warrant such an attitude from Raven and his group. Although their family is not as prestigious as the four great families of Longdu. But to say that he would kneel down upon meeting her would be an exaggeration. Xia Miao was completely limp, and his face had lost all color. Su Tiandi. You are Emperor Su. Su Chen stared coldly at Xia Miao. Is it too late to realize this now? The person standing in front of him was none other than Su Tiandi, whom his father had repeatedly warned him never to offend. But what did he do? He actually offended Emperor Su and even threatened to kill Su Chen. Xia Miao, didn't you do any research before coming to the Demon Sea? Now that you've offended Mr. Su, he only needs to say one word and you probably won't be alive today. Luo Hai sighed. He wasn't impulsive. They didn't agree to Xia Miao's request in the first place. Because he hadn't forgotten the reminder from his family before he came. Therefore, he was always very careful around everyone. Fortunately, he had a plan in mind, so he didn't offend anyone. Otherwise, he would probably be in the same situation as Xia Miao and Zhang Gong. Zhang Gong, lying on the ground with blood gushing from his mouth, stared wide-eyed. Emperor Su. It was actually Emperor Su. He finally understood. He's just not emotionally intelligent enough. How could Emperor Su not know? His family had told him the same thing when he came. He even said that it would be best to be on good terms with Emperor Su. But he was speechless at the time. With such a vast sea of demons, how could Emperor Su Tian possibly encounter it so easily? But to his utter surprise, he actually encountered it. He actually encountered such a tiny, terrifyingly small chance. And we've even offended them. Now, with just one thought from the other party, he will be doomed forever. Mr. Su. Tu really didn't mean to. I didn't know it was you. Xia Miao crawled on his knees all the way to Su Chen. At this moment, all he wanted was to live, all his resentment and anger had vanished. If Su Chen could forgive him now, he would be willing to be his slave for the rest of his life. Mr. Su, I know I was wrong. If you can forgive me, I will serve you for the rest of my life, even if it means being your slave. Xia Miao grabbed Su Chen's trouser leg. He finally understood why Raven wasn't worried when he was about to attack Su Chen. Su Chen's strength surpasses that of all of them. In retrospect, it was Miao Yuhong who saved him, otherwise, he would have been absolutely dead. 1322, Chapter 1322 Selling One's Life. Oxen and horses? I have enough cattle and horses around me, and I don't need any useless people. What do you have that makes you worthy of my giving you a chance? Su Chen said coldly, his tone filled with murderous intent. Xia Miao trembled upon hearing this. Is Su Chen planning to kill him? No. I'm willing to risk my life. I'm willing to sell my life to Mr. Su from now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. As Xia Miao spoke, a puddle of water appeared on his buttocks. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately covered their noses in disgust. Did he pee his pants from fright? This scene made Miao Yuhong frown. So, back then, he was so humble, so ugly. When Su Chen tried to kill him, wasn't he also so scared that he wet his pants? Seeing this scene now, he realized how lowly he had seemed back then. But it was all worth it. At least he's still alive, and at least Su Chen didn't kill him because he begged for mercy repeatedly. Su Chen was speechless. He hasn't even laid a hand on it yet, how come he's already wet his pants? After thinking for a few seconds, Su Chen kicked him away. Nothing major happened today, Xia Miao just made some rude remarks. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch him, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like that. Certainly. He wouldn't directly say he'd let Xia Miao go, otherwise people would think he was too easy to talk to. Have your family come and apologize sincerely within 3 days. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Xia Miao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. As long as Su Chen doesn't kill him now, he has a chance to live. He quickly got up, knelt down in front of Su Chen, and kowtowed repeatedly. And he said he would definitely give it his all. Mr. Su, where is he? Miao Yuhong pointed at Zhang Gong, whose eyes were filled with despair, on the ground. At this moment, he was filled with resentment. If it weren't for Xia Miao's instigation, how could he have offended Su Chen? But he had just been seriously injured by Zhao Wuji. There's no way he could kneel down and apologize to Su Chen like Xia Miao did. If we can't appease Su Chen, then death may be the only thing we face him. Su Chen also glanced at Zhang Gong. That guy was yelling really loudly just now, and I wanted to kill him the most. Of the 6 families in Zhengzhou, the Zhang family is in the middle. If they can be subdued, they will be a force to be reckoned with. The same applies. Go back and tell your family, either submit or perish. Zhang Gong was utterly shocked. He never expected that Su Chen would give him and Xia Miao the same opportunity. He nodded vigorously, then slowly got up and knelt down on the ground to kowtow to Su Chen. Thank you, Mr. Su, for sparing my life. Zhao Wuji really went all out just now. Zhang Gong is known for his amazing defensive capabilities. But he was so badly injured. It seems that every punch was delivered with full force. Otherwise, given Zhang Gong's strength, he shouldn't have been able to beat someone to this extent unless he used lethal force. Alright, you guys continue the meeting, I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Su Chen waved and then prepared to leave the private room. Miao Yuhong and the others hurriedly saw them off. After watching Su Chen leave the club, the group returned and stared intently at Xia Miao, who was still limp. So, wouldn't you say I saved your life today? Miao Yuhong chuckled twice. Although Su Chen has already let him go. Looking back on what had just happened, the feeling of surviving a disaster still filled him with fear. Xia Miao stood up shakily. He walked listlessly to Miao Yuhong's side. He bowed to Miao Yuhong. 1323, Chapter 1323. Don't be a transvestite. Young Master Miao, I acted impulsively before, but I really have to thank you this time. Don't worry, from today onwards you're my brother, and I'll do anything you ask. At this moment, Xia Miao was truly grateful to Miao Yuhong from the bottom of his heart. Because Miao Yuhong did indirectly save him. If it weren't for Miao Yuhong's intervention, just based on his attempt to attack Su Chen just now. Once Su Chen has a thought, even a wave of his hand could probably kill him completely. So no matter what, he has to thank Miao Yuhong. Otherwise, he would already be nothing more than a corpse by now. Fine, then you better change your damn image, it's too effeminate. And Mr. Su doesn't like it either. Miao Yuhong had wanted to say this for a long time. But Xia Miao used to completely ignore him. I should say I disdained to pay him any attention. Because everyone here is from a prominent family in Zhengzhou, the Xia family is even above the Miao family. Xia Miao usually looks down on him, so isn't he asking for a scolding for saying such things? Okay, I'll change it when I get back. But I'd like to ask Brother Yu to put in a good word for Mr. Su. Whether Su Chen will forgive him is still uncertain. Therefore, he must find as many people as possible to help him. Of all the people present, probably only Miao Yuhong could exchange a few words with Su Chen. So who else could he turn to if not Miao Yuhong? Of course. Miao Yuhong waved his hand, naturally feeling very pleased with himself. After all, among these people, he is the one who is closest to Su Chen. You could say he seized the initiative, so wouldn't everyone have to curry favor with him? After leaving the club, Su Chen went to the Lu family's residence. He needed to research the soul-nourishing pill. Old Man Li had no other choice, he would definitely agree. Therefore, it's better to get the soul-nourishing pill sooner rather than later. As for Calms and Dengping, he had already sent people to deliver them to the Lu family. He plans to keep these two with him for the time being. Firstly, it will allow him to learn about the current situation in the north. Secondly, it also fulfilled Bai Sha's promise to let Dengping study with him for a period of time. While Su Chen was refining medicine in the herb garden, the two of them stayed by his side. You should know that even people like Lu Xuan who don't receive this kind of treatment. The two were astonished to see Su Chen refining medicine. Especially the scene when the surrounding spiritual energy gathers. I even felt as if my own spiritual power was being sucked away. The Xie family at this time. Xie Miao's father, Xie Shaoling, turned pale with anger. He had just received news that his son, Xie Miao, had offended Su Chen. And he almost died in the Demon Sea. He had already given Xie Miao a good scolding over the phone. This brat actually got him into such a huge mess. This is going to drag the entire Xie family down with them. Fortunately, we didn't completely offend Su Chen. You bastard. Stay in the Demon Sea, make any rash moves and I'll break your legs. I'll send someone over right now. No, I will go there myself, bringing everyone from the clan. He had heard about the Lei family's entire clan apologizing. So since Su Chen has asked them to show their attitude. First and foremost, the entire clan must apologize, that's the attitude we need. As for making an apology, he really had a headache. After all, Su Chen would never be interested in ordinary things. And what could the Xie family possibly offer that Su Chen would even want? Xie Miao's grandfather also sighed beside him. Look at the unfilial son you've raised. Xie Miao's grandfather looked as if he had aged 10 years. After several seconds, he looked at Xie Shaoling earnestly and said, I know what you're worried about. 1324, Chapter 1324 Token. Perhaps this time, we have no choice but to bring out the clan's most treasured artifact. Xie Shaoling was greatly surprised by what Xie Miao's grandfather said. He never expected that his father would think of the family's most precious treasure. That's a mid-level spiritual weapon from the Xie family, at the Heavenly Gang realm. This is also the foundation upon which the Xie family was established. Like a magical artifact of the Miao people. Don't hesitate any longer. It's no longer as simple as just protecting that rebellious son. We must first quell Emperor Su's anger. Secondly, the Miao people have already presented the treasure to Emperor Su, and the Miao people are still bustling with activity. This is enough to show that joining Emperor Su's camp has many advantages. Xie Shaoling was stunned again. Dad, what's wrong? He frowned. If this decision were to be made, it would undoubtedly be a huge change for the Xie family. Besides that, do you have any other ideas? Besides, being able to join under this pretext would be a bad thing for our Xie family. Grandpa Xie chuckled as he spoke. With Emperor Su's banner, every family in the entire central continent would have to give him face. Even the Lei and Zhao families, who ranked second. Of course. The Zhao family is also part of Su Chen's group. As for the Lei family, he had never heard of them. It's certain that the Lei family wouldn't dare to provoke Su Chen, otherwise, they would have become the second Pan family. As long as they bear Su Chen's name, the Lei family will have to give them a wide berth. Okay. That's the only way. Xie Shaoling ultimately had no choice but to compromise. Actually, he had thought about this question earlier, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, the position of family head is now in his hands. If he chooses to side with someone else, it would be tantamount to destroying the Xie family's century-old legacy. His father might beat him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Zhang family's residence became even more tense. At first, their thoughts were the same as the Xie family's. They all found it unbelievable. After all,
How could those kids who went to the Demon Sea have such bad luck as running into Emperor Su? They only realized the seriousness of the situation when they heard that Zhang Gong had almost been beaten to death. As for how to apologize, the entire Zhang family sat down together but couldn't come up with any solution. 2 days later, Su Chen arrived at Old Man Li's house early in the morning. He told Su Chen to go directly to the cellar to find him. After going downstairs, he saw Old Man Li wiping his wife's arms. "Kid, I know you're indirectly trying to recruit me. I am also aware of your hatred towards Tianmen and the Su family. But I can agree to any of the conditions you previously set for firing me. But can you guarantee the safety of me and my wife?" Old Li spoke as he worked, his voice very calm. He clearly didn't want to agree, but he was forced into a corner. Su Chen remained silent for a few seconds. "I can't say for sure, but I can guarantee with my integrity that I will do my utmost." Old Man Li gave a bitter smile. "Character, what kind of character do you have, you brat? I know I have no choice. I will try my best to meet your requests. But only for 1 year. I'll do anything for you within a year, and I guarantee your safety for the next year." Just as he thought. This Old Man Li has some trump cards up his sleeve, otherwise how could he dare to say such things to Tianmen? After putting his wife's hand down, Old Man Li walked up to Su Chen. He took a piece of jade from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen. "This is the Spirit Alliance token. I once saved a big shot from the Spirit Alliance. That important person gave me this token, which allows me to use it 3 times. 1325, Chapter 1325 The Old Man's Attitude. Each time it's used, it will allow that lord to take action once. 1 year and 3 chances should be enough to protect you," Old Man Li said with absolute certainty. He didn't waste a single one of those 3 opportunities. He was also thinking that he would make the most of every opportunity. So he waited for so many years and treasured it for so many years. He didn't use it even when he was in danger. Because he knew very well that once this opportunity was used, it would be one less time he had. Therefore, he should not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. This is something that can save your life. But he never expected that it would be used on Su Chen now. In order for Su Chen to remain safe and sound within this year, he had no choice but to use the token. Su Chen frowned as he accepted the token. This token is undoubtedly extremely valuable. Although he didn't know who the important person Old Man Li was talking about was. But he knew that the other party was able to leave a spiritual energy mark on the token. That person's identity is definitely not simple. He didn't know how the other party had come over. Perhaps it's a formation? Or perhaps that important figure mobilized the strongest individuals from other regions of the Spirit Alliance. In short, if what Old Man Li said is true, then this attitude alone is enough. Don't worry, that important figure's power is boundless. I know Tianmen is very strong, but I believe that once that person arrives, he will definitely have a way to resolve your urgent problem. Su Chen didn't say much and accepted the token. As for the funds you need, I will start preparing them once I see the soul-nourishing pill. After all, that's no small amount. I need to refine some mid-level spiritual artifacts to get a good price for them. For some reason, Su Chen felt a pang of guilt when Old Man Li said those words. For his wife's sake, he had to endure all hardship. He took out a token that he had treasured for a long time and was reluctant to use. We still need to work hard to forge magical artifacts to raise money for him. Su Chen sighed. Let's talk about those things later. After saying that, Su Chen took out 2 bottles and threw them to Old Man Li. Only? Old Man Li looked at it with a puzzled expression. I stared at it for a few seconds, puzzled. Then his gaze suddenly turned to Su Chen in shock. Su Chen smiled and nodded slowly. The soul-nourishing pill you've been longing for, I just refined it. Old Man Li frowned. Was Su Chen prepared beforehand, or was this a deliberate act? If he didn't agree to Su Chen's request, would Su Chen take out the soul-nourishing pill? Su Chen also knew what Old Man Li was weighing in his mind. To be honest, if you asked him, he really wouldn't know how to answer.
So he didn't explain. He probably wouldn't have taken it if he hadn't seen Old Manly in the first place. But for a fleeting moment just now, he felt a sense of desolation. Perhaps at that moment, Old Manly wouldn't have needed to do anything, he would have taken out the soul-nourishing pill anyway. Give it to her quickly. I have a general understanding of her current condition and dosage. Based on the current situation, we must meet the demand for one soul-nourishing pill per day. Only by consuming these foods for 50 days can the effects of nourishing the soul be maximized. If we can be resurrected, then we'll take the mind-stabilizing pill. If he cannot be resurrected, just continue taking the soul-nourishing pill. Old Manly nodded. He wanted to say thank you, but the words wouldn't come out. Alright, old man, since you've helped me, I won't be stingy with my help. Tell me what kind of pills you need in the future, and I will do my best to satisfy you. 1326, Chapter 1326 Tian Hai is dead. Old Manly simply nodded as if he had regained consciousness, and did not say anything more. Seeing the old man's tenderness towards his wife, Su Chen left quietly without saying anything more. Su Chen's feelings were complicated when he returned to Tianhe Villa. I even went to my mother's grave once. He desperately wanted to bring his mother back to life right now. Even if it's just a body, even if I can only look at it. But he didn't do that. Firstly, his alchemy skills are not stable. I can't guarantee a 100% success rate for pills that infuse spiritual energy. He only had one set of ingredients for the blood clotting pill, and if he failed, he would lose it. Some of these medicinal herbs are extremely rare and expensive. Therefore, you can't do things you're not sure about. Secondly, his current situation is not safe. Tianmen and the Su family still have their eyes on him. Even if he could bring his mother back to life, he knew that danger lurked everywhere. The mother's safety cannot be fully guaranteed. If the elders of the Su family and the higher-ups of Tianmen find out that he is still alive, they will definitely take action with all their might just like before. Therefore, until he resolves the grudge between himself and Tianmen, the matter of his mother's resurrection can only be put on hold. Upon arriving at the grave, Su Chen first bowed to his mother. At this point, Wei Xiao and his companions had been tortured beyond recognition. In just a few months, they become neither human nor ghost. Upon seeing Su Chen, they lost even the will to curse. All they want now is to be free. They had lost all hope of living, so all they wanted now was to die. Only death can bring liberation. Their cultivation has been destroyed. Even if they are rescued now, they are destined to become outlaws in the future. It can be said that their fate was sealed the moment they participated in the persecution of Zhou Jingzhu. Su Chen turned around and looked at them, a cold smile on his face. How? You still believe someone can save you? Su Chen asked in a cold voice. Wei Xiao shook his head. Live? I no longer have that thought. There's only one thing I hope for. That means watching you be killed by my heavenly gate. Wei Xiao spoke in a clear, soft voice. What kind of strength does Tianmen possess? He believed that as long as he lived, he would live to see that day. But Su Chen smiled. He. The voice was laced with mocking laughter. He walked up to Wei Xiao and squatted down. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. You should all be familiar with Elder Tianhai, right? He's at the peak of the 8th rank. He is indeed a good opponent, but in the end, he can only be used as practice. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Chen. Impossible. Elder Tianhai is a core elder within the Heavenly Gate. Their strength ranks among the top in Tianmen. Just one step away from reaching the 9th level. What level is Su Chen that he can fight Elder Tianhai? Heh, I don't need you to believe me. But there's something I need to tell you. The Heavenly Gate and nothing can stop my growth. Now there is one elder, and there will be many more elders to come. Killing me is easy, but we'll have to see if they have the ability. However, none of you will be able to escape during this period. Su Chen looked down from his superior position. The feeling of looking down on them from above gave them immense pressure. A deep fear arose in their hearts. Just what kind of monster is Su Chen? Why is this happening? And why has it grown to its current state? If things continue like this, could Tianmen really be as they say? 1327, Chapter 1327. Both families arrive. Don't worry, I didn't hold back this time. I didn't bring Tianhai along to keep you company. But next time I'll be more careful and try to send 1 or 2 elders over earlier to keep you company. After saying that, Su Chen returned to the grave. He looked at his mother's grave, and his eyes softened. He said he would make all the participants in Tianmen kneel here and repent. After leaving, Wei Xiao and the others looked at that figure with some despair. Elder Tianhai, was he really killed by him? Someone posed a thought-provoking question. No one dared to answer this question. They knew what the consequences would be. If Su Chen can really kill Elder Tianhai, it means that he already possesses at least the strength of the peak of the 8th rank. They might even be able to resist a 9th tier opponent, otherwise, even a peak 8th tier opponent wouldn't have been able to kill Elder Tianhai. But if someone really possesses 9th tier combat power, that would be terrifying. How old is Su Chen? What talent? If that's the case, then Tianmen really did provoke a monster of monstrous talent. Once you reach level 9, the entire Tianmen is facing a crisis. Unless those 9th level elders can make a move. Or perhaps the sect leader can intervene. Otherwise, who could be Su Chen's match? The next day, Su Chen had just finished breakfast when the security guard sent someone to inform a group of people to wait at the gate and say they wanted to see him. It's clearly the Xie family and the Zhang family. There were about several dozen people from both families after they came in. Su Chen was speechless. Had these guys learned the Lei family's tricks? The entire clan has come to apologize. Alright. Each of you send 2 representatives, the rest of you may leave. Looking at so many people, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He doesn't like places where so many people gather. Soon, the Xie family and Zhang Gong sent people out. Old Master Xie Shaoling. The Zhang family is Zhang Gong's father. And Zhang Gong's uncle. Of course. Xia Miao and Zhang Gong, 2 criminals, are also here. They had already knelt down in front of Su Chen the moment they entered. Mr. Su, my Xie family, along with my unfilial son Xia Miao, have come to apologize. Please, sir, show mercy for everything that unfilial son has done to you. My Xie family is willing to serve Mr. Su at his beck and call. Xia Shaoling spoke first, making his stance clear from the outset. Xia Shaoling's conditions caused Zhang Lei's expression to change slightly. The Xia family actually pulled this stunt. Is it at the cost of the entire Xia family? They really went all out. The Zhang family knew that Su Chen was very strong. Who in the entire central continent didn't know that Su Chen was the heavenly emperor? But Zhang Lei also knew Su Chen's other identity. The Su family's abandoned son. I've heard that there's a mysterious force within the Su family that's targeting Su Chen. It's impossible for him to mobilize the entire Zhang family to follow Su Chen. But given Su Chen's strength, they had no choice but to back down. Therefore, we can only temporarily bring people here to apologize. Anyway, Su Chen will be dealt with by the Su family and that mysterious force sooner or later. Mr. Su, to express our apologies, the Zhang family has specially sent various precious medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, and billions of dollars. Zhang Gong had everyone bring everything up. Su Chen glanced at it, a cold smile appearing on his face. What, Patriarch Shang, do you think I'm lacking these things? This statement effectively negated the Zhang family's stance. A bunch of level 6 and 7 medicinal herbs. First tier spiritual weapon. There are still billions in funds. Is this how you treat a beggar? He only needs to think of these things, and people from all the major families will rush to send them over. But to him, these things are just garbage right now. It's utterly unacceptable. However, the Zhang family thought they could get rid of him with these things. What else could it be but looking down on him? 1328, Chapter 1328. There's still time to consider. Zhang Lei immediately frowned. Clearly, Su Chen didn't care about any of the things he brought out. But the Zhang family isn't exactly a sucker. It's just that they offended Su Chen with their words. If they were to choose to side with Su Chen like the Lei and Xie families, wouldn't they be crazy? Besides, Su Chen isn't invincible, he's just somewhat famous in the Demon Sea and Central Continent. Su Chen is an enemy of the Su family. In front of the Su family, what is Su Chen? Mr. Su, what conditions would it take for this matter to be resolved? Zhang Lei cautiously looked at Su Chen and asked tentatively. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle twice. He. It seems the Zhang family isn't ready yet. It's alright, it's only the third day, you still have time to think about it. It's probably not convenient for Patriarch Zhang to be here, so please excuse me for not seeing you off further. Since Patriarch Xie is already one of us, please stay and have a meal with us later. Zhang Lei's expression changed slightly. What does Su Chen mean by this? Are we really going to let him lead his entire clan to surrender? This is simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune. To sentence someone to a serious crime just because they were offended is taking advantage of their vulnerability. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. Xia Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Su Chen's tone, his Xia family should be fine. Well, I'll leave now. I'll think carefully about what Mr. Su said. Zhang Lei did not make a decision immediately. Instead, I felt a bit angry. Zhang Gong's face was deathly pale. Is his dad planning to give up on him? Why is Su Chen being so unreasonable? Billions of dollars, and so many priceless medicinal herbs. Su Chen was still not satisfied. Su Chen ignored the departing Zhang family members. He didn't want to go too far, but the Zhang family harbored resentment. Even if they come to apologize, they are still very unwilling. Since that's the case, he certainly won't give me face. The Zhang family understands this, so let's show them our sincerity once again. If he can't figure it out, he certainly won't let Zhang Gong off easily. Mr. Su. The Zhang family might contact the Su family to show my loyalty. Xia Shaoling revealed this news because Zhang Lei had contacted him before he came. Tell him not to offer too many benefits. If Su Chen's attitude is too arrogant, they can simply choose to rely on the Su family. Xia Shaoling was well aware of the Su family's ambitions. This isn't the first or second time the Su family has annexed other families. Once someone has the idea of seeking refuge with another family, all other families are swallowed up. But Su Chen is different. He had talked to Zhao Di about Su Chen many times before. That's why he chose to side with Su Chen. Even if it means becoming enemies with the Su family in the future. It's better than being swallowed up by the Su family and having his Xie family bloodline severed by the Su family in the end. The Su family? Su Chen smiled faintly. What does that matter? Since the Su family is an enemy, what difference does it make whether he chose the Su family or not now? Just destroy it. Su Chen said casually. Xia Shaoling was also taken aback. Su Chen showed absolutely no fear in the face of the Su family. And it seems they even have the intention to overthrow the Su family. Since you're following me, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. Su Chen took out 2 bottles of pills. A bottle of rejuvenation pills. 10 more breakthrough pills left. You can choose someone to take it first if they have a good foundation. I also have spirit-breaking pills here. I hope Patriarch Xie will carefully assess the people before employing them. Su Chen's words were loaded with meaning. Even though we're talking about elixirs. But it was a subtle reminder to Xia Shaoling. Su Chen's benefits depend on the person he's dealing with. If the Xie family shows the right attitude, he'll naturally receive plenty of benefits in the future. 1329, Chapter 1329. Heartbroken. But if the Xie family cannot become the people he speaks of, then naturally he will not treat them this way.
Thank you, Mr. Su. I will certainly remember this. He is certainly not a fool to be the head of a family. He understood what Su Chen meant. After Zhang Lei led his people away, he did not linger in the Demon Sea. We left the airport directly. Clearly, the Zhang family has no intention of giving Su Chen's words a second thought. He sent his clansmen back to Zhongzhou first, while he himself took Zhang Gong and went elsewhere.
Dad, where are you taking me?
I've heard that Emperor Su is ruthless. If we don't give him an answer by today, he'll definitely kill me.
Zhang Gong said in a panic.
Seeing his father's attitude, I felt very anxious.
If he continues to act recklessly, Su Chen will definitely kill him in the end.
Waste.
What's there to be afraid of? If only I had known this would happen.
Zhang Lei said with dissatisfaction. If this counterattack hadn't offended Su Chen, would he have resorted to such a desperate measure? Now he only has two paths before him. One option, pledge allegiance to Su Chen, and the Zhang family will obey Su Chen's orders from now on. Article 2. Choose to seek help from the Su family. In other words, by joining the Su family, as long as the Su family destroys Su Chen in the future, the Zhang family will be safe and sound. I have my own plans, so you better not cause any trouble. Zhang Lei's expression was grave. Neither of his families originally wanted to rely on him. But there was no other way, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. But compared to Su Chen and the Su family is much more powerful. Su Chen is nothing compared to the Su family. Anyone with eyes can tell how to choose. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and 6 other young members of the same family, including Lei Wen, were already discussing the competition. 5 of them have consistently believed that there is no need to fight over it. In their own names, the concentrate was delivered directly to Su Chen. This way, we can avoid the competition every year. Secondly, I can take this opportunity to give Su Chen some things. It can be considered an indirect attempt to curry favor. When Zhang Gong was notified, he refused to comply. If one party denies the claim, then no corresponding countermeasures can be taken. Therefore, in the end, the competition could only proceed according to plan. After Zhao Wuji returned home, he told his father about it. Zhao Di actually agreed with Zhang Gong's approach. All the families jointly donated this to Su Chen. It's impossible to maximize profits. Instead, the Xia and Miao families benefited. Because the only ones who can win the competition are his son Zhao Wuji and Lei Wen. Why take Xia Miao and Miao Yuhong's names? Wouldn't it be better to seize the concentrate myself and then give it to Su Chen in my own name? Upon hearing his father's explanation, Zhao Wuji instantly understood. Raven too. He understood instantly. Although it was a contest among 6 companies. But their only rivals are Raven and Zhao Wuji. The Yang family is simply not qualified to compete with the 2 of them. Of course. Some are happy, some are sad. Raven and Zhao Wuji agreed to continue the competition. Xia Miao and the others were speechless. If they jointly send it to Su Chen, they can at least claim a legitimate reason for it. But now it's impossible to claim any real authority. In the end, it will only end up in the hands of the Lei family or the Zhao family. Hateful. That guy Zhang Gong. Miao Yuhong clenched his fist. If it weren't for Zhang Gong, would they have needed to go through all that trouble? You can get the title without even having to lift a finger. The key issue is that they have absolutely no chance of winning. If it really comes down to a competition, it's entirely Lei Wen and Zhao Wuji's domain. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, but Mr. Su, please don't look at him with the eyes of an ordinary person. As long as he's loyal, he won't care about just a mineral deposit. 1330, Chapter 1330 Choosing the Su Family. Miao Yuhong frowned. Although that's what they say, who knows if Su Chen will take it to heart? After all, it's a title that comes for free, who wouldn't want that? On the other side, the Zhang family father and son have arrived in Longdu. Zhang Lei lectured him the whole way.
And he was told that once he got to the Su family, he had to do everything his way. The Su family is no match for Su Chen. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he won't make a move easily before he has completely offended him. But the Su family is different. If the Su family is not satisfied, given the Su family's power, wiping out the Zhang family would be a piece of cake, requiring absolutely no effort. Dad. Should we really go and rely on the Su family? I've heard they're ruthless and can't stand people up. If we really go and rely on them, what will happen? Zhang Gong was inwardly opposed to seeking refuge with the Su family. But it seems his father has already made up his mind. What do you know? The Su family used to be the ones who devoured people without spitting out the bones. But the Su family is now at the top of the 4 major families in Longdu. For them, Zhengzhou is a considerable territory. If they want to take over the entire Zhengzhou, they will inevitably need a leader in the future. Doesn't he know about the Su family's ambitions? Of course he knows. He had already analyzed the problems carefully. In addition, he had contacted the Su family before, and the Su family's eldest elder had made a promise to him. If you join the Su family, you will become their guide in Zhengzhou. After taking over Zhengzhou, the Zhang family will become the Su family's controller in Zhengzhou. But can Su Chen do that? Su Chen's ambition is clearly much greater than that of the Su family. After they march into Zhengzhou, will the Zhang family still have a place? We'll talk about that later. If it weren't for what you caused, do you think I would want to rely on either side? Upon hearing this, Zhang Gong was speechless. He was indeed the one who caused this mess. But he still had a bad feeling. Although he's a bit of a brute and not good at thinking things through. But compared to the Su family, he was more willing to trust Su Chen's side. The Su family's power in the Great Xia dynasty is too great. Once they expose their weakness, the possibility of them being swallowed up is too high. The father and son arrived at the Su family's doorstep very quickly. 2 bodyguards at the entrance saw this and offered to guide them from behind. Clearly, the Su family elder had already informed the Zhang family father and son that they would be coming. Su Chen had no idea about any of this. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't stop it. This is the Zhang family's choice. Since the Zhang family has chosen the Su family, he naturally won't offer any further explanation. After Xia Miao finished eating, he cautiously inquired about Su Chen and Chen Zixuan's matter. Having been in the Demon Sea for 2 days, he had heard that Su Chen was the son-in-law of the Chen family. He just couldn't understand why Chen Zixuan seemed to look down on Su Chen so much. He later found out the whole story after making inquiries. It turns out that Chen Zixuan only knew the name Su Chen. Chen Zixuan had no idea that Su Chen was the Heavenly Emperor Su. It should be said that Chen Zixuan simply did not believe it, always feeling that her man should be a useless live-in son-in-law who groveled before his wife. So even if someone told Chen Zixuan that Su Chen was the Heavenly Emperor Su, she wouldn't believe it. He only realized what was happening when he heard about it. No wonder Chen Zixuan looks down on Su Chen so much. Because in Chen Zixuan's eyes, Su Chen has always been a man who was not presentable. At that moment, he even cursed Chen Zixuan in his heart. This woman almost got him killed. Mr. Su, our Xia family has already reached a cooperation agreement with Mrs. Su. 1331, Chapter 1331. A blessing in disguise. I'd like to ask your opinion, will the cooperation continue? If not, the Xia family can terminate it at any time. Or we could just tell them that the Xia family only cooperates with Mr. Su. Xia Miao is a smart man. His words offended neither Su Chen nor Chen Zixuan. Although Chen Zixuan's words implied that she looked down on Su Chen. But who knows what Su Chen was really thinking? What if Su Chen still has a place for Chen Zixuan in his heart? Therefore, he couldn't easily speak ill of Chen Zixuan in front of Su Chen. Who knows what kind of couple they are in private? Su Chen shook his head. Your cooperation with her has nothing to do with me. Whether or not we cooperate is up to you. Just handle it like a normal business partner, there's no need to involve me. Xia Miao was stunned for a moment. Is the relationship between this couple really that strained?
How is this any different from being a stranger? Her prescription is indeed quite good, and it's been well received throughout Zhengzhou. If that's the case, the Xie family might continue their cooperation. Mr. Su, you shouldn't have any problems then, right? Xia Shaoling quickly followed up with the question. Although I'm being a bit long-winded, this matter still needs to be clarified. Otherwise, if they make a mistake and Su Chen questions them, the Xie family won't be able to handle it. No problem, of course we should make use of good things. Wanyao Company should be entering Zhengzhou soon. You just need to help them open up the market then. The Xie father and son nodded quickly. Wanyao Company enters Zhengzhou. With the title of Emperor Su, who in the Central Plains wouldn't give him face? At that time, Wanyao Company will probably have the upper hand over the Xie family. The Xie family itself has relied on the pharmaceutical industry as its economic support to develop to its current state. With Wanyao Company gone, the entire Xie family's pharmaceutical industry will likely decline rapidly. Don't worry, Wanyao Company will have a share of the profits, and so will your Xie family. If everything is done well, the distribution rights for Wanyao Company in Zhengzhou will belong to your Xie family. Su Chen had already thought about this problem before. In the entire Central Plains, the Xie family and the Yang family are the two largest families in the pharmaceutical industry. The Yang family has not yet made any statement to him. Therefore, his primary target was naturally the Xie family. A blessing in disguise. The father and son both beamed with joy. The agency rights for Wanyao Company are no joke. Some time ago, the Xie family heard that Wanyao Company had sold marrow cleansing pills. That stuff improved the health of many people. It's an incredibly good thing. If they could obtain the agency rights for Wanyao Company, it would mean that the Xie family would be linked with Wanyao Company. This will be of great benefit to the Xie family's pharmaceutical and industrial businesses in the future. Thank you, Mr. Su. The father and son smiled. Offending Su Chen this time carries a great risk. Fortunately, they made the right choice and turned the risk into a blessing. Take the Zhang family for example. If the Zhang family and the Xie family were to join Su Chen together, they would definitely receive all sorts of blessings. But the Zhang family refused to submit, and all the blessings of Zhengzhou fell into his hands. Although the Lei family also has a pharmaceutical business, it can only be considered a small part of their business. In the pharmaceutical industry, only the Yang family in the entire Central Plains can compare with the Xie family. Now they've arrived right in front of the Yang family. After asking their questions, the father and son took their leave of Tianhe Villa. As soon as he stepped out the door, Xia Miao let out a long sigh of relief. Dad, I don't think I did anything too wrong this time, right? Xia Miao wanted to take credit. 1332, Chapter 1332. The Su family's purpose. Although it offended Su Chen, it was still a case of making things worse by trying to be clever. Snort. You've got some nerve talking now, kid. That's because Mr. Su is magnanimous and doesn't hold it against you. Otherwise, our entire Xie family will be implicated by you, brat. Xia Miao fell silent. Although it's all over now, thinking about it carefully still makes me very scared. Just as his father said, if one wrong decision is made, the Xie family could be doomed. Now you know what kind of person Mr. Su is. You should spend more time with him in the future. He is a rare and exceptional individual. With his talent, if there are no risks in the future and he doesn't perish, he might become another major power after the two major powers. Until then, all we need to do is cling to his coattails. Xia Shaoling is certainly not stupid. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Let's see if they dare to gamble. If they bet right, the Xie family will definitely become a super family in the future. They are even comparable to the four major families of Longdu. At least in front of someone of Su Chen's level, the four major families didn't dare to say anything more to the Xie family. Of course, that will definitely require a long transition period. This transition period depends on Su Chen. It could take 3 years. It could take 5 years. It could take 10 years. It's even possible that you'll never reach that level in your entire life.
But if it's for a lifetime, I doubt the Xie family can sustain it. After all, there are too many people who want to deal with Su Chen right now. Not only the Su family, but also that mysterious force at present. Neither of these forces can be contended with by Su Chen. The Zhang family father and son, who had already arrived at the Su family's residence, were sitting below the Su family's eldest elder. The two looked devout. So, you should be able to accept the terms I've discussed with you, right? The old elder's aged voice echoed in the ears of the father and son. The two of them frowned. Zhang Gong looked at his father. Although the Su family didn't say they would annex the Zhang family. But what's the difference between those conditions and annexing the Zhang family? The condition for the Su family to protect the Zhang family was that they would exchange 75% of the Zhang family's assets. They say they'll coexist for 100 years. As long as the Su family exists, the Zhang family will also exist. If 75% of the assets are allocated to the Su family, how much will the Zhang family have left? In the future, there will be a world of difference between them and the other families. Elder Su, I wonder if the conditions could be lowered a bit? You know that my son and I came here with sincerity. 75% is indeed a bit too much. I can only offer up to 49% of the industry at most, after all. Zhang Lei didn't say the rest explicitly, but everyone knew that he wanted to put power in his own family's hands. If it exceeds 50%, it will shake the very foundation of the Zhang family. The Grand Elder shook his head without any hesitation. This is a mandatory requirement. As you know, my Su family is the head of the 4 great families in the entire Great Xia dynasty. It has already reached the pinnacle of the entire Great Xia dynasty. Protecting your small family would be a shameful thing to say if word got out. I am already being very generous by agreeing to this. Moreover, this is the result of discussions among many elders. If the Zhang family cannot do it, then we can only send them away. The Grand Elder's attitude was very firm. Zhang Lei's face froze. He never expected that the Su family would demand 75% of their assets. When he first contacted the Grand Elder said that they wouldn't make any unreasonable demands. 1333, Chapter 1333 Ambitious. But isn't this condition too much? Does the Su family really want to annex the Zhang family? Dad, maybe we should just leave. Zhang Gong began to have second thoughts. Let alone 75%, even 60% of the business is equivalent to putting your family's fate in someone else's hands. What if the Su family suddenly transfers its shares to someone else, and that person then uses the Zhang family's shares to gain control? That would be a fatal blow to the Zhang family. Patriarch Shang, you'd better think this through carefully. We've fought Su Chen a few times, and he's ruthless every single time. If no one protects your Zhang family, given that kid's personality, let alone a 25% chance, the greatest blessing would be if your Zhang family bloodline could even continue. Zhang Lei frowned upon hearing this. He had also heard that Su Chen never showed mercy when he took action. But is it really worth risking the entire Zhang family? I don't care about any of your Zhang family's small businesses. Let me tell you the truth. My Su family and Su Chen are sworn enemies. Since you want to pledge allegiance to my Su family, then of course my Su family will have to see your attitude. That Su Chen is incredibly cunning. Our Su family must be on guard. Zhang Lei quickly shook his head. Elder Su. My Zhang family is truly desperate and has no intention of pretending to pledge allegiance to Emperor Su. He understood perfectly what Elder Su meant just now. Elder Su clearly suspected him of having ulterior motives. But he didn't put any of that thought into it at all. If it weren't for Su Chen, why would the Zhang family have had to humble themselves and seek refuge with the Su family? I believe you, but I can't represent the entire Su family after all. There are still many elders in the clan. My belief in you alone won't do any good if you want the other elders and the family head to believe you. The Zhang family head has to show his attitude first. As for the business, there might still be room for a turnaround after we get rid of that brat Su Chen. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. What the elder said meant they should put on an act now. After eliminating Su Chen, will the Su family return all 75% of the shares they obtained to him? Would the Su family really be so kind? After thinking it over, Zhang Lei still had some doubts about what the Su family's eldest elder had said. Of course, after this is all over, the Su family will not refuse any reward. 30%, that's the benefit my Su family will receive. I think that should still be within your budget, right? Elder Su has once again offered a starting point for discussion. These words completely baffled Zhang Lei. If the percentage is really only 30% afterward, then the Zhang family can indeed afford it. Is what the Grand Elder said true? Elder Su chuckled softly. I don't need to waste my time here with you over a little bit of money. That makes sense. The Su family is so powerful, many times more powerful than the Zhang family, that they wouldn't care about such a small amount of assets. Okay. In that case, I choose to believe the Grand Elder and the Su family. Zhang Lei was tempted. In this way, the Zhang family can be protected, and this incident can also tell all the families in Zhangzhou that the Zhang family is related to the Su family. With the Zhang family and the Su family now linked together, I believe the Zhang family's businesses will flourish in the future. Given enough time, recovering 30% of the losses shouldn't be too much of a problem. After Zhang Lei agreed, the Grand Elder ordered someone to draft a new contract as soon as possible. During this time, Zhang Gong also advised his father not to act impulsively. 1334, Chapter 1334, The Lawyer's Task. But his father completely ignored his words and even blamed him for offending Su Chen. Having said that, he had no more say. After all, offending Su Chen was indeed his problem. If we hadn't offended Su Chen, our family wouldn't be facing this crisis. There's no need for them to choose between Su Chen and the Su family. But he knew in his heart that his father's actions would eventually lead to the destruction of the entire Zhang family by the Su family. After the contract was signed, the Grand Elder revealed a slight smile. Alright, now that we're family, I'll arrange for 2 6th-tier experts to accompany you to the Zhang family. No matter how strong Su Chen is, 2 6th-level opponents are enough to hold him off. If anything happens, I will go there in person. My Su family wants to keep its word. Zhang Lei quickly clasped his hands in thanks, and at the same time felt somewhat fortunate to have chosen the Su family. Those are 2 6th-tier beings. He is a half-armored old man who is already 60 years old, but he is only at the peak of the 3rd rank. And the Su family made such a big move. 2 6th-tier experts, these are not powerful individuals that ordinary people can mobilize. Leaving the Su family, Zhang Lei wore a satisfied smile. A mere Su Tiandi. Snort. Once the Su family eliminates him, my Zhang family will also be able to get a share of Su Tiandi's assets, which will make up for 30% of our losses. Seeing his father's satisfied expression, Zhang Gong felt somewhat helpless. Will things really turn out as his father says? Let's just hope everything happens as his father imagined. At this moment, Chen Tianzong and his daughter Chen Zixuan were sitting at home in the Chen family. They invited Guo Wei, the most famous lawyer in Zhengzhou, to their home. The father and daughter had only one request. Ignoring the old man, she subtly persuaded Su Chen to divorce her. Otherwise, if the old man finds out, he will definitely threaten to kill himself. Miss Chen, you and Su Chen are married, but have been separated for more than a year. You can unilaterally dissolve your marriage. But I don't understand why Miss Chen invited me here. Guo Wei was completely bewildered after looking at the information Chen Zixuan had provided. Logically speaking, even someone who is completely ignorant of the law should understand this point. If a couple has been separated for more than 6 months, they can unilaterally dissolve their marriage. Chen Zixuan and Su Chen have already met this condition. Why invite him again? It's a waste of money and time. No, I know it can be terminated unilaterally. And not only that, he would even agree to divorce me if I asked him to. But my grandfather doesn't agree. So I want you to help me collect evidence, or rather, fabricate evidence. Any evidence will do, as long as it convinces Grandpa and makes him agree to my divorce from that good-for-nothing. Chen Zixuan said decisively. This is a solution she came up with after discussing it with her father over the past 2 days. Since the old man wants to prevent her from divorcing Su Chen, she has no choice but to find another way. Only when Grandpa sees Su Chen clearly, and Grandpa stops speaking up for Su Chen, will the divorce become a natural outcome.
This. Guo Wei looked at the two of them with some hesitation.
While collecting evidence is a lawyer's responsibility, under these circumstances, it is unethical to collect evidence out of nowhere to force a couple to divorce. Don't worry, money is no problem as long as you can help me collect the evidence. I will give you a reward of 1 million.
1335, Chapter 1335. Xia Miao's angry. Chen Zixuan said calmly. Money is no longer a problem for her.
But Guo Wei was not tempted and shook his head.
Miss Chen is oversimplifying things. If he is a sinner, he has committed a crime.
Collecting evidence is perfectly reasonable, but asking me to collect evidence just because you need to get a divorce is a bit. Guo Wei smiled wryly, clearly indicating that it was indeed a bit difficult for him to do something like this with 1 million yuan.
3 million. After it's done, I'll give you another 2 million.
At a price of 5 million, I believe Attorney Guo has no reason to refuse. It's clear that Chen Zixuan is determined to divorce Su Chen.
Guo Wei also frowned. A price of 5 million is indeed tempting.
In his line of work, he had never seen such a large single transaction. If he doesn't agree, his peers will probably laugh at him for being stupid.
Well,
in that case, I'll give it a try. I'll investigate as much as I can. But whether it will succeed, I don't know either. Miss Chen, please don't put all your hopes on me.
Chen Zixuan nodded.
Even if it doesn't work out, I will still give you 500,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work. I just hope that Attorney Guo can do his best to help.
Guo Wei accepted the documents and then stood up.
Of course, once I take on a case, I will definitely do my best to help you two, can rest assured. After Guo Wei left, the father and daughter finally smiled with satisfaction.
As long as we can gather the evidence, Su Chen won't be able to avoid getting a divorce.
They still want to use the name of the Chen family to swagger around outside.
Chen Zixuan gets angry just thinking about it.
She has been trying to contact Xia Miao for the past 2 days, but Xia Miao is completely ignoring her. They also said that for any work-related matters in the future, just contact the company assistant.
Isn't it obvious that he's still angry with her? It was Su Chen who offended Xia Miao back then.
If it weren't for the contract she has with Xia Miao, he probably would have kicked her out long ago.
So in the end, it's all Su Chen's fault.
If it weren't for Su Chen, Xia Miao would probably have already gone further with her.
Chen Zixuan couldn't wait to take out her phone and quickly send a message to Xia Miao.
When Xia Miao, who had already returned to Zhengzhou, saw the text message, his lips twitched.
Grass. Crazy woman. He immediately dialed Chen Zixuan's number. What do you want? You want him to apologize to me? Xia Miao's voice was cold. Chen Zixuan mentioned Su Chen in her text message.
She also told him to calm down, saying she's been thinking about divorcing Su Chen these past few days. I will never have anything to do with that kind of person again. And after the divorce, she will personally visit him with Su Chen to apologize. This made him involuntarily clench his buttocks. He wants Su Chen to apologize to him. He's only just come back to life and doesn't want to die so soon. Yes, it was all Xie Xiao's fault before. I had no choice but to accept that we were actually married. But don't worry, young Master Xie, I'll resolve this quickly. Please still consider the matter we discussed earlier.
Chen Zixuan quickly explained, and put on what she considered to be her most sincere attitude. Chen Zixuan, let me tell you, if you fucking want to die, don't drag me down with you.
Whether you and he are married or not is none of my business. If you dare to make him apologize to me, then our cooperation is off.
Xia Miao roared.
If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have offended Su Chen in the first place. If it weren't for the fact that he had turned misfortune into a blessing in disguise, how could he have let Chen Zixuan go?
1336, Chapter 1336. Who is your master's wife?
Thank you, young master. I was about to speak when the call was disconnected.
Chen Zixuan was completely confused. Did she say something wrong? Why didn't Xia Miao let Su Chen apologize?
Suddenly, a feeling of lingering fear washed over me. Did Su Chen continue to cause trouble for Xian Miao later? That guy may not be good at anything else, but he's a master at bragging and lying. Who knows, he might use Su Tiandi's name again to completely offend Xian Miao. Chen Zixuan's anger flared up. Seeing that things were getting better at home, she rose to prominence in just a few months thanks to the 2-pill formulas given to her by the Lei family. But only a few months later, this happened again after she returned to the Demon Sea. Why does everything seem to involve Su Chen? Su Chen is absolutely their family's jinx. As long as Su Chen is around, the Chen family will never be able to recover. With that in mind, Chen Zixuan contacted Guo Wei again. Attorney Guo, please expedite this matter. If you have solid evidence within a week, I will increase the fee to 10 million. Chen Zixuan's generosity made Guo Wei swallow hard. It went up by another 5 million, are rich people really this capricious? He originally wanted to slowly figure out Su Chen's background, but it seems he has to speed things up now. After his conversation with Chen Zixuan ended, he immediately contacted his professional team to conduct a comprehensive investigation into Su Chen. At the same time, he also tried to get close to Su Chen to see if he could collect evidence in his own name. At this moment, Su Chen was standing in the helipad of Tianhe Villa. A helicopter slowly descended. Mother Wang Wenlan, Xiao Ningning, and Xiao Jiang came down from upstairs. With the guarantee provided by Old Manly, it's time to bring these three back. For at least the next year, he will be able to ensure his own safety as well as the safety of his family. Mom, you've worked so hard these past few days. Su Chen helped his mother up. Mom didn't suffer, she just went back to recuperate for a while. Yuri the one who suffered. Upon seeing her son, Wang Wenlan's heart also lit up with joy. Xiao Ningning stood to the side, her eyes also showing joy. Su Chen glanced at her and simply uttered 3 words. Thanks for your hard work. Xiao Ningning nodded. For her, no hardship was as bad as Su Chen being alright. The reason Su Chen sent them away this time was because he himself was in danger. That's why we sent them away, to avoid implicating them. But these days, she thinks about Su Chen all the time. She was constantly worried about Su Chen's safety. She would rather face danger with Su Chen than have to hide in the shadows when Su Chen is in danger. Master, don't you miss your mistress? Your teacher's wife talks about you every single day. Xiao Jiang walked up to Su Chen and said with a smile. Master's wife? Su Chen was completely confused. But he realized it the next second. The master's wife that Xiao Jiang mentioned must be Xiao Ningning. After all, during the time Xiao Jiang was by his side, apart from Xiao Ningning and Qingluan, he didn't know anyone else at all. Who else could this kid be talking about besides Xiao Ningning? You brat, don't talk nonsense. Su Chen slapped Xiao Jiang. There was already a rather awkward situation between him and Xiao Ningning. He also knew that Xiao Ningning had feelings for him. But his mind wasn't on that at all right now, which is why he felt a little awkward with Xiao Ningning. After Xiao Zhang's antics, wouldn't it be even more awkward? 1337, Chapter 1337, Killing Xiao Zhang. Hey, don't take what this kid says seriously. Xiao Ningning smiled faintly. I'd love to take it seriously, but I doubt you'll give me the chance. Xiao Ningning's sudden remark left Su Chen speechless. Let's go inside and rest first. Changing the subject, Su Chen and the three of them entered the villa together. Let's chat for a while. Su Chen led Xiao Jiang into the training room. In just over a month, he also wanted to see how much Xiao Jiang had grown. I called him before to tell him that he had reached the 7th level of Martial Arts Supreme. But Xiao Jiang probably lacks combat experience. Now that Xiao Jiang has reached the realm of Martial Arts Supreme, it's time for him to improve his combat experience. But before that, he had to see Xiao Zhang's explosive power and where his center of gravity was. Once inside the practice room, the two of them changed their clothes. Xiao Zhang's expression turned serious. This was something Su Chen had told him before. No matter who you are facing, as long as you are standing opposite them, you must be serious and attentive. This is respect for the enemy, and at the same time, respect for oneself. So when Su Chen stood opposite him, his expression instantly darkened, and he treated Su Chen as an enemy. Use every means at your disposal to attack me, Su Chen said calmly, then put one hand behind his back. Yes. Bang! Xiao Zhang's aura suddenly surged. The entire ground trembled slightly. Master! Watch out! After saying that, Xiao Jiang suddenly erupted. As its figure disappeared, it made a sound like it was being torn apart. Su Chen nodded to himself. In terms of speed, Xiao Jiang has already subtly surpassed that of a typical 7th-level martial arts supreme. The first lightning pattern. Thunder Fist. Xiao Jiang walked up to Su Chen and punched him hard. Su Chen merely glanced at it indifferently and extended one hand. Xiao Jiang's punch was aimed at his head. That terrifying explosive force carried with it a powerful lightning force. This punch was something that even an ordinary martial arts master couldn't withstand. After catching the fist, Su Chen pushed him back with a palm strike. Xiao Jiang continued his relentless attacks. Su Chen remained completely still, as immovable as Mount Tai. Master, let me show you the boxing technique I've been researching. Thunder Body Fist. Xiao Jiang threw several punches in a row. It was a brutal, bone-crunching fight. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. What is this kid researching? It seems to be a combination of military boxing and the 5 Thunder Fist. Every move, every stance, contains immense punching power. Xiao Jiang has clearly surpassed ordinary 7th-level martial arts masters in terms of strength. It's just that I'm a bit rusty in terms of technique. Su Chen waved his hand lightly, unleashing a sword strike with the power of a martial arts supreme master. Xiao Jiang quickly rolled over to dodge, but it was a second too late. Just as Xiao Jiang was about to rush forward again, Su Chen stomped his foot, sending him flying back. All right. Su Chen told Xiao Jiang to stop. Although it was only a few moves, he had already figured out what Xiao Jiang lacked. That's combat experience. You're great. Your research on boxing techniques is very innovative. But you lack awareness when facing life and death. The enemy won't just look at your moves, so I'm going to put you through some grueling training. You need to be prepared, you might lose your life if you're not careful. Are you willing? Xiao Jiang stood up and walked to Su Chen's side. He knelt down on one knee. I do. Please, master, train me, I can endure any hardship. Xiao Jiang clasped his hands in a fist salute and said. Su Chen nodded, then clapped his hands. 1338, Chapter 1338 Coming of Age Ceremony. 3 men entered. All 3 of them possessed the aura of martial arts supreme beings. You 3, the task I'm about to assign you is. Kill him. If you can kill him, you'll be rewarded with 10 billion, otherwise, you'll have to atone with your lives. The 3 exchanged a glance and smiled. They are all at the peak of level 7. That kid is only level 7 with 3 people practicing together, killing an ordinary level 7 should be a piece of cake. Master. Xiao Jiang was dumbfounded. Kill him? Why did Master kill him? Did he do something wrong? Su Chen put one hand on Xiao Jiang's shoulder and said coldly. Remember this, to become a true powerhouse, you must become truly invincible. Those 3 aren't very strong. Believe in yourself, you can definitely do it. As your master, I naturally don't want to see you die. But you also said you wanted to help me. How can you help me if you don't become strong yourself? Show your resolve. After saying that, Su Chen walked out. Xiao Jiang was left completely bewildered. He did say those words, but why did Master order these 3 to kill him? The door was closed, and only the 4 of them were in the training room. The entire training room is over 1,000 square meters, more than enough for several people to practice. Just as Xiao Jiang was stunned, the 3 of them rushed up. Brothers, hurry up and kill him so we can go to Mr. Su and claim our reward. The 3 of them unleashed their deadly moves. After Su Chen went outside, he heard the sounds of fighting inside and sighed helplessly. That's all he can do. If Xiao Jiang cannot truly grow up, then he will be unable to teach him anything further. Whether he can become a true strongman depends entirely on himself. Back in the living room, Hai Xiaoshan came over and told Su Chen that Shi Xiaowang was hosting a banquet for all the big shots of the Demon Sea today. Make sure the Hai family invites Su Chen to attend. Su Chen was filled with doubt. Is something big happening in Shi Xiaowang's family? Brother, you don't know, that old man has a daughter, and today is her coming-of-age ceremony. She's so beautiful, my dad even wanted me to marry her, but Shi Xiaowang absolutely refused. Su Chen's face darkened, so that's what it was about. It's just a birthday party, why make such a big deal out of it? Okay, tell him I'll be coming. During his time in the Demon Sea, Shi Xiaowang did indeed help him a lot. Although it was just his daughter's birthday party and not a big deal, he still chose to go. Afternoon. Su Chen and Xiao Ningning went to Wanha Hotel together. The banquet arranged by Shi Xiaowang is right here. Many big names were present at the Magic Ocean event. Su Chen and Xiao Ningning strode over. As Su Chen reached the hotel entrance, he suddenly stopped and looked back around. What's wrong? Xiao Ningning asked, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing, let's go. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if someone was following him. Meanwhile, Hu Wei, who was 500 meters away with binoculars, quickly hid in a corner. What amazing perception! He was still 500 meters away, yet Su Chen could still sense him. When he turned back to look through the binoculars, Su Chen had already disappeared. Actually, it wasn't that Su Chen disappeared, but rather that the big shots of the Demon Sea surrounded him. Mr. Su, this is my daughter, she would like to get to know you. My daughter also wants to get to know Mr. Su. And my home too. Su Chen looked completely bewildered. What on earth happened? 1339, Chapter 1339 Xiao Ningning's Jealousy. Isn't today Shi Xiaowang's daughter's coming-of-age ceremony banquet? How did it turn into a matchmaking event? So many people lined up to bring their daughters to him? Su Chen was speechless. It wasn't like he lacked women around him, so why were they all behaving like this? Hai Pangshan, standing next to Su Chen, also had a black line on his face. Those cunning thieves. Alright, let's talk about it inside later. We can't exactly stop Mr. Su from going in, can we? As the richest man in the Demon Sea, Hai Pangshan naturally has a lot to say. Sure enough, everyone looked embarrassed and quickly made way for Su Chen. Upon entering the banquet corridor, Su Chen looked at Hai Pangshan and asked him why these people were doing this. It's true that today's event is called a banquet, but judging from the current situation, I suspect his real intention wasn't what he seemed. Mr. Su, you're in luck today. That old bastard Shi Xiaowang's coming-of-age ceremony is secondary. His main purpose is probably to introduce his stunningly beautiful daughter to Mr. Su. Hai Pangshan was also very unwilling. Why didn't he have a daughter back then? Or, to put it another way, why isn't Hai Xiaoshan a girl? Now everyone else is sending their daughters over, but he can only come empty-handed. Isn't this just watching others get there first? Su Chen was speechless. It turned out that this was not a coming-of-age ceremony banquet, but a trap. No wonder so many people at the door wanted to introduce their daughters to him. It seems they wanted to strike before Shi Xiaowang could. What do you mean, they dare? Xiao Ningning suddenly blurted out this sentence. Everyone looked at Xiao Ningning, only to see her expression change drastically. I'll protect you today. If anyone comes, I'll kick them all out one by one. Don't even mention those women, I'd kick even Mayor Shi's daughter. Xiao Ningning said domineeringly. Now that she knows what's going on, how could she possibly let anyone get close to Su Chen? If Su Chen doesn't get together with Chen Zixuan, she'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. But before that, Su Chen absolutely cannot have any other woman by his side. With each additional competitor, her chances of success diminish. None of them spoke. Everyone knew that Xiao Ningning liked Su Chen. Hai Pangshan chuckled a few times before slowly speaking. With President Xiao here today, it seems those people's wishful thinking has backfired. He would be more than happy if Xiao Ningning stopped those people from making their plans. After all, compared to others, he would rather Su Chen and Xiao Ningning be a couple. He didn't want to let other families benefit from it, otherwise the Hai family would lose their territory in the Demon Sea. When everyone entered, the banquet hall was packed with people on both sides. They're all big shots from the Demon Sea. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Chen greeted everyone as soon as he entered. There were men and women, but no one sat down, they were all waiting for Su Chen. Let's call it a day. I am not the main character today, so let's stop with this formality. Su Chen quickly said. Those who didn't know better might have thought it was his coming-of-age ceremony. Besides, he didn't want to attract too much attention, since today's banquet was rather unusual. Yes. With that, everyone dispersed. Su Chen and the Hai family were led to the first table. Mr. Su, today is my daughter's birthday. I shouldn't bother you with such a trivial matter. I'm so sorry. Shi Xiaowang quickly apologized and said. It's alright, I've been staying at home for a while now, so it's good to get some fresh air. Just then, a tall and pretty girl walked over. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyebrows and eyes were delicate and beautiful. Her facial features are flawless, she can be described as an absolute beauty. They are just as good as Xiao Ningning and the others. 1340, Chapter 1340, The Coming-of-Age Ceremony of the Shi Family. Yuner, come quickly and greet Mr. Su. Shi Xiaohuang waved to the girl who walked over. His face was full of doting affection. So this is Shi Xiaohuang's daughter, Shi Yun. No wonder Hai Pangshan said before that Shi Xiaowang has a daughter who is incredibly beautiful. That's absolutely true. Shi Yun walked up to Su Chen with a faint and polite smile and nodded slightly. Hello Mr. Su, my father has mentioned you before. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Su Chen simply nodded in response. But Xiao Ningning was furious. Su Chen actually laughed. Could it be that he really has feelings for Shi Yun? Yuner, Mr. Su is truly a dragon among men. Sir isn't much older than you, so you'll have to get to know him better in the future. Shi Yun nodded, a shy expression appearing on her face. Xiao Ningning quickly stepped forward and extended her hand. Miss Shi, I've heard so much about you. I am Su Chen's friend, and also his family. There's nothing good about getting along with a grown man like him. If you don't mind, you can come to me if you need anything in the future. Xiao Ningning stood in front of Su Chen. She couldn't let a beauty like Shi Yun get close to Su Chen. It would give her a tremendous sense of crisis. Firstly, Shi Yun is younger than him. Secondly, Shi Yun has a better background than her. After all, she is the daughter of the mayor of Mahai City, which is incomparable to the Xiao family. Shi Yun had just turned 18, how could she possibly understand such deceitful and cunning tactics? Thinking that Xiao Ningning was indeed very enthusiastic, he quickly smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on. Ningning, is it okay if I call you that? Xiao Ningning nodded to indicate that she had no objection. As long as Shi Yun doesn't make a move on Su Chen and keeps her distance. It's quite interesting to have this younger sister. Then I'll go up on stage first. I'll see Sister Ningning and Mr. Su later. Xiao Ningning waved to her. Su Chen didn't even have time to say hello before Xiao Ningning covered him up. Watching Shi Yun walk away, Xiao Ningning turned around, somewhat angry. What, you don't want them to leave? Your eyes are practically glued to them. Su Chen looked completely innocent. What are you saying? She's just a little girl. Besides, she really is very beautiful. It's a man's nature to look at beautiful women. Su Chen responded calmly. You. Xiao Ningning was furious when she heard this. But she really couldn't find a reason to refute it. What real relationship does Su Chen have with her? Does she think she can control Su Chen? Soon, Shi Xiaowang went on stage and said some words of thanks. She and her daughter greeted everyone. And then came the gift-giving part. The Kong family of Mahai presents a pair of jade bracelets. The Xiao family presents a pair of golden boys. The Hai family, the richest in the country, are gifting a floor of a villa. More than 30 families presented gifts at the event. Each gift is quite valuable.
But everyone's eyes were on Su Chen. After all, Su Chen is the #1 person in the Demon Sea. In terms of economics, it may not be as good as the current Hai family. But in terms of overall strength, they far surpass the Hai family. After all, the Hai family has to live under Su Chen's wing. Xiao Ningning also looked at Su Chen, not understanding what he wanted to give her. Su Chen felt a little awkward at this moment and looked at Hai Pangshan. Were you going to give me a gift? Why didn't you say so beforehand? His voice was so faint that the people sitting next to him could barely hear it. But Haipang Mountain was quite close, so I could hear it very clearly. Mr. Su, this matter is my problem. I also thought that given Murso's status, there was no need to give gifts at all. How about this, I'll have someone send it over right away, and we can make up for it later. Su Chen was speechless. If that were really the case, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for him? If he tries to make up for it later, it's like telling others that he wasn't prepared at all. Even if Xiao Wang didn't send it, she wouldn't dare say anything. But he is the #1 person in the Demon Sea. Xiao Wang helped him again. 1341, Chapter 1341. A generous gift, marrow cleansing pill. If you come empty-handed, it would indeed be somewhat impolite to the Shi family. Thinking of this, Su Chen flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. Ningning, take this upstairs. He handed the bottle to Xiao Ningning, then leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Xiao Ningning was stunned, somewhat shocked. Are you really interested in him? You actually gave him such an expensive gift. Xiao Ningning looked at the jade bottle, feeling a little jealous. Go quickly. This thing might be very valuable to outsiders, but it's just a piece of cake for me. Xiao Ningning hesitated for 2 seconds. It seems that what Su Chen said makes some sense. After all, Su Chen himself is an alchemist, so refining pills is just a piece of cake for him. But for the general public, this elixir is absolutely priceless. It can be said that they completely overwhelmed all the other children present. Even if you add everything together, it probably wouldn't be as expensive as this pill. But Su Chen's identity speaks for itself. I'm really embarrassed to sell ordinary things. Xiao Ningning handed the jade bottle to the Shi family member, told him what was inside, and then turned to leave. The person recording the ceremony paled in shock, staring at the jade bottle in their hand in horror. The person recording the ceremony held the microphone, unsure how to make the announcement. Mr. Su from Wanyao Company hereby presents 1 marrow cleansing pill. Boom. Silence. The entire room was silent for several seconds. Even Xia Huang was stunned. About 5 or 6 seconds later, a heated discussion broke out at the scene. Oh my god. As expected of Mr. Su, he's incredibly generous. Each marrow cleansing pill costs at least 500 million. They gave it out as a gift so easily. Yeah, that's amazing. I wish he were my son-in-law. If he were my son-in-law, I'd make my daughter give birth to 10 or 8 monkeys for him right away. Everyone went crazy. Some people even said that Su Chen must have taken a fancy to Xiao Wang's daughter. Otherwise, why would they be so generous as to give away the marrow cleansing pill? It took Xiao Wang a while to recover from her daze. He felt his cheeks burning. As the mayor, when has he ever been so flustered in front of so many people? He quickly picked up the microphone. On behalf of my daughter, I thank Mr. Su. Su Chen simply nodded without saying a word. Seeing Xiao Ningning return in a huff, Su Chen asked her what had happened. It's nothing, Mr. Su, you're so generous, it seems even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Mr. Su is really generous in his fishing methods, even giving away marrow cleansing pills. Xiao Ningning spoke in a sarcastic tone. As the president of Wanyao Company, she naturally knew the value of this marrow cleansing pill. Each one is worth at least 500 million. And that was back when there was still stock available. The marrow cleansing pills are now sold out if this one were to be auctioned off. The valuation starts at a minimum of 2 billion, and there's definitely room for it to rise.
Su Chen is practically giving away billions of dollars worth of stuff to a girl he's just met. It's not hard for anyone to imagine that Su Chen has definitely taken a liking to her. Su Chen gave a wry smile, shook his head, and remained silent. He didn't want to explain too much. After all, the more he explained, the more Xiao Ningning felt that he treated her as his woman. That would only give Xiao Ningning hope. Although he neither disliked nor liked Xiao Ningning. But at least for now, his mind is not on romance. As for what will happen in the future, that depends on whether he can get his revenge. So before that, even if Xiao Ningning misunderstood him, she wouldn't explain too much. After the gift-giving ceremony, Shi Xiaowang and her daughter sat at the same table with Su Chen and the others. She even made a special arrangement for her daughter to sit next to Su Chen. Mr. Su, the marrow cleansing pill is far too expensive. After thinking about it, I've decided to return it to you, sir. Shi Xiaowang waved. His men immediately brought up the bottle containing the marrow cleansing pill. Su Chen quickly pushed it back. Once something is given away, it cannot be taken back. 1342, Chapter 1342 Shi Yun's Inner World. You've helped me a lot, so don't worry about a mere marrow cleansing pill. I see your daughter has some martial arts background, the marrow cleansing pill can unleash her potential. After Su Chen finished speaking, Shi Xiaowang didn't know what to add. After a few seconds of silence, I had no choice but to compromise and agree. Yuner, quickly thank Mr. Su. Shi Yun quickly raised her wine glass. Mr. Su, Yuner can't hold her liquor, but I still have to thank you, Mr. Su. After saying that, Shi Yun took a small sip. Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse the Shi family's request. You're too kind. Su Chen drank it all in one gulp. Come on, Mr. Su, let me toast you too. Hai Pangshan picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Su Chen hadn't even taken 2 bites of his meal. A large crowd gathered around. I completely forgot that today's main character is Shi Yun. They took turns toasting. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone gathered around Su Chen. Xiao Ningning was also helpless and could only leave alone. She sat down